Like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. Liu Ji's consciousness sank in the darkness, and in a daze, he saw a world of ice and snow. It was an endless snowfield, with fine snowflakes drifting in the air. Countless sunflowers stood on the snowfield. Golden petals trembled in the wind and snow, and facial features hung on the round flower heads. Some were crying, some were in a daze, and some had already closed their eyes, covered by ice and snow and turned into ice sculptures. Cold. A soft voice came from behind. Liu Ji looked in the direction of the sound and saw a small sunflower huddled in the snow, its petals covered with ice crystals, its two black eyes looking at him pitifully. "Help me," it said. Liu Ji wanted to move, wanted to walk over, but his body wouldn't obey him at all, as if he were frozen in place. "Save us! Where is the queen? Where is the queen? Cold, so cold!" Countless soft sounds came from all directions, like the sobbing of the wind passing through a field of withered sunflowers. Then, Liu Ji saw it. At the edge of the snowfield, there was a massive crack, like a rift torn open in the sky, from which a grayish-white mist poured forth. The mist churned and spread, and wherever it passed, sunflowers fell one after another, their petals withering. "What is that?" Liu Ji asked himself. The thought had barely formed when the mist had already reached his feet. Liu Ji wanted to retreat, wanted to escape, but his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and he couldn't move an inch. The mist climbed up his legs, up his waist, up his chest. Achoo! Liu Ji suddenly opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. His saliva flew through the air in several arcs, landing, by sheer coincidence, all of it on his own face. He propped himself up and sat up, his mind still a little foggy. That dream I just had. That's so true. That icy, snowy landscape, those talking sunflowers, that grayish-white mist gushing from the crack. Wrong. Liu Ji looked around, and his voice suddenly caught in his throat. "Where the hell am I?" Liu Ji stood up, staggered a step before regaining his balance, and finally got a clear look at his surroundings. This is a small wooden hut, about 10 square meters in size. Apart from a tightly closed wooden door, there isn't even a window. Several crooked logs hang overhead, their cracks filled with something that looks like moss, from which water is seeping. Several bundles of firewood were piled in the corner, next to a rusty iron table and an iron shovel. The strangest thing was that the room was dark, but not completely black either. Some grayish-white light shone through the cracks in the walls, which looked eerie. Liu Ji stared at the cracks in the wall and suddenly shivered. This light! It's the same color as the grayish-white mist in my dream. As he was pondering the nature of the light, he caught a glimpse of something semi-transparent in the lower right corner of his field of vision, resembling a button. He stared at that thing for 2.5 seconds, then reached out and poked it. A screen of light appeared before my eyes. Player, Liu Ji. ID, CN 10,000-00002. Location, Misty Forest District 9527. Building, Tier 1 log cabin, upgrade requires 0/100 sunlight. Assets, 0 silver coins. In the bottom right corner of the screen, a backpack and several incomprehensible icons are lined up. At the very edge, a red number is jumping up and down. Regional channels, 99+. Liu Ji clicked on it and was instantly overwhelmed by a deluge of messages. The regional channel name is followed by a line of small grey text. Misty Forest District 9527, number of players, 9999/10,000. Zhongwei, can anyone tell me what's going on? I opened my eyes and found myself in a dilapidated wooden hut. Caxia's mom, has anyone seen my child? He's only 5 years old. Baby, where are you? Mommy's here. Warrior Jing, it looks like your son is also in some cabin. First, figure out how to survive. If all else fails, train him to be wolf-like from a young age. Caxia's mother? He's only 5 years old. Shut up. Northeast Xiao Kuai, stop arguing. Look around first. It's all foggy here, I can't see anything. Zhang Xiaobai, same here, the fog is ridiculously thick, you can't see your hand in front of your face. Wang Shun, everyone, calm down. I just peeked through the door and there's a glowing mushroom in the yard that looks a lot like the sunshroom from Plants vs. Zombies. Could this really be the world of that game? Zhang Xiaobai, I have one too. It glows with a pale golden light. Northeast Little Kuai, Plants vs. Zombies? What about the zombies in the game? Are there really zombies? Messages kept coming in, a mix of panic, anxiety, and helplessness. Liu Ji stared at Wang Shun's message, his brows furrowing. Sun-dried mushroom? He had indeed played that game, staying up all night to complete countless levels, and knew all the plants in it like the back of his hand. So, Liu Ji muttered to himself, I've somehow transmigrated into the world of Plants vs. Zombies. He glanced down at his Hello Kitty floral shorts and suddenly felt that his entrance was rather embarrassing. But if it really is that world, what about those sunflowers in his dream? Liu Ji didn't think any further. Panic was the most useless thing, he should figure out the situation first. He was about to get up and push open the door to go out and take a look when a new message suddenly popped up on the screen. The text was gold and it was automatically placed at the top of the area panel. World Will Announcement. Welcome to the world of PvZ, fellow players of Earth. You are currently in a corner of the PvZ continent, the Misty Forest. The next area will only be unlocked after clearing the Misty Forest. You will receive a 7-day newbie protection period. During this period, zombies will not attack your cabin, but other dangers still exist in the fog. Each player will receive the following new player benefits. 1 Sun Mushroom, already placed in the yard. 2 System Auxiliary Functions. 3 1 Free chance to draw items. Friendly reminder, the world of PvZ cannot be explained by science. The Misty Forest is fraught with danger, only by working together can you have a chance of success. In 7 days, players will face the first wave of zombies. Good luck! The chat channel exploded the moment the announcement disappeared. Liu Ji did not read those messages. He just stared at that line of text, the world of PvZ. In other words, this really is the world of Plants vs. Zombies. Is the grayish-white mist gushing from that crack the same thing as the fog outside? Liu Ji snapped out of his thoughts and turned his gaze back to the regional channel. Zhang Wei, let's have a lucky draw first. You get 1 free chance to win an item. What did you guys win? Li Jingjing, I drew 1, and I got a pot of sunflowers. Sunflower. Type, production plants. Effect, absorbs sunlight and converts it into sunlight value. Can be harvested once every 24 hours, yielding 0 to 50 sunlight points each time, depending on ambient light levels. Current ambient light level, very low, fog obscured. Estimated 24-hour yield, 5 points of sunshine. Zhang Wei, no way, what's the use of this thing? I'm surrounded by fog right now, I can't even tell which way is which, let alone the sun. Only 5 sunlight points a day? Upgrading requires 100 points. Isn't this a rip-off? Zhang Wei, I drew a bowl of pea shooters. Ha 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 ha. I finally have pea shooters. Huang Zia Hua, wow. This pea shooter can both kill zombies and eat. Viagra, please take me with you. Wang Gang, boss, where do you live? I'd like to come and stay with you. Zhang Wei, seek refuge my a. I don't even know where I am. It's all foggy around me. Which way am I supposed to go? Another wail erupted. Li Jun, I haven't drawn yet. Wait, let me see. I drew a marigold. It spits out money every day, it just gave me 50 silver coins, and the pot for this marigold is a rare plant, seems pretty good. Xiaobai, marigold 666. I drew a foxtail grass. A worthless blade of grass. I don't even dare to leave the house, what do I need this thing for? Looking at the various lottery results, Liu Ji's lips twitched involuntarily. This lottery is purely based on luck. He was just thinking about getting a smoke when a message suddenly popped up, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 2. Zhang Tianxi, I drew a special stone. Wang Shun, a stone? What could be so special about it? Zhang Tianxi shared information about this stone on the regional channel. Flame stone, epic. Type, treasure. Effect, when equipped, pea plants transform their attacks into fire peas, significantly increasing pea damage. Upon hitting a zombie, it creates a small explosion, causing splash damage. Zhang Wei. Wang Shun. Li Jun. Then, the news exploded out of control. Li Jingjing, Dad. Zhang Wei, this is a gift from God. Lu Ruyan, Boss, please let me be your patron. I can do laundry, cook, and even give massages. Northeast Little Kuai, bro, your luck is unbelievable. A plant-exclusive treasure. That's an absolute zombie-killing weapon. You're going to be the boss of our area from now on. Looking at the rows of Dad and Big Boss, Liu Ji couldn't help but click his tongue. Zhang Tianxi, his name is truly well-deserved. He swiped down twice and saw Zhang Tianxi pop up on his own. Zhang Tianxi, keep it low-key, the problem is I need pea plants too. Right now I only have this one rock, what good is it? Wang Shun, save it. This thing is absolutely treasure. Once you get the pea shooter, you'll be set for life. Remember to take the rest of your brothers with you then. Liu Ji minimized the chat channel and took a deep breath. Alright, let me see what I can get. He first opened the lottery interface. He rubbed his hands together, then, without any further ceremony, directly clicked the flashing button. The next second, the entire panel exploded with a burst of colorful light. The light was so dazzling that it made the entire wooden house as bright as day. Liu Ji instinctively covered his eyes with his hands. This is blinding. It's a hit. It's definitely a hit. The light swirled and danced in the cabin for a full 3 seconds before gradually fading away. Liu Ji looked down and saw that there was something extra on the ground. A ball the size of a walnut. It's grayish-brown with a smooth surface, making it impossible to tell what material it is. Holding it in your hand, it doesn't feel special at all, like a walnut that's been played with for 800 years. If it weren't for the truly astonishing colorful light, he would have definitely thought it was just an ordinary pebble. That's it. He examined the small ball from all angles. It was dull gray, unremarkable, and the only difference between it and an ordinary pebble was it's so round, it looks like it was hand-polished. Liu Ji's gaze settled on the small ball, and the information became clear. Seed. Type. Effect. Note, this is a seed that cannot be identified by a beginner's appraisal skill. Unable to identify? He frowned, it seemed the colorful light was not just a bluff. Liu Ji's heart started racing again. He carefully put the seeds into his pocket. This dilapidated wooden hut doesn't even have a cabinet, I can only keep it close to my body for now. It's chilly. He touched the seed through his floral shorts, it felt like holding a small block of ice. Alright, it'll be my third testicle, it won't take up much space anyway. After doing all that, he walked to the door, took a deep breath, and pushed open the rickety wooden door. The sight outside the door stunned him for several seconds. A thick fog that covered the sky. Liu Ji stood on the threshold, facing a grayish-white chaos that exuded an eerie aura that was hard to describe. Occasionally, a breeze would blow, dispersing a small patch of fog and revealing the blurry outlines of the trees outside. The trees were strange too, their trunks were twisted, and their leaves had an unhealthy grayish-green color that looked very ominous. This tree is really ugly, Liu Ji muttered. Uglier than my ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend. He looked up at the sky again. There was no sun, no clouds, only a uniform, pale light shining down from above the mist. The source of the light was unknown. If this were a horror movie, what would happen next? Liu Ji subconsciously took a half step back. Nothing appeared. Liu Ji withdrew his gaze and looked down at his feet. The courtyard is just outside the threshold. A few crooked wooden poles formed a simple fence, covering an area of about 30 square meters. The fence was crooked and leaning, in some places, one could even crawl through it, rendering it virtually useless. The grass in the yard is very tall. But it wasn't the weeds that attracted his attention. Just 2 steps directly in front of the threshold, there were 4 shallow pits arranged in a neat row on the ground. The location was so conspicuous, it seemed deliberately placed near the entrance so that people could see it as soon as they stepped out. In the first pit, there grew a glowing mushroom. The mushroom cap is pale gold, with a soft halo around its edges, like the glow of a firefly. Beneath the cap lies a snow-white stem, about the size of a palm, looking delicate and dewy. Glimmering light emanates from the mushroom with each slight tremor, dissipating into the air and disappearing. Is this a sun mushroom? Liu Ji squatted down and stared at it for a long time. Sun-dried mushroom. Type: production plants. Effect: absorbs trace amounts of light from the surrounding environment and converts them into sunlight. Can be harvested once a day, yielding 25 sunlight points each time. He nodded, agreeing. That unlucky guy in the chat who got the sunflower in this gloomy, sunless environment, he could only produce 5 points of sunlight a day, he was truly useless. Then he spoke softly, as if asking himself, or perhaps asking the mushroom. Have you ever seen a sunflower? The golden umbrella-shaped mushroom swayed gently, then slowly blinked, as if trying to remember something. But it cannot speak. Liu Ji stood up and glanced at the several pits next to him. The other 3 pits were empty except for a small wooden sign, about the size of a palm. He looked closer and saw a bright red cross on the sign, with a line of small characters below it. Unlock the second planting slot, requires 10 silver coins. Liu Ji was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. This requires spending money to start a business. He remembered someone in the chat channel saying they'd drawn a marigold and received 50 silver coins. Silver coins unlock slots, and planting more plants increases the chances of survival. Unfortunately, he is now penniless. Even a hero can be brought down by a single penny, Liu Ji sighed, his tone filled with the sorrow of the poor. He then stood up and began to wander around the yard. He walked to the fence and tried pushing the wooden poles. The poles wobbled, but managed to stand upright. Through the gaps in the fence, one could see thick fog billowing outside, with visibility less than 5 meters. He tried throwing a clod of dirt into the fog, but he couldn't even hear the sound of it hitting the ground, it seemed to have been swallowed up by the thick fog. Liu Ji walked around the courtyard again, confirming several facts. First, the courtyard is shrouded in mist. Going out rashly could easily lead to getting lost and turning into a dried-up corpse from starvation, only to be discovered by other time travelers years later and become a negative example. Secondly, there were no other wooden houses next to his. In other words, he was all alone in some corner of this mist, with no one to talk to. Third, this dilapidated wooden house was truly drafty from all sides. In other words, I'm now a bachelor living in the middle of nowhere. Liu Ji concluded. The house was bare, there was no money in my pocket, and all I had was a single mushroom growing in the ground, waiting for the zombies to come knocking on the door in 7 days. He remained silent for a moment. Who the hell wrote this script? He went back inside, opened the system panel, and clicked on Accessibility. Identification New Player Guide Supply Detection Emergency SOS, 4 functions clearly displayed. Liu Ji's eyes lit up. This is the real deal. He rubbed his hands together. He first opened the beginner's guide. A simple map radiated outwards for 200 meters from the cabin. The cabin's location was marked with a small greenhouse, and the surrounding area was a grey, unexplored region. Then, the number of resource sensing attempts for the day was used up, and markers began to appear on the map. 90 meters due north, abandoned farmland, explorable. 75 meters northwest, green bamboo forest, rare, explorable. 80 meters due south, traces of unknown organisms, low risk. Liu Ji's gaze lingered on the traces of an unknown creature for a moment before shifting away. Due south, low danger, try to avoid going that way in the future. He glanced at the first 2 markers again, abandoned farmland and bamboo grove. What's inside the bamboo forest? Liu Ji scratched his head. Can you dig up bamboo shoots to eat? He rubbed his stomach. He hadn't eaten anything since last night, and his stomach was starting to protest. Let's solve the survival problem first. As for that dangerous area, let's stay as far away from it as possible. He was about to study the map again when he suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from outside the courtyard wall. Chapter 3. The sound was very faint, like something crawling in the grass. Liu Ji tensed up, quickly stood up, grabbed a piece of firewood from the corner of the wall, and held it in his hand. Although this thing is barely effective against zombies, it can at least give you courage. He held his breath, slowly moved to the doorway, and peered out through the crack. Thick fog still shrouded the area outside the courtyard wall, obscuring everything. But the rustling sound grew closer, and it wasn't coming from just one direction. There on the left, right, and directly in front. A cold sweat broke out on Liu Ji's back. What is it? Wasn't it said the zombies wouldn't arrive for 7 days? What happened to the newbie protection period? He gripped the firewood tightly, staring intently at the direction of the courtyard gate. The door, made of a few wooden poles tied together, looked so fragile that it would probably fall apart if you bumped into it. If something were to rush in, what good would that piece of firewood do? The rustling sound grew closer. Then, Liu Ji saw a shadow in the fog. That was one, no, it was a group. Their grayish-black silhouettes were faintly visible in the mist. They weren't large, about half a person's height, and moved slowly, but there were many of them, at least 7 or 8. They stopped outside the fence and wouldn't go any further. Liu Ji stared intently at them through the crack in the door, his heart pounding. The heartbeat was so loud you could probably hear it from outside, it sounded like a drum. Just then, the fog began to dissipate slightly. He finally saw what those things looked like. There really were zombies. But these zombies were very small, only the height of a 5 or 6-year-old child, wearing tattered clothes, with grayish-green skin, and no pupils in their eyes, only 2 pale white lights. Mini zombie. It looks like a regular zombie from the Plants vs. Zombies minigame, but moves slowly and has low health. Although they are not strong, they have the advantage of large numbers and they appear in groups. But the problem is, isn't the new player protection period 7 days? How come these zombies are appearing now? System, come out and take your punishment. As Liu Ji was thinking, the mini-zombies suddenly moved. They all turned around in unison and walked in the same direction. After a few steps, they disappeared into the mist, and the rustling sound gradually faded away. Liu Ji breathed a sigh of relief and leaned against the door, only then realizing that his palms were covered in sweat. That was too dangerous. Although the mini-zombies didn't attack, the feeling of being surrounded was truly terrifying. It's like being targeted by a group of unruly kids. They don't hit you, but they just keep circling around you, which is kind of creepy. Furthermore, why were they here in the first place? And why did they suddenly leave? He reopened the chat channel, and sure enough, people were already discussing it. As Liu Ji scrolled through the messages, he made up his mind. These little zombies were probably attracted by the wooden house, but left reluctantly because of the newbie protection period. It seems this Misty Forest is more dangerous than he imagined, but also more predictable. Right now, he's just a mini zombie, what about in 7 days? He looked down at his firewood. That's it, he asked, pointing at the firewood. Can you even beat a buck-themed zombie? The firewood remained silent. I don't think that will work either, Liu Ji sighed. Well, we'll have to rely on plants. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. First comes food and water. You can't do anything when you're hungry. You can't expect to eat that sun mushroom, can you? Sun-dried mushroom soup. He imagined the scene. Will it glow after eating? No need for lights at night. Liu Ji snapped out of his thoughts and took the testicle out of his pocket. No, he took the seed out again and looked at it once more. The dusty little ball lay quietly in his palm, showing no particular feature. What on earth is this thing, he muttered to himself. If only a money tree could grow here and drop money down on me every day. Liu Ji carefully put it away again, walked to the door, and looked at the 4 shallow pits outside. The sun mushroom was still glowing faintly, and the wooden signs in the 3 empty pits beside it seemed like 3 silent eyes staring at him. The first pit costs 10 silver coins. All right, let's make money first. Liu Ji sighed. He glanced at the thick fog outside, then at the firewood in his hand, and took a deep breath. It's time to go out and see the world. Chapter 4. Liu Ji stood on the threshold, staring at the churning mist outside. Going there might be dangerous. If he doesn't go, he won't even have the strength to fight back when the zombies come in 7 days. Whether I stick my neck out or not, I'll still get killed. Liu Ji gritted his teeth. Since I'm going to die anyway, Liu Ji, will die a full-fledged death. He tucked the piece of firewood into his belt. I must say, this parting really did give off a bit of a wilderness survival vibe. If he were to chew on a blade of grass, coupled with his handsome, book-like face, he could easily be a movie star. Liu Ji opened the beginner's guide and checked the locations of several resource points again. 90 meters due north, there's an abandoned farmland that looks like it's related to food, so I'll go there first. He stepped over the threshold and into the courtyard. When I passed those 4 planting pits, I made a point of stopping to take a look. The sun mushrooms were still diligently shining, while the wooden signs in the 3 empty pits next to them looked particularly shabby in the mist. Once I get the money, the first thing I'll do is fire you all. Liu Ji muttered something to the wooden sign, then pushed open the dilapidated door made of several wooden poles. The door wasn't locked, but it was too light, it wobbled and creaked when pushed, sounding particularly eerie in the silent mist, like the opening sound effect of a horror movie. He poked half his head out to peek outside. The fog was still so thick, visibility was definitely no more than 5 meters. Beyond 5 meters, it was just a grayish-white chaos, and you couldn't see anything at all. Liu Ji swallowed hard. To be honest, he was a little scared. Anyone would be scared in that situation. A person, with nothing at all, venturing into this pitch-black fog, who knows what might be lurking inside? Those many zombies just left not long ago, what if they run into them? But if we don't go out, we'll starve to death. Liu Ji gritted his teeth and stepped out of the courtyard gate. My feet made a soft rustling sound as they stepped on the ground. The soil was fairly firm, with some sparse weeds growing on it, but they were much shorter than the grass in the yard. As Liu Ji walked forward, he kept looking back at his wooden house. After walking about 5 steps, the outline of the wooden house began to blur. After a few more steps, it disappeared completely. Liu Ji stopped and looked back. There was only fog behind me, I couldn't see anything. A chill ran from the solace of my feet straight to the top of my head. His first instinct was to run back, but reason told him that the cabin was right behind him, no more than 10 meters away as the crow flies, and there was still time to turn back. But if he always turns back out of fear, he'll never escape this fog. Liu Ji, we've been through thick and thin, we can't let ourselves be disgraced. He cursed himself. It's just fog, isn't it? It smells just like smog. Yeah, cheer up. Thinking about it that way, I'm not so scared anymore. He continued walking, his eyes fixed on the beginner's navigation map. The little green dot representing him was slowly moving, getting closer and closer to the abandoned farmland marker. 70 meters. 50 meters. 20 meters. Liu Ji slowed his pace and listened intently to the sounds around him. There was no sound at all. It wasn't the kind of quiet that's normal, it was an eerie, deathly stillness. The fog seemed to have sucked away all sound, leaving only the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of my heartbeat was exceptionally clear in my ears. Liu Ji quickened his pace, and after walking for a while, the view suddenly opened up before him. There was still fog, but at least we could see our surroundings clearly. Liu Ji stopped and squinted as he looked ahead. There seems to be a shadow in the fog. He held his breath, gripped the firewood at his waist, and stealthily took a step forward. The shadow grew clearer and clearer. It is humanoid. No, it's not a person. It's a scarecrow? Liu Ji took a few more steps forward and finally saw the thing in its entirety. It really is a scarecrow. A thick wooden stake was driven into the ground, with a short wooden stick tied horizontally across it, forming a cross shape. A tattered grey linen garment was draped over the wooden stake, and a nearly rotten straw hat was worn on its head. The face was sewn from burlap sack pieces, with 2 black dots drawn on it for eyes and a crooked arc for a mouth. This thing, standing there in the mist, looked particularly eerie, like a background actor in some horror movie. Liu Ji circled the scarecrow but found nothing unusual. He reached out and poked the tattered clothes. They were indeed stuffed with straw, dry and crumbling as soon as he poked them. Is this the abandoned farmland? Liu Ji looked behind the scarecrow. There were indeed some traces of field ridges, and mounds of earth could still be seen on the ground, but nothing was planted on them, only some withered weeds. Enveloped in fog, the land looked utterly desolate. He was about to take another step forward when he suddenly kicked something. Liu Ji looked down. A box. A wooden box, about a meter long, lay at the scarecrow's feet, half hidden by weeds. The wood of the box was somewhat rotten, but it was still quite sturdy overall. There were some blurry patterns carved on the surface, and it looked quite old. Liu Ji squatted down and reached out to touch the box. It's cool, a little damp, and has a pitted surface. Just as he was about to open it, a pop-up message appeared in front of him, with blood-red text that sent chills down his spine. Warning: opening treasure chests in the wild may attract nearby zombies. Confirm opening. Confirm enabled cancel. Liu Ji's finger hovered in mid-air, stunned for 2.5 seconds. Then he slowly raised his head, looked at the swirling mist around him, and recalled the scene of those 7 or 8 mini-zombies wandering around the courtyard wall. Those things only left recently. What if they didn't go far at all and are just hiding in the fog? What if opening this box with a loud bang summons all those little creatures? Liu Ji swallowed hard and decisively clicked cancel. Screw that, he cursed as he stood up. I'm not done living yet. My motto is, don't cause trouble, don't be afraid of trouble, and avoid trouble first. The suitcase lid wouldn't open, but he still had to take it with him. He bent down and tried to lift the whole suitcase. AUV, so heavy? Liu Ji tried his best to move the box, but it didn't budge. This thing must have weighed at least several dozen kilograms. For someone as small as him, carrying it back was simply a pipe dream. I reckon he'd collapse after 5 steps. This is FG. Liu Ji was stumped. How am I going to get this huge box back? He stared at the box for a while, Then suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. Wait a minute, this is a game world, right? Don't game worlds have inventory systems? Liu Ji quickly opened the system panel, looked around, and sure enough, found the word backpack. Click in and take a look. Backpack. Current cell count, 10/10. Empty, 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 empty. All 10 squares were empty. Liu Ji stared at the backpack interface, a plan forming in his mind. He turned his gaze back to the wooden box and silently repeated a phrase to himself. Receive. The next second, the wooden crate disappeared. Liu Ji was stunned for a moment, then quickly opened his backpack to take a look. Goodness, there's an extra icon in the first grid, which looks exactly like a small wooden box. A worn-out wooden box. Type, container. Description, an old wooden box, seemingly containing something. Liu Ji's eyes lit up. They really can collect them. He clapped his hands excitedly, stood up, and looked around. The scarecrow was still standing there, its tattered straw hat looking particularly eerie in the mist. But this time Liu Ji found it much more agreeable after all, it was a good comrade who had given him a box. Thanks, Scarecrow brother. Liu Ji cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards the scarecrow, his expression sincere. I'll treat you to a drink sometime. I know you can't drink, but the thought is what counts. The scarecrow remained motionless, its two black dots staring blankly at the ground in front of it, as if looking at something Liu Ji couldn't see. Chapter 5. Liu Ji didn't linger any longer and began wandering around the farmland. According to the map, this abandoned farmland is quite large, at least several acres. But as the name suggests, it is indeed abandoned. Dead weeds were everywhere, and occasionally a few withered plant remains could be seen, their leaves completely dry and crumbling at the slightest touch. Liu Ji squatted down and looked at the withered plants. Withered sunflower. Uncollectible. Note, the plants that Dave once planted have completely withered and died due to the erosion of the mist. No resources can be harvested from them. Dave. Liu Ji was taken aback. That rancher whose brains are eaten every day? He's been here too. He walked around again, but all he saw were weeds. All right, at least I found a box, not a complete loss. As he spoke, he opened the navigation and looked at the next destination, the bamboo forest. It was only 50 meters from the farmland. Liu Ji checked the direction and continued walking. Once you leave the farmland, the surrounding environment changes again. The weeds gradually thinned out, replaced by rows of large, grey-green trees. The ground is covered with fine fallen leaves, which rustle softly underfoot. Some vague outlines began to appear in the mist, long and thin, like bamboo. Liu Ji quickened his pace. After walking a few more steps, he came to a bamboo grove and looked at his surroundings. Although it's called a bamboo forest, it's not actually that big. You can only see a few bamboo stalks in sight, and the rest are swallowed up by the mist. These bamboos were quite different from what he remembered. The bamboo poles weren't emerald green, but a grayish blue, with a watery sheen on the surface, as if they had just been pulled out of the water. Liu Ji reached out and touched it. It was cool, slippery, and had a thin film of water on its surface. He tried tapping the bamboo pole, which produced a dull thump-thump sound, indicating that it was not hollow inside. Liu Ji's gaze lingered on the bamboo pole, and a thought struck him. The next second, a line of information appeared above the bamboo. Yangchuan green bamboo, rare. Type, production plants. Effect, contains abundant water, stored inside the bamboo joints, and can be consumed directly after collection. Current storage, 1000 ml. Status, collectible. Water. Liu Ji was so excited that his hands trembled slightly. He reached out and touched the bamboo pole again, silently chanting in his heart, collect. After about 10 seconds, a change occurred on the bamboo pole. The film of water began to tremble, as if something was flowing within it. Then, the entire bamboo stalk vanished, and 10 bamboo tubes appeared in the backpack. Backpack. 1. A worn-out wooden box. 2. 10 bamboo tubes. 3. Empty. 4. Empty. 5. Empty. 6. Empty. 7. Empty. 8. Empty. 9. Empty. 10. Empty. Liu Ji was taken aback. 10 bamboo tubes? So comfortable. Liu Ji looked at the backpack, and an idea struck him. Suddenly, a cold bamboo joint appeared in his hand. He examined it closely. The bamboo tube was quite well made, with the seals at both ends fitting perfectly, so there was no need to worry about leaks. He tried shaking it, and there was indeed water inside. He could hear a slight gurgling sound. Then he pulled out the bamboo stopper, brought it to his lips, and tilted his head back for a big gulp. The water was cool and had a slight bamboo fragrance. It tasted sweet. Gulp, gulp. 2 bites and a section of bamboo tube is gone. The burning thirst that ran from my throat to my stomach was instantly extinguished, and I felt completely comfortable, with a refreshing coolness emanating from within. Liu Ji let out a long breath, then raised his head, looking at the bamboo forest in front of him. His eyes began to shine. He strode towards the next bamboo stalk. Harvest! Another bamboo stalk disappeared. Next time. 1, 2, 3. Every time you touch a bamboo stalk, 10 bamboo tubes fall into your backpack. The backpack's compartments are filled one after another, all filled with 10 bamboo tubes. Liu Ji was touching the 10th bamboo stalk, preparing to collect it. Data collection failed. Insufficient backpack capacity. Liu Ji was stunned. He opened his backpack and saw that, good heavens, out of the 10 compartments, the remaining 9 were filled with bamboo tubes, except for the wooden box in the first compartment. 90 bamboo tubes. 9 liters of water. If you drink it sparingly, it will last for more than a week. Liu Ji stared at the backpack interface, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. But he quickly calmed down. The backpack was full, and there were still at least a dozen bamboo stalks to harvest. Once we get back and put the bamboo tubes down to make room, we can come back and collect the rest. It's settled then. Just as Liu Ji was about to turn around and walk back, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something at his feet. He looked down and saw a few small, grayish-brown things, unlike, hidden among the fallen leaves at the base of the bamboo stalk he hadn't managed to harvest. Liu Ji squatted down, reached out and brushed aside the leaves. They were seeds. It's shaped somewhat like an ear of wheat, but much smaller, about the size of a little fingernail, with a fine layer of down on the surface. It's grayish-brown in color, almost blending into the soil. Liu Ji picked up the few small things and placed them in his palm. The next second, the information appeared. Rare bamboo seeds, Yangchuan, ×5. Type, seeds, production plants. Cooking time, 6 hours. Effect, planting this will yield a spring-generating green bamboo. Note, seeds can be grown in planting holes or flower pots. Liu Ji stared at the line of text, stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then he laughed. Seed. The 3 empty pits by the door are still beckoning to him. Liu Ji carefully stuffed the seeds into his pocket. His backpack was full, so he had to keep them close to his body for now. Then he stood up, took one last look at the bamboo grove, and turned to walk back. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and waved to the bamboo forest. Wait for me. Next time I'll come back and harvest you all. Not a single one will be left. Liu Ji turned around again, satisfied, opened the new user navigation, and prepared to return the way he came. On the map, the small green dot representing him is at the edge of the bamboo forest. The wooden house is to his left and slightly ahead, about 100 meters away as the crow flies. Liu Ji determined the direction and walked into the fog. After walking about 50 meters, he suddenly stopped. Wrong. He checked the navigation, his location was correct, his direction was right, and the cabin should be just ahead. But something still felt off. It's too quiet. It was just as quiet when I arrived, but now there seems to be something different about that quiet. Liu Ji pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Breathing sounds. It wasn't his own breathing. Not far behind him, something was breathing. It was very light and slow, but it was definitely breathing. A layer of white sweat instantly broke out on Liu Ji's back. He didn't dare turn around. He stood there, gripping the firewood at his waist, his heart pounding as if it would jump out of his throat. The sound of breathing was still behind me. 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. Liu Ji took a deep breath and suddenly turned around. There was nothing in the fog. Only a grayish-white mist was slowly swirling. Liu Ji stared at the fog for a full 10 seconds. The breathing stopped, and the surroundings returned to that deathly silence. It wasn't a misperception. He knew perfectly well what was going on. He quickened his pace, almost running towards the cabin. The navigation showed he was getting closer and closer. 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters. When they were 10 meters apart, Liu Ji suddenly saw a blurry outline ahead. The outline of the wooden house. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickened his pace. The next moment, he finally saw the dilapidated courtyard gate, the 4 planting pits inside the gate, and the sun mushroom that was still glowing in the pit. Liu Ji rushed into the courtyard, slammed the gate shut behind him, and leaned against the door, panting heavily. We're safe now. It took him a while to calm his racing heart. Then he looked up at everything in the yard. A dilapidated wooden house, a broken fence, a broken gate, and that glowing mushroom. I've never felt these things so familiar. Chapter 6. Liu Ji grinned. I'm back, he said to the air, his voice filled with the relief of surviving a near-death experience. I actually came back alive. He walked over to the sun mushroom, squatted down, and took a look. The mushrooms were still glowing, and the wooden signs in the 3 empty pits next to them remained unchanged, stuck there waiting for him to put in his money. Liu Ji took out the 5 green bamboo seeds from his pocket, rolled them in his palm, then stood up, pushed open the door of the wooden house, and went inside. The haystacks and the iron table were still there. Liu Ji plopped down on the haystack and let out a long sigh. Then he opened his backpack, stared at the icon on the wooden crate, and his eyes lit up. Let me see what treasures are inside. He took a deep breath, and with a thought. He took the wooden crate out of his backpack and placed it on the open ground in front of him with a thud. Liu Ji stared at the wooden box in front of him and rubbed his hands together. Baby, baby, baby. He muttered, gripping the lid of the box with both hands, taking a deep breath, and forcefully lifting it up. The instant the lid was lifted, a dazzling white light burst forth from the box, instantly illuminating the entire wooden house. The light was so bright it was blinding, so blue it made Liu Ji instinctively squint, his mind filled with only one thought. Holy crap! This is incredible! It's absolutely incredible! The white light flowed back and forth in the room, illuminating the 4 walls, and lasted for a full 3 seconds before gradually dissipating. Liu Ji's heart was pounding, and his hands were trembling. This is even more extravagant than the colorful lights from this morning's lottery. What level of treasure could be inside? Legendary? Epic? He eagerly leaned closer and peered into the box. Then he froze. The box contained several items neatly arranged, 3 dusty seeds, a small pile of shiny coins, and 10 bulging little cloth bags. That's all. That's it. Liu Ji rubbed his eyes and peered into the box again, confirming there was no second layer of concealment. The bottom of the box was just ordinary wooden planks, without even a pattern. He reached out and scooped out the 3 seeds, examining them in his palm. Sunflower seeds X3. Type: seeds, production plants. Cooking time: 1 hour. Effect: planting sunflowers will yield sunflowers. Sunflowers absorb sunlight and convert it into sunlight value. They can be harvested once every 24 hours. The expectation on Liu Ji's face visibly vanished. Sunflowers. He stared at the 3 seeds, his expression like he'd swallowed a live fly. That's it. That's it. He remembered seeing that unlucky guy in the chat channel before, who drew a sunflower and could only produce 5 points of sunlight a day, and was mercilessly mocked by a group of people. At the time, he was secretly gloating, but the tables had turned, spinning faster than a top. I risked being eaten by zombies all the way back to bring back a box. Liu Ji accused the seeds in the box. The box I opened was glowing, and this is what you give me? A sunflower? What's the use of a sunflower in this god-forsaken place? The seed lay quietly in his palm, utterly innocent. Liu Ji took a deep breath, reassuring himself, it's okay, there are other things too, not all of them are trash. These 3 seeds are just an appetizer, the real good stuff is yet to come. He set the seeds aside and reached in to scoop up the shiny coins. 50 silver coins. Type: currency. Note: used to purchase various items in the trading post, and also to unlock planting slots, upgrade buildings, etc. Liu Ji's eyes lit up slightly. 50 silver coins? This thing is actually somewhat useful. Those 4 stalls by the entrance, the second one costs 10 silver coins, the third one costs 50 silver coins. That's enough to open the second one, I'm still 10 silver coins short to open the third. Well, having money is always a good thing. He carefully put away the silver coins, then looked at the 10 small cloth bags. Fertilizer X10. Type: consumable. Effect: when used on immature crops, it can slightly shorten the ripening time. Note: I'll let you in on a little secret, fertilizing your sun mushrooms can have unexpected benefits. Liu Ji's gaze fell on the words unexpected effect. He picked up a bag of fertilizer, it felt heavy in his hand. He didn't know what was inside, but it smelled faintly earthy, which was quite pleasant. Then he glanced at the sun mushroom outside the door. Give it a try. He took the fertilizer to the yard, squatted down next to the sun mushrooms, tore open a bag, and sprinkled the grayish-brown powder inside into the pit according to the instructions. The next second, the sun mushroom began to tremble violently. Immediately afterwards, the entire mushroom swelled up at a visible speed, as if it had been inflated. The cap grew larger and the stem thickened. In just a dozen seconds, the sun mushroom, which was originally only the size of a palm, grew to the size of 2 palms. Liu Ji stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape. He quickly opened the identification tool and looked at the mushroom again. Giant sun-dried mushroom. Type: production plants. Effect: absorbs trace amounts of light from the surrounding environment and converts them into sunlight. Can be harvested once a day, yielding 50 sunlight points each time. Liu Ji's mouth gaped open even wider. 50 points. It doubled. He squatted there, staring at the enhanced sunshroom, his eyes sparkling. At 50 points a day, the cabin can be upgraded the day after tomorrow. Liu Ji was so excited that his hands were trembling. He looked back into the room. There were still 9 bags of fertilizer lying there. 9 bags. If each bag can double the yield of a single plant, wouldn't his little yard take off? He suddenly remembered the 3 sunflower seeds. Wait a minute, sunflowers only produce 5 points of sunlight per day. If fertilizer is used, will that double to 10 points? Forget it, the instructions seem to only work on sunshrooms, so I'd better not plant sunflowers and save the slot for that mystery seed. But the most important thing now is to start the project. Liu Ji walked to the second pit and reached out to touch the wooden sign marked with an X. Should I spend 10 silver coins to unlock the second planting slot? Whether? Liu Ji clicked yes without hesitation. 10 silver coins were automatically deducted from the backpack, the wooden plaque flashed, and then disappeared in a flash of light. The once empty pit began to stir, as if something was awakening within it. A few seconds later, the pit returned to calm, becoming a perfectly round pit, exactly the same size as the pit containing the sun mushroom. The second planting slot has been unlocked. Currently available planting quantity, 2/4. Liu Ji looked at the new pit and nodded in satisfaction. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out the dusty, grey seed. It's the seed I won in the lottery. He'd kept this seed close to his body since morning, but he had no idea what it was. The system says that you need to plant it before you can see its true appearance. Now that we have the planting spots, we might as well plant it. Liu Ji squatted down, carefully buried the seeds in the hole, and covered them with soil. Then he stared at the pit, waiting to see what would happen. 3 seconds later, a message box popped up. Planting successful. Crop, money tree, myth. Type, special plant category. Effect, once mature, it will drop Dave's lucky bag daily. Status, remaining ripening time, 6 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Replenishment. It really is a cash cow. Then Liu Ji stared at the 6 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes for a full 5 seconds. He spoke. Is this a robbery? Chapter 7. He glanced at it again. It is indeed 6 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Does this lousy tree take a full 7 days to mature? Liu Ji's expression gradually twisted. He looked down at the 9 bags of fertilizer still in his hand, then at the tiny sprout that had just emerged from the soil. It was just 2 small, green leaves, trembling precariously in the mist, looking rather pitiful. 7 days? Liu Ji squatted there and said to the little sprout. Do you even know what day it is in 7 days? It's a zombie horde. I was counting on you to drop a lucky bag and turn things around, and now you're going to take 7 days to cook? By the time you're cooked, the zombies will have twisted my head off and used it as a football. The little creature continued to tremble in the mist, as if saying, what's the rush? Take your time. Liu Ji took a deep breath and reassured himself, it's okay, we have fertilizer. He pulled out a bag of fertilizer, tore it open, and scattered it into the pit. The powder fell, and the tender sprout trembled. Then a message box popped up. Fertilizer application successful. Money tree maturation time reduced by 2 hours. Current remaining ripening time, 6 days, 21 hours and 59 minutes. Liu Ji. He stared at the phrase shortened by 2 hours, then at 6 days, 21 hours and 59 minutes, and his lips began to twitch. 2 hours. His voice shrill. 1 bag of fertilizer down, and you're going to cut it to 2 hours. He did the math, 1 bag of fertilizer reduces the time by 2 hours, and 12 bags of fertilizer are needed for a 24-hour day. He has 9 bags of fertilizer, and using them all would reduce the time by 18 hours. 18 hours. For 7 days, it's just a drizzle. Fine, he said through gritted teeth, you're the boss, I'll treat you like royalty, okay. Liu Ji stood there, looking at the 8 bags of fertilizer remaining in his hand, then at the tender buds of the money tree. He was about to pour the remaining bag of fertilizer into the fertilizer when his hand suddenly stopped. Etc. This lousy game has even come up with mythical plants, who knows what other weird and wonderful items it might have. What if there were something that could ripen crops with a single click? You almost tricked me, he muttered. The fertilizer's gone after it's used up. What if I found an hourglass or something tomorrow? Liu Ji thought about it and it made more and more sense. He put the fertilizer away and turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back and pointed at the little sprout, saying, if you don't drop a treasure for me when the time comes, I'll chop you down and use you as firewood." The tender buds continued to tremble. Liu Ji stormed back into the house, plopped down on a pile of hay, and opened the system panel. He checked the chat channel first. As soon as he entered, he realized something was wrong. Regional channel. Jiang Wei, did you check the head count? More than 200 people are missing. Wang Shun, I checked, it was 9,999 this morning, now it's 9,721. That means there were 278 people today, and that's it. Liu Ji's heart skipped a beat when he saw the number 9,721. 278 people, gone in a single day. He remembered the breathing sound he had heard on his way back, and a chill ran down his spine again. Luckily, I ran fast. Li Na, what do you mean? What do you mean by gone? Did you quit the game? Or? Wang Gang, are you stupid? Can you quit this game? You'd definitely die. Northeast Xiao Kuai, holy crap, that was terrifying. I stayed in the yard all day and didn't dare go anywhere else. Zhang Xiaobai, I didn't go out either. But I'm so thirsty and hungry. Does anyone know where I can find water? Warrior Jing, water? We've found a river, though. Warrior Jing, about 200 meters northwest of my cabin, there's a fairly wide river with a rather rapid current. But... Li Na, but what? Tell me quickly, I'm so impatient. Warrior Jing, but the water in this river is grayish-black, and the land along the river bank is also grayish-black, with bubbles rising to the surface. I checked it with the system. Warrior Jing, the water source is polluted. The land, eroded by the mist, even the river water carries the mist's toxicity, drinking it will cause poisoning. The land along the river is also barren. Wang Shun, damn, isn't this just playing games? Giving you a river, but not letting you drink from it. Upon seeing this, Liu Ji felt a surge of smugness return. The river water was undrinkable, but his backpack contained a solid 9 liters of sweet bamboo perfume. Moreover, there are still at least a dozen bamboo stalks left in that bamboo grove that haven't been picked. What is a strategic resource? This is what a strategic resource is. He continued reading with a smug look on his face. Just then, a golden announcement suddenly appeared at the top of the regional channel. World Will announcement. Congratulations to all players from Earth for successfully completing your first day on the PVZ continent. The trading post is now officially open. Players can freely buy and sell various items using silver coins. The trading post is categorized as follows: seeds, food, equipment, treasures, consumables, and others. Each category has specific subcategories for easy access to the items players need. Special note: nighttime in the Misty Forest is far more dangerous than daytime. Players are advised to stay in their cabins at night and avoid venturing out. Unknown creatures in the mist are unusually active at night, and they are extremely sensitive to light and sound. Good night everyone. Trading house. In other words, he can buy things from others and sell things to others. The announcement caused the chat channel to explode. Jiang Wei, trading post. Finally, a trading post. I have a big P here, anyone want it? Li Jingjing, does anyone sell water? I haven't left the house all day, I'm dying of thirst. Zhang Tianxi, I planted 2 street light shrubs, they've just ripened. These things look like lanterns and can be hung indoors for lighting, and they also have some heat retaining effect. Anyone want them? Selling cheap. Street light flower. Type, functional plant. Effect, illuminates fog, continues to glow for 24 hours after harvesting, illumination range approximately 5 to 15 meters. Also slightly increases the surrounding temperature. Chapter 8. Zhang Xiaobai, Tianxi, you're awesome. This thing is so useful. It's so reassuring to have a light on when it's dark at night. Zhang Wei, I've listed P tokens on the exchange, feel free to check them out if you are interested. Wu Gang, holy crap, Zhang Wei, are you robbing me? 50 silver coins for a single pea? Are your peas made of gold? Even cabbages on the trading post only cost 60 silver coins. Zhang Wei, Wu Gang, what you're saying? Cabbage is cabbage, and peas are peas. These are giant peas from the pea shooter, the size of a fist. One pea is enough to fill you up halfway. Is 50 silver coins expensive? Not at all. Li Jingjing, the size of a fist, so selling Viagra for 50 silver coins is actually quite reasonable. After all, between starving and spending money, I'd choose to spend money. Liu Ji thoughtfully opened the trading post and quickly browsed the categories: seeds, agricultural products, equipment, treasures, blueprints. He clicked on each one and looked at them one by one. Production seeds, only sunflower seeds are currently available for sale. Offensive seeds, pea shooter, cabbage pult, but they're ridiculously expensive. Defensive seeds, no one has uploaded them. Functional seeds, street lamp flower seeds, water lily seeds. There is one street lamp flower seed, showing for sale. 1. Click-to price, 80 silver coins, seller is Zhang Tianxi. Liu Ji stroked his chin. Zhang Tianxi has quite a few street lights, he's planted 2, and there are still extra seeds to sell on the trading platform. He exited the seed category and clicked on agricultural products. The agricultural products category has many subcategories: vegetables, fruits, water resources, medicines, others. Liu Ji clicked on water resources. Wow, I saw over a dozen listings as soon as I went in. Most of them were the same item. Cactus meat. Type: vegetables/water resources. Effects: it can satisfy hunger after consumption, and the pulp is rich in water, approximately 50 ml. Liu Ji was stunned. Cactus meat? There are cacti in the Misty Forest? He scratched his head, recalling the trees he had seen in the fog that day. They were all grayish-green and twisted, and he hadn't seen any with thorns. But then I thought about it again, and realized that this game can't be explained by science. He glanced at the price of the cactus meat. Most of it cost only 10 to 30 silver coins. The problem is, this stuff only contains 50 ml of water. In comparison, his bamboo sap is sweet and refreshing, with a hint of bamboo fragrance, definitely much better than that cactus meat. Liu Ji took out 8 bamboo tubes and placed them inside, his finger hovering over the pricing bar, but he hesitated to enter any numbers. 40 silver coins, he muttered to himself, isn't that too cheap? He recalled those merchant players he used to play online games with. The initial prices were always the most chaotic. Selling now would most likely amount to selling at a bargain price. But he needs to know the market's capacity to absorb it, and how many people are willing to pay for water. Liu Ji gritted his teeth, typed 40, and put a batch on the shelves first. Just 8 sections, he said, staring at the screen. What to do with the rest? We not only need to check the market tomorrow, but water is also essential for survival, he needs to drink it himself. We need to prepare at least 3 or 4 days worth, just in case we can't find a water source tomorrow or the day after. It would be truly foolish to drive yourself to the point of having no water to drink just for silver coins. Listing successful. Your item is now listed on the trading platform. Current shelf quantity, 8/8. Unlock shelves 9 to 12, requires 100 silver coins. Liu Ji looked at the 8 lit-up shelves, then left the trading house and glanced at the sky outside. Actually, you can't tell anything from it. The fog was still thick, and the grayish-white light shone down from above, making it no different from daytime. But he noticed one thing. The light seemed to dim. Like the sun setting at dusk. Liu Ji's heart skipped a beat. He recalled what the announcement had said, the fog at night is far more dangerous than during the day. He checked the time again. There was a small clock in the upper right corner of the system panel displaying the current time. 16:02. 4:02 p.m. Liu Ji calculated that he had transmigrated at around 10 a.m., and it had been exactly 6 hours since then. In other words, the daytime in the Misty Forest is only 6 hours? So the remaining 18 hours are all night? He swallowed hard and glanced subconsciously at the walls of the wooden hut. The dilapidated hut was drafty on all sides, with dried moss filling the cracks, and in some places, even a sliver of light could be seen filtering in from outside. What can this kind of house keep out? Probably not even a stray dog. Liu Ji lay down on the haystack, preparing to take a nap. Although it's pitch black outside, and those pale eyes might still be shimmering in the fog, food is essential for survival. We're out of food now, and I'll be exhausted if I miss a meal. He was just about to close his eyes. The system button flashed briefly. Liu Ji squinted and clicked on it, wondering who it could be at this hour. Chapter 9. Liu Ruyan sent a private message. Liu Ruyan, image. Liu Ji paused for a moment, then clicked on the image. Goodness! A photo of long, white legs, taken at a tricky angle with ambiguous lighting. What should be revealed is revealed, and what shouldn't be revealed is also subtly shown. Liu Ruyan in the photo is wearing a... Wait, are those pajamas? Where would pajamas come from in this misty forest? Liu Ruyan, brother Liu Ji, I heard you have a bamboo tube? Could you lend me a section? I'm so thirsty, my throat is practically burning QAQ. Liu Ji stared at the photo for 3 seconds. Then I looked at it for another 3 seconds. Then I quietly turned off private messages. Anything goes. He sneered. Trying to pull off a scheme against me, Liu Ji, without any investment? Who doesn't know I, Liu Ji, am a gentleman? Although he had to admit, those legs were indeed quite white. But these days, can you eat white legs? Liu Ji rolled his eyes and prepared to go back to sleep. Bite. Another private message. Liu Ji sighed and clicked to take a look. Xiao Baihu, Liu Ji, do you still have any bamboo tubes? The 8 in the trading house were all gone, I just saw them and they were gone QAQ. Liu Ji was stunned. They're all gone? He quickly opened the trading platform and took a look. Your item is sold out. Bamboo tube X8 price, 40 silver coins / each total income, 320 silver coins. Transaction fees deducted, 0 silver coins, no transaction fees during the new player protection period. Actual amount received, 320 silver coins. Current silver coins, 360. Liu Ji's lips began to curl upwards. 360 silver coins. How long has it been? All 8 bamboo tubes sold out? Liu Ji replied to Xiao Baihu's message. Liu Ji, yes, do you want it? Xiao Baihu, I want to. I really want to. Liu Ji, okay, I'll put it on sale now. Xiao Baihu, no, boss, I want to trade you some items. After thinking for a moment, Liu Ji sent a message to Xiao Baihu. Liu Ji, do you have any fertilizer? Xiao Baihu, fertilizer? Yeah, I have over a dozen bags. What do you need that for, boss? Liu Ji was secretly delighted. Liu Ji, useful. Xiao Baihu, no, are you serious, boss? Fertilizer is completely useless now. Liu Ji, what do you mean? Xiao Baihu, look, now everyone has limited space, so they only use 1 bag of fertilizer for the mushrooms at most. The plants generally mature in just 1 or 2 hours, they sleep through the night and wake up fully mature. Who uses fertilizer to accelerate ripening? Xiao Baihu, besides, fertilizer in the trading post has dropped to 5 silver coins a bag. It's just gathering dust at home. Upon seeing this, Liu Ji frowned. He opened the trading post and found the consumables, fertilizer category. 129 bags available. Goodness! Fertilizer X8 price, 7 silver coins / bag seller, Wang Shun. Fertilizer X9 price, 8 silver coins / bag seller, Pu Xiao Piao. Fertilizer X8 price, 5 silver coins / bag seller, Zhang Wei. Liu Ji glanced at the list and silently began to calculate in his mind. They sell for 5 silver coins a bag, and there are more than 20 bags in total. Buying them all would cost more than 100 silver coins. As for those costing 7 or 8 silver coins, or even more, the cost effectiveness is too low. At most, you can only buy 30 bags. Even if you use all the silver coins you have, it won't be enough to accelerate ripening. He opened his backpack and looked at the 8 bags of fertilizer left inside, then at the tender little sprout of the money tree. Other people's plants ripen in an hour or two, but this guy's takes 7 days. Liu Ji took a deep breath and told himself, "Don't get angry, don't get angry. Our tree is special. Special trees naturally need to grow slowly. Slow and steady wins the race, and slow and steady wins the race." He read it 3 times before he could suppress the urge to uproot the tree. "Liu Ji, how about this, 15 bags of fertilizer for 1 section of bamboo tube, okay?" "Xiao Baiyu. Xiao Baiyu, are you serious, boss? Fertilizer is 5 silver coins a bag now, 15 bags would be 75 silver coins, and you're charging 40 silver coins for it in bamboo tubes? That's a huge price difference. Liu Ji, then do the math yourself. Fertilizer isn't selling, and it's just taking up shelf space. You might as well exchange it for some drinkable water. Besides, my bamboo tubes are a rare resource, I'm the only one selling bamboo tubes in the entire trading market." "Xiao Baiyu, that won't work either, 15 bags for 1 is too expensive. I have 19 bags of fertilizer, how about I trade you 2? "Liu Ji, wouldn't it be better if I just listed the 2 bamboo tubes at 50 silver coins each, then resold them to buy 20 bags of fertilizer? Why don't you just buy them with silver coins?" "Xiao Baiyu, that's true. Xiao Baiyu, wait, let me see how many silver coins I have left." A few seconds passed. "Xiao Baiyu, boss, I'm out of silver coins QAQ. Xiao Baiyu, I just unlocked my 4th slot today, and it emptied my pockets. Now I'm penniless." Liu Ji was taken aback. He stared at the words 4th pit, his pupils dilating slightly. "The 4th stall? Liu Ji, oh, I forgot to ask, how many bamboo tubes do you want to buy?" "Xiao Baiyu, I want 20. Liu Ji almost choked on his own saliva. 20? Is this girl crazy? "Liu Ji, what do you need so many for?" "To drink during the new year." "Xiao Baiyu, it's not about drinking. Anyway, it's useful to me. Are you going to switch or not?" Liu Ji's eyes darted around. "Useful? What use could it possibly be? Forget it, I'll worry about that for now. As long as I can make money, that's all that matters." "Liu Ji, what can you trade for 20 bamboo tubes? Those 19 bags of fertilizer are far from enough." "Xiao Baiyu, I have something else. Wait, I'll send it to you." The next second, Liu Ji's private message interface started flashing wildly. "Xiao Baiyu, cabbage X3. Xiao Baiyu, PX1. Xiao Baiyu, cactus meat X9. Xiao Baiyu, water lily seeds X4. Xiao Baiyu, street lamp flower seeds X2. Xiao Baiyu, insecticide, rare, ×1. Xiao Baiyu, flower pot, rare, ×1. Looking at these shared posts, Liu Ji swallowed hard. Holy crap! This woman is definitely rich. Liu Ji clicked on them one by one. Cabbage. Type, food, vegetables. Effect, cabbage pitcher product, edible, highly satiating. Liu Ji nodded. This thing was good, he hadn't eaten anything all day. Water lily seeds. Type: functional plant seeds. Effect: planting this will yield water lilies, providing a platform for growing aquatic plants. Note: this method requires water for planting. Planting in land-based pits requires a large water supply. There's no water area yet, so it's not needed for the time being. The next one is: streetlights are blooming. He had just seen this at the trading post. Zhang Tianxi had listed it for 80 silver coins. Next. Insecticide, rare. Type: consumable. Effects: when used on plants suffering from pests or diseases, it can cure the symptoms and enhance the plant's resistance. When used on healthy plants, it can be used as a preventative measure, providing continuous protection against pests and diseases for 72 hours. Note: bugs. They don't exist. One spray, and the world is peaceful. Pests and diseases? This thing is practically plant insurance. It can also be used as a preventative measure. He quickly opened the trading platform and searched for insecticide. Search results. Available for sale, 0. Nobody's selling. It's incredibly hard to find. Liu Ji swallowed hard, his heart starting to race. Flower pot, rare. Type: functional plant. Effect: can be placed indoors or outdoors, serving as an additional planting space. Only one plant can be planted per pot. Note: not enough planting space? Use flower pots. Aquatic plants and special plants cannot be planted. Liu Ji stared at this extra planting spot, his heart starting to race. He remembered the 4 holes in the ground outside his door. If he had flower pots, he could plant a plant inside. No need to wait to unlock the 5th hole. Moreover, the flower pot is of rare quality. He quickly opened the trading platform and searched for flower pot. Search results, 0. Another item that the trading house doesn't have. Liu Ji took a deep breath to calm his excited emotions. Liu Ji, these things of yours are all quite good. You want 20 bamboo tubes, right? Xiao Baiyu, yes. Liu Ji began to make plans in his mind. 20 bamboo tubes, at the price he was charging, were equivalent to 800 silver coins. Among Xiao Baiyu's items, there are 4 water lily seeds. Based on market price, they could probably sell for. I don't know, but with over 9,000 people in the chat channel, maybe someone needs them. There are 2 street lamp flower seeds. Zhang Tianxi paid 80 for each, so the total cost for both is 160. 3 cabbages, one of which is enough for a meal, must cost at least 50 yuan each, right? Pesticides are rare and difficult to value. Flower pots are rare. It's said that unlocking the 4th slot costs 200 silver coins. What about the 5th and 6th slots? 500 silver coins? 1,000 silver coins? 2,000 silver coins? Flower pots will definitely become more valuable over time. These items combined are worth far more than 800 silver coins. But he can't be too enthusiastic, he has to negotiate a lower price. Chapter 10. Liu Ji, 20 bamboo tubes are a bit much. Do you know where I got these bamboo tubes? Xiao Baiyu, how did you get here? Liu Ji, this afternoon I went exploring and found a few bamboo stalks. I risked being eaten by zombies, crawling and scrambling through the fog, almost getting lost and unable to find my way back. On my way back, I felt something following me. Its breathing was right behind my head. It scared me so much I almost wet my pants. Xiao Baiyu. Liu Ji, besides, this bamboo is a one-time use resource, once it's harvested, it's gone. I risked my life for this water. Xiao Baiyu remained silent for a few seconds. Xiao Baiyu, that does sound quite dangerous. Liu Ji, that's right. So every section of this bamboo tube is earned with blood and sweat. I need to see if it's worth it for you to trade these things for it. Xiao Baihu, then how do you suggest we change it? Liu Ji pretended to be deep in thought for a while. Liu Ji, okay, give me the flower pot, the insecticide, 1 cabbage, and the rest of the fertilizer. You said you had 19 bags? Give me all of them. These 4 will get me 20 bamboo tubes in return. Xiao Baihu remained silent. Liu Ji stared at the screen, feeling a little uneasy. Isn't this condition a bit too harsh? Flower pots and pesticides and cabbage plus 19 bags of fertilizer, exchanged for 20 bamboo tubes. Leaving aside the flower pots, the rare quality pesticides alone are worth several hundred, the cabbage is worth 40, and the 19 bags of fertilizer, at 5 silver coins per bag, are worth 95. Would Xiao Baihu agree? A full minute passed. Xiao Baihu, boss, this is robbery. Liu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that he hadn't been directly rejected meant there was still a chance. Liu Ji, how is this robbery? Think about it, what we lack most right now is water. Liu Ji, flower pots aren't available in the trading market now, but that might change in the future. Besides, do you really need one? You already have 4 slots, isn't that enough? Flower pots are icing on the cake, but water is essential. Xiao Baihu, but, this is too expensive. Liu Ji, then how do you suggest we change it? Xiao Baihu remained silent for a while. Xiao Baihu, here's the flower pot, 1 cabbage, and 19 bags of fertilizer. In exchange, I'll give you 20 sections of bamboo tube. I'll keep the insecticide. Liu Ji was overjoyed at the prospect of success, but he couldn't show it on his face. Although Xiao Baihu couldn't see it either. Liu Ji, 20 bamboo tubes are worth nearly 1,000 silver coins. Are your things worth 1,000 silver coins? He's betting that Xiao Baihu's brain will overload. There was a few seconds of silence on Xiao Baihu's end. At this moment, she was calculating in her mind, this cabbage trading post was listing them for 30 or 40. 19 bags of fertilizer would be worth at most 100 silver coins. 1,000 minus 140. Flower pots may be rare, but can they really sell for 860? A few seconds later, Xiao Baihu's message arrived. Xiao Baihu, you're right. Liu Ji almost burst out laughing. This girl was actually doing the math? Xiao Baihu, I did the math. Someone just offered 300 for the flower pots, but I didn't sell them. Cabbages are 40 each, and fertilizer is 100 each, so, it seems like it's definitely not enough for 1,000. Liu Ji suppressed a laugh, waiting for her to continue. Xiao Baihu, what should I do? I really need water. Should I add some streetlight flower seeds? Just as Liu Ji was about to reply, Xiao Baihu sent another message. Xiao Baihu, fine, you're right, I got the better deal. How about we just forget about it, I'll take less. Liu Ji looked at it and exclaimed, this won't do. Why let a duck that's already in your mouth fly away? He quickly typed. Liu Ji, fine, let's just leave it at that. You got off easy. Xiao Baihu? Really? Liu Ji, really? I'll trade 20 bamboo tubes for a flower pot, a cabbage, and 19 bags of fertilizer. Consider it me making a friend. Xiao Baihu replied instantly. Xiao Baihu, boss. You're so kind. Wah, I've met a good person. Liu Ji, but I have one condition. Xiao Baihu, what are the conditions? Tell me. Liu Ji, don't use up all your insecticide. If my plants get pests or diseases later, I'll have to borrow it. Xiao Baihu, hey? That's it. Liu Ji, that's it. Xiao Baihu, sure. No problem. Anyway, none of my plants are sick right now, so I might as well keep them. Just let me know whenever you need them. Liu Ji nodded in satisfaction. This is a true win-win situation. Liu Ji found the trade button in the private message interface. After clicking it, he could select Initiate Trade and enter the other party's ID to create a trade window. Liu Ji, okay, what's your number? Xiaobai, CN 0020005428. Liu Ji entered the transaction number and clicked Initiate Transaction. A few seconds later, a trade window popped up. The window was divided into two halves, the left side showed his inventory, and the right side was empty, waiting for the other party to add items. Xiaobai's avatar lit up, and then something started appearing on the right. Flower pot, rare, ×1. Cabbage x2. Street lamp flower seed ×1. Tier 1 fertilizer x19. Liu Ji swallowed hard and dragged 20 bamboo tubes from his backpack to the left. Bamboo tubes x20. Both of them clicked confirm at the same time. Transaction successful. The next second, flower pots, 2 cabbages, a seed, and 19 bags of fertilizer appeared in Liu Ji's room. He was about to close the trading window when he suddenly paused. Etc. Cabbage? Seeds? Looking at the 2 round cabbages in his backpack, Liu Ji's lips unconsciously curled up. That girl, he muttered, she's pretty good at handling things. To be honest, flower pots are extremely rare these days, and based on that transaction, he already made a killing. After thinking for a moment, Liu Ji sent a message to Xiaobai. Liu Ji, oh, right, you gave me an extra cabbage and a seed. Xiaobai replied instantly. Xiaobai, hehe, you found out. Consider it a thank you for taking care of me, boss. Looking at the message, Liu Ji suddenly realized that his earlier thoughts of making a killing were a bit petty. The girl was genuinely kind in giving him so much, but he's calculating things like this. Liu Ji, thanks. Let me know if you need any help in the future. Xiaobai, okay. Good night, boss. Liu Ji closed the private message and leaned against the haystack when his stomach suddenly growled. He then realized that he had been up all night and hadn't eaten dinner yet. Perfect. He took a cabbage out of his backpack, held it in his hands, and examined it for a moment. This thing is quite sturdy, similar to a cabbage on Earth, but bigger and greener, a bright, glossy green that looks very appetizing. Liu Ji tried to break off a leaf. A crisp sound. The leaves are fresh and crisp, with a little sap seeping from the cut surface. They have a sweet, refreshing smell, somewhat like lettuce, but with a unique, fresh aroma. He took a bite. Crisp and sweet. The juice burst in his mouth, carrying a refreshing herbal aroma, more delicious than any vegetable he had ever eaten. Holy crap, Liu Ji mumbled, chewing on a piece of vegetable, this stuff is so delicious. He broke off another piece and continued eating. One after another. He ate a cabbage, leaving only the heart, in just 10 minutes. Liu Ji patted his stomach and let out a burp. One of these is equivalent to a meal, and that's no exaggeration. My stomach was full, but sleepiness immediately washed over me. Liu Ji rummaged through the haystack and lay down. There were still rustling sounds outside, but they seemed farther away. The sun mushroom was still glowing, flickering in the darkness. Liu Ji stared at the pale golden halo through the crack in the door, his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Good night, mushroom, he muttered. Then she fell into a deep sleep. That night, he had a dream. In his dream, the money tree had grown into a towering giant, laden with golden lucky bags, so dazzling they blinded him. He stood beneath the tree, reaching out to pick one, and just as he touched a lucky bag, the lucky bag exploded. A zombie jumped out, its mouth agape, and lunged at him. Holy crap! Liu Ji suddenly opened his eyes. It was still dark outside, the sun mushrooms were still glowing, and the rustling sounds continued. He touched his chest, his heart was pounding. Damn, even my dreams are this exciting, he muttered, turning over to continue sleeping. Chapter 11. The night was deep, but Xiao Baihu did not sleep. She stood in the courtyard, looking through the rickety wooden gate at the mist in front of the house. Something is moving in the fog. A grayish-black silhouette, indistinct and shadowy, drifted slowly through the mist. Occasionally, a pair of pale eyes would turn and glance in the direction of her courtyard before looking away again. At least 20 or 30 zombies were just wandering around outside her yard. Xiao Baihu yawned. Are you scared? To be honest, I'm not that scared. This afternoon when she raided that zombie nest, she wasn't worried at all facing over 30 mini-zombies, so what's a little more fear of these? They won't come in during the newbie protection period. Xiao Baihu looked at them, with only one thought in her mind, can't you guys find somewhere else to hang out? What's with blocking the doorway? I'm going out tomorrow. She rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay attention to the zombies anymore, and turned to look at the 4 planting holes in the yard. The first hole, a giant sunshroom, lying peacefully in the mud. The second planting, a street lamp plant. 2 tender green leaves have already sprouted from the soil, with a faint glow at the tip, like a small night light that isn't fully charged yet. She planted it this afternoon after returning from her outing. Street light flower. Remaining ripening time, 1 hour 34 minutes. Function, illuminates fog, continues to glow for 24 hours after harvesting, illuminates an area of approximately 5 to 10 square meters. Also slightly increases the surrounding temperature. Xiao Baihu nodded. This thing is useful. Once it's ripe, we can hang it inside the house so we won't have to fumble around in the dark at night. The third pit, the things planted in this pit made her feel very proud. Cherry bomb, rare. Type, attack plant. Status, remaining ripening time, 3 hours 35 minutes. Effect, automatically alerts upon planting, explodes immediately upon zombie approach, dealing massive explosive damage to all zombies within a 5-meter radius. Special effect, after ripening, it produces 1 throwable cherry bomb every 12 hours, but the explosion radius is only 1 square meter and the damage is slightly lower. This is what she got from killing zombies today. Cherry bomb seeds. Xiao Baihu almost jumped up on the spot. Once this thing matures, would those zombies dare to come in? They'd blow them to bits. It can also produce cherry bombs every day, so when you go out exploring and encounter a zombie lair, you can throw one in from a distance. Bang! Art is Patrick Star. Xiao Baihu gazed at the cherry bomb with delight for several moments before reluctantly shifting her gaze to the 4th pit. The 4th pitfall. Her smile froze. Water lilies. Type, functional plant. Status, not activated. Activation requires 500 ml/2500 ml of water. Note, insufficient water will prevent growth. The pit was uneven, with chunks of cactus flesh piled up there, as if it had been hit by something heavy. Just before she went to find Liu Ji, she spent 300 silver coins to buy 20 pieces of cheap cactus meat from the trading house. According to the instructions, each piece of cactus flesh contains 50 ml of water, so 20 pieces should be able to extract 1 liter of water. And what happened? She used the rusty shovel in the house to smash it for a full half hour. I smashed cactus sap all over the yard, I was sweating profusely, and my hands were sore from smashing them. In the end, only 500 milliliters were extracted. Xiao Baihu almost burst into tears when she saw the half bucket of murky water mixed with cactus residue. Where's the promised 50 ml per piece? Where's the promised high water content? This lousy cactus flesh, all the water is locked in those hard fibers, it's impossible to squeeze it all out. She did the math. 500 ml of water requires 20 pieces of cactus flesh and a minimum of 300 silver coins. But she needs 2.5 liters of water. In other words, if she relied entirely on cactus flesh, she would have to spend at least 1,500 silver coins, going bankrupt, and still wouldn't be able to gather enough water. But now she uses a flower pot she doesn't need right now, adds some fertilizer, and a cabbage, and that's how she gets what she wants. Although flower pots are rare, and although someone just offered 300 silver coins to buy them, can 300 silver coins even buy 2 liters of water? All I could buy were piles of cactus flesh that wouldn't release any juice when I cracked them open. Xiao Baihu squatted down and took out a section of bamboo tube from his backpack. The bamboo tube was cool to the touch, with a smooth surface, and the bamboo stopper sealed tightly. She pulled out the stopper, brought it to her nose, and smelled it. A sweet, refreshing bamboo scent wafted out, 100 times better than that fishy, pungent cactus juice. She didn't drink it, instead, she poured the water from the bamboo tube directly into the planting pit. Then came the second, third, and fourth quarters. 20 bamboo tubes, containing a full 2 liters of water, were all poured into those 4 pits. The soil in the pit was originally just damp, but now it's filled with water. Xiao Baihu squatted by the pit, watching the changes inside. A few seconds later, a message box popped up. Sufficient hydration. Water lily seeds have been activated. Status: 5 hours and 59 minutes remaining until maturity. Xiao Baihu let out a long sigh of relief. Water lilies can mature in 6 hours, by dawn. She can plant it when she gets up in the middle of the night. She took 2 items out of her bosom. One is pink, small, like a candy. Cattail seeds, epic. Type: seed, aggressive plant. Cooking time: 6 hours. Note: must be planted on lotus leaves. Another one. It has a fluffy tail. Cat's tail grass. Cat's tail grass, legend. Type: equipment/treasure. Effect: when equipped, the player gains the cattail ability, fires 1 spike per second, attacking enemies within 10 meters. Effect duration: 10 minutes/day. Cattail's exclusive effect: when equipped, Cattail increases attack speed by 100%, and has a 3% chance to generate 1 silver coin with each hit on an enemy. If Liu Ji saw this thing, he would definitely exclaim, "Holy crap, this is what you called a piece of broken grass? It shoots a spike every second, tracks automatically, and even drops money. You call this broken grass?" Looking at these 2 items, Xiao Baihu felt a bitter taste in his mouth. This afternoon, following the navigation, she bravely walked more than 100 meters into the fog, and then detected a group of unknown creatures 10 meters away from her. She was so scared her legs went weak. But it was then that she noticed the cat's tail grass in her pocket was getting hot. System prompt: equip cat's tail grass. She nodded as if possessed. Then, she floated up. It wasn't really floating, it was a strange feeling. It's as if it has eyes in the back of its head, able to see all the zombies around it, sense their location, and predict their movements. She tried to entertain the idea. The next second, a sharp spike appeared out of nowhere behind them, flew out with a whoosh, and hit a mini zombie in the head. The zombie didn't even make a sound before turning to ash. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. She stood there, doing nothing, but just by thinking about it, sharp spikes flew out. 5 minutes later, all 30-odd mini zombies were wiped out. A pile of spoils lay on the ground. While collecting his spoils, Xiao Baihu felt invincible. Then she got even more carried away. She ran frantically, using the cattail's senses to quickly find an even bigger zombie nest, and then, whoosh whoosh whoosh. But this time, there are too many zombies. Spikes flew one after another, but zombies also poured out one after another. When her time was up and her powers disappeared, she turned and ran without even picking up her things. The zombies were chasing after her. He chased her all the way to the gate of her yard. Xiao Baihu leaned against the wall, looking at the wandering shadows outside the fence, feeling like crying but unable to shed a tear. More than 30 of them. They were just blocking her doorway. She won't attack the cabin, but how will she get out of the house tomorrow? Xiao Baiyu looked down at the cat's tail grass in his hand. The baby is indeed a baby, but also a troublemaker. Xiao Baiyu yawned. After a long day, she was finally sleepy. She touched the pink seed in her hand. Once the cattails are planted, attack speed will double, and you'll lose money while attacking. The scene was too beautiful for her to even imagine. As for those zombies blocking the door outside? She glanced at the swaying shadows outside the fence and curled her lip in disdain. Tomorrow morning, you'll all stay here and spend money on my cattails. After saying that, she stood up, dusted off her hands, and turned to walk into the wooden house. Chapter 12. Ding 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 ding. The next morning, as soon as Liu Ji opened his eyes, he saw a red dot in the lower right corner of his vision constantly vibrating. The vibrations were as intense as a machine gun. He groggily pulled out the system panel, squinted at it, and glanced at it. Regional channels, 999 plus. So many messages. Liu Ji suddenly snapped awake. What time is it? Don't you guys get any sleep? He opened the chat channel, and messages flooded in like a waterfall. He couldn't possibly read them all. Zhang Wei, look at the achievement system. Wang Shun, what achievement system? Where is it? Li Na, there's a new trophy icon in the top left corner of the panel. Click on it to see it. Zhang Tianxi, I saw it. But there's only one achievement. Liu Ji was stunned. Achievement system? He quickly looked at the top left corner of the regional channel panel. Sure enough, there was a small golden trophy, which was twinkling brightly. He clicked on it. Achievement system. Current achievements completed, 1/. First to advance, rare the glory of being the first to advance to a tier 2 wooden house. Achiever, Park Su Piao. Time of completion, DAY 2601. Reward, 100 silver coins. Liu Ji stared at the time and fell silent. 6:01 am. So, this person named Park Su Piao got up before dawn to collect sunlight and upgrade the wooden house? He glanced out the window. It was still a hazy grey outside, the fog so thick it wouldn't dissipate. This is what you call morning? Liu Ji yawned and continued scrolling through the chat channel. Zhang Wei, a level 2 wooden house. It's only the second day. How come someone has already reached level 2? Wang Shun, who is Park Su Piao? Does anyone know her? Li Na, I don't know her, I've never heard of her. It's a cute name, she must be a girl. Warrior Jing, I don't care if he's male or female, I just want to know how he did it. Accumulating 100 suns in a day? Is he cheating? Wu Gang, Wolf Warrior, can you please stop accusing him of cheating all the time? He rose through the ranks through his own skill, what are you so jealous of? Warrior Jing, I'm jealous? I'm just curious. Curious, you know. Northeast Xiao Kuai, speaking of which, I'm really curious. A sunshroom only gets 25 sun points a day, and even a giant sunshroom only gets 50. How does she manage that? As Liu Ji looked at these messages, his doubts grew stronger. He glanced at the achievements screen again. Park Su Piao. Time of completion, 6:01. At this time, most people are still asleep. Those who get up at this hour to soak up the sunlight are either night owls who have just fallen asleep or early risers. But regardless, this person definitely knows something. Liu Ji thought for a moment, opened his private messages, typed Park Xiao Piao, and sent a message. Liu Ji, little Piao, is that you? May I ask how you managed to accumulate 100 suns in one day? Send. He hadn't expected a quick reply. As a big shot, his private messages are probably overflowing, he's likely being bombarded by dozens of people right now. Result. Bite. Park Xiao Piao, Boss Liu Ji. Liu Ji was stunned. A big shot? Liu Ji, do you know me? Park Xiao Piao, of course I know you. I bought your bamboo tubes yesterday. I managed to snag 2. I added you as a friend but you haven't accepted. Liu Ji. He quickly opened his friends list. It's empty, he didn't add any friends yesterday. Then I clicked on friend request. Goodness. Friend requests, 15. Lu Ruyan, brother Liu Ji, please add me. Zhang Tianxi, brother, want to be friends. Xiao Baiyu, boss. It's me. Xiao Baiyu. Add me. Park Xiao Piao, please add me, I want to buy more bamboo tubes. Li Jun, bro, do you still have water? I'd like to buy some from you. 15 densely packed lines. Liu Ji read through the messages one by one, and clicked agree on both Xiao Baiyu and Pu Xiao Piao. Then I set the private messaging function to not accept messages from non-friends. Let's leave the rest for now and talk about it later. Just after I clicked, Xiao Baiyu's message popped up. Xiao Baiyu, boss, you finally agreed. Liu Ji's lips twitched. Liu Ji, I was too tired last night and fell asleep. Xiao Baiyu, OKQAQ by the way, did you check the achievement system? That Pu Xiao Piao is amazing. She leveled up to tier 2 at 6 in the morning. I have no idea how she did it. Looking at the message and then at the newly added Park Xiao Piao, Liu Ji suddenly found it a little funny. Liu Ji, I just added her, and I was just about to ask. Xiao Baiyu. She's been added. Hey, could you ask her for me too? I also want to know how to advance to tier 2. Liu Ji, okay, I'll let you know when I find out. Liu Ji switched back to Pu Xia Piao's chat interface. Liu Ji, okay, friend request accepted. I had too many messages yesterday and didn't notice the request. Park Xiao Piao, it's nothing, it's nothing. Boss, you called me to ask about the sunshine, right? Liu Ji, right. I did the math. With 4 slots, even if you plant 1 large sunshroom and 3 sunflowers, you'll only get 65 sun points a day, which is still far from 100. How did you manage to get 100? Park Su Piao replied instantly. Park Xiao Piao, I definitely wouldn't tell anyone else if they asked me, but it's a different story when boss Liu Ji asks. Liu Ji raised an eyebrow. This girl. Park Xiao Piao, I won 3 eggplant transformation items in the system's lucky draw. Liu Ji was taken aback. Transformed into an eggplant? Park Xiao Piao, you've never seen this before, have you? I'll send it to you. The next second, an item information popped up. Transformation eggplant seed, epic, imitator. Type, special type of plant seeds. Effect, after planting, the transformed eggplant can be commanded to mimic the form and function of an existing plant, only applicable to plants of epic quality and below. Note, I'm not real, but I work great. Liu Ji stared at the instruction manual, his mind going blank. Transformed into an eggplant? Doesn't that mean? Liu Ji, you mean, you made the transforming eggplant imitate the sun mushroom? Park Xiao Piao, yes. I used 2 transformation eggplants to fill the 2 unlocked slots. Park Xiao Piao continued sending messages. Park Xiao Piao, I originally planned to use all the potions to transform into 3 giant sunshrooms, but after I transformed into 2 giant sunshrooms, the system suddenly popped up a notification. 3 plants of the same type and tier have been detected. Consume 30 silver coins to synthesize them. Liu Ji, does it consume silver coins to synthesize? Park Xiao Piao, yes. I was stunned at the time, but I figured I had enough silver coins and there was still a slot available, so I clicked yes. Then the 3 giant sunshrooms turned into 1 tier 2 giant sunshroom. Giant sunshroom, tier 2. Type, production plants. Function, absorbs sunlight and converts it into sunlight value. Harvesting can be done once every 24 hours, yielding 200 sunlight points each time. Liu Ji stared at the instruction manual, his heart starting to race. 3 large sun mushrooms, 150 points/day. A tier 2 large sunshroom, 200 points/day. It gives you 50 more points and it only takes up 1 slot. Liu Ji, this synthesis should work with all plants, right? Park Xiao Piao, I don't know, I only tried sunshroom. But I think it should work for most, right? After all, the system didn't say that only sunshrooms can be synthesized. Liu Ji took a deep breath. This information is extremely important. The synthesis mechanism is simply a game changer for development. Liu Ji, thank you for letting me know, this information is very useful. Park So Piao, you're welcome. Liu Ji's lips curled up slightly. It seems he has quite a few customers in his bamboo tube business. Park Xiao Piao, by the way, boss, if you ever sell bamboo tubes or other rare items in the future, I hope you'll consider me first. I promise to offer a fair price. Liu Ji, okay, no problem. Park Xiao Piao, thank you so much, boss. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. At the other end of the Misty Forest, Park Xiao Piao closed her private messages, looked down at the silver bone pendant on her chest, and chuckled softly. Liu Ji, we might have a chance to meet again in the future. At the same time, Liu Ji also turned off private messages, leaned against the haystack, and let out a long sigh. Transform into an eggplant. Synthesize second-tier plants. He had never heard of these things when he played PvZ before. That makes sense, though, this isn't a game, this is reality. In reality, there are always some hidden mechanisms waiting to be discovered. Just as he was thinking about it, another message from Xiao Baihu arrived. Xiao Baihu, hey, did you get the answer? How do you upgrade to a second-tier wooden house? Liu Ji smiled and briefly recounted what Pu Xiao Piao had just said. Xiao Baihu, transform into an eggplant. There's such a thing. Xiao Baihu, synthesis. 3 can be combined into 1 tier 2. Xiao Baihu, wow, I'll plant 3 of the same plant to synthesize something in the future. Xiao Baihu, thank you so much, boss. You're so kind. Liu Ji's lips twitched as he looked at the series of messages. This girl types really fast. Chapter 13. Liu Ji stood in the courtyard, unscrewed a section of bamboo tube, tilted his head back, and gulped down half of it. The cool bamboo scent glides from my throat all the way down to my stomach, making me feel refreshed. Comfortable. He looked up at the sky. It was still the same deathly pale, hazy light, making it impossible to tell if it was morning or noon. However, the system panel shows that it is already past 10 a.m. Liu Ji was slightly taken aback. He remembered waking up around 7 o'clock. I checked the chat messages, collected the sunlight produced by sunshrooms, spent 250 silver coins to unlock the 3rd and 4th slots, and planted a street light flower. The whole process felt like it didn't take long at all. How did it get to 10 o'clock already? Time flies in this god-forsaken place. He muttered, turning back into the house to check the inventory before heading out again. The bamboo wall in the corner is still there, with 60 bamboo tubes neatly stacked in 6 layers, which makes people feel at ease. Next to it was a cabbage, a flower pot, and a mountain of fertilizer. That's what life is all about, Liu Ji grinned. It's just that this fertilizer takes up a bit of space. He looked at the 60 full bamboo tubes and began to calculate in his mind. Yesterday, I listed it for 40 silver coins, and it sold out in no time, which means the price was too low. Right now, he's the only one selling this item in the entire trading house. It's a pure seller's market. Okay, Liu Ji's lips curled into a smile, I'll list it at 70 this time. If it doesn't sell, I'll lower the price to 50, or even 60. 8-section bamboo tubes are put on the shelf, priced at 70 silver coins each. Before leaving, he opened his backpack and took a look. Backpack. Current cell number, 0/10. Completely empty, perfect in its own way. When we get to the bamboo forest later, I can pick 10 bamboo stalks in one go. How wonderful! Hee hee. He turned and pushed open the door, disappearing into the fog. But in another corner of the mist, Xiao Baihu had just experienced a battle that lasted half an hour. The yard and surrounding area are now a complete mess. Walking around the courtyard gate, dozens of small, glowing objects are scattered across this small patch of land, twinkling in the mist. How long will it take to find all this? Xiao Baihu stood at the courtyard gate, looking down at the nearest one at her feet. It was a dull, grey seed. Sunflower seed X1. She bent down, picked it up, and put it in her pocket. Then she took a step forward. Silver coins X25. Put it in your backpack. Take another step. Street lamp flower seed ×1. Silver coins X26. Pick it up. She squatted on the ground, picking mushrooms as she walked, like a little girl gathering mushrooms. Fertilizer X5. Silver coins X18. Walnut seed X1. Fertilizer X7. Cabbage pitcher seed X1. Silver coins X22. Her hands were trembling slightly as she picked them up. Until she found that little box that was shimmering with purple light. Music box, epic. Type, consumable. Effect, when used in the yard, it puts all plants in the yard into an encouraged state, their size increases by 100%, attack power increases by 50%, and attack speed increases by 50%, lasting for 1 hour. Description, a beautifully crafted music box. Wind it up to play exciting melodies. Plants love its sound, and so do zombies. One-time use item, disappears after use. PS body size can be understood as vitality or health points. The larger the size, the longer it takes for a zombie to devour it. Additionally, blue, purple, gold, and rainbow light correspond to rare, epic, legendary, and mythical qualities, respectively. Xiao Baihu stared at the instruction manual, his lips twitching. Do zombies like this sound too? To what extent? Do they stay for longer? Does that mean that once this thing is placed, the zombies won't move? She silently tucked the music box into the deepest part of her backpack. Let's not use this for now, she doesn't want to attract zombies to a party. Later, when she has more plants, she can use it to start a zombie karaoke session. After finishing picking up the loot, Xiao Baihu straightened up, preparing to take stock of her spoils, when her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the yard. What is it doing? She turned her head and looked at the plant in the fourth pit. K-ho! The plant looked like a cat. It had a round body, upright ears, and most remarkably, a fluffy tail sticking up behind it. Right now, I'm lying there, head tilted back, a smug smile playing on my lips, giving off a smug "see? I'm awesome, right? Come on, praise me, vibe. Equals omega equals." Xiao Baihu was stunned for a moment, and was about to speak when he saw Xiangpu open her pink lips. With a poof, a small pile of shiny things came out of it. Ding ding dong. A dozen or so silver coins rolled to her feet, gleaming warmly in the mist. Xiao Baihu looked down at the silver coins, then looked up at the cattails, then looked down at the silver coins again, then looked up at the cattails again. The cattail's tail wagged even more enthusiastically. It was now equipped with the legendary treasure, the cat's tail grass, its tip shimmering. Oh! Xiao Baihu opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Only one thought occupied her mind, this thing, produces silver coins from the mouth? She slowly squatted down and reached out to touch the pile of silver coins. It's real, cold, heavy, exactly like the silver coins dropped by zombies. She looked up at the cattail again. Xiangpu was squinting at her, the corners of her mouth curving upwards even more. Xiao Baihu was silent for 2 seconds, then she burst out laughing. You! She reached out and poked Xiangpu's round head. Do you think you're really that amazing? The cattail nodded vigorously, its tail wagging like a windmill. All right, you're the best. Xiao Baihu laughed as he picked up the pile of silver coins and counted them. 21 coins. Including the pile I just picked up, I've collected nearly 300 silver coins this morning alone. She stood up, looked around, then looked down at the pile of spoils in her arms, and suddenly felt a little unreal. Just yesterday morning she was worrying about how to survive 7 days, but now. Cherry bombs, cattails, sunflower seeds, street lamp flower seeds, cabbage pitcher seeds, more than 20 bags of fertilizer, more than 300 silver coins, and a music box that can make her take off. She carried all her spoils into the house, feeling like she was dreaming. Chapter 14. Meanwhile, Liu Ji was slowly navigating through the fog, referring to the beginner's navigation. Something's not right. He remembered that when he came yesterday, the bamboo grove was about 70 or 80 meters northwest of the wooden house. But he's walked almost 100 meters today. Why haven't we arrived yet? Liu Ji frowned, staring at the markings on the map. That's right, the cabin is here, he should be heading northwest. He stood up and looked around. The fog was still thick, with visibility no more than 5 meters. Liu Ji's heart skipped a beat. He checked the navigation again to confirm his location. That's right, the place he's standing now is the location of yesterday's green bamboo forest, but where is there any green bamboo forest here? He rubbed his eyes and took a few more steps forward. The surrounding area consisted of the most common dead trees found in the Misty Forest. There wasn't a single bamboo leaf to be seen, let alone any gushing springs or green bamboo. No way. Liu Ji swallowed hard and opened the resource sensor. He had one more chance to use it today, which he had originally planned to save for exploring the south, but he couldn't worry about that now. Resource sensing. Does this consume one sensor attempt? Weather. Liu Ji gritted his teeth and nodded. With a flash of light, resource points within 100 meters began to appear. 20 meters due west, traces of unknown organisms, low risk. 40 meters due north, cactus grove, can be harvested. 55 meters northeast, abandoned orchard, explorable. 70 meters due north, farmer's warehouse, rare, explorable. That's all. There are no springs or green bamboos. He opened his mouth, then opened it again, and finally forced a roar out of his throat. My water! The sound echoed in the mist, startling something unknown, and a fluttering sound came from afar. Liu Ji had no interest in those things at all. He stood there, looking up at the sky and howling, his expression like that of a dog whose last bone had been taken away. Where are my bamboo stalks? I only picked 9 yesterday. And they're all gone today. Liu Ji cursed for a while, then, exhausted, he plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Supplies refreshed. He muttered to himself, could it be that supplies have refreshed? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. In this lousy game world, resources can't be fixed, otherwise, billions of players on Earth could wipe it all out in just a few days. Liu Ji covered his face with his hands and let out a desperate wail. He was immersed in his grief when he suddenly heard a hoarse voice from his left. The voice was soft and muffled, as if squeezed out from the back of the throat, seemingly carrying a hint of concern for Liu Ji. Liu Ji suddenly turned his head and looked to his left. In the fog, a green figure stood there, tilting its head to look at him. The thing had a grayish-green face, wore tattered clothes, and had no pupils in its eyes. Liu Ji met those pale, lifeless eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. Zombies. Liu Ji's pupils contracted, he leaped up from the ground, and without saying a word, turned and ran. His legs swung like wheels of fire, and he was so fast that he couldn't believe it himself. He ran for who knows how far in one breath. He raced through the mist, leaped over the bushes, and dodged the tall trees, running wildly all the way. Only one thought occupied my mind: run. 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 After running for an unknown amount of time, Liu Ji finally stopped, clutching his knees and panting heavily. He looked back. The fog was so thick that nothing could be seen. Nothing came along. Damn it, damn it! He gasped, muttering to himself, that scared me to death. It took him a while to calm down. Liu Ji stood up, dusted himself off, and took out his new navigation app again to check where he was. The map opens, and a small green dot is flashing. Liu Ji stared at that spot, stunned. He's currently north of the cabin, about 50 or 60 meters away. Go a little further north, and it seems to be the location of that abandoned farmland from yesterday. Farmland? He found a box there yesterday, but nothing else, just a wasteland. Liu Ji considered it for a moment. Since he was already here, taking a look wouldn't kill him. He might as well check if the resources would refresh. Perhaps the fog was too thick, and I didn't find the bamboo forest, or I remembered its location wrong. He took another deep breath and headed north. Chapter 15. After walking about 20 or 30 meters, the surrounding fog began to thin out a bit. Liu Ji quickened his pace, and after walking for a while, the view suddenly opened up before him. There was still fog, but at least we could see our surroundings clearly. Then he saw the scarecrow. It was still that thick wooden stake, that tattered grey linen coat, and that nearly worn-out straw hat. 2 black dots were drawn on his face to form eyes, and a crooked, curved mouth stood there in the mist, looking particularly eerie. Liu Ji walked over and circled the scarecrow. "Hey buddy, I'm back again." He cupped his hands in a respectful greeting to the scarecrow. "Thanks for the box last time, I'll treat you to drinks sometime." The scarecrow, of course, ignored him and just stood there, its 2 black dots staring blankly ahead. Liu Ji looked around and indeed, the traces of farmland had disappeared. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. Liu Ji slowly turned his head and looked at the scarecrow again. But this time, when Liu Ji looked into those eyes, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Why didn't you refresh?" He instinctively took a step back. Why are you looking at me like that? I just came for a stroll, that's all." The scarecrow remained motionless. Liu Ji swallowed hard, opened the system, and looked at the scarecrow. Scarecrow, unknown. Type. State. Note: a scarecrow that looks ordinary, but something feels off. Liu Ji stared at the explanation, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. "You're telling me something's not right? Why didn't you say something was wrong when I came yesterday? Now that I'm here today, you're telling me something's wrong?" He adjusted his breathing, trying to calm himself down. "No way, calm down my a. This place is too creepy." Liu Ji took a few steps back, keeping a safe distance from the scarecrow. Then he remembered the zombie that had suddenly appeared earlier. "I didn't see any zombies outside yesterday, so where did that zombie come from? Also, why is the scarecrow still there even though the farmland has disappeared?" He glanced at the map, his location was about 80 meters from the cabin. Not too far, but not exactly close either. If he ran back now, he should be able to get home safely. But then he looked at the scarecrow, its 2 black dots stared straight at him. Liu Ji gritted his teeth and shouted at the scarecrow, "What exactly are you?" The scarecrow ignored him. Liu Ji waited for 10 seconds, but there was still no movement. He slowly took a step forward. They moved another step. Liu Ji mustered his courage, walked up to the scarecrow, and poked the tattered clothes. The clothes were empty, they were stuffed with dry straw, just like the ones he had felt yesterday. He went around behind the scarecrow to see if there were any mechanisms or traps. Behind the scarecrow, on the thick wooden stake, are carved a few lines of text. The handwriting was crooked and uneven, as if it had been carved with a fingernail, and it was barely visible in the dim light. Liu Ji leaned closer to take a look. They're here. The fields are gone. Only I am left. What they're looking for is there. Things? What is it? Where is it? Liu Ji muttered to himself, thinking hard, his mind racing. What are they looking for? Who are they? Zombies? Or something else entirely? He circled the scarecrow twice, then suddenly stopped. The scarecrow's eyes. Those two black dots, drawn as eyes, have been staring in one direction ever since they started. He wasn't staring at Liu Ji, but rather at a fixed direction, staring straight ahead, as if he would rather die than not look at that spot. Liu Ji followed the scarecrow's gaze. That's the ground about 10 meters ahead. He walked over and looked down. It was just an ordinary patch of muddy ground, no different from the surrounding area. But Liu Ji took a closer look and realized something was wrong. That patch of land was a bit darker in color than the surrounding area, and the soil looked looser. Most importantly, that patch of ground was completely bare, without a single blade of grass. In this misty forest, where isn't overgrown with weeds. Even his yard was overgrown with weeds. How could this entire plot of land be completely barren? Liu Ji swallowed hard and slowly walked over. As you get closer, you can see it more clearly. The plot of land is about 2 square meters in size, with an irregular shape, but the edges are very neat, as if it had been dug up and then filled in. The soil on top was noticeably softer than the surrounding soil, and it felt different underfoot. Liu Ji squatted down and reached out to touch the ground. The soil is loose, it can be easily dug up with a little effort. His heart suddenly started racing. No way, buried here. Liu Ji looked around, but all he saw was a thick fog, there was nothing there. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Dig. He lay down on the ground and began digging in the dirt with his bare hands. The soil was quite loose, every dig created a hole. Liu Ji used both hands, digging quickly like a groundhog. They dug about half a meter deep, but found nothing. Liu Ji, panting, stopped to rest and looked at his hands. All 10 fingers were covered in mud, and the nail crevices were filled with black grime. Several nails were even scratched bare, and they were throbbing with pain. Could they be playing a trick on me? He muttered, glancing at the scarecrow. The scarecrow remained lifeless, its 2 black dots staring blankly in their direction. Liu Ji gritted his teeth and continued digging. They dug for who knows how long, but still found nothing. He began to question the meaning of life. Could those lines of text be a lie? Could that thing have already been taken? Could he have dug here for ages only to find a pile of mud? Liu Ji plopped down on the ground, panting heavily, looking at the ever-deepening pit, and considered giving up. But another voice in my head said, "We're already here, and we've already started digging, why not dig a little longer? What if we find something?" He struggled for 3 seconds, but finally lay back down and continued digging. Just as he was about to give up after a few more digs, his fingers suddenly touched something hard. Liu Ji was stunned. He quickly dug away the surrounding soil, and a corner of the thing was revealed. It's made of iron, the corner of a box. Liu Ji's eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap! He perked up and started digging in the dirt like his hands were powered by a motor. As dirt flew up, the outline of the box gradually became clear. It wasn't big, smaller than the box I found in the field yesterday, about half a meter square. Liu Ji looked at the box, exhausted, and collapsed to the side, grinning and panting heavily. There really is something. He reached out to open the box, but suddenly remembered the warning from yesterday. Opening crates in the wild might attract zombies. Liu Ji's hand froze in mid-air. He looked around, the fog was thick, and he couldn't see anything. But who knew what lurked within the fog? We must play it safe. Liu Ji opened the system and turned his gaze to the box. An unknown treasure chest. Illustrate. Without saying a word, Liu Ji made a thought. The box disappeared and appeared in his backpack. Backpack. 1 unknown treasure chest 2. Empty, 3. Empty, 4. Empty, 5. Empty. 6, empty, 7. Empty, 8. Empty, 9. Empty, 10. Empty. Looking at the lone box occupying one compartment, Liu Ji felt at ease. He stood up, dusted himself off, and looked at the scarecrow again. The scarecrow looked the same as before, its 2 black eyes staring blankly at the spot where he had just dug the hole. Liu Ji cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards the scarecrow. Hey buddy, thanks. I'll definitely treat you to drinks next time. After saying that, he ran away without looking back. We raced through the fog. He only breathed a sigh of relief when the dilapidated courtyard gate came into view. He rushed into the yard, slammed the gate shut behind him, and leaned against the door, panting heavily. We're finally safe. Liu Ji took a while to calm down before slowly standing up and looking at everything in the courtyard. The sun mushrooms are glowing, while the money tree seedlings are quiet and still. However, just as Liu Ji's figure was about to be swallowed by the thick fog, the scarecrow's mouth suddenly moved. That crooked arc, which was originally just a line drawn with a pen, is now slowly cracking open. The cracks were shallow, like cracked tree bark, or like wrinkles on an old person's face. A voice came from inside. Hoarse, aged. It seemed to drift from a very far place, or perhaps it was whispering right in my ear. Run! The voice said, don't come back. After saying this, the scarecrow's mouth slowly closed again, returning to its crooked, curved shape, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 16. It took Liu Ji a while to slowly stand up. Etc. Liu Ji's gaze lingered on the third pit. Street lights are blooming. The street lamp plant he planted before leaving home now stands there gracefully, its top emitting a soft glow, like a small nightlight that has been fully charged. Liu Ji was stunned. He remembered clearly that when he planted the street light flowers before leaving home, the indicator showed that they would take 3 hours to mature. How did the streetlights become so familiar after he went out? Liu Ji's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly opened the system panel to check the time. 15:58. His pupils dilated instantly. 15.58 points? He left home around 10 a.m., and it's 3:58 p.m. now? How long did he dig? More than 4 hours. Liu Ji stared at the time, his mind completely blank. He felt it was just a short while digging holes, shoveling soil, digging holes, shoveling soil. It should have taken at most 2 hours. And yet the day just passed like that? Liu Ji suddenly recalled the strange feeling he had when digging the soil. Time seemed to fly by, yet it also seemed to stand still. This is bizarre, extremely bizarre. Liu Ji subconsciously glanced back at the courtyard gate. The fog was swirling, obscuring everything. He checked the system time again. 15:59. Night will fall in 1 minute. Holy crap! Liu Ji exclaimed in shock and rushed towards the third pit. He crouched down and reached out to touch the street lamp flower. Street light flower. Type: functional plant. Effect: illuminates fog, continues to glow for 24 hours after harvesting, illuminates an area of approximately 5 to 15 square meters. Also slightly increases the surrounding temperature. Status: mature. Should we pick them? Whether. Liu Ji clicked yes without hesitation. The street light flower was peeled directly from the soil by an invisible force, its roots completely clean, without a trace of soil being brought out. The plant is about half a meter tall, resembling a green lantern, and is currently emitting a soft, pale yellow light. Liu Ji held it in his hands, feeling a warmth spread through his palms. In this eerie, misty forest, this feeling was almost too luxurious to be true. He rushed into the wooden house carrying the lamppost and placed it on the rusty iron table. The light from the streetlights instantly illuminated the entire room. The pile of hay next to the iron table and the 52 bamboo tubes in the corner were all bathed in a warm, pale yellow glow. The most amazing thing is that the chilly feeling is really fading away. Liu Ji stood beside the iron table, feeling as if he were standing next to a small sun. He let out a long breath, plopped down on the haystack, and felt completely drained. He dug for nearly 5 hours. Liu Ji looked down at his hands. All 10 fingers were covered in mud, the nail crevices were filled with black grime, some nails were even scratched bare, and the fingertips were still throbbing slightly. But it's worth it. He glanced at the metal box in his backpack, and his heart began to race again. Let me see what kind of treasure is in here. Liu Ji's heart pounded with excitement, his hands trembled, and a thought flashed through his mind. He took the metal box out of his backpack and dropped it onto the ground in front of him with a thud. This box is a size smaller than the wooden box from yesterday, and its entire body is a dark iron color. Liu Ji reached out and touched it, it was cold. He gripped the lid with both hands and forcefully lifted it upwards. The moment the lid was lifted, a dazzling beam of colored light burst forth from the box. The light was so dazzling, multicolored and shimmering, that it instantly filled the entire wooden house, causing Liu Ji to instinctively cover his eyes with his hands. So bright, he exclaimed. This must be a top-tier prop. Colorful light flowed back and forth in the room, illuminating the 4 walls. Even more outrageous than the lottery draw yesterday morning, it lasted a full 5 seconds before gradually dissipating. Liu Ji's heart was pounding, and his hands were trembling. This setup, this spectacle, what level of treasure must be inside? Legendary? Or mythical? He eagerly leaned closer and peered into the box. There were 2 things lying in the box. A booklet and a piece of red cloth. That's right. A bright red cloth, as if torn from some garment, was casually placed on top of a booklet. That's it? That's all? He angrily put the red cloth aside and picked up the booklet. The booklet is small, about the size of a palm, and feels a bit rough to the touch. There was no text on it, only a crooked pattern. A sunflower wearing a cape. Liu Ji turned to the first page. He had never seen the writing inside before, it was crooked and messy, like a bunch of symbols or graffiti. But strangely, as he looked at those symbols, their meanings automatically came to mind. It was as if someone was directly feeding information into his brain. Page 1. An asterisk. Backslash slash, oh, slash backslash slash, oh, slash backslash slash, oh, slash backslash slash, oh, slash. Liu Ji stared at the line of symbols, his mind automatically translating it into Sunflower Queen, when you're hungry, eat. When you're thirsty, drink. Sunflowers, General. Yaa General. He was stunned. This art style, something feels off. He continued scrolling down. Page 2. Oh. Translate. Suddenly one day, a fog descended. And within the fog lurked something terrifying. The sunflowers didn't know what it was, but they were all shrouded in the mist and became listless. Page 3, page 4. Liu Ji turned to the last page. On the last page, there was only one line. The queen said she would return. Then he closed the booklet and fell silent. He thought of his sunflower seeds, of that unlucky fellow who could only produce 5 points of sunlight a day, and of how he had previously mocked the sunflowers. It turns out these sunflowers weren't waste, and their yield wasn't affected by the light source. They were eroded by the mist. They are the original inhabitants of this forest, who used to sing and dance, and who used to live a life of sunshine. Liu Ji opened the booklet again and looked at the emoticons once more. Looking at those expressions, he suddenly felt a pang of sadness. This is practically the story of how the sunflower fell. Liu Ji picked up the red cloth from the bottom of the box to examine it. The next second, his pupils dilated instantly. The Queen's Cloak, Myth. Type, Equipment/Treasure. Effect, grants immunity to all negative effects, cold, burning, poison, charm, fear, curse, upon equipping. Also grants some of the Sunflower Queen's abilities. Holy Light Judgment, this skill can consume 1 to 1000 sunlight points to unleash the power of sunlight, dealing massive light-type damage to enemies. Damage increases with the amount of sunlight invested. The more sunlight invested in a single attack, the longer the skill's cooldown. Sunflower Exclusive Effect, when equipped, Sunflower will transform into the Sunflower Queen, gaining all the Queen's abilities. Note, this is the last relic left by the Sunflower Queen, symbolizing the Queen's glory, and cannot be destroyed. Centuries ago, unknown creatures invaded the Sunflower's home. The Queen realized the mist couldn't stop them, but she still protected her people, sacrificing herself to take the creatures with her. Her cloak was buried in this land by her people and disappeared without a trace, seemingly waiting for someone to inherit it. Chapter 17. Liu Ji held the red cloth, his hands trembling. He's played games for so many years, and he's never even seen a mythic level or gold legendary game, let alone one. And now, in this dilapidated wooden hut, he's holding a mythical grade? The Queen's Cloak. Liu Ji murmured to himself, Sunflower Queen. Woohoo, Liu Ji, am finally about to take off. He examined the cloak from top to bottom. The fabric has a very unique texture, it feels soft and smooth to the touch, but it doesn't feel like silk. It's more like it's woven from some kind of plant fiber. Liu Ji stared at the cloak for 3 seconds, then suddenly felt it looked familiar. He picked up the booklet again and looked at the cover. A sunflower wearing a cape and a crown. So. Liu Ji looked at the picture in the booklet, then at the red cloth in his hand. This thing is the cape of that sunflower. He fell silent. A sunflower wearing a cloak led a large group of sunflowers. Then the mist came, the sunflowers withered, the queen perished with an unknown creature, and the cloak was buried in the earth. Liu Ji looked at the red cloth again and suddenly realized that it wasn't so simple. This is more than just a piece of equipment or a treasure. This is the hope of a race. All right, Liu Ji folded the cloak neatly and carefully put it into his backpack. I'll go plant sunflowers now and let you see the light of day again. He stood up and checked the system time. 1647. It's still early. Liu Ji walked to the corner of the wall and picked up the flower pot. This flower pot is quite heavy, probably weighing over 10 kilograms. It's made of terracotta and has some simple patterns on the surface. The pot is filled with soil, which looks much darker and glossy than the soil in the yard, and it looks very fertile. He carried the flower pots, pushed open the door, walked into the yard, and placed the flower pots next to 2 unused pits. Then he took the 3 sunflower seeds out of his pocket. 3 dusty grey seeds lay quietly in his palm. Looking at them, Liu Ji suddenly remembered the emoticons in that booklet. Don't worry, he said to the seeds, I'll bring you back to life soon. After saying that, Liu Ji took a deep breath and started working. He first dug a small hole in the soil of the flower pot and buried the first sunflower seed in it. Then I went to the third hole, the one that used to be planted with street lamp flowers, but is now empty, and planted the second seed there. Finally, go to the fourth hole and bury the third seed. 3 seeds, 3 holes. Liu Ji squatted down, staring at the flower pot, then looked at the third and fourth holes. 3 information boxes popped up simultaneously. Sunflower. Type, production plants. Status, 1 hour and 59 minutes remaining until maturity. Effect: absorbs sunlight and converts it into sunlight points. Can be harvested once a day, yielding 0 to 50 sunlight points each time, depending on ambient light levels. Current ambient light level, very low, fog obscured. Estimated yield, 5 sunlight values/day. Liu Ji looked at the 5 o'clock sunshine and his lips twitched. 5 o'clock, right? Okay, wait. He turned and went back into the house, picking up 3 bags of fertilizer from the corner. Fertilizer X3. Type: consumable. Effect: when used on immature crops, it can slightly shorten the ripening time. Note: I'll let you in on a little secret: fertilizing your sun mushrooms can have unexpected benefits. Liu Ji took the fertilizer to the first pot, tore open a bag, and sprinkled it into the flower pot. The grayish-brown powder fell, and tender sprouts quickly emerged from the seeds and trembled. Then, it started to grow wildly. Liu Ji watched helplessly as the tender shoot visibly sprouted upwards. The stem becomes thicker, taller, and stronger. The leaves grew larger, more numerous, and greener. A green flower bud sprouted from the top of my head, growing larger and larger, bulging more and more, and then... pop! A sunflower bloomed. Golden petals, brownish-brown flower head, a round face with 2 black dot eyes, and a curved mouth. Liu Ji stared at that face, somewhat surprised. This sunflower, it even has an expression. The sunflower was facing him, its 2 black dots blinking, its curved mouth grinning like a flower. No, it is a flower. Liu Ji rubbed his eyes and looked again. The sunflower still had that smiling face, its 2 black dots staring straight at him. You. Liu Ji opened his mouth, you can see me. The sunflower ignored him and continued to laugh. Liu Ji thought about it and agreed. How could a plant possibly have consciousness? This expression was probably a built-in feature of the system. It looked cute, but it was just for decoration. He turned and walked to pit number 3, tore open the second bag of fertilizer, and scattered it into the soil. The same rampant growth, the same blooming, the same smiling faces. Pit number 4, third bag of fertilizer, third sunflower. 3 sunflowers stood in a neat row, their golden petals appearing particularly vibrant in the mist, and 3 smiling faces turned toward Liu Ji. Liu Ji stood there, looking at the 3 sunflowers, and suddenly felt his mood improve. Just then, bite! A golden notification popped up. 3 plants of the same type and tier, sunflower, detected. Consume 30 silver coins to synthesize. Whether. Liu Ji's eyes lit up. Here it comes. He clicked yes without hesitation. Consumes 30 silver coins. Remaining silver coins, 80. The next second, Liu Ji witnessed a scene he would never forget. 3 sunflowers began to glow at the same time. The light was golden, warm, and bright, like the summer sun. The light grew stronger, then the 3 beams floated up slightly, converged, merged, and rotated. Liu Ji instinctively covered his eyes with his hand. When the light faded, he lowered his hand and looked down. In that flower pot, a new sunflower stood tall and graceful. This sunflower looks no different from an ordinary sunflower, except that it seems to have a brighter sheen. The 3 original sunflowers have vanished without a trace. Pit 3 and Pit 4 were completely empty, nothing was left behind. Holy crap! He muttered to himself, it's really a 3-in-1. He quickly opened the system and looked at the new sunflower. Second-order sunflower. Type: production plants. Effect: absorbs sunlight and converts it into sunlight points. Harvesting can be done once every 24 hours, yielding 0 to 200 sunlight points each time, depending on ambient light levels. Current ambient light level, very low, fog obscured. Estimated yield, 20 sunlight values/day. Liu Ji stared at the 20 o'clock sunshine and fell silent. Liu Ji took a deep breath and told himself. Don't be angry, at least the 3-in-1 setup gives you 5 more points, and it only takes up 1 slot, so you can use the freed up slot to plant other things. He was comforting himself when he suddenly noticed a problem. The sunflower looks very healthy now, with a halo around its golden petals. It doesn't look like it's been eroded by the mist at all. Liu Ji frowned. He remembered what was said in that booklet. A fog descended, and the sunflowers, affected by it, all became listless and dispirited. But the system seems unaware of this? Perhaps it mistakenly believes it's due to the light source? Or rather, is the system hiding this from us? Liu Ji felt something was wrong the more he thought about it. He glanced at the second-tier sunflower again. The sunflower was smiling at him, its 2 black dots blinking innocently. Liu Ji picked up the flower pot, turned around, and walked into the wooden house. He placed the flower pot next to the haystack, beside the street lamp flower. The warm yellow light from the street lights and the golden yellow petals of the sunflowers complemented each other, illuminating the entire room. Liu Ji squatted down and looked at the sunflower. The sunflower looked back at him, smiling. Do you even realize that you are being corrupted? Liu Ji asked. The sunflower, of course, couldn't speak, it just kept smiling. Liu Ji sighed and took out the red cloth from his backpack, the queen's cloak. He took the cloak, reached out, and draped it over the sunflower head. The moment the cloak touched the sunflower, the colors exploded. Liu Ji instinctively took a step back and covered his eyes with his hand. Then a strange sound came to my ear. It sounded like the rustling of wind through a wheat field, or like countless people singing softly. Liu Ji lowered his hand, and then he noticed that the sunflower had changed. The petals, originally golden yellow, have now turned into a dazzling gold, as if they were made of pure gold, radiating a faint golden light. The entire sunflower had grown significantly larger, its stem as thick as a sapling, and its leaves a glossy green with faint golden veins visible on them. Most remarkably, the air around this sunflower was subtly distorted, as if it were enveloped by some kind of energy field. Sunflower Queen, Tier 2. Type: Special Plant Category. Effect 1, continuously generates its own light source, which is converted into sunlight. It can be harvested once every 24 hours, yielding 400 sunlight points each time. Effect 2, Queen's Majesty. The Sunflower Queen is immune to all negative effects: cold, burning, poison, charm, fear, curse. Effect 3, Queen's Blessing, dispels one negative effect from sunflowers within a 10 km radius. Range increases with level. Effect 4, Holy Light Judgment, unleashes the power of sunlight, dealing massive light-type damage to enemies. Chapter 18. He. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm rich now, I'm rich now. He laughed for a full 3 minutes before slowly getting up and stretching. Backache, leg cramps, don't ask why, it's from digging in the dirt. No, I need to lie down for a while. Shui group. Liu Ji lay down on the haystack and opened the system panel. As soon as he opened the chat channel, he saw a small red dot flashing in the upper right corner. Private message. DAY21511. Xiao Baiyu, hey boss. I went for a walk outside again today and found so much fertilizer. Xiao Baiyu, anyway, I don't need them, so I'm giving them all away to the big boss. Remember to accept them. It was a message from Xiao Baiyu this afternoon. I guess I was still engrossed in digging at the time, so I just ignored it. Fertilizer delivery? He looked down and, sure enough, saw a golden notification box. A gift from Xiao Baiyu. Claim now. Whether. Liu Ji raised an eyebrow and nodded. The next second. Splash 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 splash. Bags of fertilizer poured out of the void and rained down on him. Holy crap! Liu Ji was hit so hard that he ran away with his head in his hands, jumping up and down in the cramped wooden house. But the fertilizer bags seemed endless, gushing out one after another. Stop, stop, stop. That's enough. Liu Ji waved his hands, but the system ignored him and continued to spit things out. Liu Ji stood in the corner, staring dumbfounded at the small mountain of fertilizer in front of him. This small hill, judging by appearance, is at least. How many bags is that? Liu Ji was on the verge of tears. He struggled to climb out of the fertilizer pile and squatted down to count the bags one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. His hands were shaking when he counted to the 39th bag. 39 bags! Liu Ji roared to the sky, his voice echoing in the wooden house, startling the sunflower queen in the corner, who trembled her petals. He turned his head and looked at the corner of the wall. There was also a pile of fertilizer he had stored there. 39 plus 25. What was it equal to again? Liu Ji counted on his fingers for a long time. Then he felt completely lightheaded. He immediately packed all the fertilizer into his backpack and rushed to the tender little sprout of the money tree. The money tree, myth. Status, remaining ripening time, 5 days, 21 hours, and 33 minutes. Liu Ji's lips began to curl upwards. It'll be ripe today. He was so excited his hands were trembling, and he quickly got to work. He took bags of fertilizer out of his backpack and poured them all into the pit. Liu Ji poured faster and faster, becoming more and more excited. Fertilizer powder piled up in the pit, but strangely, the pit never filled up. The powder disappeared as soon as it fell in, as if it were absorbed by something. This setup is quite convenient, but not very scientific, Liu Ji muttered. Anyway, I don't have to clean up the mess, so I can just dump it and be done with it. He was engrossed in pouring it when a message notification suddenly popped up. Xiao Baiyu, hey bro. Did you check the chat channel? Liu Ji paused. Liu Ji, not yet, what's wrong? Xiao Baiyu, someone said the sunflower suddenly shows it produces 50 sun points. I don't know if it's true or not. Xiao Baiyu, I'm planning to plant one and see if it can also produce 50 points. Xiao Baiyu, do you want to give it a try? Anyway, one bag of fertilizer will do the trick, and if it doesn't work, you can just dig it up. Looking at these messages, Liu Ji turned to look at the gleaming golden sunflower queen in the room. Liu Ji's heart skipped a beat. No way. He quickly opened the regional channel and scrolled up. The messages were scrolling by incredibly fast, he spent ages scrolling before finally finding a few. Li Jingjing, look. My sunflower has changed. Sunflower. Type, production plants. Effect, absorbs sunlight and converts it into sunlight points. Can be harvested once a day, yielding 50 sunlight points each time. Li Jingjing, it was 5 before. Suddenly it became 50. What happened? Suyueli, 50 points? Are you cheating? Wang Shun, no, why? My sunflower still shows 5 points. Why is yours 50? Li Jingjing, no way. I didn't do anything. As Liu Ji looked at these messages, his mind began to race. He remembered the queen's protection. In other words, did this sunflower queen activate a skill on its own? Moreover, the skill's effect doesn't just protect him, but silently blesses all the sunflowers in this misty forest. At this moment, Xiao Baiyu sent another message. Xiao Baiyu, wow, wow, wow. Xiao Baiyu, mine changed too. I just checked, and it really is now 50 points. Xiao Baiyu, shared, sunflower. Xiao Baiyu, look, look, look. It really is 50 points. I'm not seeing things. Xiao Baiyu, boss, what's going on here? Is it a system bug? Or is there some hidden mechanism? Liu Ji's lips twitched as he looked at the series of messages. This girl types incredibly fast. Just as he was about to reply, Xiao Baiyu sent another message. Xiao Baiyu, it seems only Li Jingjing and I have 50 points now, most people still have 5 points, how strange. Liu Ji knew exactly what was going on. What system bugs, what hidden mechanisms all are thanks to this queen. Sunflowers within a 10-kilometer radius have all been blessed. In other words, Xiao Baihu's wooden house is at most 10 kilometers away from him. Li Jingjing's is the same. This is quite convenient. If I encounter any danger in the future, I might be able to contact them. He replied to Xiao Baihu's message. Liu Ji, there might be some hidden conditions, anyway, getting 50 points is a good thing. Xiao Baihu, yes, yes, yes. Super good news. Let's synthesize to Tier 2 first. Maybe I'll be the first Tier 3 master. Liu Ji's lips twitched as he looked at the message. A level 3 expert? He glanced at the large sun mushroom growing in front of his door. 50 points a day. I glanced again at the queen sunflower in the room. It earns 400 points a day. But Liu Ji didn't say anything, he just smiled. Liu Ji, congratulations. Xiao Baihu, he, thank you so much, boss. I'll definitely treat you to a meal once I reach level 3. Xiao Baihu, by the way, I have some cactus meat here, do you want some? I picked a lot today. Liu Ji was taken aback. Why does this girl always want to give things away? Liu Ji, no need, you keep it for yourself. Xiao Baihu, okay then feel free to contact me anytime you need anything. Liu Ji turned off private messages, and all 69 bags of fertilizer had been poured out. He quickly used an identification tool on the money tree. The money tree, myth. Status, remaining ripening time, 3 hours 11 minutes. Liu Ji. It's only a 3-hour difference, isn't it? 2 bags of fertilizer are enough. With a wave of his hand, he directly opened the trading platform and bought the 2 cheapest bags. He then conveniently withdrew the proceeds from selling bamboo tubes before leaving that day. Bamboo tube X8 price, 70 silver coins / each total income, 560 silver coins. Transaction fees deducted, 0 silver coins, no transaction fees during the new player protection period. Actual amount received, 560 silver coins. Current silver coins, 630. Liu Ji looked at the balance with a smug smile. 2 bags of 10 silver coins, a piece of cake. As the last 2 bags of fertilizer were poured in, the entire money tree began to tremble. The sapling, which was originally less than a meter tall, has grown to 2 meters. The tree trunk thickened at a visible rate, standing firmly in the pit, filling the entire space completely without leaving any gaps. Liu Ji's mouth was agape, his eyes wide like saucers, because something was hanging from the tree at that moment. A giant, golden lucky bag. Liu Ji swallowed hard, then reached out his hand. The moment his fingers touched the bag, the lucky bag fell off by itself and landed in his palm. It feels light and airy, but I can tell there's something inside. Liu Ji took a deep breath and opened. A flash of purple light, the lucky bag vanished, and in his hand appeared a watermelon seed? Watermelon pitcher seed, epic. Type, seed, aggressive plant. Effect, obtains a watermelon pitcher after planting. Chapter 19. The next day, Liu Ji groggily opened his eyes. The first thing you see is a yellow light. The street lights were still diligently shining, illuminating the entire wooden house. What time is it? He muttered, taking out his system panel and glancing at it. 9:32. Liu Ji was taken aback. It's 9:30? He remembered that he didn't fall asleep until after 4 AM last night, and he only slept for a total of 5 hours. But strangely, I'm not sleepy at all. He was probably too excited. He sat up, stretched out a big yawn, and his bones cracked and popped. Comfortable. Liu Ji rubbed his eyes and looked at the sunflower queen in the corner. Time to let the sunlight in. He quickly reached out and touched the Sunflower Queen, and in a flash of inspiration he reaped the rewards. Achieving success. Gain sunlight, 400 points. He was just about to go to the door to collect the large sun mushroom when a notification suddenly popped up from the system. Your cabin has been detected as upgradable. He quickly opened the system and took a look. Player, Liu Ji. ID, CN 10,000,00002. Location, Misty Forest District 9527. Building, Tier 1 log cabin, upgrade requires 450/100 sunlight, upgrade upwards. Assets, 390 silver coins. Without saying a word, Liu Ji clicked the upgrade button. The wooden house is being upgraded. The next second, the entire wooden house began to glow. The light was a warm yellow, somewhat like the light from streetlights, but brighter and warmer. Liu Ji stood inside the room, watching the wooden planks around him begin to change. The walls, which were originally crooked and filled with dry moss, began to become smooth and solid. The wooden planks on the ground became thicker and more solid. Then, the whole house began to expand outwards. Liu Ji watched as the wall, which had originally been only 2 steps away from him, slowly, firmly, and with an undeniable air, moved a full step away. Holy crap! He instinctively took a step back. Then the other wall started moving too. Liu Ji stood in the center of the room, staring blankly at the suddenly spacious surroundings. The corner that used to be piled with hay is now 3 steps away from him. This. Liu Ji opened his mouth. This is a house extension? It doesn't require approval. The system, of course, ignored him. But another message popped up. Congratulations, your cabin has been upgraded. Upgraded to a higher level, the area is larger, the walls are reinforced, and 2 new unlockable pits are added to the garden. Liu Ji looked at the 2 lines of text and nodded in satisfaction. Once I've saved up 3 slots, I can get another tier 2 plant. Just then, my stomach rumbled at the most inopportune moment. The sound was so loud that even Liu Ji himself was startled. So loud. He rubbed his stomach, then realized. Didn't you eat last night? No, I ate it last night, but what did I eat again? He remembered, he had eaten the last cabbage last night. The last one. Liu Ji sighed, walked to the pile of bamboo tubes, and picked up a section. Remove the bamboo stopper and tilt your head back to pour it down. The cool bamboo scent slid down my throat to my stomach, but my stomach was still empty. He picked up another section and drank it down. Liu Ji burped and patted his stomach. Fine, he muttered to himself, water is still water. He put down the empty bamboo tube and his gaze fell on the queen sunflower in the corner. The queen was smiling at him, her 2 dark eyes staring straight at him. He walked over and reached out his hand. He yanked the cloak off. The moment the cloak left the sunflower queen, the faint golden light around her flickered, and her eyes instantly cleared, as if she were somewhat dazed. Liu Ji ignored her, simply draped the cloak over his shoulders, and tied it around his neck. Floral shorts with a queen's cape, elegant, he said. So elegant. He turned to look at the sunflower queen. No, she's no longer the queen. The sunflower's 2 black dots were also staring straight at him, as if he were an idiot. What are you looking at? Liu Ji straightened his cloak. Never seen anyone so handsome before. Liu Ji snorted, turned around, pushed open the door, and strode into the courtyard. His cloak fluttered slightly behind him, revealing glimpses of his floral shorts. He walked to the first pit and looked at the large sun mushroom. Giant sun-dried mushroom. Type: production plants. Status: harvestable. Currently available sunlight, 50 points. Achieving success. Gain sunlight, 50 points. Current sunlight level, 400. After absorbing the sunlight, he surveyed the entire yard. The yard has become much larger, and the fence and gate look more sturdy. The weeds have also been removed, replaced by 2 unopened pits. The 2 pits were neatly arranged there, empty except for 2 palm-sized wooden plagues. Liu Ji walked over, squatted down, and took a closer look. The wooden sign for Pit 5 has a bright red cross on it, with a line of small print below it. Unlock the 5th planting slot, requires 500 silver coins. He remembered that unlocking the 3rd and 4th slots yesterday only cost him 250 yuan, and today it had doubled. He opened his backpack and took a look. Silver coins, 390. Liu Ji stared at the 500, then at his own 390, then at the 500 again. Then he spoke. Those wicked, heartless capitalists. The wooden sign just sat there in the pit, the bright red cross seemingly mocking his incompetence. Liu Ji turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped. He was furious and glanced back at the plants in pit number 3. Reach out your hand. He slapped her across the face. Smack. A crisp sound. The unripe little watermelon wobbled, as if it had been stunned by the blow. He had just planted it last night before going to bed. Liu Ji regretted it as soon as he finished. Brother Melon, I didn't mean to. He quickly withdrew his hand, looking at the small watermelon. Okay, I guess I did it on purpose. The little watermelon lay there, round and plump, looking a little aggrieved. Just as little watermelon was stunned by the blow, the bamboo stalk of the Yangchuan green bamboo in the next pit trembled slightly. A few bamboo leaves rustled, looking as if they wanted to retreat but had nowhere to go. Liu Ji turned around and glanced at King Zhu. The green bamboo had returned to its original state, standing there straight as if nothing had happened. But Liu Ji was certain he hadn't misread it. That thing did indeed shrink back a little just now. You. Liu Ji pointed at King Zhu. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to hit you. The green bamboo remained silent, its leaves trembling slightly, as if to say, it's hard to say. Liu Ji scratched his head and bowed slightly to the little watermelon. Sorry, brother, it was just a moment of impulse. How about I treat you to drinks another day? Knowing he wouldn't get a response, Liu Ji pushed open the courtyard gate, took a deep breath, and once again disappeared into the fog. His cloak swayed behind him, and his floral shorts were faintly visible in the mist. Inside the house, the sunflower, no longer the queen, stood tall in its pot, watching that departing figure. There seemed to be a hint of speechlessness in his eyes. Chapter 20. Liu Ji had only taken a few steps after leaving the gate when he suddenly stopped. It seems like I've forgotten something. He stood there, frowning. This is very important. But I can't remember. He stood there for 3 seconds, then gave up and continued walking forward. He walked a few more steps, then stopped again. No. He looked back at the thick, impenetrable fog behind him, then at his own floral shorts and red cloak. They're fully equipped. I have the cape, the floral shorts, and my backpack is empty. I haven't forgotten anything. He continued walking, then stopped for the 3rd time. This time, he stood still, closed his eyes, and carefully recalled what he had done before leaving the house. Get up, collect sunlight, upgrade the cabin, steal a cloak, kill a watermelon, go out, etc. Liu Ji opened his eyes. Streetlight flowers. IFG left the streetlight inside the house. Then he turned around and ran home. He ran all the way back to the gate, pushed it open, and rushed into the wooden house. The street lamp flower sat on that rusty iron table, as if waiting for him to come back and take it. Liu Ji grabbed the street lamp flower and hugged it to his chest. I almost forgot about you, he said to the street light, without you, I'd be blind if I went out. This time, we're really setting off. He held the street lamp flower in one arm and opened the new user navigation app with the other. He's already used up his resource sensor, he's having a really bad day. I wonder if it's because he attacked the watermelon patch. 100 meters southwest, unknown cave. He scratched his head, looked around at the area illuminated by the streetlights, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. That's not right, he muttered to himself. This resource sensor is centered on me and senses resource points within a 100-meter radius. But if I sense the area before each trip, wouldn't the sensing range be limited to 100 meters centered on the cabin? The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. If I move further away, say to a point 100 meters from the cabin, then the sensing range will be 100 meters centered on that point. Liu Ji's eyes lit up. Yes. That's it. From now on, we need to go further away before using the sensor, that way we'll definitely find more resource points. He smugly gave himself a thumbs up for his idea, then, carrying the street lamp flower, headed southwest. The light from the streetlights is really effective. The warm yellow halo illuminated the surrounding environment within a 10-meter radius, making the twisted gray-green trees, weeds, and pebbles on the ground clearly visible. Unlike yesterday, we don't have to grope our way in the dark, and we don't have to worry about something suddenly appearing in the fog. Liu Ji left with a very comfortable feeling. Before Liu Ji knew it, a huge silhouette suddenly appeared before his eyes. It's a snow-capped mountain. He looked up at the endless snow-capped mountain range before him, and felt utterly overwhelmed. Snow-capped mountains, he muttered to himself, how could there be snow-capped mountains in the Misty Forest? Standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at the snow, Liu Ji felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. No. There's no mist on this snow-capped mountain. He turned to look behind him. The fog around him was still so thick, the weeds on the ground were still that unhealthy grey-green, and the trees in the distance were still twisted and strange. But right beside this grey-green, misty forest, a snow-capped mountain range stands abruptly. Brother Lamp, is this scientifically sound? He asked the street lamp. Okay, Liu Ji answered himself, this world is inherently unscientific. He steeled his resolve and started walking up the mountain. The snow was thin and hard, it crunched underfoot. After walking about 20 meters, he saw a cave entrance behind a boulder. It was pitch black, like a crack in the mountainside. Liu Ji stood at the cave entrance and looked inside. I can't see anything. He pushed the street light bulb further in, letting the light shine in. It's a passageway, sloping downwards, and I don't know where it leads. Liu Ji swallowed hard. To go in or not to go in? This is a problem. Never mind, we're already here. In the end, curiosity triumphed over fear. He gripped the lamppost tightly and cautiously entered the cave. It was much colder inside the cave than outside. As soon as he entered, Liu Ji shuddered. Achoo! The sound echoed in the corridor, startling him. He quickly covered his mouth and strained his ears to listen to the surrounding sounds. There was nothing there. He continued walking forward. The light from the streetlights illuminated the surrounding environment. The cave walls were grayish-white and covered with a thin layer of frost. The ground was cold and hard to the touch. Liu Ji walked for a while, then suddenly stopped. He looked down at the ground. There are footprints on the ground. However, it wasn't Liu Ji's. The footprints were twice the size of his feet and stretched deep into the passage. Moreover, the places where those footprints were covered with a layer of ice. Liu Ji squatted down and reached out to touch the ice. It's very cool and very thin. He stood up, staring at the footprints, his heart beginning to race. Something lives here. Liu Ji gripped the lamppost tightly and mustered his courage to continue walking forward. The further in you go, the colder it gets. Liu Ji wrapped his cloak tighter around himself, but the cloak only provided immunity to the negative effects of attacks, it offered no warmth whatsoever. He could only rely on the street lamp in his hand. Streetlights do provide a little warmth, but only a little, which is far from enough. Liu Ji began to tremble. Upper teeth clinking against lower teeth, clink 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 clink. Giddy up! Damn, this place, is too cold. He shivered as he walked forward, his legs shaking. But he didn't turn around. Because that trail of footprints is still extending. He wanted to see what kind of creature lived in this god-forsaken place. After walking about 50 meters, the passage suddenly opened up. Liu Ji held up the street light and shone it on his eyes. It is a cave. It wasn't large, maybe 20 or 30 square meters. The cave walls were covered with a thick layer of ice, and the ground was also ice. Right in the corner of the cave, there was a snowdrift 2 meters high. Liu Ji circled the snowdrift but found nothing unusual. He reached out and touched it. It was just ordinary snow. He remembered the box he had dug up from the scarecrow yesterday, and his heart began to race. Is it some kind of mythical treasure again? Even a legend will do. Practice makes perfect, he muttered to himself. Dig. He squatted down, put down the street light, and began to shovel snow with his hands. The snow was very loose, digging it out left a hole. Liu Ji dug faster and faster, becoming more and more excited. After digging about half a meter deep, my fingers suddenly touched something soft. Furry. Before he could react, the snowdrift suddenly moved. It really moved. The entire snowdrift suddenly bulged upwards, and Liu Ji was thrown to the ground with a thud. Then, something jumped out of the snowdrift. It was covered in long white fur, round and plump, and about half a person's height. It stood in front of Liu Ji, staring with its big, round eyes and its mouth wide open. Roar! A deafening roar shook the very snow inside the cave. Liu Ji was so terrified by the roar that his mind went completely blank. Run! He suddenly grabbed the lamp post, sprang up from the ground, and turned to run. He rushed through the passage and out of the cave. He didn't know how long he ran before he stopped, clutching his knees and panting heavily. Oh my god, you scared the hell out of me! He gasped, glancing back at the scene. The monster didn't chase after them. Liu Ji breathed a sigh of relief and plopped down on the ground. It took him a while to calm his heartbeat. Then he remembered the cloak he was wearing. The Queen's cloak. Mythical grade equipment. Holy light judgment. Liu Ji's expression gradually became distorted. IFG, have a magical artifact, he asked the air. Why am I running? Liu Ji stood up, looked in the direction of the cave, and gritted his teeth. Get it? This time, he walked very fast. Entering the cave and passing through the passage, the journey was smooth and unobstructed. When he returned to the cave, the monster was still there, its head turned, staring at him with its icy blue eyes, its face clearly saying, "You dare come back!" Then he opened the system and looked at the monster. Snowman Zombie. Note, this is an ancient and rare creature that lives in the frigid mountains. It is very timid, but never disturb it while it is hibernating. Liu Ji stood in front of it, pointing his finger at its nose with an air of arrogance. So what if I disturbed your sleep? The Yeti zombie was stunned for a few seconds, probably not expecting this human to be so arrogant. Chapter 21. Then it opened its mouth, preparing to roar again. Liu Ji had a sudden thought. Consumes 1 point of sunlight to activate holy light judgment. A golden beam of light shot from his hand, striking the monster squarely in the chest. -100. A bright red number floated up from above the monster's head. The monster was struck by the light, and its expression became even angrier. However, Liu Ji was not happy. Because he used his identification skill to see the red health bar above the Yeti zombie's head. Snowman Zombie 19900/20,000. Liu Ji stared at the number 19900/20,000 and fell silent. Brother Snowman, he swallowed, forcing a harmless smile, I told you were bloody. I was just naive, being new here, and only teased you a little. The snowman zombie, of course, ignored him. It opened its massive, fang-filled maw and let out a deafening roar. Roar! Then it stood up. Two thick legs stomped on the ground as it charged towards Liu Ji. Liu Ji turned and ran. His cloak swung wildly behind him, and his floral shorts almost fell off as he ran. Run, 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 run! Then, as he was running, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Liu Ji, you son of a bch, he muttered to himself, why did you run away again? 1 point of sunlight can reduce his health by 100, and 200 points of sunlight can kill him instantly. Liu Ji took a deep breath, then quickly steadied himself, turned around, raised his hand, and aimed at the charging snowman zombie. The Yeti zombie's eyes glazed over for a moment, probably not expecting the human to suddenly stop running. But it didn't stop, it kept rushing forward. Liu Ji's mind stirred again. Consumes 199 sun points, activates Holy Light Judgment. This time it wasn't a beam of light, but a massive golden pillar of light. A beam of light burst forth from Liu Ji's palm, illuminating the entire passage. Then a piercing scream rang in my ears. Then came the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Liu Ji lowered his hand and looked at the monster. It lay on the ground, its once white fur now charred black, black smoke billowing from its body. Its icy blue eyes remained open, staring straight at Liu Ji, as if it couldn't believe it even in death. My snowman brother died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He walked over and kicked the snowman zombie's corpse, it was limp and motionless. Liu Ji squatted down and said to it, I'm sorry for disturbing your sleep, so what? Liu Ji continued, so what if you have 20,000 HP? I took you down. What's wrong with that? As he was speaking enthusiastically, the monster's corpse suddenly began to glow. Then, bang! The body disappeared. A purple light appeared on the ground. It dropped equipment. He quickly went over, squatted down, and reached out to touch the purple light. As the light faded, he found a completely silver-white ring in his hand. Dragon Bone Ring, Epic. Type, Equipment. Effect, Free Will, when used on a plant, grants it the ability to move for 3 hours. Cooldown, 12 hours. Description, a replica of the Dragon Bone Ring. A century ago, the legendary blacksmith Master Milan of Dragon Bone Lands forged 4 pieces of Dragon Bone equipment representing freedom, chains, peace, and riot. However, after the zombie invasion of Dragon Bone Lands, the 4 pieces of Dragon Bone equipment disappeared. Dragon Bone Set, Dragon Bone Ring, Dragon Bone Necklace, not owned, Dragon Bone Boots, not owned, Dragon Bone Banner, not owned. 2. Set Bonus. 4. Set Bonus. Then the corners of his mouth started to turn upwards, so much so that he couldn't suppress them. A set, he muttered to himself, an epic set. He looked at the ring over and over, liking it more and more each time. Can free will give plants the ability to act? Liu Ji's mind was already filled with fantasies about the future. But he quickly calmed down. The set is missing 3 pieces. Necklace, boots, battle flag. Furthermore, the effects of the 2-piece set and the 4-piece set are both undefined, you'll only know what they are once you collect them all. Okay, he said, slipping the ring onto his finger. Take your time, I've got plenty of time ahead of me. Suddenly he stopped. Looking at the ring's information again, my gaze fell on the first line of the description. A replica of the Dragon Bone Ring. The legendary blacksmith of Dragon Bone Land a century ago? Master Milan. What is the land of dragon bones? Who is the Milan Maestro? He scratched his head and read the instructions again. I still don't understand. 100 years ago? A zombie invasion? Dragon Bone Lands, he muttered. This game's backstory is pretty complicated. Liu Ji scratched his head again. Never mind, he lowered his hand, that's not something to think about right now. As long as the ring works, that's fine. Chapter 22. Liu Ji walked out of the cave, feeling incredibly happy. He took a few steps, then looked down at the ring on his hand, then held his hand up to the light of the street lamp, looking quite pleased with himself. So cool, FG cool, he muttered to himself. When my watermelon brother at home ripens, I'll give him this buff as a proper reward. He had just stepped out of the cave, feeling quite pleased with himself, when suddenly he sensed something was amiss. Why does it feel like someone is watching him? Liu Ji suddenly turned his head. A face. The woman, with disheveled hair and a deathly pale face, stood less than a meter away from him, staring blankly at him. Ji's mind went blank, and all the blood rushed to his head. A ghost! He screamed with all his might, and jumped back 3 feet high. The street light flare swung wildly in his hand, the light casting flickering shadows on his face, making it appear even more ferocious. The person opposite him trembled in fright at his shout. A scream, louder than Liu Ji's voice, so piercing it could burst an eardrum. Before Liu Ji could react, he saw the man's eyes closed, and then a huge thing suddenly appeared behind him. It's fluffy, long, and looks like a cat's tail. With a flick of its tail tip, several sharp spikes shot out with a series of whooshing sounds, heading straight for Liu Ji. Holy crap! Liu Ji turned and ran into the cave. But he forgot that he had just stepped out of the cave and that the ground was covered with loose stones. Just as I turned around, my foot slipped, and I stepped on a round, rolling stone. Ouch! He lunged forward and landed hard on the ground. The lamp in his hand was flung 3 meters away and rolled into the depths of the cave. Then, he was stung by the spikes. Liu Ji felt as if someone had poked him a few times in the back. But it doesn't hurt too much. He lay on the ground, stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Cloak. The queen's cloak shielded him. Just as Liu Ji was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his buttocks. Awoo! He sprang to his feet, letting out a series of heart-wrenching screams. My butt! My butt! The spike seemed to have a mind of its own, its angle so bizarre that it actually burrowed under the cloak and lodged squarely in his right buttock. Liu Ji was in so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes. He lay on the ground, clutching his buttocks and rolling around, whimpering and howling like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The person opposite him paused for a moment upon hearing his shout. Then she opened her eyes and looked at Liu Ji. Liu Ji was still in shock, one hand covering his buttocks, the other waving wildly. The man stared at Liu Ji for 3 seconds, then opened the system and used the identification on him. Game player, Liu Ji. The man was stunned. Then she exclaimed, Ah! Boss Liu Ji! Upon hearing this, Liu Ji paused in his jumping motion. He looked up at the person. The person was walking towards him, hurrying along, with a look of surprise and delight on their face. Liu Ji's pupils dilated instantly. Don't come any closer. He turned and climbed. It really did climb. With one hand covering his buttocks and the other supporting him on the ground, he kicked his legs like a frog and crawled forward as fast as he could. The thorn in his buttock was still there, and it hurt whenever he moved, but he couldn't care less. The other person was stunned when he saw him like this and quickly stopped in his tracks. Boss Liu Ji, you need to calm down. Liu Ji ignored him and continued climbing. I am Xiao Baiyu. Liu Ji climbed even faster. It really is me. Xiao Baiyu. Have you forgotten? I brought you fertilizer yesterday. Liu Ji climbed 2 more steps, then suddenly stopped. Xiao Baiyu? He lay on the ground, turned his head, and squinted at the person. His hair was disheveled, his face was deathly pale, and he was wearing a blue and white outfit that looked like a school uniform. But upon closer inspection, that face. While he was still in a daze, the man quickly took a few steps forward. When Liu Ji saw her coming, he instinctively wanted to run away again. Don't move! The man stopped abruptly, raising his hands. I won't come any closer, I'll just stand here. Liu Ji stared at her, one hand still covering his buttocks, his expression as wary as a frightened groundhog. The person took a deep breath and reached up to brush the hair away from their face. A face appeared. Fair skin, big eyes, a pert nose, and thin lips. Although her hair was messy and she had a few mud marks on her face, she was indeed a beauty. And it does look like a minor? Liu Ji stared at that face for 3 seconds, then looked at the huge cat tail behind her. The cat's tail was still there, but it wasn't as big as before, and it was drooping limply, with the tip still twitching. You really are Xiao Baiyu. Liu Ji's voice trembled slightly. It really is me. The person nodded quickly. Boss, I sent you a private message yesterday, and you added me as a friend. Don't you remember? Liu Ji thought for a moment. It seems, that's actually true? He opened the system and clicked on his friends list. Xiao Baiyu. Liu Ji clicked on Xiao Baiyu's profile picture, then looked at the person in front of him. Yes, they do look quite similar. Your cat tail. Xiao Baiyu looked down at the tail behind her, then looked up at Liu Ji, her expression a little awkward. This is my equipment, I was so nervous just now, so. Liu Ji didn't say anything, but instead turned his head to look at his own backside. The thorn is still stuck there, it hurts whenever I move it. He looked up at Xiao Baiyu again. Xiao Baiyu followed his gaze and saw the thorn on his buttock, her face instantly turned deathly pale. Sir. I'm sorry. Liu Ji took a deep breath. Then he spoke. Could you help me remove the thorns first? Xiao Baiyu paused for a moment, then quickly nodded. She cautiously walked forward, squatted down, and looked at the thorn on Liu Ji's buttocks. The thorn was embedded very deep, with only a small part protruding, and blood had already seeped out around it. Xiao Baiyu swallowed hard, reached out, and pinched the thorn. Boss, just bear with it. Liu Ji gritted his teeth and gripped the ground tightly with both hands. Pull. Xiao Baiyu exerted force. A woo! A scream echoed through the sky. Liu Ji lunged forward, burying his face in the ground, his whole body convulsing. Xiao Baiyu stood there helplessly, clutching the bloody thorn. Big Boss, are you all right? Liu Ji lay motionless on the ground. Chapter 23. Xiao Baiyu panicked. Big Boss? Big Boss, don't scare me. Big Boss. Just as she was about to squat down to take a look, Liu Ji suddenly moved. Then he slowly got up, sat on the ground, one hand covering his buttocks, the other hand supporting him on the ground, his face ashen. Xiao Baiyu looked at him and asked cautiously, Boss, are you all right? Liu Ji stared incredulously at the thorn in her hand. The thorn was about the thickness of a finger, 10 centimeters long, and its tip was still covered in blood. Liu Ji looked at it for 3 seconds, then spoke. What is this thing? Xiao Baiyu looked down at the thorn in her hand, then looked up at Liu Ji, her expression somewhat embarrassed. This is my equipment, the effect of cat's tail grass, it can launch spikes to attack enemies. Liu Ji fell silent. He looked at the thorn again, then at Xiao Baiyu. You mean, you used that cat tail to shoot my A? Xiao Baiyu blushed. I didn't mean to, I thought you were some unknown creature from the cave. Liu Ji took a deep breath. Do I look like an unknown creature? Xiao Baiyu quickly waved his hands. No. I mean, there might be danger in this cave, so I've been outside and afraid to come in. Suddenly I saw someone come out, so I. As she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer. Liu Ji looked at her and suddenly found it a little funny. This girl was calling him Big Boss in private messages yesterday, but she gave him a dirty look as soon as they met today. He sighed and looked at his own backside. Blood was still seeping out, staining a large area of the floral shorts red. "Do you have any medicine?" he asked. Xiao Baihu paused for a moment, then quickly rummaged through his backpack. "Yes, yes, yes. I have aloe vera. It can stop bleeding." She took a white object out of her backpack and handed it to Liu Ji. Liu Ji took it and looked at it. Aloe vera gel, rare. Type, vegetable/medicine. Effects, edible, but with low satiety. Effective for external application to stop bleeding. Liu Ji looked at the external application for hemostasis and then at his own buttocks. He fell silent. Xiao Baihu also fell silent. The two stared at each other for 3 seconds. Then Xiao Baihu spoke up, "Do you want me to help you with this?" Liu Ji's face flushed red instantly. "No, no need." He quickly shrank back. "I can do it myself." "Turn around." Xiao Baihu said oh and obediently turned around. Liu Ji watched her retreating figure, then looked at the aloe vera gel in his hand. He gritted his teeth and pressed the aloe vera onto the wound. Hiss! It felt chilly, and the pain was still there, but the bleeding had indeed stopped. He breathed a sigh of relief, covered himself with one hand, and used the other to support himself as he slowly stood up. Hearing the noise, Xiao Baihu turned around. "Boss, are you all right?" Liu Ji rolled her eyes at her. "What do you think?" Xiao Baihu shrank back and whispered, "I'm sorry." Looking at her pitiful appearance, Liu Ji suddenly couldn't stay angry anymore. He sighed and waved his hand. "Never mind, you didn't do it on purpose." Xiao Baihu's eyes lit up. "You're so great, boss." Liu Ji ignored her and limped into the cave to pick up the fallen lamp post. The street lights were still glowing, but the light was weaker than before, as if expressing dissatisfaction. Liu Ji patted it and whispered, "I'm sorry you had to go through that." Then he turned around and looked at Xiao Baihu. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Baihu paused for a moment, then said, "I came out to explore. I sensed a resource point today, so I came here." Liu Ji frowned. "Resource points? What resource points?" Xiao Baihu pointed to the cave behind him. "This is it, the unknown cave." Liu Ji was stunned. "You mean, you also came here for this cave?" Xiao Baihu nodded. Liu Ji frowned. Can a resource point be detected by multiple players simultaneously? He recalled the supply sensor he had used that morning, which showed 100 meters southwest, unknown cave. Is Xiao Baihu at this spot too? He looked up at Xiao Baihu. "What does it show when you use the resource sensor?" Xiao Baihu blinked. "This is what it shows, unknown cave." At that moment, a question popped into Liu Ji's mind, if this girl could get here, does that mean she lives nearby? He looked at Xiao Baihu and asked, "Does your home live around here?" Xiao Baihu paused for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, it's over there." She pointed south. Liu Ji looked in the direction she pointed. At the foot of the snow-capped mountain, a small wooden house stood there all alone. The log cabin was small, surrounded by a simple fence, and a few plants could be vaguely seen in the yard. Behind the cabin were snow-capped mountains, which looked exceptionally clear from above. Liu Ji stared at the wooden house, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. What happens if you attack another player's cabin? The thought had barely crossed his mind when he killed it. He remembered how Xiao Baihu had given him aloe vera gel to stop the bleeding earlier. Her bright eyes were filled with apology. This girl just shot him with an arrow, then gave him medicine, and now she's chatting with him here, without a shred of suspicion. If he were to set his sights on her wooden house, would he even be human? As he was thinking, something suddenly came to his mind. He looked at Xiao Baihu, then at the wooden house. That's not right. Xiao Baihu was taken aback by his gaze. What's wrong? Liu Ji pointed to the wooden house, then to the surrounding snow-capped mountains, his voice trembling slightly. Why isn't your little cabin in the mist? Xiao Baihu blinked. Ah! Liu Ji pointed to the grey mist in the distance, and then to the direction of her wooden house. Look, my cabin is in the mist, and everyone else's cabins must be in the mist too. Why isn't your cabin in the mist? Xiao Baihu looked in the direction he pointed, then looked back at his own wooden house, his expression somewhat blank. I don't know either. She thought for a moment and said, at first I thought everyone was like me. She pointed to her wooden house, and then to the surrounding snow-capped mountains. Look, behind my house are snow-capped mountains, and in front is mist. Every day when I wake up, I walk into the mist to explore. I thought everyone was like that. Liu Ji looked at the small wooden house in the distance and the snow-capped mountains behind it, his mind racing. Could it be that this snow-capped mountain doesn't belong to any other area of the Misty Forest? Or is it that this snow-capped mountain is located within a misty forest, and the reason there is no mist is because there is something on the mountain that can suppress it? He thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Boss! Xiao Baihu's voice pulled him back to reality. Do you know what's going on? Liu Ji snapped out of his daze and looked around. Perhaps your cabin spawned in a rather unusual location, Liu Ji thought for a moment. After all, this world is inherently strange, anything is possible. Xiao Baihu nodded, but the confusion on her face didn't lessen at all. All right, let's go. Xiao Baihu was taken aback. Leave? Aren't we here to explore? Liu Ji rolled her eyes at her. I already explored it all. Xiao Baihu was even more stunned. Is it over? Liu Ji nodded, one hand covering his buttocks, the other carrying a street lamp, and walked into the mist at the foot of the mountain. Seeing this, Xiao Baihu quickly followed. Boss, wait for me. Hey buddy, should I put another aloe vera patch on your butt? Need not. Boss, let me take you back, in case you encounter any more danger. The greatest danger is you. Chapter 24. The next morning, Liu Ji groggily opened his eyes and was greeted by a golden light. No, sir. Liu Ji raised his hand to shield his eyes. Isn't your photosynthesis a little too vigorous? Yesterday, upon returning to the cabin, he returned the queen's cloak to the sunflower. To be honest, I was a little reluctant to part with it at the time. That cape was so cool and stylish. But there was nothing they could do, the queen was showering them with too much sunshine. Liu Ji rubbed his eyes, sat up, and stretched. My buttocks twitched. It doesn't hurt anymore. He paused for a moment, then reached out and touched the spot where Xiao Baihu had shot him yesterday. The wound had completely healed, leaving not even a scar. That aloe vera gel is pretty effective, he muttered. I should have asked for more. He stood up and walked to the sunflower queen. The queen sunflower swayed gracefully towards him, its golden petals shimmering in the dim wooden cabin. Liu Ji reached out and touched it. Achieving success. Gain sunlight, 400 points. Liu Ji's lips began to curl upwards. He quickly ran into the yard and picked up the large sun mushroom. Achieving success. Gain sunlight, 50 points. Liu Ji nodded in satisfaction. 450. It's time to upgrade the cabin again. Liu Ji was secretly pleased with himself, but his hands didn't stop, he directly clicked upgrade. The next second, the cabin and yard began to glow. Congratulations, your cabin has been upgraded. Upgraded significantly increases the area, greatly strengthens the walls, and adds 2 unlockable pits in the garden. The cabin unlocks new features, kitchen and workbench. Not bad, Liu Ji said, standing in the yard looking at the wooden house. It's definitely gotten much bigger, finally looks like a proper house. He was just about to figure out how to use the 2 new features when he suddenly noticed a red dot flashing in his friend information section. Liu Ji clicked on it and took a look. Xiao Baiyu, boss, is your butt injury healed yet? Liu Ji's face twitched. He touched his buttocks, it definitely didn't hurt anymore. Liu Ji, okay. Xiao Baiyu replied instantly. Xiao Baiyu, that's good, that's good. I was worried all night. Liu Ji's lips twitched as he looked at the message. You were worried all night? Why weren't you worried when you shot me with your cat tail? Xiao Baiyu, by the way, bro, people in the chat are talking about you. Liu Ji was taken aback. Discussing me. He opened the regional channel. The messages were scrolling by incredibly fast, he spent ages scrolling before finally finding a few. Zhang Wei, did you guys see the achievements? Another one. Wang Shun, I checked, first kill on the Yeti? What's a Yeti zombie? Li Na, I don't know, I've never seen it. Has anyone seen it? Zhang Tianxi, never seen this before. Did boss Liu Ji kill him? That's awesome. Zhang Xiaobai, brother Tianxi, who is boss Liu Ji? Zhang Tianxi, it's that guy who sold bamboo tubes a few days ago. Xiao Baiyu, Liu Ji is amazing. I saw it with my own eyes. Liu Ji paused for a moment when he saw this. Did you see it with your own eyes? Did you see it with your own eyes when you gave me a magazine? He continued scrolling down. It took about 30 seconds to flip through. Then he gave up. Are they all so good at spamming groups? He muttered. There's no way to keep up. He left the chat channel and opened the achievements system. Achievement system. Current achievements, /. First to reach the top, Part 1. This is the glory of the first person to reach the second tier cabin. Achiever, Park Su Piao. Time of completion, DAY 2601. Reward, 100 silver coins. Liu Ji remembered her, the girl who used the transformation eggplant to synthesize a tier 2 sun mushroom was a ruthless person. Keep reading. Zombie Slayer, be the first to kill 100 random zombies. Completed by Xiao Baiyu. Time of completion, DAY 31023. Reward, 500 silver coins. Liu Ji's eyes widened like copper bells. 100? This girl killed over 100 zombies in 2 days. He remembered Xiao Baiyu's enormous cat tail from yesterday, the sharp spikes that shot towards him, and his own bloodied buttocks from yesterday. It seems, not impossible. He looked down again. First Yeti kill, be the first to kill the Yeti zombie. Achieved by Liu Ji. Time of completion, DAY 31351. Reward, 1000 silver coins. Liu Ji's lips began to curl upwards. 1000 silver coins. He quickly clicked to claim it. The next second, Liu Ji felt completely lightheaded. 1000 silver coins. We're rich. We're rich. We're rich. He continued reading. First to reach, Part 2. This is the glory of the first person to reach the third tier cabin. Achieved by Liu Ji. Time of completion, DAY 4857. Reward, 200 silver coins. Liu Ji clicked claim again. Received, 200 silver coins. Current silver coins, 1590. Liu Ji stared at the number, his hands trembling. He had never seen so much money since he was born. He took a deep breath, exited the achievement system, and returned to the regional channel. This time there's even more news. Zhang Wei, Liu Ji has reached Tier 3. Wang Shun, what? Tier 3. And it's only been 4 days. Suyueli, I don't believe it, I'm going to check the achievements. Wow, it really is Tier 3. Li Jun, that's incredible. How did brother Liu Ji manage that? Xiao Baiyu, I told you Liu Ji was amazing. Zhang Wei, Xiao Baiyu is amazing too. He killed 100 mini zombies. Xiao Baiyu, he, good luck, good luck. Li Na, I admire both of you. Please mentor me. Warwolf Jing, Xiaobai, do you know Liu Ji? Liu Ji's lips twitched when he saw this. No? The way we met was a bit unusual. He hesitated for a moment, his finger hovering over the input box, unsure how to answer. Never mind, I won't explain. He silently left the chat channel, pretending he hadn't seen anything. The system panel has returned to the player information screen. Player, Liu Ji. ID, CN 10,000,00002. Location, Misty Forest District 9527. Building, Tier 3 log cabin, upgrade requires 150/1000 sunlight. Assets, 1,590 silver coins. He checked his silver coin balance. 4-digit number. Liu Ji grinned. 15,000, he shouted into the air, I'm rich. Ha ha ha. Inside the house, the Sunflower Queen stood silently glowing in the corner, as if watching a fool. Liu Ji laughed for a full 5 minutes before gradually calming down and remembering the 2 new features. Kitchen and work table. He turned and went into the cabin, and then discovered. The wooden house has changed. What was once an empty room now has a half wall. This half wall, only about a meter high, divides the room into left and right sections. To the left of the half wall was a familiar place, about the same size as the original 2-story wooden house. The queen sunflower was still glowing, the haystack was still in the same spot, and everything seemed normal. But a table has been added against the wall. Blue, and shiny. And the shape of this table, looks familiar. The location was exactly where that broken iron table had been before. No way. Liu Ji said incredulously, this is that broken iron table. Is the kitchen on the other side of that half wall? He walked to the other side of the half wall. Then he fell silent. It's called a kitchen, but it's actually only about 5 or 6 square meters. So small you could bump into a wall just by turning around. There was only a wooden table inside, with a cutting board on the tabletop. Beside the cutting board, hanging on the wall, was a kitchen knife and a fruit knife. Other than that, there was nothing. There was no stove, no pot, no bowl, no chopsticks, nothing. Liu Ji took a deep breath. I understand, he said. The kitchen means I'm given a place to chop vegetables, but you find the vegetables yourself. I'm given a cutting board, but you cook the food yourself. He stormed out of the kitchen, fuming, and circled back to the left side of the half wall. As soon as they approached the iron table, a screen of light suddenly appeared out of thin air on its surface. Machining table. Welcome to the crafting table. Please select the item you wish to craft. The screen was densely packed with a bunch of things, but most of the icons were dark gray. Liu Ji randomly selected a gray one. Insufficient processing table level, unable to produce. Order one more. Insufficient processing table level, unable to produce. Liu Ji's face turned black with anger. So you just want me to see this, he said to the light screen. Is this a processing table or a pie-in-the-sky drawing table? The light curtain fell silent. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the few glowing icons. The first 3 are a set of clothes, which require jute leaves to make. The fourth one is light green all over, and its shape is a bit strange. Liu Ji leaned closer to take a look. Is this a pistol? No, calling it a pistol doesn't quite make sense. The barrel was green, the gun body was also green, and the grip was engraved with leaf patterns. Most importantly, the barrel isn't a dark, gaping muzzle, but rather a rounded O shape, like a pea shooter's head. Liu Ji clicked on the details. Pea gun. Type, equipment/weapon. Effect, launches peas to attack enemies, automatically stores 1 pea every minute, maximum, 10 peas. Materials needed for crafting, 1 pea shooter seed, 100 silver coins. Liu Ji stared at these lines of text, his eyes slowly brightening. A pea-shaped pistol, he muttered to himself, this thing. He imagined the scene. Holding a pistol, aiming at the zombie, biu, peas fly out, and the zombie falls to the ground. So cool. Isn't this much better than those useless plants? He was so excited his hands were trembling. Plants have to be planted, you have to wait, and you're afraid they'll get eaten. A pistol can be just stuffed in your pocket, you can shoot whoever you want. But he quickly calmed down. Materials needed, 1 pea shooter seed. He opened his backpack. No. Liu Ji stood there, completely speechless. Then he looked up and shouted at the workbench. Where am I supposed to get you pea shooter seeds? Chapter 25. Liu Ji stood there, cursing at the processing table for 3 minutes. Exhausted from cursing, he took a deep breath and decided to face reality. Fine, you're awesome, I'll buy it, okay. He opened the trading post and typed pea shooter seed into the search bar. The moment the search results popped up, Liu Ji's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Available for sale, 2. Pea shooter seed x1 price, 250 silver coins seller, Li Jun. Pea shooter seed x1 price, 300 silver coins seller, Pu Xiao Piao. Liu Ji stared at the 250 silver coins and remained silent for a full 2.5 seconds. So expensive. He pointed at the seed that cost 250 silver coins, his fingers trembling. A worthless seed for 250? You might as well rob someone. He checked his balance again, 1,590 silver coins. I can afford to buy it. But the problem is, a seed costs 250, plus a crafting fee of 100, totaling 350 silver coins, which can be exchanged for a small pistol. Liu Ji hesitated. He turned his head and looked at the sunflower queen in the corner. The queen was swaying gracefully towards him, her golden petals radiating a warm glow, presenting an image of peace and tranquility. Liu Ji stared at her. The next second he strode over and grabbed the cloak draped over the queen's shoulders. He pulled hard. He ripped off the cloak. The sunflower queen was stunned again. The golden flower trembled slightly, its petals shaking as if someone had suddenly stripped it naked, the whole flower was stunned. Liu Ji draped the cloak over himself and fastened it. He gave a comfortable hum, then glanced back at the sunflower queen. The queen was still standing there, stunned, the flower pot facing him, with a "what are you doing" expression. The sunflower queen shook its petals. Liu Ji felt that the trembling of the petals was somewhat meaningful, but he decided to pretend he didn't see it. Time to head out. He patted his cloak, turned, and left. Behind him, the sunflower queen's flower head slowly turned to face his back, remaining motionless. That look in his eyes was like looking at a good-for-nothing son. Liu Ji didn't notice any of this. He walked to the door, then suddenly remembered something. Streetlight flowers. The lamppost that was there last night is no longer glowing, we need to buy a new one. He reopened the trading post and typed street lamp flower into the search bar. The search results are much more normal this time. Street lamp flower price, 60 silver coins seller, Zhongtianxi. Street lamp flower price, 65 silver coins seller, Zhongtianxi. Street lamp flower price, 70 silver coins seller, Zhongtianxi. Liu Ji glanced at the seller's ID. Zhongtianxi. Monopoly. Liu Ji muttered. One person selling 3 lamps at different prices, is he testing the market? He thought for a moment and chose the cheapest one. Pay 60 silver coins. Purchase successful. The street light flower has been placed in my backpack. Liu Ji took out the street lamp flower from his backpack and held it in his hands. A pale yellow light illuminated the surroundings, and a warm feeling emanated from my hands. He nodded in satisfaction and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. He remembered something else. Dragon Bone Ring. It can grant plants the ability to move. Liu Ji's eyes lit up. He turned his head and looked at pit number 3 in the yard. There, a watermelon pitcher was lying down. Liu Ji walked over to it. The watermelon pitcher had been standing there quietly, looking just as serene as ever. But when it saw Liu Ji walking over, it moved. First, I touched the watermelon behind me with a leaf to make sure it was still there. Then it lifted the melon vine behind it. With the watermelon vine that was originally used to throw watermelons, slowly, gradually, it covered his head. Liu Ji was stunned. He looked at it, its round, smooth part tightly covered by the vine, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. You. He opened his mouth. What are you covering your mouth for? The watermelon pitcher didn't move, the vines covered the watermelon even more tightly. Liu Ji walked up to it, and then he saw. Behind the watermelon pitcher, where it was originally hidden by the vines, were 2 small watermelons. Round and plump, lush and green, they hang quietly on the vines. Liu Ji's eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap! He squatted down, leaned closer to take a look. What's this? A watermelon. He reached out and touched one of them. Little watermelon. Type: food. Effect: the fruit produced by the watermelon pitcher is refreshing and delicious. Liu Ji's lips began to curl upwards. Then he put down the street light, with lightning speed. He plucked the 2 small watermelons, hugged them to his chest, and ran into the house. The watermelon pitcher's leaves trembled. It slowly lowered the leaves that had been covering its head, using the vine to sense what was behind it. It's empty, the melons are gone. A few seconds later, Liu Ji came out of the wooden house. The smile on his face was impossible to hide. He walked up to the watermelon pitcher and cleared his throat. Hey! Brother Melon, he patted the leaves of the watermelon pitcher, your melons are good, hopefully you'll produce more in the future. The watermelon pitcher was looking at him. Then, slowly, gently, it raised the leaf again. He covered his head. Liu Ji, what are you covering up now? I'm not going to hit you. He looked at the watermelon pitcher's stay-away stance and suddenly felt a little speechless. Liu Ji took a deep breath. Forget it, I won't argue with the plants. He raised his hand, and with a thought, activated the skill of the Dragon Bone Ring. Dragon Bone Ring, Epic. Type: Equipment. Effect: Free Will, when used on a plant, grants it the ability to move for 3 hours. Cooldown: 12 hours. A purple light emanated from the ring and landed on the watermelon pitcher. The watermelon pitcher was startled. Immediately afterwards, it actually jumped up and down on the spot. The watermelon pitcher, still feeling the sensation of being suspended in the air, was completely bewildered. Just as Liu Ji was about to speak, a notification box suddenly popped up. Skill activated successfully. The watermelon shooter gains the ability to move for 3 hours. During the skill's duration, the holder of the Dragon Bone Ring can issue commands to the watermelon pitcher. Note: plants and planting holes are bound together. Free will essentially temporarily releases this binding. After a plant leaves its planting hole, no other plants can be planted in that hole. The plant will automatically teleport back to its planting hole after the skill ends. Before Liu Ji could finish reading, he saw the watermelon thrower move. It jumped out of the planting hole and hopped and skipped towards the gate. That speed, that stance, that resolute silhouette. It looked just like a rabbit running for its life. Liu Ji was dumbfounded. Hey! Hey! Why are you running? The watermelon pitcher didn't even turn his head, and kept jumping out. As Liu Ji watched its retreating figure, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Is this thing holding a grudge against me for picking its melon? The watermelon pitcher had already reached the gate and was about to dash into the fog. Upon seeing this, Liu Ji quickly ordered, Brother Gua, come back. The watermelon pitcher hesitated for a moment. Then, as if guided by some force, it turned around, hopped and skipped, and came back. It walked up to Liu Ji, stopped, and raised its head. She looked at Liu Ji with those pitiful eyes, her face full of reluctance. Liu Ji looked at it and suddenly felt like laughing. Is this melon, a nickname, traumatized by being beaten by him when he was a child? I slapped it yesterday. The watermelon pitcher wasn't ripe yet and couldn't move, so it could only silently endure the blow. Now that it can move, the first thing it does is run. Okay, he said, squatting down and patting the leaves of the watermelon pitcher, it's quite obedient. The watermelon pitcher's leaf trembled, but it didn't dodge. Liu Ji withdrew his hand and looked outside the courtyard. The fog was still thick, but with the cloak and the watermelon pitcher, he felt like a completely different person. Brother Melon, let's go, he said, lifting the street lamp flower to the watermelon pitcher. Your brother Ji will take you out to see the world. The watermelon pitcher glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and then reluctantly followed. Chapter 26. This time, Liu Ji learned his lesson. He walked southeast while looking at the novice navigation. After walking about 70 or 80 meters, estimating that he was far enough away from the wooden house, he stopped and used the resource sensor. Resource sensing. Does this consume one sensor attempt? Weather. Liu Ji nodded yes. With a flash of light, resource points within 100 meters began to appear. 30 meters due east, traces of unknown organisms, low risk. 60 meters southeast, traces of unknown organisms, low risk. 90 meters southeast, cactus forest, explorable. Liu Ji stared at these lines of text, and the corners of his mouth began to curl upwards. Danger? He has a cloak. He has a watermelon pitcher. He has the holy light judgment. I, Liu Ji, am invincible. Liu Ji waved his hand and said to the watermelon pitcher, let's go take a look to the east. The watermelon pitcher touched the watermelon behind him with a leaf to make sure the cannonball was still there, then hopped and skipped after it. 30 meters isn't far. After walking for less than a minute, Liu Ji was able to see what was ahead by the light of the street lamps. A group of mini zombies. There were about a dozen of them, dressed in tattered clothes, with grayish-green skin and no pupils in their eyes, only two pale, lifeless lights. They swayed in the mist, wandering aimlessly. Liu Ji stopped, squatted behind a tree, and observed carefully. The watermelon pitcher squatted beside him, peeking out from under the tree trunk with leaves. See those? Liu Ji whispered. Just those. You'd better smash them later. The watermelon pitcher's leaves trembled, as if to say, okay. Liu Ji looked at the group of zombies again. The distance was about 10 meters, right within the illumination range of the streetlights. He took a deep breath and stood up. Go, he shouted to the watermelon pitcher. Beat it. A person in a plant emerged from behind the tree and swaggered towards the group of zombies. The zombies all turned around at the first sound. A dozen pairs of pale eyes stared at Liu Ji. Liu Ji stopped, raised his hand, pointed to the nearest zombie, and gave the order to the watermelon thrower. Brother Melon, fire! The watermelon pitcher received the order and immediately went into battle mode. It steadied itself, and then suddenly swung the vines behind it. A round, watermelon-shaped projectile flew out from behind, tracing a beautiful parabola, and struck the head of the mini-zombie in front with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! The watermelon burst open, splashing juice everywhere. The mini-zombie's head exploded, its body swayed, and it fell straight to the ground before its corpse dissipated. Liu Ji's eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap, he shouted excitedly, well done, bro. Keep firing. He pointed to another zombie, that one. That one. The watermelon pitcher shook the vines. There was no movement. Liu Ji was taken aback. He pointed to another zombie, that one. Quick! The watermelon pitcher swung the vines again. Still no movement. Liu Ji was stunned. He turned to look at the watermelon pitcher, only to see the plant scratching its head with its leaves, looking like it was saying, "I can't do anything about it." Liu Ji suddenly remembered something, he hadn't used the appraisal on Brother Melon yet. So he quickly opened the system to check. Watermelon pitcher. Type: attack plant. Effect: throws watermelons to attack enemies, dealing significant damage. Attack interval: 10 seconds. One edible mini watermelon is produced every 6 hours under peacetime conditions. Liu Ji stared at the 10 seconds and remained silent. 10 seconds? Does it take 10 seconds to complete an attack? He looked up at the group of zombies. The horde of mini zombies was walking towards them, not very fast, but getting closer and closer. There are over a dozen zombies, and it takes 10 seconds to kill just one. Wouldn't it take several minutes to kill them all? As the zombies drew closer, Liu Ji became frightened. He swallowed hard, his first instinct being to turn and run. But as soon as he turned his head, he suddenly stopped. Then he raised his hand and slapped himself. Liu Ji, oh Liu Ji, he cursed to himself, why are you thinking of running away again? We've been through thick and thin. Don't disgrace yourself. He took a deep breath, turned around, and faced the approaching horde of zombies. He raised his hand, and with a thought, he made a move. Consumes 1 sun point. A golden light shot out from his palm. The light was so fast it was impossible to see clearly, there was only a whoosh sound. A zombie's head exploded and turned to ashes. Liu Ji did not stop. He raised his other hand, and with both hands he unleashed a burst of golden light that shot out as if it were free. The zombies fell one after another, without even having time to scream. A dozen seconds later, the battlefield fell silent. A dozen or so many zombies all turned into corpses, fell down, and disappeared. Liu Ji stood there, his hands still in the firing position, looking a little dazed. He looked down at his hands, then at the spot where the zombies had been standing. He murmured to himself, am I really that strong? He opened the system and glanced at the sunlight value. Building, Tier 3 log cabin, upgrade requires 134/1000 sunlight. I just used 16 points of sunlight to kill more than a dozen zombies. Is this thing so fragile? It dies the moment it touches you? Liu Ji fell silent. He slowly turned his head and looked at the watermelon pitcher next to him. The watermelon pitcher was staring at him with his big, teary eyes, completely still. That expression. Worship, naked worship. Looking at its arrogant and cocky attitude, Liu Ji felt a surge of pride welling up inside him. See that? That's my true strength. He patted the watermelon pitcher's vine, then added after a moment's thought, your big watermelon is pretty good too. Our teamwork is perfect. The watermelon pitcher's leaves trembled, as if to say, really? Really? Liu Ji said seriously, look, you smashed it the first time, stunning the zombie, and I cleared out the rest. It's a perfect match. The watermelon pitcher thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Then the whole melon bounced twice on the ground, looking quite happy. Looking at its silly appearance, Liu Ji suddenly found the thing rather cute. All right, he bent down and picked up the dozen or so small white dots that had fallen to the ground. It was all silver coins, fertilizer, and seeds, no goods were shipped. Liu Ji packed everything into his backpack. Let's go, next place. The watermelon pitcher pointed southeast with a leaf, as if asking, going that way. Liu Ji checked the navigation. 60 meters to the southeast, there is another traces of an unknown organism, which is also a danger marker. 90 meters further south is a cactus forest, which you can explore. Let's check that danger sign first, Liu Ji said. After we've dealt with it, we can go pick the cactus. The watermelon pitcher nodded and hopped along to catch up. The man and the plant disappeared into the mist once more. After walking a short distance, Liu Ji suddenly remembered something. He stopped and turned to look at the watermelon pitcher. "Oh, by the way," he said, "don't hide those little watermelons anymore. You won't eat them anyway, will you?" The watermelon pitcher's leaves trembled. It slowly raised its leaves and covered its head. "Liu Ji! What are you still covering up for?" He was speechless. "I promise I'll never hit you again." The watermelon pitcher peeked out from between the leaves, its eye still watching him warily. Liu Ji took a deep breath. "Forget it. I won't argue with the plants." Chapter 27. Liu Ji continued leading the watermelon pitcher, marching confidently toward the next resource point. "This is it." He stopped, looking around in the lamplight. "The map shows this is it, traces of unknown creatures." He paused, looked around, but there was nothing there. There were no zombies, and nothing that moved. There were only a few crooked trees, a tangled mess of weeds, and the fog as thick as ever. Liu Ji frowned. He opened the new user guide and checked it again. The marker for unknown creature traces, danger, coincides with his current location. That's right. He looked up again, gazing at the eerily quiet area before him. Where are the zombies? Are they hiding? He muttered to himself. Or did they run away? The watermelon pitcher squatted next to him, scratching his head with a leaf, also with an I don't know expression. Liu Ji took a few steps forward and pricked up his ears to listen. There was no sound at all. The deathly silence was exactly the same as the feeling I had before near the bamboo forest. Liu Ji swallowed hard and subconsciously touched the cloak he was wearing. Don't panic, we have a magic weapon. He took another step forward. Just then. Shh. Liu Ji suddenly stopped. The sound was coming from the left. He slowly turned his head and looked at the bushes next to the crooked tree not far away. The grass was very dense, almost waist-high, and in the dim light of the streetlights, it was impossible to see anything clearly. Shh. It rang again. And the bushes were moving. Liu Ji's eyes lit up instantly. Goodness, he whispered to the watermelon pitcher, hiding in the bushes? This zombie's pretty clever. The watermelon pitcher's leaves shook, indicating it was ready for battle. Liu Ji raised his hand, pointed to the patch of grass, and gave the order in a low voice. Brother Melon, fire! The watermelon pitcher received the order and swung the vines behind him with a sudden burst of speed. A round, watermelon-shaped projectile shot out, tracing a graceful parabola before landing precisely in the center of the grass. Bang! The sound of a watermelon bursting echoed throughout the area. Immediately afterwards. Ah! A sharp, piercing, and utterly devastating scream. Then. There was no further movement. Liu Ji stood there, stunned for a full 3 seconds. That sound. He frowned. That voice doesn't sound like a zombie. He recalled the many zombies he had just encountered. No, they just pant and wheeze, like they have chronic bronchitis. So what was that scream? A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in Liu Ji's heart. He walked cautiously forward, approaching the patch of grass step by step. The watermelon pitcher followed behind him, its short, rooted legs bouncing silently, its 2 leaves standing alertly upright. Reaching the edge of the bushes, Liu Ji raised his street lamp and shone it inside. Then he froze completely. A person was lying in the grass. A girl. Wearing a school uniform, with long hair down. He was lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back, seeing stars, and his face still covered in pieces of watermelon flesh. Xiao Baiyu. Liu Ji's pupils dilated instantly. Holy crap! He pushed aside the bushes and rushed in, then squatted down to look at that familiar face. It was indeed Xiao Baiyu. That's Xiao Baiyu, the one who shot him in the butt with an arrow yesterday. Liu Ji quickly squatted down and looked at the half-broken watermelon next to her head, then at the mess of watermelon juice on her face. He fell silent. The watermelon pitcher came over, poked Xiao Baihu's face with a leaf, then looked up at Liu Ji with a "who is this guy?" expression. Liu Ji took a deep breath. "Oh no, we've accidentally injured someone," he said. The watermelon pitcher's leaves trembled. Liu Ji stood up and circled around Xiao Baihu. The loot was scattered around, some of which hadn't been collected yet. Silver coins, fertilizer, and 2 seeds of unknown origin. It seems this girl was fighting zombies here, and after she finished, she was squatting here picking up items when he hit her with a watermelon and knocked her unconscious. Liu Ji suddenly remembered something. Yesterday, Xiao Baihu shot an arrow into his buttocks. Today, he smashed a watermelon on Xiao Baihu's head. Liu Ji remained silent for 2.5 seconds. Then the corners of his mouth started to curl upwards uncontrollably. "Haha," he muttered to himself, "this retribution came way too fast." He looked down at Xiao Baihu's unconscious face, trying hard to suppress his laughter, but his shoulders still twitched uncontrollably twice. The watermelon pitcher looked at him, his face full of confusion. Liu Ji cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing the corners of his mouth. He said to the watermelon pitcher, "Brother Watermelon, we didn't do this on purpose. It was an accident, purely an accident." The watermelon pitcher nodded, but his eyes clearly showed disbelief. Liu Ji looked down at Xiao Baihu again. He suddenly felt a little guilty. Although he still holds a grudge about yesterday's arrow, the fact that he knocked someone unconscious. "All right," he sighed, "let's save them first." He knelt down again and helped Xiao Baihu up. Then he discovered a problem. This girl. Masu Shige. Damn it, Liu Ji gritted his teeth and helped her sit up straight. "You look pretty thin, how come you're so heavy?" Xiao Baihu, of course, did not answer him. Her head drooped limply, and she relied entirely on Liu Ji for support. Liu Ji took a deep breath and used all his strength. One hand encircled her waist, the other supported her legs, and with a forceful pull. "Get up!" But he himself almost lost his footing, staggering 2 steps before regaining his balance. "Okay." He gasped, "Okay, I can walk." He looked down at Xiao Baihu in his arms. She was still wearing her blue and white school uniform, a white shirt, and dark blue trousers, and was now leaning softly against him, unconscious. As Liu Ji walked, he discovered another problem. The zipper on her school uniform. "I didn't finish pooping." To be precise, only half of it was pulled out. The white shirt collar was slightly open, revealing a patch of fair skin underneath, and Liu Ji's gaze unconsciously shifted downwards by an inch. Then he saw the deep ravine, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Liu Ji's breathing stopped for half a second. Then he abruptly raised his head, his eyes fixed on the fog ahead, his neck stiff as a robot's. "Liu Ji," he roared at himself internally, "what the hell are you doing?" He took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. "Liu Ji, oh Liu Ji," he murmured to himself as he walked, "I am a gentleman. I cannot take advantage of others in their time of need." He took 2 more steps. His gaze involuntarily drifted downwards again. "Holy shit!" He quickly raised his head again. "Liu Ji, that's enough." The watermelon pitcher followed beside him, scratching his head with a leaf, looking at Liu Ji with a puzzled expression as he watched Liu Ji's neck twitching. Liu Ji ignored it and continued to mentally reassure himself. "They're a high school student, maybe even underage. How can you be so shameless? Are you even human? You." He paused. "But..." His gaze shifted down an inch further. "This must be a D cup, right? No wonder it's so heavy. High school students these days are really developing." He took a deep breath and forced himself to fix his gaze on the fog ahead. "I won't look, I won't look, I won't look," he muttered. If I look, I'm a beast, if I don't look, I'm a gentleman. He took a few more steps. How about taking another look? Liu Ji, you son of a bch. May everything go smoothly and peacefully. He gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Xiao Baiyu in my arms was soft and warm, I could feel her tender warmth even through her school uniform. The watermelon pitcher followed cautiously beside him, the street light illuminating his head. That's right, Liu Ji just put the street light flower on its head, making it a portable lamp post. At that moment, Brother Melon was holding a lamp over its head, curiously watching Liu Ji's expression. Its two leaves trembled, as if asking, "Are you all right?" Liu Ji ignored it. He walked and talked about it all the way. Do not look at what is improper. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Namo Amaterasu. After walking for about 10 minutes, he finally saw his own dilapidated courtyard gate. Liu Ji breathed a sigh of relief, carried Xiao Baiyu into the yard, and placed her on the haystack in the wooden house. Then he plopped down next to him, panting heavily. Chapter 28. The watermelon pitcher hopped into the house, shook the street light bulb off his head, carefully straightened it with the watermelon vine, then squatted down to the side, continuing to look at Liu Ji with this guy's crazy gaze. Liu Ji doesn't have time for it right now. He paused for a moment, then stood up, walked to Xiao Baiyu's side, squatted down, and examined him closely. The girl is still unconscious. The watermelon juice on my face had started to dry, leaving a sticky residue. His chest rose and fell slightly, but his breathing remained relatively steady. There were no obvious wounds on his head, he was probably just knocked unconscious. Liu Ji reached out and checked her breath. Have. He then lifted her eyelids and looked at her again. Pupils are normal. He breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I won't die. He stood up. I'm just dizzy. He walked to the corner. He took the 2 bamboo tubes and returned to Xiao Baiyu's side. He squatted down, intending to give her some water first. Just then, Xiao Baiyu frowned. Liu Ji's hand froze in mid-air. Xiao Baiyu's eyelashes trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes were initially confused and unfocused, as if they hadn't figured out where they were. Then her gaze focused on Liu Ji's face. I paused for 2 seconds. Liu Ji, the big boss. The voice was hoarse and weak. He coughed lightly, you're awake. Xiao Baiyu blinked and tried to sit up, but as soon as she moved, she cried out ouch, and covered her head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. She grimaced. Why does my head hurt so much? Liu Ji's lips twitched. Then Xiao Baiyu spoke. Where am I? The voice was hoarse and weak. Liu Ji looked at her and suddenly felt a little guilty. He coughed lightly, my home. Xiao Baiyu was taken aback. Your home? She tried to recall, then frowned. I was just fighting zombies. I finished off a wave. I was about to collect some loot, and then... She paused. Then it felt like something hit me on the head. She slowly turned her head and looked at Liu Ji. Boss Liu Ji, do you know what's going on? Liu Ji remained silent for a full 2.5 seconds. Then he took a deep breath, turned around, and pointed at the watermelon pitcher who was scratching its head with its leaves. It did it. The watermelon pitcher froze. 2 leaves hung suspended in mid-air, and the entire plant remained motionless, as if it had been frozen in place. Liu Ji continued to shift the blame, really, it has nothing to do with me. I was just standing there, I didn't do anything, it fired on its own. I couldn't stop it. The watermelon pitcher slowly turned his head, pointing the 2 leaves at Liu Ji. That expression seemed to say, Liu Ji, what the hell are you talking about? Liu Ji pretended not to see and continued explaining to Xiao Baiyu, look, it's a watermelon pitcher. It can launch watermelons and hits them every time. I was exploring when it suddenly fired, and I didn't even have time to react. Xiao Baiyu looked in the direction he was pointing. Eyes fell on the watermelon pitcher. The watermelon pitcher froze on the spot, not daring to move. Xiao Baiyu stared at it. Then her eyes lit up. Wow! So cute! Liu Ji was stunned. What? Xiao Baiyu sat up abruptly from the haystack. The dizziness was gone, and the pain was gone too. He rushed over to the watermelon pitcher in 2 quick steps, squatted down, and held its 2 leaves in his hands. What an adorable little watermelon! Her eyes lit up. How can it be so cute? The watermelon pitcher was completely dumbfounded. It was being cradled by Xiao Baiyu. The entire plant was stiff as a piece of wood. Xiao Baiyu liked it more and more as she looked at it, and hugged it tightly in her arms. Little watermelon! Let me hug you! Feeling the softness in Xiao Baiyu's arms, the watermelon pitcher's face. It's become famous. Her originally emerald green face was visibly tinged with a faint pink. Liu Ji's eyes widened like copper bells. Why are you, a plant, blushing? The watermelon pitcher, of course, didn't answer him, he just covered the leaves even tighter. Xiao Baiyu looked down at the shy plant in her arms, her eyes crinkling into 2 crescent moons with a smile. It even blushes? How adorable! Liu Ji stood aside, watching this scene, and felt completely distraught. He was ignored by the girl, replaced by a plant. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Baiyu suddenly looked up. By the way, Boss Liu Ji. You just said, this is your home? Liu Ji nodded. Xiao Baiyu looked around, at the pile of hay, the street lamp, and the still glowing sunflower queen. Then her gaze fell back on Liu Ji. So, you're the one who carried me back. Liu Ji froze. Xiao Baiyu looked at him, her eyes crinkling, lost in thought. Liu Ji coughed lightly, I was the one who held it. Xiao Baiyu nodded. Then something suddenly occurred to her. His face, like the watermelon pitcher's, was flushed. You. She looked up at Liu Ji. You didn't do anything to me, did you? Liu Ji waved his hand frantically, almost like he was having a fit. No, no, no. Absolutely not. I didn't do anything. I just carried you back and put you here. And then you woke up. Xiao Baiyu stared at him for 3 seconds. Real? Really? I swear. Xiao Baiyu breathed a slight sigh of relief and was about to say something when she suddenly felt something was off about her face. She reached out and touched it. Sticky. She looked down at her hands. My fingers are covered in something sticky. Xiao Baiyu was stunned. As she looked down at her hands, her gaze inadvertently swept over her chest. The zipper on the school uniform was only half zipped up. Her white shirt was slightly open, revealing a small patch of fair skin underneath. Xiao Baiyu froze completely. She slowly lowered her head again, looking at Liu Ji's pink underwear. Liu Ji was also looking at her. The air suddenly became quiet. It was so quiet you could hear the steam billowing outside the window. It was so quiet you could hear the sunflower queen in the corner swaying gently. So quiet you could hear it. Liu Ji. Xiao Baiyu's voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. Liu Ji took a step back. You. How could you do this to me? Chapter 29. Xiao Baiyu jumped up and immediately equipped himself with the fluffy cat's tail grass. The next second, a huge cat tail rose up from behind her, its tip aimed at Liu Ji, like a missile locked onto its target. Liu Ji's face turned pale. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Xiao Baiyu ignored him completely, and the cat tail behind him began to glow. Liu Ji turned and ran. Let me explain. I won't listen. He ran towards the door, with Xiao Baihu chasing after him. Your face is covered in watermelon juice. It's not anything else. I don't believe it. He rushed out of the courtyard, and Xiao Baihu followed. It really is watermelon juice. Brother Melon smashed it. I didn't do it. Then why are you blushing? I don't. You have. The two ran in circles in the yard. Liu Ji ran ahead, with Xiao Baihu chasing behind, the huge cat tail behind him held high, its tip locked onto his back. The watermelon pitcher stood at the door, scratching his head with a leaf, watching the two chasing each other, looking completely bewildered. The sunflower queen swayed gently in the corner, her petals trembling, her expression as if she were watching a good show. Liu Ji was out of breath from running. Xiao Baihu! Calm down! Xiao Baihu chased after him relentlessly, gritting his teeth. Liu Ji, I'm going to kill you. It's really a misunderstanding. Then why are you running? If you don't chase me, do you think I can run away? If you don't run, how can I catch you? The two circled around 3 more times. Liu Ji was almost exhausted. As he ran, he kept looking back and saw that the light on the cat's tail was getting brighter and brighter, and it looked like it was about to launch. He closed his eyes in despair. It's over. My illustrious reputation, Liu Ji's, is going to end here today. This way of dying is too shameful. How can I face anyone in the Misty Forest after this gets out? Just then. Bite. A golden announcement popped up on everyone's panel. World will announcement. Attention players. The zombie horde is 90 hours away. Large numbers of zombies are appearing in the Misty Forest through various means. Please prepare yourselves. Special reminder, the risks of traveling at night are significantly increased. Please proceed with caution. Good luck to everyone. Xiao Baihu stopped moving. She stood there, staring at the announcement, stunned for a full 2.5 seconds. A zombie horde, she muttered to herself. 90 hours left. Liu Ji also stopped, leaning on his knees and panting heavily. Xiao Baihu shivered. Just then, she suddenly remembered something. What did Liu Ji just say? Watermelon juice? She looked down at her hands, which were still covered in that red stuff. She touched her face again, it was sticky and dry, and did indeed look a bit like. She opened the system panel and found the shoot function that she had never used before. Aim at yourself. I took a picture. A photo pops up. Xiao Baihu looked at her own face in the photo. His face was covered in bright red watermelon juice, from his forehead to his chin, it looked like someone had splashed paint all over his face. She fell silent. Liu Ji leaned closer, pointed at the photo, and said, "See? I told you it was watermelon juice." Xiao Baihu remained silent. Then she slowly raised her head and looked at Liu Ji. Liu Ji subconsciously took a step back. Xiao Baihu took a deep breath. I'm so sorry, boss Liu Ji. Liu Ji was caught off guard by this sudden reversal. I misunderstood you. She put away the cat's tail grass, and the huge tail disappeared. I thought you did something to me. Liu Ji breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand. It's all right now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Xiao Baihu smiled sheepishly and then wiped the watermelon juice off her face. Do you have any water here? I'd like to wash my face. Liu Ji nodded and took a bamboo tube from the house, handing it to her. Xiao Baihu took it, removed the bamboo stopper, poured some onto her hand, and wiped the watermelon juice off her face. The cool bamboo fragrance, with its sweet scent, made her feel much more refreshed. After wiping her face, she returned the bamboo tube to Liu Ji and casually opened the regional channel. Xiao Baihu stared at these messages, his face growing paler and paler. She looked up at Liu Ji, her voice trembling slightly. Boss Liu Ji, check the chat channel. Liu Ji paused for a moment, then clicked to take a look. Park So Pio, 90 hours? That means 10 AM on the 8th day. Li Na, I just saw tombstones in the wild. And more than one, it was really creepy. Li Jun, I encountered one too on my way home. I happened to see a zombie crawling out, and I killed it on the spot. Zhang Tianxi, what do tombstones look like? I'm a little curious, I want to go out and see now. Wang Shun, brother Tianxi, don't be reckless. The system warned you of danger, and you still went to check it. Zhang Tianxi, I'll just take a look, I won't get close. What if there's something good inside? Tombstone. Yeah. Xiao Baihu pointed at the screen, someone said they found a tombstone in the wild. And zombies are crawling out from underneath it. That's terrifying. As she spoke, she startled herself. Maybe I should go home now. She stood up, took 2 steps toward the door, and then stopped. I checked the time. 16:09. After 4 o'clock, it was already night in the misty world, and the fog outside was even thicker. Occasionally, rustling sounds could be heard in the distance, it was unclear whether they were zombies or something else. Xiao Baihu swallowed hard. She opened the system again and took a look. Cat's tail grass, legend. Effect duration remaining, 3 minutes. Xiao Baihu's face turned even paler. The fog is so thick. It takes at least 20 minutes to get to her house from here. If you encounter anything on the road. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. Liu Ji watched her standing at the door, glancing at the time, then out the window, then at the system, looking as confused as a headless fly. He almost laughed. But I held back. He began. Xiao Baihu turned her head and looked at him pitifully. Liu Ji scratched his head. How about, you stay here for the night? Liu Ji pointed inside the house, look, my house was just upgraded 3 levels, it's very spacious. There's hay over there, you can sleep over there, I'll sleep over here. There's this wall in between, so neither of us will disturb the other. Xiao Baihu looked in the direction he was pointing. There was indeed a pile of hay in the corner, and it looked quite soft. She looked again at the half wall, it was indeed taller than a person, dividing the room into left and right sections. She thought about it. It seems, it's not entirely impossible. But she was still a little worried. She stared at Liu Ji. Boss Liu Ji. You're not going to do anything to me again, are you? Liu Ji waved his hand frantically, almost like he was having a fit. No. Liu Ji, am a gentleman. Xiao Baihu stared at him for 3 seconds. Really? I swear. If you dare do anything, Xiao Baihu said, a smirk creeping onto his face, then I'll just have to shoot you to death with cat's tail grass. Liu Ji's face twitched. Don't worry, I absolutely won't do anything. Xiao Baihu nodded, her face regaining its usual innocent and lively expression. That's good. Thank you, Boss Liu Ji, hee. She went back into the house and sat down on the pile of hay. It's soft and quite comfortable. A street lamp sat on the iron table, its pale yellow light enveloping the entire room, creating a warm and comforting atmosphere. The only pity is, the little watermelon plant has been returned to the pit, she can't hold it anymore. So cute, she muttered to herself. But she didn't ask. No one asked why the watermelon pitcher ran away, why it blushed, or why it was squatting by the door like a pet. Because she also has a cat's tail grass. That tail would curl up on its own, aim at the enemy by itself, and sway gently when she was scared, as if to comfort her. This world is inherently strange and wonderful. Everyone has their own secrets. Liu Ji also walked over to the kitchen and found a corner to sit down. The two were separated by a half wall, and neither of them spoke. After a while, Xiao Baihu's voice came from the other side. Boss Liu Ji. Thank you. Liu Ji paused for a moment, then responded with a smile. Don't mention it, you gave me so much fertilizer too. Consider it a return gift. Xiao Baihu smiled and looked towards the doorway again. The watermelon pitcher was squatting in the hole, its round body facing the wooden house, as if it were guarding them. Good night, little watermelon, she whispered. Xiao Baihu lay down, ruffled the dry grass, and adjusted himself into a comfortable position. Then, she yawned. Sleepiness washed over me. She closed her eyes, and vaguely thought. Liu Ji, although a bit funny, doesn't seem like such a bad person. They even grew such an adorable watermelon pitcher plant. Xiao Baihu's lips curled up slightly. I'll go home tomorrow. Chapter 30. The next morning, Liu Ji felt the urge to urinate. He groggily opened his eyes and found that it was already daylight. Although it's still that hazy, dim light, at least I can see things without the aid of street lights. He got up and went to a corner of the yard to relieve himself. When he returned, he glanced at the pile of hay in the house. Xiao Baihu is still sleeping. She was curled up on her side, occasionally smacking her lips, seemingly lost in a sweet dream. Liu Ji withdrew his gaze, walked to the center of the courtyard, and began to sort through yesterday's spoils. He opened his backpack and took his things out one by one. Fertilizer X6. Sunflower seeds X4. Pea shooter seed X1. Walnut seed X1. Street lamp flower seed ×1. Liu Ji stared at the seeds, stunned. No? He clearly remembered yesterday that he hadn't collected this many seeds, right? Liu Ji scratched his head. What I wanted came true, he muttered. I was just thinking of planting sunflowers yesterday, and then I got 4? No need to buy pea shooter seeds anymore? This drop rate is weird, isn't it? He thought about it and figured it might be a stroke of good luck even though he hadn't accumulated much good luck before. Never mind, let's plant it first. He took the sunflower seeds and walked to the wooden sign, unlocking the 5th and 6th planting holes. Seeing that 1,500 silver coins had instantly disappeared from his backpack, Liu Ji felt as if his heart was bleeding. He squatted down and buried the sunflower seeds one by one into the hole. After burying the last one, he patted the dirt off his hands and nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's get ready to soak up the sunshine. He stood up, turned around and went back into the house, quietly walking to the workbench. His movements were as light as a thief's, as if afraid of waking Xiao Baihu. Liu Ji placed the pea shooter seeds on the table. A light screen popped up. Confirm crafting of the pea shooter. Consumes 1 pea shooter seed plus 100 silver coins. Whether. Liu Ji took a deep breath and nodded. The silver coins in your backpack will be automatically deducted. Remaining silver coins, 201. The next second, the seeds on the table began to glow. The light was bluish-green, exactly the same color as a pea, and carried a fresh, plant-like fragrance. The light grew brighter and brighter, stronger and stronger, and then… bang! A cloud of smoke dissipated. There was a gun on the table. A palm-sized, light green pistol with the pea shooter's signature large mouth at the muzzle. Liu Ji's eyes lit up. Pea gun. Type: equipment/weapon. Effect: launches peas to attack enemies, dealing 50 damage per pea. Automatically stores 1 pea every minute, maximum 10 peas. He held the gun, looking at it from left to right, clearly admiring it. He, I've got a gun now. He raised it and aimed it at the doorway. The watermelon pitcher in the yard was squatting there when he saw the gun pointed at him. Startled, she quickly held up the melon vine to protect her little head. Liu Ji then turned the gun towards the corner of the wall. In the corner stands the queen sunflower, its petals swaying and shimmering with golden light. Then, he aimed at Xiao Baihu, who was fast asleep on the haystack. Etc. Xiao Baihu. Those seeds. Liu Ji's pupils slowly dilated as he recalled the scene from that time. After Xiao Baihu was knocked unconscious, he rushed to save the person and casually collected all the falling white light around him into his backpack. These spoils of war were won by Xiao Baihu. These seeds were sprouted by Xiao Baihu. And he took all of Xiao Baihu's things and even used them. Liu Ji stood there, completely petrified. We're doomed. This is terrible. If that girl finds out, she'll kill me. He looked again at the pile of hay inside the house. Xiao Baihu was still lying there, looking like he was sleeping soundly. Liu Ji swallowed hard. I hope she doesn't remember. Please, please, let her forget. With a heavy heart, as if visiting a grave, he sat on the steps in front of the cabin, waiting for Xiao Baihu to wake up. I waited for about an hour. During that hour, he thought about his last words 3 times. Xiao Baihu finally moved. She rolled over, stretched, and then slowly opened her eyes. I stared at the roof for 3 seconds. Then she sat up, rubbed her eyes, and looked around. She paused for a moment when she saw Liu Ji sitting at the door. Boss Liu Ji? Good morning. The sound was soft and husky, carrying the languidness of someone just waking up, like a kitten that had just woken up. Liu Ji looked at her nervously. Good morning. Xiao Baihu stood up, walked to his side, and stretched. I slept so comfortably, she said, squinting. The hay in your yard is so soft. Liu Ji asked cautiously, do you remember what happened yesterday? Xiao Baihu thought for a moment. I remember, I got knocked unconscious by a watermelon, and then you carried me back. I thought you had done something to me, so I chased you around for a few laps, then realized it was just watermelon juice, and then I went to sleep. Liu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I don't remember. Xiao Baihu continued to recall, then, before I was knocked unconscious, I think I was still looking at my spoils. Liu Ji's heart jumped again. What a pity about those spoils, Xiao Baihu sighed, we didn't even have time to pick them up. Liu Ji stared at her. Those eyes were clear and innocent, without a trace of doubt. This silly girl. Liu Ji's mind was racing. She doesn't remember now, should I tell her? If I tell her, she'll definitely get angry, and she might shoot me with cat's tail grass again. If I don't tell her, those 4 sunflower seeds and pea shooter seeds will be a complete waste. But, looking at her silly face, Liu Ji suddenly felt a pang of conscience. But, it's only a tiny bit. Didn't you pick it up? He made a quick decision. That's such a waste, there might have been something valuable inside. Xiao Baihu nodded and sighed. Yes, that's such a pity. Next time I'll definitely put it in my backpack first and then look at it slowly. Liu Ji nodded in agreement. The two remained silent for a while. Liu Ji suddenly spoke up, by the way, do you want to go exploring in the wild later? Xiao Baihu looked at him. Liu Ji continued to explain, look, we both have resource sensors. One person can only search 1 point, but 2 people can search 2 points. Double the profit, isn't that a great deal? Xiao Baihu's eyes lit up. That makes sense. She immediately opened the system and turned on the resource sensor. It was too late for Liu Ji to stop it. Hey, wait a minute. Xiao Baihu has already clicked confirm. The screen flashed, and the results appeared. Material sensing results. 100 meters northeast, Maze Swamp, explorable. Chapter 31. Liu Ji. Xiao Baihu blinked as she looked at the result. Only one was found. Liu Ji took a deep breath. Yes, just one. Xiao Baihu scratched his head, am I really that unlucky? Liu Ji thought to himself, it's not just bad, it's terribly bad. A maze-like swamp? That doesn't sound like a good place. But the words have already been spoken, so there's no choice but to go. All right, he stood up, looking resolute, Pack up and get ready to go. It's just a swamp, we have Brother Melon, we're invincible. With that, he walked to planting pit number 3 and squatted down in front of the watermelon plant. The watermelon pitcher was scratching his head with a watermelon vine, and paused when he saw him coming. Liu Ji raised his hand and activated the skill of the Dragon Bone Ring. The next second, the watermelon pitcher seemed to realize something. Then he jumped up on the spot. He jumped really high. Land, then bounce again. Back again. Oh! Liu Ji looked at its excited expression and was somewhat speechless. Are you serious? The watermelon pitcher nodded vigorously and continued bouncing. Xiao Baihu watched from the side, his eyes lighting up. The watermelon pitcher noticed Xiao Baihu's gaze, paused for a moment, and turned to look at her. Then, as if remembering something, it slowly raised the leaf and covered its face. */omega**. Xiao Baihu laughed uncontrollably, it's blushing again. Liu Ji stood up and dusted off his hands. All right, let's go. He took out the newly bought street lamp flower from his backpack and held it in his hand. 2 people and a melon embarked on a journey of exploration. Liu Ji hadn't gone far from the courtyard when he realized something was wrong. In the mist by the roadside, many grey outlines could be seen. Take a closer look. Tombstone. Some have already completely emerged from the soil and are standing there. Some only emerge halfway, with the other half buried in the soil. Xiao Baihu nervously gripped Liu Ji's cloak behind him. So many tombstones, it's terrifying. Liu Ji swallowed hard, but pretended to be calm on the surface. Don't be afraid, we have Brother Melon. He glanced back at the watermelon pitcher. The watermelon pitcher was hopping and skipping along on its short legs using watermelon leaves. When it saw him turn around, it quickly raised the leaf, made an OK sign, and had a "I've got this covered" look on its face. Liu Ji felt a little relieved. Keep walking forward. Along the way, you can occasionally see a few wandering mini-zombies. Liu Ji didn't even need to lift a finger, the watermelon thrower hit his target every time. Bang! A zombie fell to the ground. Bang! Another one. Xiao Baihu stared in disbelief, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Is it really that powerful? Liu Ji nodded smugly, of course, my second brother is invincible. The watermelon pitcher jumped even more excitedly upon hearing the praise. Just then, a strange sound suddenly came from underground. Gurgle, gurgle. Liu Ji stopped in his tracks. Xiao Baihu also stopped. The two exchanged a glance. Hey bro, what's that sound? Hey? Wasn't it your stomach that was growling? The words had barely left his mouth. Bang! Suddenly, a tombstone burst from the ground less than a meter in front of the two of them. The grey stone tablet stood upright, kicking up a cloud of dirt that nearly hit Liu Ji's face. Holy crap! Liu Ji jumped back, almost tripping and falling. Xiao Baihu screamed and hid behind him. The two stared at the newly appeared tombstone, not daring to breathe. After a while, the tombstone remained motionless, no zombie crawled out, and there was no other movement. Liu Ji swallowed hard and slowly moved closer, his arm trembling slightly. The tombstone stood there silently, engraved with some incomprehensible symbols, but nothing else. Phew! He breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. Xiao Baihu peeked out from behind. No. No zombies. No. The two stared at the tombstone for a long time, making sure that zombies wouldn't suddenly jump out of it, before continuing on their way. Xiao Baihu kept looking back at the tombstone as he walked. How did it appear so quickly? I didn't even see it a moment ago. Liu Ji thought for a moment, then coughed twice, adopting an air of expertise. Maybe they're just newly sprouted? Look at the ones over there, some are only half-grown, some are fully sprouted, the pace is different. Just like planting vegetables. Xiao Baihu nodded, agreeing that it made sense. After walking for a while, Liu Ji stopped. Arrive. He held up the street lamp and shone it forward. Ahead lay a seemingly ordinary piece of land, no different from its surroundings. But upon closer inspection, one can discern faint traces on the ground like shimmering water or water droplets condensed from mist. Xiao Baiyu leaned closer to take a look. This is the swamp? I can't tell. Liu Ji was also puzzled. He took a few steps forward. My legs suddenly went weak. He abruptly pulled his foot back and looked down. The spot I just stepped on is sinking. The soil, as if alive, slowly swallowed the footprint he had made. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Liu Ji's back. Damn, I almost got caught. He took a few steps back, looking at the seemingly normal piece of land with lingering fear. This swamp is really weird, it's the exact same color as the ground. Who designed this? How could they be so unethical? Xiao Baiyu noticed it too. What should we do? The box is still inside. Hearing the name box, Liu Ji followed her gaze and looked ahead. By the light of the street lamps, one could vaguely see a large box not far ahead, placed in the middle of that seemingly ordinary piece of land. He thought for a moment, looked around, and picked up a long wooden stick. I have an idea. The stick easily sank into the soil, sinking a bit, like it had been poked into porridge. Swamp? He nudged it to the side again. The stick hit a hard object and stopped, making a thud sound. Ground. Liu Ji's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent. Follow me, one step at a time, don't wander off. He carried a wooden stick, poking at the ground as he walked, avoiding the swamp when he poked it, and moving forward when he poked the ground. His movements were as careful as if he were defusing a mine. Xiao Baiyu followed behind him, carefully stepping in his footprints. The watermelon pitcher watched the two slowly moving, somewhat puzzled. Then it hopped and skipped after it. It jumped higher than usual, completely disregarding the swamp. The two of them then proceeded to carefully poke the ground with a wooden stick. I don't know how long I walked. We finally arrived at the box. This large wooden crate is square and about knee-high. Liu Ji circled the box once. Why don't we open it now? Let's see what good stuff is inside. Xiao Baiyu hesitated. Won't opening chests in the wild attract zombies? Liu Ji thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, that's right, but this place is a large swamp, easy to defend and difficult to attack. You use cat's tail grass to whittle them down from a distance, while I and brother Gua provide support from the side. Then we'll use our movement skills in this open area to lure them into the swamp. Even if there are many zombies, we can still fight our way out along the path we came from. He turned around, intending to say to the watermelon pitcher, Brother Watermelon, don't you think so? Then he froze. Behind him was nothing but a silent swamp. Liu Ji looked around, his neck turning like a rattle drum. Brother Gua. No one answered. He shouted again, this time louder. Watermelon pitcher. Still no one answered. A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in Liu Ji's heart. He looked into the distance. On the edge of the swamp, a green mass was slowly sinking. It's the watermelon pitcher. Half of its body was already sunk in, with only its upper body and the two leaves remaining outside. The two leaves were waving frantically, as if crying for help. It's like waving goodbye. Slash, oh, slash. Liu Ji's pupils contracted slightly. He dropped the wooden stick in his hand and subconsciously took a step forward. Xiao Baiyu grabbed his arm. That's a swamp. If you go in, you won't get out. Let's slowly retreat the way we came. As Liu Ji gazed at the distant patch of green, his heart sank deeper and deeper. The watermelon pitcher was still waving leaves, but his movements were getting slower and weaker. It looked at Liu Ji, and the melon vine behind it slowly raised, covering its head. Then, it slowly sank. It completely disappeared into the swamp. Chapter 32. Liu Ji slowly walked out of the swamp and stood motionless on the side. Xiao Baihu also fell silent. The two of them just stared at the calm swamp, as if nothing had happened. A long time passed. Liu Ji slowly squatted down, covered his face with his hands, and his shoulders were shaking. Xiao Baihu didn't know what to say. If it were her calamus that was gone, she would definitely be even more heartbroken. Then she suddenly remembered what happened yesterday. Yesterday, she held the watermelon pitcher in her arms, and it became so shy that its leaves turned red. Yesterday she praised the little watermelon for being cute, and it covered its face with its leaves. Xiao Baihu's eyes also reddened. She walked over to Liu Ji and squatted down. "Boss Liu Ji." Liu Ji ignored her. After a while, he stood up. "Okay," he said, his voice hoarse. "I'm going now." Xiao Baihu was taken aback. "Where's the box?" "Here you go." Liu Ji left without looking back. Xiao Baihu stood there, watching his dejected figure, then looked at the box. In the end, she still chased after him. The two walked back in silence, one after the other. Occasionally, one or two zombies would appear, but Liu Ji would simply raise his hand and kill them. Before he knew it, he had reached the door of the wooden house, where Liu Ji stopped. He didn't go inside, but sat down on the steps. He just sat there, looking at pit slab number 3 in the yard. That was where the watermelon pitcher used to be, now it's empty, just a pile of dirt. Xiao Baihu stood to the side, unsure whether she should disturb him. She hesitated for a moment, but finally sat down next to him. The two sat there, neither of them speaking. After a long while, Liu Ji suddenly spoke. "You know what?" he said softly, "I just planted it the day before yesterday. Later, I used the dragon bone ring on him to make him move, and he seemed to have gained intelligence, jumping around happily like a fool." He paused. "I should never have taken it to the swamp." Xiao Baihu didn't know what to say, so she listened quietly. After a while, Liu Ji opened the trading post, browsed around, and then bought a cup of rice wine. 200 silver coins, sold by Li Jun. Xiao Baihu glanced at the price. "This is too expensive." That shrewd businessman Li Jun, he really dares to ask for such a high price. He took a sip, smacked his lips, and said, "Oh well, consider it a way to drown my sorrows." He swirled his glass and added, "Actually, it's not that I'm that sad, it's just a little unsettling. I finally got an epic item, and then my account was rolled back." Xiao Baihu couldn't help but chuckle. Liu Ji glanced at her. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I just think your analogy is quite accurate." Liu Ji didn't say anything more and finished the rest of his wine. Xiao Baihu checked the time, it was getting late, and she should go back. She stood up and took the box out of her backpack. When she left the swamp, she eventually turned back and put the box into her backpack. She walked up to Liu Ji and placed the box at his feet. "Boss Liu Ji, this is for you." Liu Ji looked up at her. Xiao Baihu smiled gently, "We were exploring together anyway, so we should each take half. Since you're in a bad mood, I won't bother you anymore." She turned and walked towards the courtyard gate. He took 2 steps, then turned back and said something. "About the watermelon pitcher. I don't know how to say it. It likes you so much, it definitely wants you to be happy." Liu Ji was taken aback. He knew perfectly well that he shouldn't be like this in this world. He's wasting his time sitting here staring blankly at a plant. He should be leveling up, exploring, getting equipment, and spending every minute getting stronger. But before he came into this world, he was just an ordinary college student. He doesn't have that much ambition or that much decisiveness right now. Xiao Baihu had already reached the courtyard gate. Just then, in the courtyard, a purple light suddenly emanated from pit number 3. Liu Ji's hand trembled, and the cup almost fell to the ground. Xiao Baihu also stopped and turned to look at the light. A plant appeared. Green leaves, a round body, and a small watermelon hanging behind it. It's the watermelon pitcher. It stood in the pit, scratching its head with a leaf, looking like it was saying, "I'm back." Still a bit dazed, as if unaware of what had just happened. Liu Ji stared at it for a moment. What's going on? He realized that the dragon bone ring's skill duration had expired, and the plant had automatically teleported back. He remembered the setting, but he thought sinking into the swamp meant he was done for. But when the watermelon pitcher saw him, the leaf slowly rose, as if to cover his face. Liu Ji walked over, squatted down, and looked at it. "Do you know," he paused, "that because of you, I just spent 200 silver coins on a glass of wine." The watermelon pitcher's leaves were raised even higher, and the whole plant seemed frozen. Looking at its guilty look, Liu Ji suddenly felt both annoyed and amused. "Never mind," he flicked its leaf, "it's good that it's back." Xiao Baihu ran back, squatted down beside the pitcher, and looked at him with bright eyes. "It's good that little watermelon is all right." The watermelon pitcher peeked at Liu Ji through the gap in the leaves. Seeing that he didn't really intend to get angry, he slowly lowered the leaves, extended one of them, and gently touched Liu Ji's hand. Seeing this, Liu Ji rubbed its head again. "Don't run around like that anymore," he said. "Stay with me, don't jump around on your own." The watermelon pitcher nodded vigorously. Oh. Chapter 33. All right, he stood up, brushing the dirt off his clothes. "It's time to check on that box." Xiao Baihu had already taken the box out of his backpack and placed it in the center of the yard. Liu Ji circled the box once, reached out and touched it, but did not rush to open it. "White fish, what do you think is in here?" Xiao Baihu was taken aback when he heard this address. "White fish? When did you change your tune?" She blinked, a strange little joy welling up inside her, but she pretended to be nonchalant. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then analyzed seriously. "Look, such a big box, hidden deep in the swamp, it's definitely not ordinary stuff. Maybe it's a treasure exclusive to plants." When she mentioned the word treasure, her eyes sparkled, and she emphasized it. Liu Ji became interested after hearing her say that, and the image of the queen's dashing cloak immediately popped into his mind. The two exchanged a glance. Liu Ji took a deep breath, gripped the lid with both hands, and forcefully lifted it upwards. A beam of purple light shot out from the box. Liu Ji squinted, dazzled. "Purple light? It's definitely something good." Xiao Baihu also became nervous, tiptoeing to peek inside, her little face full of anticipation. The purple light slowly dissipated. There was a seed lying in the box. Just one. Liu Ji reached out and took the seed out, examining it in his palm. The seeds were a size larger than those of the money tree, and felt a bit rough to the touch. The most special thing is, it has a small slit at one end, like an open mouth. Chocolate seed, epic. Type, seed, aggressive plant. Cooking time, 6 hours. Effect, planting this will yield a chomper, which can devour zombies. Liu Ji stared at the explanation and remained silent. Xiao Baihu leaned closer, her head almost touching his hand. "A giant chomp," she said aloud, then repeated, "It can devour zombies." The image of the chomper from Plants vs. Zombies immediately popped into Liu Ji's mind. A huge mouth, with 2 leaves as hair, squatted there, waiting for the zombie to come over, and then whoosh it swallowed whole. Chew and then swallow with a gulp. That scene was so vivid. Xiao Baihu had clearly thought of the same scene. "How disgusting!" she drawled, her face full of disgust. "Eating zombies, just thinking about it, ugh." Liu Ji nodded in agreement. "It is indeed ugly, but it is an epic plant after all," he continued. "The question is, how do we divide it?" Xiao Baihu was still imagining the scene of the giant chomp eating zombies in his mind. Epic, but it's so ugly. The two looked at the seed and fell silent. There's only one seed, how can two people divide it? 2.5 seconds passed. How about? Liu Ji tentatively began, you take this one first? I'll take it next time. Xiao Baihu waved his hand frantically, almost like he was having a seizure. No, no. You keep your seed for yourself. Liu Ji couldn't help but chuckle at her avoidance. I already have Brother Melon, and I prefer ranged attack plants. Xiao Baihu looked at Liu Ji, blinked, and the two exchanged a glance. What should we do then? Liu Ji looked down at the seed again. The seed lay quietly in his palm, the tiny crack seeming to mock their ignorance. Then should we sell it? He asked tentatively. Xiao Baihu's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands together. Yes. Sell it. Sell it. Getting cash is the most practical thing to do. Liu Ji nodded, opened the trading platform, and prepared to list the item. Then he hesitated for a moment, slowly turned his head, and looked at Xiao Baihu. How much should I hang? Xiao Baihu was also stunned. Oh right, how much? Liu Ji searched for humorous seed on the trading platform. Search results, 0. He then clicked on the aggressive plant seeds category. All that came out were common seeds like pea shooter, cabbage pult, and corn pult. The most expensive one only cost a little over 400 silver coins. Liu Ji scratched his head, and 2 strands of hair fell out. Nobody's ever sold it. Xiao Baihu scratched his head, his action exactly the same as Liu Ji's. So how do you price it? The two stared at each other, like 2 little dogs gazing at each other. Liu Ji thought for a moment, how about 500? Xiao Baihu shook his head, a tuft of hair on his head bobbing back and forth, too cheap, right? This is an epic item. There's only one in the entire trading house. Liu Ji, what about the 1000? Xiao Baihu shook her head again, pouting, what if someone is willing to offer higher? Wouldn't we lose money then? Liu Ji, then 2000. Xiao Baihu blinked, what if no one buys it? Who can come up with 2000 silver coins? Liu Ji was speechless. Are you trying to play mind games with me? How come you think you're right no matter what you say? Xiao Baihu chuckled, stuck out her tongue, and looked playful and cute. I'm just helping you analyze it. Liu Ji was amused by her. Just then, Liu Ji suddenly remembered someone. Park Su Piao. He quickly opened his friends list, found Park Xiao Piao, and sent her a message. Liu Ji, is Park Xiao Piao there? I have something I'd like you to see. Xiao Baihu was about to squat down and tease the watermelon pitcher when he saw Liu Ji typing and glanced at him subconsciously. Park Xiao Piao? Is it a woman? She blinked, continuing to tease the watermelon pitcher, but her attention had already quietly shifted to Liu Ji's system panel. Park Xiao Piao replied instantly. Park Xiao Piao, yes, yes. But I'm quite busy right now. Does boss Liu Ji have any good stuff? Liu Ji copied and pasted the information about the chompweed seeds. Liu Ji, chocolate seed, epic, ×1. 1 minute. 2 minutes. There was no reply from the other end for a long time. Liu Ji was a little uneasy and turned to look at Xiao Baihu. Why isn't she replying? Could she be uninterested too? Xiao Baihu was poking at the leaves of the watermelon pitcher with a small stick when he heard this. He looked up with an expression that said, I didn't peek at anything. Hey? Oh, maybe, you're busy. But in my heart I was thinking, her? Park Xiao Piao? Why does that name sound so familiar? At that moment, messages started popping up like crazy. Park Xiao Piao. Park Xiao Piao, boss Liu Ji. Park So Piao, where did you come from? Park So Piao, a big chomp. Park So Piao, I really need this. Liu Ji's lips twitched as he looked at the series of messages. This girl types pretty fast too. Xiao Baihu secretly glanced at his screen again. I just happened to see the screen full of exclamation marks. She looked down and continued poking the watermelon pitcher, poking it quite hard. The watermelon pitcher looked at her innocently, its leaves shrinking back. Xiao Baihu realized what was happening and quickly softened her movements, but a strange little emotion welled up inside her. Is this woman very familiar with Boss Liu Ji? Park Xiao Piao, Boss Liu Ji, are you going to sell it? Liu Ji, yes, we don't need it for now. Park Xiao Piao fell silent again. A few more minutes passed. Park Xiao Piao, how about 2,000 silver coins? Liu Ji stared at the number, his pupils dilating instantly. He rubbed his eyes. I watched it again. It really is 2,000. Liu Ji's breathing stopped for half a second. He slowly turned his head, looking at Xiao Baihu with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Xiao Baihu was taken aback by his gaze and temporarily forgot her earlier slight emotional outburst. What's wrong? What happened? Liu Ji turned the chat interface towards Xiao Baihu, his fingers trembling. Xiao Baihu leaned closer and took a look. I took another look. Then her eyes widened, like two little light bulbs. 2,000. Liu Ji nodded, his throat dry. The two exchanged a glance, and both saw the same four words in each other's eyes. You've struck it rich, haven't you? Just then, another message came from Park Su Piao. Park Xiao Piao, Boss Liu Ji? Are you still there? Park So Piao, don't you think 2,000 is too little? Liu Ji was completely petrified when he saw this message. Too little? 2,000 is still too little? Before he could react, another message popped up. Park So Piao, how about 2,500? Liu Ji stared at the 2,500 and was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Baihu was also dumbfounded. The two men stood motionless, like statues, squatting in front of the watermelon pitcher. The watermelon pitcher scratched his head, looking at the two men with a puzzled expression. After a long while, Liu Ji finally found his voice. 2,005. Xiao Baihu swallowed hard, making a gulp sound in his throat. She's so rich. When she spoke of her, the thought from before popped into her mind again. How can Park Su Piao be so generous? Liu Ji looked down at the cracked seed in his hand. Suddenly it doesn't seem so ugly anymore. She even had somewhat delicate features. That's true, he muttered to himself, after all, it's an epic title. Most players who get epic seeds will grow them themselves, they wouldn't sell them. Xiao Baihu nodded. Scarcity drives up value. Liu Ji took a deep breath, trying hard to keep his hands from shaking, and replied to Pu Xia Piao's message. Liu Ji, deal. Park Xiao Piao replied instantly this time. Park Xiao Piao, that's great. Thank you so much, Liu Ji. Park So Piao, how about we make a deal now? The next second. Park Xiao Piao initiates a transaction with you. Liu Ji's hands were shaking as he put the seeds in. He clicked yes. Current silver coins, 2,501. Liu Ji stared at that number. Then he turned his head and looked at Xiao Baihu. Xiao Baihu was also looking at him. They both spoke at the same time. Half for each of us. Liu Ji clicked on the transaction. Find the transfer function and enter Xiao Baihu's ID number. Transfer amount, 1,250 silver coins. Confirm transfer. Whether. Liu Ji nodded yes. Transfer successful. A notification sounded on Xiao Baihu's end. She glanced down, then looked up, her eyes shining like two little stars. 1250, she jumped up excitedly, her tuft of hair bouncing with each step. That's enough to buy so much delicious food. Liu Ji couldn't help but laugh when he saw her like that. This silly girl, she's so happy over 1,000 silver coins. The watermelon pitcher watched from the sidelines. The next moment, the watermelon swayed up and down, as if it wanted to jump around with Xiao Baiyu, although it had no idea what Xiao Baiyu was so excited about. Liu Ji shook his head, but a smile played on his lips. All right, he interrupted her daydream, stop jumping around, or you'll collapse the yard. Xiao Baiyu stopped, turned around and looked at him, her face flushed with excitement. She suddenly remembered something. Boss Liu Ji. That Park Xiao Piao. She asked casually, is she your friend? Liu Ji paused for a moment, then laughed, don't you remember? He's the one who told us we could transform into eggplants, and that plants could be synthesized into second-tier plants. Xiao Baiyu blinked. Transform into an eggplant? Synthesize to level 2? She thought for 3 seconds, then exclaimed ah. I remember now. It seems I discovered it first, and then excitedly told Liu Ji. Xiao Baiyu scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, and the slight awkwardness in his heart suddenly dissipated. She bent down and poked at the leaves of the watermelon pitcher again, this time very gently, and even smoothed them out for a moment. The watermelon pitcher looked at her, flattered, even the leaves seemed to freeze. Boss Liu Ji. What's wrong now? What do you think Park Sipiao needs that big salvia for? Upon hearing this, Liu Ji looked up, his expression matter of fact, plant, of course. What else can we do? Plant in the ground and wait to eat zombies. Xiao Baiyu frowned, but the big-mouthed flower is so ugly. Liu Ji thought for a moment, then analyzed very seriously, maybe, she thinks it looks good. Xiao Baiyu imagined Pu Xiaopiao's smiling face. She's a really cute girl. No way. Switch perspective. Chapter 34. The Misty Forest, in a secluded corner. Park Xiaopiao turned off private messages. Her finger was still on the light screen, and a slow smile curved her lips. The smile was faint and distant. If someone were standing in front of her right now, they would probably think this girl has a really sweet smile. Her eyes were curved, and she had 2 small dimples on her cheeks, like a girl next door who had just received a gift. She raised her hand and subconsciously touched the pendant hanging around her neck. It was a silver white bone necklace, with a pendant shaped like a curved fang. In the dim light, it gleamed with a faint, cold light. Dragon bone necklace, epic. Type, equipment. Effect, eternal shackles. When used on a plant, it will permanently bind to the plant. Once bound, the plant will completely lose its own will and will absolutely obey any command of the necklace holder. Note, a replica of the dragon bone necklace. It symbolizes shackles and enslavement. The wearer will gain absolute control over the plant, but may lose the last bit of warmth they possess as a plant. Park Sipiao gently stroked the pendant with her fingertips, her smile deepening. She had seen the name Liu Ji many times in the chat channel these past few days. He sold bamboo tubes, was the first to kill the snowman, and was the first to reach the 3rd-tier wooden house. She hadn't really paid much attention to it. There were plenty of skilled players in this game. But now, he's selling epic seeds without hesitation. She scrolled through her chat history with Liu Ji and nodded in satisfaction. Then she remembered those private messages, and her face instantly turned cold. On her very first day in this world, her inbox was flooded with messages. At first, she replied politely, but as she found herself receiving more and more, she simply turned off friend requests. She turned around, pushed open the wooden door behind her, and the courtyard gate creaked open. The fog in the courtyard had thinned out, and the scene inside could be seen more clearly. The most eye-catching thing is the plant in the center of the yard. It was an outrageously large peacock flower. It is over a meter tall, with a stem as thick as an adult's arm, and its entire body is a deep purplish red. At the very top is a huge mouth, which is slightly open at the moment, revealing a dense array of fine teeth inside. Strangely, 3 thumb-thick hemp ropes were tied to the stem of this large-mouthed flower. One end of the rope was tied to the stem. At the other end, it extends beyond the courtyard and disappears into the mist. The rope was taut, twitching every now and then, as if some living thing was tied to the other end. Even more bizarre are the eyes of the giant koi flower. Like 2 glass beads, empty and lifeless. It was as if something had ripped out its soul, leaving only an empty shell. Park So Piao walked up to the big mouth flower and looked up at it. She had to crane her neck very high. "Are you hungry?" she asked softly, her voice gentle, as if soothing a child. The chom pup did not react. The 2 leaves drooped, and the whole plant exuded an air of dejection. Park Supio reached out and touched its stem. "Don't worry," she said, "there will be food soon." She took the newly bought lipped flower seed out of her backpack and walked to the empty hole next to her. "Squat down and plant it." Then she took out the fertilizer. 6 bags in total. She tore open the bag and poured the fertilizer into the pit. Grayish-brown powder fell in a rustling sound, like ashes, like dust. The soil in the pit began to churn, as if something was awakening underground. A few seconds later, a tiny sprout broke through the soil. Then, it grows at a rate visible to the naked eye. The leaves grew larger and thicker, with a bulge appearing at the tip. The bulge grew larger and thicker, until finally split. One mouth. Inside are fine, tender teeth, like a baby's newly erupted milk teeth. A brand new choker appeared in the pit. It's just much smaller than the one next to it. Park Xiao Piao nodded in satisfaction, then took out another item from her backpack. Transform into an eggplant. She placed the transformed eggplant in another pit. Imitate it, she whispered, pointing to the newly sprouted large-mouthed flower. The light pattern that transformed into an eggplant flickered a few times, then began to change shape. A few minutes later, another large-mouthed flower stood in the pit, exactly the same as the one next to it. 3 plants of the same type and tier have been detected. Consume 30 silver coins for a 2nd-tier synthesis. Whether. Park So Pio clicked yes without hesitation. A beam of light surged from the 3 plants. The 2 smaller big mouth flowers gradually blurred, transforming into 2 streams of light that surged towards the enormous 1st-tier big mouth flower in the center. The light grew brighter and brighter, becoming increasingly dazzling. Then dissipate. Only one large flowered violet remained in the yard. But its eyes. His eyes remained lifeless. Park Su Piao's mind raced. Chocolate flower, Tier 2. Type, attack plant, epic. Effect, can extend its neck to devour zombies within a 2-meter radius. Each zombie devoured grants a 0.1% increase to size, attack range, and digestion speed. Produces 30 silver coins after each devour. Current bonus, 29.4%. Park So Pio looked at the 30 silver coins and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Not bad, she said softly, silver coin production has tripled. Just then, one of the ropes on the stem of the choker moved. The other end of the rope emerged from the mist. There was a man involved. He was probably in his early 20s, looked very thin, wore tattered clothes, and his exposed skin was covered with bruises and scars. His hands were tightly bound with rope, and the skin on his wrists was chafed raw, revealing bright red flesh. He had a deep wound on his arm, the flesh torn open and bleeding. Blood dripped down his arm, leaving a trail of dark red spots on the ground. The man stumbled into the courtyard, but couldn't keep going as soon as he got inside. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He lay on the ground, panting heavily. "You're here." Park Xiao Piao glanced at him, her tone indifferent. The man looked up, saw her, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. "Piao. Sister Piao." His voice was hoarse. Park Xiao Piao ignored him and simply turned and walked towards the door. She pushed open the wooden door and glanced outside. Two blurry shadows were moving in the fog. Zombies. Too many zombies are wobbling towards us. The courtyard gate was wide open, but Park Su Piao didn't care at all. She glanced back at the man. What happened? She asked, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Only two came. The man opened his mouth, as if to explain something. But Park So Pio had already turned her gaze away and was looking outside the door. She stood at the doorway, motionless. The two zombies drew closer and closer. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Just as the two zombies reached the courtyard gate. Behind Park Supio, the second-tier giant pea flower moved. Its neck suddenly stretched out, like a snake emerging from its hole, moving so fast it was impossible to see clearly. The enormous mouth opened wide and bit down on the nearest zombie. Click! The sound of bones cracking. The zombie didn't even make a sound before it was swallowed whole. The peacock's neck retracted, returning to its original shape. Its mouth began to chew, making gurgling sounds. The other mini-zombie had barely stepped 1 foot into the courtyard when it sensed something. Its cloudy eyes rolled around, and then... Turn around! Go back! Park Xiao Piao watched its retreating figure, a smile curving her lips. She's stuck with the newbie protection mechanism. Chapter 35. A dozen seconds later, the hummingbird burped. Hiccup. A faint, putrid smell wafted from that mouth. The chom pup successfully swallowed it. Gain silver coins, 30. Current bonus, 29.5%. Park Su Piao nodded in satisfaction. She turned around and looked at the man. The man stared in horror at the large-mouthed flower, trembling like a leaf. His lips were pale, his face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with terror. Park So Pio walked over and looked down at him. Then she lifted her foot. Step on the wound on his arm. Ah! The man let out a scream. He was trembling with pain, his face streaked with tears and snot, desperately trying to pull his hands back, but they were bound and he couldn't move them at all. Piao! Sister Piao! He called out in a trembling voice. Park Xiao Piao pressed her foot down harder. The man paused for a moment. Then he immediately realized what he had said and quickly changed his tune. Master, Master! Park Su Piao then withdrew her foot. Hurry up and lure the other one back. The man lay trembling on the ground, motionless. Seeing this, Park So Pio squatted down. She looked at that face streaked with tears. How many did you catch today? She asked. The man answered tremblingly, 17, 17. Park Xiao Piao nodded. So what happened to the injury on your arm? The man lowered his head, not daring to speak. Park Xiao Piao reached out, pinched his chin, and lifted his face. She wasn't very strong, but the men dared not resist. I'm asking you, Park Xiao Piao said, enunciating each word clearly, what happened to the injury? The man's eyes were filled with fear. Bitten by a zombie. How did you get bitten? I ran too slowly, and fell to the ground. Park Xiao Piao was silent for 2 seconds. Then she smiled. Her smile was sweet and lovely, with a hint of shyness. But to men, it's more terrifying than anything else. Too slow, she repeated softly, her voice gentle. Didn't I tell you? You need to run faster. Otherwise, how are you going to lure the zombies back? The man nodded frantically, like a chicken pecking at rice. I know, I'll definitely run faster next time, I'll definitely run faster. Park Su Piao shook her head. There won't be a next time. She stood up and went into the kitchen. When he came out, he had a fruit knife in his hand. The man's pupils dilated instantly. No. No. Sister Piao, Please, master. Master. Please. Park Xiao Piao ignored him and walked back with the knife in her hand. She crouched down and grabbed the rope. The man closed his eyes, trembling all over. Click. The rope broke. The man froze. He opened his eyes and looked at Park Xiao Piao. Park Xiao Piao opened the system panel and projected the chat history in front of him. Miss, you must have a great figure. It's so boring being alone, do you want your brother to teach you how to log in? As the man read those words, his face gradually turned pale. When you sent these messages, she asked softly, did you think about the consequences? The man opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Park So-pyo tossed the scissors aside and looked at him. It's time to see you off, she said. The man couldn't believe his ears. Walk. Yes, let's go. Park Xiao-piao nodded. You're too slow. You won't attract any zombies, and you'll get injured a waste of my medicine. The man opened his mouth, as if to say something, to beg for mercy, to explain. But Park Si-pyo had already stood up, which made his lips tremble with fear. Park So-pyo walked toward the other two ropes. The rope was taut, and something was clearly tied to the other end. Park Xiao-piao pulled hard. Then she just stood there, waiting quietly. A moment later, two people emerged from the mist. One man and one woman. They were all in their 20s. They were all dressed in rags, and their hands were tied. The man also had an injury on his arm, but it was less severe than the previous one. The woman had tattered rags wrapped around her legs and walked with a limp. As soon as the two entered the courtyard, they saw Park So-pyo and knelt down simultaneously. His knee hit the ground with a thud. Owner. Park So-pyo looked at them, then at the man whose ropes had been untied. The man was still lying on the ground, staring blankly at everything, not yet recovered from the shock of being released. You two, Park So-pyo said, get rid of him. Both of them were stunned. The man looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. The woman's body trembled. Handle, the man stammered. Park So-pyo turned her head and looked at him. Those eyes, still pure and lovely, big and bright, like two black grapes. But at this moment, it sent chills down my spine. Don't you understand? She asked softly. The man shivered, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. I can understand. Park So-pyo nodded in satisfaction. She walked over to the choker and reached out to touch its stem. Are you hungry? She asked, her voice soft. The chom pup did not react. But its mouth. It opened slightly. It revealed a dense array of teeth inside. The man whose ropes had been untied watched this scene and finally understood. No. He wanted to stand up. But he couldn't muster the strength in his arms, and he collapsed halfway down. He climbed out. Climb as fast as you can. His elbow scraped against the ground, drawing blood, but he felt no pain. All he wanted to do was escape. Escape this courtyard, escape this hell. He had only crawled 2 steps when the two men pinned him down. Get away, he struggled, like a fish on a chopping board, are you all crazy? Let me go. Let me go. The two people remained silent. They simply pressed him down firmly. A hint of pity flashed in the eyes of the woman with the leg injury. That moment of reluctance was very short, very shallow, and fleeting. But she still didn't stop. It wasn't loosened. Park So-pyo watched this scene, a smile curving her lips. Never mind, she said, let him climb for a while. Let's see how far he can go. The two then got up. The man scrambled to his feet and, with his last ounce of strength, stumbled and rushed toward the courtyard gate. The courtyard gate was open, and outside was shrouded in mist. Just run out. As long as you run into the fog. He had just run to the gate of the courtyard. One foot has already stepped out. Just then, Park So-pyo, who was standing next to Big Mouth Flower, took a step back. Then she looked at the large-mouthed flower. "Eat," she said. The chomp's neck suddenly stretched out, its purplish-red afterimage streaking through the air. The enormous mouth opened. "Ah!" The scream stopped abruptly. It felt like someone was choking me. Snap, gurgle, gurgle gurgle. The sound of chewing. A few seconds later, Big Mouth Flower burped again. Hiccup. The giant chomp successfully devours humans. Silver coins earned, 0. Park So-pyo frowned as she looked at the 0. Eating people doesn't earn you any silver coins, she muttered to herself, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Useless, just wasted their time. She turned around and looked at the remaining 2 people. The 2 men knelt on the ground with their heads down, trembling like leaves in the autumn wind. I didn't dare to look up, I didn't dare to look at her. Park So-pyo walked up to them. The sound of high heels stopped. "Did you see that?" she asked. The 2 nodded frantically, their jaws practically dropping off. Park So-pyo smiled. "That's good." She bent down and patted the woman's face. Gently. Like a caress. "Remember," she said, her voice soft and sweet, "work hard, and maybe I'll forgive you if I'm in a good mood." The 2 nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Liu Ji was resting on a pile of hay. He suddenly shivered, sat up inexplicably, and looked around. Strange. He touched the back of his neck. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Liu Ji scratched his head and lay back down. I'm probably just too tired today. Let's sleep. Chapter 36. After seeing Xiao Baiyu off, Liu Ji sat alone on the steps of the courtyard, watching the western light sink into the ground. According to the system, there's still over an hour until dark. He stretched, feeling completely relaxed. His mood today had been like a roller coaster, going up and down, but it had finally come to a stop. He turned his head and glanced at the watermelon pitcher squatting next to him. The creature noticed the gaze, stopped moving, and peeked out with one eye through the gap in the leaves. Liu Ji smiled. Still covering it up, he said. I've been covering it up all day. He walked down the steps and reached out to rub that round head. It felt nice, smooth, and silky. We're not going out today, just the 2 of us staying home. After saying that, he sat back down on the steps, opened the system, and wanted to see if there was anything else that hadn't been dealt with. Then he saw a red dot flashing on his friend icon. Click to open. Friend requests, 99+. Good heavens, he muttered to himself, am I that popular? I scrolled down. Zhongwei, Liu Ji, please approve. I want to ask how you quickly reached tier 3. Wang Shun, hey bro, let's add each other as friends. We can help each other out with good stuff in the future. Wang Wenli, brother Liu Ji, could you give me something to eat? I haven't eaten for 2 days. Warwolf Jing, bro, where did you encounter the Yeti zombie? Let's add each other as friends and chat. Lu Ruyan, please give me a drink, I'll repay you in the future. I scrolled through dozens of results, and they were all like this. So most of them are here to beg, he muttered. And some are asking for advice. What advice do I have? I just relied on the Sunflower Queen. He scrolled down again. When I got to the 100th entry, I suddenly saw one that was different. Li Jun, brother Liu Ji, we've started a mutual aid association. Would you be interested in joining? Liu Ji was taken aback. A mutual aid group? It's only been 4 days. The players have already banded together? After thinking about it again, I realized it's normal. It's really tough to survive alone in this god-forsaken place. Look at Xiao Baiyu, it's so dangerous for him to go out alone. He gets scared and hit by things. He's doing quite well now, but he can't always be alone. What if I encounter something I can't handle someday? Having more friends means having more options. So I clicked agree. I just added him, and before I could even send a message to Li Jun, Xiao Baihu's message popped up. Xiao Baihu, Liu Ji. Liu Ji's heart tightened as he looked at the 3 exclamation marks. What's wrong with this girl now? Xiao Baihu, come quick. There's someone at my door. Liu Ji. Is someone at the door? Can't this guy just give me a break today? Rewind 10 minutes, and Xiao Baihu was happily walking home. With 1,250 silver coins in his backpack, he walked with a swagger. Although a lot happened these past 2 days, being knocked unconscious by a watermelon, watching the watermelon pitcher sink into the swamp and then reappear at Liu Ji's house, the result wasn't bad. I made money and made friends. Humming a song, she walked through the mist and finally arrived at the gate of her dilapidated courtyard. Just as I was about to push the door open and go in, I turned my head and saw a person lying on the corner outside the courtyard. Lying on its side, curled up in a ball, motionless. In that dim light, you could see a long wound on her leg, the blood had dried and formed a dark red scab on her skin. It looks pretty scary. A street lamp lay overturned nearby, already extinguished. Xiao Baihu stood there, her heart starting to race. She swallowed hard, slowly approached, and finally saw the person's face clearly. It was a woman, a few years older than her, with a frighteningly pale face, chapped lips, and closed eyes. Xiao Baihu squatted down and reached out to check his breath. Very faint, but present. She opened the system and used an identification on the girl. Player, Li Jingjing. Looking down at the wound on her leg, it was indeed serious, as if she had been scratched by something. The cut was so deep that you could see the flesh inside, it looked painful. Xiao Baihu reached out and gently shook her shoulder. Hello? Wake up. No response. It swayed again. Hey! Wake up. This time, the person's eyelashes fluttered, and then they slowly opened their eyes. Those eyes were unfocused at first, staring at Xiao Baihu for several seconds before slowly focusing. Then she spoke. Help! Help me, thank you. The voice was very soft and hoarse. The man struggled to raise his hand, took something out of his shirt pocket, and stuffed it into Xiao Baihu's hand. Xiao Baihu looked down and saw 2 chili peppers. It was red, small, about the size of a finger, but its color was a bright, dazzling red like it had been painted with fluorescent paint. After the man put the chili pepper in her hand, his hand fell down, and he closed his eyes again. Xiao Baihu ignored her and looked at the 2 chili peppers first. Mini hot pepper, rare. Type, consumable. Effect, burns upon being thrown, dealing fire damage to enemies within a 3-meter radius for 5 seconds. Note, the product of the spicy pepper is quite powerful. Xiao Baihu stared at the instruction manual, his eyes slowly widening. Many spicy peppers. Rare quality, on par with her mini cherry bomb. She looked down at Li Jingjing, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and a huge question welled up in her mind. How could someone who possesses such a wonderful thing be injured like this? Xiao Baihu felt increasingly uneasy. Could it be some kind of high-level zombie? After thinking about it, she decided to call for outside help. I opened my friends list, found Liu Ji, and sent him a message. After sending the message, without waiting for a reply, he closed the system and began to laboriously drag Li Jingjing into the house. This girl doesn't look fat, but it's quite a struggle to drag her like dragging a bag of cement. Xiao Baihu grabbed her arms and shuffled her step by step into the courtyard. I'm exhausted. She gasped for breath. You should lose weight. Xiao Baihu exerted tremendous effort to finally drag her into the house and place her on the haystack. Then he plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. After catching her breath, she stood up, found a piece of cactus flesh, squeezed out some water, and used it to wipe the dust off Li Jingjing's face. Then she took out a piece of aloe vera gel from her backpack and carefully applied it to Li Jingjing's wound. The moment it was applied, something magical happened. The curled up skin at the edges gradually flattened out. Although it hasn't fully healed, it doesn't look as scary anymore. Xiao Baihu breathed a sigh of relief. After doing all that, she looked at that pale face and suddenly felt a pang of sadness. This girl was alone outside, so badly injured, and crawled to her door for help. What if she's not home? What if she comes home late? Xiao Baihu dared not think about it. Li Jingjing's consciousness was floating in a state of chaos. She knew where she was lying. It was soft and smelled like hay. Someone was talking, but the voice was muffled, as if it were coming from a great distance. She tried to open her eyes, but her eyelids were too heavy. But my mind was racing. She remembered that when she left home this morning, she had taken all her cards with her. Now she only had 2 left, and she had given them both to the girl who saved her. Was it worth it? But she had no other choice. The zombie reading the newspaper chased her all the way, and she thought she was going to die. But she's still alive. The girl applied medicine to her wound, and it doesn't hurt as much anymore. A little moisture welled up in Li Jingjing's eyes. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 37. Xiao Baihu sat on the steps by the door, lost in thought, resting her chin on her hand as she waited for Liu Ji to come over. After waiting for about 10 minutes, I heard a sound from outside the door. Xiao Baihu. No one answered. Nobody here. Liu Ji stood outside the door, holding a street lamp flower in his hand, tilting his head to peek inside. He frowned and reached out to push the door open. It remained completely still. That dilapidated wooden door seemed welded to the frame, pushing it was like not pushing it at all. Strange, he muttered, could this girl have passed out in her sleep? He was about to take out his phone to send a message when the wooden door creaked open. Xiao Baihu poked his head out, looking completely bewildered. Liu Ji? What are you doing standing outside? Like a doorman. Liu Ji pointed to the door. I can't get in. Xiao Baihu blinked. Why don't you just push it? It's not locked. Liu Ji looked at her, his expression somewhat complicated. I don't have permission, I can't open it. Xiao Baihu was taken aback. Permissions? What permissions? Liu Ji nodded. This door is protected by a system. No one can get in except the homeowner. Either the homeowner opens the door, or the door is smashed down. Xiao Baihu opened her mouth, then turned her head to look at her own dilapidated wooden door, which was on the verge of collapse. That door looked like it could be kicked apart with a single kick. I thought anyone could just walk in here. She scratched her head. Liu Ji rolled his eyes. Otherwise what? If anyone could just drop by, would you dare close your eyes at night? Imagine waking up to find someone standing next to your bed. How exciting! Xiao Baihu thought about that scene. They went out to explore during the day, and came back at night to find their house completely emptied. I was asleep in the middle of the night when I opened my eyes to find a dark shadow standing beside my bed. She shuddered. That was terrifying. Liu Ji suppressed a laugh as he looked at her lingering fear. Xiao Baihu realized what was happening and ran over to push the door open completely. As Liu Jigang stepped into the courtyard, his peripheral vision was immediately drawn to the neatly arranged plants in the yard. The most eye-catching thing was those 2 big cherries, round and shiny red, looking quite heavy. Liu Ji stared at that thing for 3 seconds. Cherry bombs? And they even make many versions? Good heavens, isn't that a hand grenade? Before he could take a closer look, his gaze was drawn to another plant nearby. That guy was lying on a patch of water lilies, and he looked. Liu Ji rubbed his eyes. It looks like a cat. It has a round, chubby body, upright ears, and most remarkably, a fluffy tail sticking up behind it. Liu Ji stared at the plant. The plant also raised its head, looking at Liu Ji, this uninvited guest. One person, one plant, their eyes meet. Liu Ji. He turned his head to look at Xiao Baiyu. You already have cattails. Xiao Baiyu followed his gaze, a look on her face saying, oh, you mean that? Yes, it was there on the first day. She walked over, squatted down, and reached out to touch the plant's head. The cattail actually squinted its eyes slightly, and its tail swayed. No, it even squints? Are you keeping a cat here? Liu Ji remained silent for about 2.5 seconds. He looked at the cattail that looked like a cat come to life, then at the tiny, bright red cherry bomb, and a thought suddenly popped into his head. It seems that not only I, but everyone has some hidden gems up their sleeves. He has his melon-loving brother, and she has her cat and cherry bombs, no one should envy anyone else. As he was thinking, Xiao Baiyu had already pushed open the door. Come in, the person is inside. Liu Ji withdrew his gaze and followed her inside, immediately spotting the person lying on the haystack. Players? He asked. Xiao Baiyu nodded. Her name is Li Jingjing. Liu Ji walked over, squatted down, and carefully examined the unconscious girl. He was in his early 20s, with delicate features, but his face was frighteningly pale. Although the wounds on his legs had been treated, the severity of the injuries was still evident. The cut was so deep you could see the flesh, it looked like it had been slashed open by something sharp. Liu Ji frowned. How did you get hurt? Xiao Baiyu shook his head. When I got back, she was lying at my door. She woke up, handed me this, and then passed out again. She handed the 2 mini hot peppers to Liu Ji. Liu Ji took it and looked at it, his eyes widening in surprise. Rare. Xiao Baiyu nodded. It's on par with my mini cherry bomb. Liu Ji stared at the 2 chili peppers, his mind racing. How could someone who possesses such a wonderful thing be injured like this? He said slowly. Xiao Baiyu nodded. I've been thinking about that too. It feels like something significant has appeared around here. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of unease in each other's eyes, a feeling akin to that of a protagonist in a horror movie who has just realized something is amiss. Liu Ji stood up and walked around the room. Where did she come from? Do you know? Xiao Baiyu shook his head. She was at the door when I got back. A street lamp was lying down next to her, and it was already off. Just then, a groan came from the haystack. They both looked over at the same time. Li Jingjing woke up. She lay there, her eyes half open, her lips moving, making a sound as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Water. Xiao Baiyu quickly took out a piece of cactus meat, broke off a small piece, and carefully fed it into her mouth. Liu Ji subconsciously took a half step back, and with a thought, the cloak behind him instantly disappeared into his backpack. He didn't know this person. He didn't want to reveal any of his cards until he figured out her background. Li Jingjing took a few breaths, and her eyes slowly widened a little. She looked at Xiao Baiyu, then at Liu Ji beside her, her eyes filled with confusion. Who are you? The voice was still hoarse, but at least it was audible. Xiao Baiyu leaned closer and whispered, My name is Xiao Baiyu, and this is Liu Ji. You fainted at my doorstep, so I dragged you inside. Li Jingjing closed her eyes, took a few breaths, then opened them again, looking at Xiao Baiyu. Thank you, for saving me. Xiao Baiyu waved his hand. It was nothing, but your wound is too deep, whether it heals depends on you. Li Jingjing looked down at her leg. The wound had been treated, and although it still hurt, it wasn't bleeding as much as before. She looked up at Xiao Baiyu, her eyes slightly red. Anyway, you saved my life, thank you. Consider those 2 chili peppers a token of my gratitude. She paused, then looked at Liu Ji beside her. Who are you? Liu Ji squatted down to be at her eye level. I'm her friend. Li Jingjing nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Liu Ji looked at her and asked that question. How did you get injured? Li Jingjing's expression froze for a moment. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes, a fear as if he had seen a ghost. Zombie. Liu Ji frowned. Can the zombies at this stage really hurt you this badly, even with your rare items? Xiao Baihu also frowned. Yeah, those mini zombies move slower than an old lady, while the regular zombies are just so-so. Li Jingjing shook her head, her face turning even paler. Not that kind. She took a breath and struggled to organize her thoughts. That zombie, he was holding a newspaper. Liu Ji and Xiao Baihu were both stunned. Newspaper? The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. Newspaper reading zombie? Chapter 38. You mean, Liu Ji's voice tightened, a zombie wearing glasses and holding a newspaper. Li Jingjing nodded. That kind. Xiao Baihu gasped. The newspaper reading zombie is a bit tougher and faster than a regular zombie, but what's most annoying is that the newspaper in its hand can block damage. Once the newspaper is knocked away, he will go into a berserk state and run incredibly fast. And then? Liu Ji asked. Li Jingjing took a deep breath and began to recount her experience of the day. Here's what happened. This morning, Li Jingjing went out to explore as usual. Halfway there, I suddenly heard a noise ahead. At first, I thought it was just a few ordinary zombies. Upon closer inspection, it's a tombstone. A zombie just crawled out from under a tombstone. The zombie had glasses perched on its nose and was even holding a newspaper in its hand. It was leaning against the tombstone, head down, reading the newspaper with great interest. Li Jingjing was stunned. Zombies can read newspapers? While she was still in a daze, the zombie raised its head and saw her through its thick glasses. Then he strode towards her with an air of indifference, still holding the newspaper in his hand, reading it as he walked. Li Jingjing immediately pulled out a mini spicy chili pepper. She aimed at the zombie and hurled a bullet. Spicy pepper hits accurately. With a loud boom, a sea of fire erupted at the zombie's feet, instantly igniting the newspaper and sending flames soaring into the sky. The next second, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. The newspapers burned, but the zombies didn't die. The zombie looked down at its empty hands, then looked up at Li Jingjing. The next moment, his eyes turned bloodshot, as if someone had stolen the serialized novel he had been following for years. Anger, rage, loss of reason. Then he started running. Seeing this, Li Jingjing turned and ran. As she ran, she looked back and saw that the zombie was chasing after her like a madman, more than twice as fast as a normal zombie. She was so out of breath that her legs felt like they were about to break. But the zombies are getting closer and closer. Li Jingjing was in despair. Knowing she couldn't escape, she turned around, pulled out another fiery chili pepper, and threw it fiercely at the zombie. The fiery chili pepper smashed into the zombie's face, exploding with a boom and sparks flying everywhere. But the zombie seemed oblivious, its body ablaze as it continued to lunge forward, and the next second, Li Jingjing was knocked to the ground. The zombie was on top of her, its hands flailing wildly. Li Jingjing struggled desperately, kicking and punching. In the midst of the chaos, she felt a sharp pain in her leg. Looking down, she saw that the zombie's fingernails had scratched a large gash in her leg, and blood gushed out, staining her trouser leg red. Li Jingjing screamed in pain, but her survival instinct made her muster her last bit of strength. She kicked the zombie away hard, got up, and ran. The zombie was kicked backward, but he quickly got back up. Keep following up. Li Jingjing limped forward, blood streaming from her leg. Every step she took was excruciatingly painful, as if she were walking on a knife's edge. But she dared not stop, for stopping meant death. But the blood flowing from her leg increased, and she felt her consciousness beginning to fade. Just when she was about to give up, she saw the outline of a small wooden house ahead. Li Jingjing's eyes lit up, and with her last bit of strength, she rushed towards the wooden house. When she reached the door, she no longer had the strength to knock. She could only lean against the door, slowly slide down to the ground, and gasp for breath. Then she looked up and saw a scene she would never forget. The zombie reading the newspaper was standing right in front of her, only a foot away. Li Jingjing could even smell the burnt odor on him, the smell of being burned by fiery chili peppers. She closed her eyes, thinking, "It's over." Just then, whoosh! Two sharp spikes shot out from the yard, hitting the newspaper-reading zombie precisely on the forehead. The zombie reading the newspaper shuddered. Whoosh! Several more sharp spikes were thrust into it, and the newspaper-reading zombie fell to the ground, landing on top of Li Jingjing. Li Jingjing didn't dare to move, afraid that the newspaper-reading zombie wasn't quite dead yet. She closed her eyes, feeling the corpse on her body gradually disappear, then slumped against the door, gasping for breath. After a while, she took a street lamp from her backpack, lit it, and placed it beside her. A pale yellow light enveloped her, making her feel slightly warmer. Then she fainted. When I woke up again, I saw Xiao Baihu. After Li Jingjing finished speaking, she lay down on the haystack, completely exhausted. Xiao Baihu's face turned a little pale after hearing this. That was terrifying, it was so close. After hearing this, Liu Ji frowned deeply. "Wait a minute," he began, "you just said that too many hot peppers weren't enough to kill that newspaper-reading zombie." Li Jingjing nodded weakly. "Yes." Liu Ji gasped. "Roughly calculated, the newspaper-reading zombie has at least 800 health points, possibly more." Xiao Baihu was also dumbfounded. "Then if we run into him again, won't we be chased around like crazy?" Liu Ji nodded. "Pretty much. At this stage, the average player either plants offensive plants in pots and carries the pots around, or they carry consumables like mini jalapenos or cherry bombs." After listening, Xiao Baihu suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Boss Liu Ji, besides the little watermelon, what other weapons do you have?" Liu Ji paused for a moment, then pulled the green pea-shaped pistol from his backpack. "This thing, its power is so-so. It's okay for regular zombies, but it'll probably struggle against these covered in newspaper." Xiao Baihu leaned closer to take a look, her eyes lit up, and her earlier panic vanished instantly. "So cute. Just like a pea. Liu Ji, are you actually afraid of those newspaper-reading zombies, changing their expressions like this? And you call this cute?" Li Jingjing also looked over, her gaze falling on the pea-shaped pistol, her eyes widening slightly. "This is a weapon." Liu Ji nodded. "I made it myself." Li Jingjing stared at the gun for several seconds, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. "That's wonderful," she said softly, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "I don't even have many seeds." Xiao Baihu didn't notice the slight change in her tone and said nonchalantly, "It's okay. We'll explore together from now on, and we'll share the good stuff." Liu Ji glanced at Xiao Baihu but didn't say anything. Outside the window, it had completely darkened. Liu Ji stood up and looked at the night outside. "It's getting dark, I should go back." Xiao Baihu was taken aback. "Hey? You're going back? It's so late at night, that's dangerous." Liu Ji shook his head. "It's all right, I have street lights, and besides, my cabin isn't far from here." Xiao Baihu thought for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. "Why don't you stay here tonight?" Liu Ji was stunned. "You live here?" Xiao Baihu nodded and pointed to a pile of hay in another corner of the room. "Look, there's a pile of hay over there. It's a bit tough, but it's better than going back in the dark, right?" Liu Ji looked at the haystack, then at the night outside, and hesitated. To be honest, he really didn't want to go back in the dark. Although there are streetlights, it's still not safe to go out at night. But living here, He glanced at Li Jingjing lying on the haystack. He had only met this woman for the first time today and knew nothing about her. What if? Xiao Baihu seemed to sense his concerns and leaned closer to whisper, "Don't worry, I have Xiangpu guarding here, it's perfectly safe. Besides, Li Jingjing is injured like this, she'll have a hard time getting up, she can't do anything bad." Liu Ji thought about it and felt that it made sense. He nodded. "Okay, then I'll take my leave." Xiao Baihu grinned. "No need to bother you. It'll be more fun with more people." She ran over, spread out another pile of hay, and patted it down. "Boss Liu Ji, you'll sleep here." Liu Ji walked over, sat down, and felt that the hay was indeed a bit hard. But compared to being out there and feeding the zombies, I'll just have to be tougher. The three of them lay down, and the room fell silent. Chapter 39. After a moment of silence, Xiao Baihu suddenly spoke. "Hey, what do you guys think? Should we go out and explore together tomorrow?" Liu Ji was taken aback. "Let's explore together." Xiao Baihu nodded, her voice filled with excitement even though it was dark and she couldn't see clearly. "Yet, think about it, that newspaper reading zombie is so powerful, it's too dangerous for him to go out alone. If the three of us go together, we won't be afraid even if we run into him." Liu Ji fell silent, he felt something was amiss. Exploring together as a group of three sounds safe, but what about efficiency? Everyone has their own pace and their own plans. If you walk together, you'll definitely have to compromise with each other, which will waste time. And he glanced in Li Jingjing's direction. He only met this woman today and knows nothing about her. In case of any unforeseen circumstances. But Xiao Baihu continued speaking excitedly. "Li Jingjing, what do you think?" Li Jingjing was silent for a while, then her weak voice rang out. "Okay. I'll definitely be safer if I can be with you guys." Xiao Baihu got a response and became even more enthusiastic. "Boss Liu Ji, look, Li Jingjing has agreed. Let's go out together tomorrow." Liu Ji opened his mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back. Xiao Baihu was the quickest, and Li Jingjing had also agreed. If he said no now, it would make him seem petty. "Fine, let's go together then, it's only for one day anyway." "Okay," he said, "let's do it together tomorrow." Xiao Baihu excitedly shouted yay. "Great! The three of us together will definitely have a great time." In the darkness, Li Jingjing also softly hummed in agreement. Liu Ji lay on the haystack, staring at the dark ceiling, feeling a vague sense of unease, but unable to quite put his finger on what it was. "Never mind, let's go to sleep. We'll talk about it tomorrow." The next morning, Liu Ji woke up to find himself with a sore back and aching waist. That haystack is no place for a human to sleep. He got up, stretched his limbs, and found that Xiao Baihu had already woken up and was squatting in front of the sunshine mushroom collecting sunlight. Li Jingjing also woke up, sat on the haystack, and looked down at her legs. The wound has healed considerably after a night of recovery. Although there is still a faint scar, at least he can walk now. Liu Ji walked over and examined her wound. The recovery is quite fast. Li Jingjing looked up and smiled at him. "Thanks to Xiao Bai for applying the aloe vera gel to my face, otherwise I probably would have had to stay in bed for days." Xiao Bai heard them talking and turned around. "Li Jingjing, you're awake? How's your leg? Can you walk?" Li Jingjing stood up, took 2 steps, and nodded. "I can walk, but it still hurts a little, but it's nothing serious." Xiao Bai grinned. "That's good. Let's pack up and get ready to go." Liu Ji nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He touched the dragon bone ring on his hand, looked at Xiao Baihu, and then at the cattail in the courtyard. "Xiao Baihu, I have an idea." Xiao Baihu blinked. "What are your thoughts?" Liu Ji pointed to the ring on his hand. This thing can give plants the ability to move, like my watermelon pitcher. I'd like to try it out, see if I can use it on your cattails. Xiao Baihu's eyes lit up instantly. Really? You can let the cattail come with me. Liu Ji nodded. Theoretically, yes. With cattails around, we'll have an extra layer of protection if we encounter danger. Xiao Baihu jumped up excitedly. Try it. Try it now. The two walked into the courtyard and came to the cattail. The cattail was lying on the water lily, squinting in the sun, its tail swaying idly. Sensing someone approaching, it opened its eyes and looked at Xiao Baihu. He glanced at Liu Ji again, his expression remained the same. Liu Ji squatted down and extended his hand, which was wearing a ring, toward it. A thought crossed my mind. Do you want to use the Dragon Bone Ring's ability on the target plant? Whether? Liu Ji nodded yes. The next second, a notification popped up. Failed to launch, permission not granted. Liu Ji. Xiao Baihu leaned closer. How was it? How was it? Liu Ji shook his head. No. Xiao Baihu's excitement instantly vanished by half. Oh, what should we do? Liu Ji thought for a moment, then took off the ring and handed it to her. Why don't you give it a try? Return it to me after the expiration date. Xiao Baihu was taken aback. Me? Can I? Liu Ji nodded. You are the owner of the cattails, so you can definitely do it. Xiao Baihu took the ring and carefully put it on her hand. The ring was a bit too big, dangling precariously on her slender finger, so she had to hold it with her other hand. Li Jingjing stood at the doorway, watching this scene with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Xiao Baihu took a deep breath, walked to the calamus, extended his hand, and with a thought. The next second, the ring emitted a soft light, enveloping the cattail. Xiangpu was stunned. It looked down at its own body, then looked up at Xiao Baihu, its eyes filled with confusion. Xiao Baihu was also stunned. Did it work? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Xiangpu's body begin to change. It, which could only lie on the water lilies, slowly stood up. The fluffy tail swayed gently, as if adjusting to its new body. Xiao Baihu's mouth dropped open. The next second, Xiao Baihu did something that Liu Ji never expected. She crouched down, reached out, and surprisingly lifted the cattail directly from the water lily. Xiangpu sensed something was wrong, opened her eyes, and found herself in her master's arms. Its expression changed from confusion to shock, and then to excited. Its two erect ears twitched, and its fluffy tail wagged wildly, like a kitten being picked up by its owner. Then, it did something even more unexpected for Liu Ji. It gently rubbed its tail against Xiao Baihu's face. Xiao Baihu giggled as she was being rubbed. It itches. It itches. Don't rub against the cattail. The cattail wouldn't listen and kept rubbing against me, its tail wagging like a windmill. Liu Ji stood to the side, completely dumbfounded. Is this thing really a plant? Why does this thing look more like a cat than a cat? Li Jingjing stood at the door, also stunned. She stared at the calamus in Xiao Baihu's arms, then at the ring on her finger, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Envy, and something else entirely. Xiao Baihu hugged the cattail and spun around twice before finally stopping and looking at Liu Ji. Boss Liu Ji! Your ring is amazing. Liu Ji's lips twitched. It's because your cattail looks too much like a cat. Xiao Baihu chuckled twice and put the cattail down. The cattail, still a little unaccustomed to standing on the ground, swayed a couple of times before regaining its balance. Then it raised its head, looked at Xiao Baihu, and its eyes were full of "Master, I want to be hugged again." Xiao Baihu squatted down and patted its head. "Sweetie, I'll take you out in a bit." The cattail nodded, and its tail wagged again. Seeing this, Liu Ji suddenly regretted lending out the ring. This girl is probably going to cling to the cattail every day and never let go. Xiangpu followed behind Xiao Baiyu, swaying with every step, her tail held high, like a kitten going out for its first walk. The two walked to the courtyard gate, where Li Jingjing was already waiting. She watched as Xiangpu followed Xiao Baiyu out, her eyes widening slightly. It can walk now. Xiao Baiyu turned around, looked at the cattails behind her, and smiled brightly. Yeah, right? Pretty impressive, hey. Li Jingjing's gaze fell on the ring on Xiao Baiyu's hand, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. That's great. She said softly, I don't even have basic equipment. Liu Ji waved his hand. Just lucky. Let's go, don't waste any more time. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and walked forward. Xiao Baiyu followed behind, while Xiangpu swayed along with her. Li Jingjing walked at the back, her gaze occasionally falling on the ring on Xiao Baiyu's hand. Then she remembered that she had spent 4 days in this world and hadn't gotten anything good. The only offensive plant, the fiery pepper, was obtained only after a desperate struggle. It only produced 4 small peppers a day, and the remaining 2 were given to Xiao Baiyu. Now she has nothing left. Liu Ji, on the other hand, has a ring and a pea-shaped pistol. Xiao Baiyu has cattails and cherry bombs. Chapter 40. The three walked in the fog. Liu Ji walked at the front, carrying a street lamp in one hand and a pea-shaped pistol in the other, constantly watching the surroundings. Xiao Baiyu walked in the middle, with Xiangpu at her feet, its fluffy tail held high. Every few steps, it would rub against Xiao Baiyu's leg. Xiao Baiyu would occasionally look down at it, a smile on her face. Li Jingjing's leg hadn't fully recovered, so she walked a little slowly, but she could barely keep up. After walking for a while, Liu Ji suddenly stopped. After using the resources to explore, he stared at the map, his brow furrowing. There are 2 markers in front of it. A resource point, an abandoned warehouse. But 20 meters south of the warehouse, there are traces of an unknown creature, indicating moderate danger. Xiao Baiyu thought for a moment. Let's go to the resource point then, grab the good stuff first, and then I'll find a different spot to use the resource sensor. Liu Ji nodded. That's what I think too. He turned to leave, but then suddenly remembered something and looked at Li Jingjing. Are your legs all right? Li Jingjing nodded quickly. Yes, I can walk. Liu Ji didn't say anything more and continued walking forward. Li Jingjing followed behind, her gaze fixed on Xiao Baiyu's hands. She bit her lip and quickened her pace to catch up. After walking for about 5 minutes, a dilapidated thatched hut appeared ahead. It was only slightly larger than their original wooden hut, standing there crookedly, with the door half open and drafts coming in from all sides. Liu Ji, carrying the street light flower, slowly approached, then gently pushed open the door and peeked inside. There were no zombies inside, only a dilapidated table with an open toolbox on it. He walked over. Jute seeds X2. Effect: jute leaves can be harvested after maturity. Note: jute leaves can be used to make hemp rope or clothing on a workbench. 50 silver coins. The food is so-so. He packed his things into his backpack and turned to leave. Just then, Li Jingjing suddenly spoke up. There seems to be some movement over there. Liu Ji was taken aback. Where? Li Jingjing pointed south. I think I just saw something move. Liu Ji frowned, walked to the door and looked outside. It was all foggy, and he couldn't see anything. He opened the new user guide and glanced at it. It's precisely in the direction of traces of an unknown organism, moderate danger. Could it be that zombie den? Xiao Baiyu asked in a low voice. Liu Ji thought for a moment. Possibly. There have been more and more tombstones in the wild these past few days, it's likely that many high-level zombies have crawled out of them. Let's go around them. He turned around and prepared to walk in another direction. Li Jingjing quickly replied. How about, we go take a look? What if it's just a regular zombie? Liu Ji glanced at her. Moderate danger, and you're also injured, it's not worth the risk. Li Jingjing lowered her head and didn't say anything more. The three left the warehouse and headed in another direction. After walking a few steps, Li Jingjing suddenly clutched her stomach. That! Xiao Baihu turned around. What's wrong? Li Jingjing frowned. I need to use the restroom. Xiao Baihu hesitated for a moment. Then we'll wait for you. Li Jingjing nodded. Okay, I'll be right back. Very soon. Xiao Baihu looked at Liu Ji. Liu Ji glanced at Li Jingjing, feeling that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Okay. Li Jingjing gradually disappeared from their sight, and then she stopped walking. Her heart was beating fast, but she wasn't nervous. She was calculating. Besides the pea pistol, Liu Ji must have other trump cards up his sleeve, otherwise he wouldn't be leading the pack. Xiao Baihu had no equipment, but she had Xiangpu. She had already witnessed Xiangpu's strength yesterday, it was very powerful. The two of them are strong enough to handle more than a dozen zombies at once, following them is safe. But safety alone is not enough. She had lived in this world for 4 days and hadn't gotten anything good. All she had left were a few silver coins and a few ordinary seeds. But what if she could fight a few more waves of zombies with those two and collect more loot? She doesn't have to do anything, she just needs to follow along. They killed the zombies, and everyone collected the loot together. If she runs fast enough and picks things up fast enough, she can get a share of the spoils. Li Jingjing raised her head and looked towards the south side of the warehouse. Liu Ji just detected a trace of an unknown creature over there using his material sensor, it's moderately dangerous. If she attracts those zombies. No, we don't need to lure them over, we just need to force them to fight. They will most likely choose to retreat, but if they can't escape, he will fight. And her? She can hide behind them and wait until most of the zombies are dead before rushing in to collect the loot. They picked it up and ran. Anyway, her leg injury had almost healed, it just hurt a little when she walked, but she had no problem running. Li Jingjing's heart skipped a beat. She took a deep breath, turned and walked towards the south side of the warehouse. She walked for about 10 meters before stopping. There was an open space in front of us. She immediately used the remaining silver coins to buy a new street lamp flower from the trading house. The light shone on the open ground, revealing a dense mass of shadows. Li Jingjing's pupils dilated instantly. At least 40 or 50 zombies. There were miniature ones, regular ones, and a few with orange roadblocks on their heads. Roadblock zombies! Li Jingjing gasped, her palms starting to sweat. The barricade zombies seemed particularly sensitive to light, they turned their heads and looked at her. Then, he walked towards her. The other zombies also moved, rushing towards her in unison. Li Jingjing then turned around and ran back. Running at a moderate pace just enough for the zombies to keep up, but not enough to be overtaken. Liu Ji and Xiao Baihu stood still when they suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind them. They both turned around at the same time. Li Jingjing rushed out of the fog, her face deathly pale. Zombies! So many zombies! Liu Ji's expression changed. How many? Li Jingjing was panting. 40 or 50. And there are also roadblock zombies. Xiao Baihu's face also turned pale. Liu Ji gritted his teeth. Retreat first. The two turned and ran. The sound of zombie footsteps behind them grew closer and louder. Liu Ji glanced back, a dark mass of zombies was chasing after them. The first few, with orange roadblocks on their heads, were running very fast. Liu Ji raised his pea pistol and aimed at a roadblock zombie. Pfft! The pea flew out and hit the roadblock zombie in the head. Liu Ji stared at the roadblock zombie and noticed that its health had dropped by less than a fifth. Liu Ji's expression changed. The roadblock zombie has much more health than a regular zombie, one shot from his pistol can only take away a tiny bit of its health. He fired a few more shots, killing too many zombies. But there are still many zombies behind them. We're out of bullets, he shouted. Xiao Baihu panicked as well. What should we do then? Liu Ji gritted his teeth. He has a cloak, but that thing consumes sunlight. Moreover, he had never used the holy light judgment in front of anyone else, including Xiao Baihu. Some things are better left unknown to most. This isn't a matter of trust or distrust, it's the instinct for self-preservation. Moreover, Liu Ji doesn't trust this woman he's only known for less than a day. He looked at Xiao Baihu. Let your cattails beat. Xiao Baihu was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. She grabbed the cattail, picked it up, and placed it on her head. The cattails lay on her head, their tails held high, their tips gleaming. Whoosh! 2 sharp spikes flew out and struck a miniature zombie. The miniature zombie instantly turned to ash. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. 4 more spikes, and another zombie fell. As Xiao Baihu ran, she used her other hand to support herself on the calamus above her head. As she ran, the ring swayed back and forth, slipping below the base of her finger several times. Liu Ji kept glancing back as he ran. The cattail's thorns are fast and accurate, piercing one zombie at a time, but there are too many of them, 40 or 50, and they can't kill them all. Moreover, those roadblock zombies, even when hit by the cattail spikes, only lose a little health. It would probably take 5 or 6 seconds to kill one. Liu Ji gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Baihu. Fight and run. Don't stop. Xiao Baihu nodded and continued running. The cattail perched on her head, its tail firing wildly, like a mobile artillery platform. After running for a while, Liu Ji suddenly realized something was wrong. Where was Li Jingjing? He turned around and saw Li Jingjing lagging behind, her face deathly pale. Her leg injury hasn't fully healed? Liu Ji frowned. Xiao Baihu noticed it too, she stopped and turned to look at Li Jingjing. Li Jingjing! Run! Li Jingjing gritted her teeth and ran as fast as she could, but she just couldn't increase her speed. The zombies behind us are getting closer and closer. Xiao Baihu rushed back, grabbed Li Jingjing's hand, and pulled her forward. Quick! Li Jingjing was pulled along, and ran a little faster. She looked down and saw Xiao Baihu holding her hand. On that hand, she wore a dragon bone ring that was about to slip off. Li Jingjing's heart skipped a beat. She gripped Xiao Baihu's hand tightly, feeling the ring against her palm, and then hooked her fingers around the ring. With a gentle touch, the ring slipped down and landed in her palm. The whole process took less than a second. Xiao Baihu was completely unaware, she was only focused on pulling Li Jingjing up again. Be careful! Li Jingjing lowered her head, clenched the ring in her palm, and then slipped it into her sleeve. Thank you. Liu Ji looked back from ahead. He only saw Xiao Baihu pull her up, and didn't think much of it. The 3 ran for a long time, and the zombies behind them became fewer and fewer, and farther away. Finally, the last zombie fell. The 3 of them stopped, leaning on their knees and panting heavily. Li Jingjing stood at the very back, head down, her palms sweaty. Liu Ji took a while to catch his breath before raising his head. Have you finished playing them all? Xiao Baihu also raised his head and looked around. The fog was quiet, and there was no sound at all. Liu Ji straightened up. Let's go back and collect the spoils. The 3 of them walked back. Along the way, there were glowing little objects dropped by zombies everywhere. While collecting her loot, Li Jingjing squatted down and, taking advantage of Liu Ji and Xiao Baihu's inattention, quietly put the ring into her backpack. Then she continued picking up the things on the ground. Silver coins x19 fertilizer x3 flower pot, rare. She stared at the flower pot, then paused for a moment. Flower pot, rare. She glanced in the direction of Liu Ji and Xiao Baiyu. They were bent over picking things up and hadn't noticed her. Li Jingjing put the flower pot into her backpack, then stood up and continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. After walking a few steps, she squatted down again and picked up the 2 bags of fertilizer. His face was expressionless. But something inside me was pounding wildly. Chapter 41. After picking things up for quite a while, we finally finished picking everything up from the ground. Xiao Baiyu stood up and stretched. I'm exhausted, but the harvest was great. She subconsciously raised her hand, wanting to see what seeds she had picked up. Then she froze. Her fingers were bare. She looked down, touched it, and then looked at the ground. There was nothing there. Xiao Baiyu's face turned pale instantly. The ring, where's the dragon bone ring? Liu Ji heard her voice and looked up. What's wrong? Xiao Baiyu's voice trembled. The ring is gone. Liu Ji paused for a moment, then walked over. Think carefully, did you drop it while you were running? Xiao Baiyu's eyes reddened with anxiety. I don't know. I've been wearing it the whole time, it was just now. She looked down at the ground and searched for a long time, but found nothing. Liu Ji also helped her look for it. Seeing this, Li Jingjing also squatted down, pretending to search, occasionally turning her head to look at Liu Ji and Xiao Baiyu. One of the 2 was so anxious he was about to cry, while the other had a furrowed brow. She looked at them, and a strange feeling suddenly welled up inside her. I searched for a long time but found nothing. Xiao Baiyu stood up, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm so sorry. Boss Liu Ji. I lost your ring. Liu Ji looked at her and remained silent for a few seconds. Then he sighed. Don't cry yet, look for the way you came. Xiao Baiyu nodded, wiped away her tears, and the 3 of them slowly walked back along the path they had come from. Xiao Baiyu kept her head down, her eyes fixed on the ground, afraid of missing any detail. Liu Ji followed behind her, but as he searched, he suddenly felt something was amiss. As he searched, he quickly replayed everything that had just happened in his mind. Why did Li Jingjing head towards the warehouse? He had clearly decided to avoid the area with unknown creatures, so why did she insist on suggesting we go check it out? Wasn't I going to relieve myself? How did it attract zombies? She had a leg injury and couldn't run fast, so when the zombies caught up, she was the last one standing. At that moment, a scene flashed through Liu Ji's mind. He looked back several times while they were running away. Li Jingjing was running too slowly, so Xiao Baiyu pulled her along. The hand that Xiao Baiyu was holding was the one with the dragon bone ring. Liu Ji squinted and then glanced in Li Jingjing's direction out of the corner of his eye. She was squatting down, seemingly helping to find the ring, but her current position was not along the route Xiao Baiyu had taken to escape. Liu Ji had made up his mind. He turned around and looked at Li Jingjing. At that moment, he noticed that Li Jingjing was glancing in his direction and Xiao Baiyu's direction out of the corner of her eye. When she saw him turn around, she immediately looked away. Liu Ji walked over and stood in front of her. Li Jingjing. Li Jingjing raised her head. What's wrong? Liu Ji stared into her eyes. Didn't you find the ring? Li Jingjing's expression froze for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal. No, there were only those spoils of war. Liu Ji didn't speak, and continued to stare at her. He was waiting for her to slip up on her own. But Li Jingjing didn't. She just kept her head down, staring at the ground, without moving. Liu Ji looked at her and suddenly realized something. This woman was more composed than he had imagined. Xiao Baiyu was searching so hard she was almost in tears. I can't find it. I can't find it. Liu Ji glanced at her, then looked at Li Jingjing, and already knew the answer in his heart. He had no evidence, but he had a gut feeling. Just then, Li Jingjing suddenly spoke up. Liu Ji, Xiao Baiyu, how about we go to the next resource point first? We can look for the ring when we get back. Xiao Baiyu raised his head and thought for a moment. But Liu Ji interrupted her. Keep the change, please. Xiao Baiyu was stunned. What? Liu Ji looked at Li Jingjing. Li Jingjing, open your backpack. Li Jingjing's face changed. On what grounds? Liu Ji didn't speak, he just looked at her. Xiao Baiyu was also stunned, and looked up at the two of them. Li Jingjing's voice became shrill. Why should I show you my backpack? Liu Ji nodded. Good question. Just because I lost my ring, he paused, if you didn't take it, why are you afraid to show it to me? Xiao Baiyu was also stunned, and looked up at the two of them. Li Jingjing's voice became shrill. That's my privacy. You have no right to look. Liu Ji nodded. Yes, he paused. But if you didn't take it, why are you afraid to show it to me? Li Jingjing opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. Xiao Baiyu looked at Liu Ji, then at Li Jingjing, and seemed to understand something. Li Jingjing, you. Li Jingjing's face flushed red. I didn't. What makes you think you can doubt me? Liu Ji remained silent. He took something out of his backpack. The Queen's cloak. Looking at the cloak, Li Jingjing suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Liu Ji draped the cloak over himself, then raised his hand and pointed it at her. A golden light shot out from his hand. It wasn't shot at her, but at the ground at her feet. Bang! A small crater appeared in the ground, and shards of rock splashed onto Li Jingjing's legs, causing a burning pain. Li Jingjing screamed and fell to the ground. She looked up at Liu Ji. The man's eyes were as calm as a stagnant pool. I'll say it one last time, Liu Ji said, open your system inventory. Chapter 42. Li Jingjing's lips were trembling. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but then closed it again. She knew that saying anything now would be pointless. She slowly lowered her head and took everything out of her backpack, including the ring. Xiao Baiyu stared at the ring on the ground, completely dumbfounded. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Li Jingjing looked up at her. In those eyes, there was panic, fear, and something else. She couldn't tell what it was. Then, Li Jingjing turned to look at Liu Ji. Here's your ring, and the things you broke. I'm returning them to you. She stood up and turned to leave. Xiao Baiyu paused for a moment, bent down to pick up the things on the ground, and then looked at Li Jingjing's turning back, not knowing what to say. Stop! At that moment, Liu Ji's voice came from behind. Li Jingjing froze. She slowly turned around and looked at Liu Ji. Liu Ji walked over and stood in front of her. Do you know where those zombies came from? Li Jingjing remained silent. You lured them here, Liu Ji said. You deliberately led them here, hoping to use us to fight them so you could collect the spoils, right? Li Jingjing's lips moved, as if she wanted to refute, but she didn't say anything. Xiao Baiyu pulled you along, dragging you out of the zombie horde, Liu Ji continued. And you? You stole her ring while she was pulling you along, didn't you? Xiao Baiyu, standing to the side, had tears welling up in her eyes upon hearing these words. Li Jingjing lowered her head and remained silent. Liu Ji looked at her, remained silent for a few seconds, and then spoke. Xiao Baiyu helped you, but you almost caused our deaths. A person like you is only a hindrance if kept alive. He raised his hand. This time, the golden light was aimed at her leg. Xiao Baiyu's expression changed drastically. Liu Ji. No. But it was too late. A beam of golden light shot out and struck Li Jingjing's left leg. Ah! Li Jingjing screamed and fell to the side. There was a bloody hole in her left leg. Blood gushed out, staining his trousers and the soil on the ground red. She lay on the ground, clutching her leg, trembling with pain. She tried to stand up, but her left leg was completely powerless. Every movement brings excruciating pain. She looked up at Liu Ji and Xiao Baihu, who were standing not far away, watching her. Xiao Baihu's eyes were red, and tears were welling up in them. Liu Ji's expression remained calm. Your leg injury is back to you. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Xiao Baihu stood there, stunned, looking at Li Jingjing, then at Liu Ji's retreating figure, unsure of what to say. She wanted to call out to Liu Ji, to ask if he could take Li Jingjing back even if it was just to drag her to a safe place. But she didn't say anything. Because she could clearly sense that Liu Ji would not agree. Then she turned around, ready to follow Liu Ji. Just then, Liu Ji seemed to remember something and suddenly stopped. Then, he slowly turned around. Xiao Baihu was stunned for a moment, then looked up at him. Liu Ji's expression remained calm, but his eyes were colder than before. He raised his hand again. 2 golden beams of light shot out one after the other. One shot hit Li Jingjing's right elbow joint, and another hit her left wrist joint. Ah! Ah! Li Jingjing's screams rang out one after another, sharp enough to pierce through the mist. Her arms hung limply like a puppet with its strings cut, her fingers twitched a few times, and then she remained motionless. Xiao Baihu gasped, covered her mouth, and tears finally welled up in her eyes. Liu Ji! What are you doing? Liu Ji did not answer her. He simply looked at Li Jingjing, his voice calm. The system has an SOS function, but it requires fingers to operate, he said. You can't do anything right now. Li Jingjing lay on the ground, trembling all over. She tried to move her fingers, but they wouldn't obey her. She tried to use her mind to open the system panel and send a distress message, but the intense pain made it impossible for her to concentrate. My head was filled with a sharp buzzing sound, and my vision blurred in waves. Li Jingjing closed her eyes. In that instant, she saw many things. On my first day in this world, standing in that dilapidated wooden hut, I didn't know what to do. On my first time venturing out to explore, I was so scared that my legs went weak, and I squatted in the fog and cried for a long time. When I found my first fiery chili seed, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep all night. But then she thought about how no one was there to talk to her, no one was there to help her, and she was all alone. A tear welled up in Li Jingjing's eye. Xiao Baihu was stunned for several seconds before she reacted. Liu Ji! She chased after him, ran in front of him, and blocked his way. Liu Ji looked at her. Give it back to me. Seeing Liu Ji's cold gaze, Xiao Baihu seemed frightened and hurriedly handed him the flower pot, seeds, and the ring all at once. Liu Ji took the things Xiao Baihu handed him without thinking much, and continued walking towards home. Xiao Baihu stood still, not daring to chase after him, watching him walk further and further away. Her eyes reddened. Sorry. The sound was very faint and was carried away by the wind. Liu Ji didn't turn around, and soon he disappeared from Xiao Baihu's sight. Xiao Baihu stood there for a very long time. But one thought kept swirling in my mind. If she hadn't trusted Li Jingjing so easily, the ring wouldn't have been lost, and today's events wouldn't have happened. She lowered her head, looking at her empty hands. Cattail. Her voice was so hoarse it didn't sound like her own. Am I stupid? Cattail came over and rubbed against her leg with its tail. Xiao Baihu squatted down, hugged it, buried her face in the fluffy fur, and tears finally welled up uncontrollably. I just felt, she was so pitiful. I couldn't continue speaking. She hugged the cattail, her shoulders shaking with sobs, and cried for a long time. The fog grew thicker and thicker, and the sky darkened. She didn't know how long she had been standing there. She only slowly raised her head when the cattail rubbed her face with its tail again. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her face was covered in tear stains. Let's go. She stood up, her voice soft, "Let's go home." Before leaving, she glanced in Li Jingjing's direction, then lay there with her eyes closed, motionless. The cattail followed at her feet, its tail drooping, unlike its usual upturned shape. The two, one human and one plant, slowly walked back to the little wooden house. At this moment, Liu Ji had returned to his wooden house. He pushed open the door and went inside. The room was quiet, bathed in the warm glow of the streetlights. Liu Ji closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and leaned against the wall. He regretted taking his anger out on Xiao Baiyu. He knew she hadn't meant it, she was just too kind. But kindness is the last thing that should exist in this world. He sighed and slipped the ring back onto his finger. Chapter 43. After a while, Liu Ji stood up and walked into the courtyard. Mist swirled behind him, but the courtyard was quiet. The 4 planting pits were neatly arranged, the sun mushrooms were still glowing, and the leaves of the money tree were swaying slightly. His gaze fell on pit number 3. The watermelon pitcher was squatting there, scratching his head with a leaf. When he saw him finally return, he immediately put down the leaf and waved the watermelon vine behind him. That silly look was exactly the same as usual. Liu Ji withdrew his gaze, remained silent, and walked to pits 4, 5, and 6. He stared at the 3 sunflowers in the pit, and suddenly smiled. The smile looked somewhat bitter. These 3 seeds were obtained when he knocked Xiao Baiyu unconscious that day. She was lying in the grass, her face smeared with watermelon juice, completely unconscious. He picked her up and casually gathered up all the spoils that had fallen around them. Yesterday he was thinking, since she doesn't remember anyway, I might as well not tell her. Now, looking at the 3 sunflowers, he suddenly felt as if they were reminding him of something. Liu Ji squatted down and looked at the 3 sunflowers. Golden petals, a round face, a curved mouth, and a smile so happy. He remembered Xiao Baiyu's smile. Heartless and silly. If I tell her, she'll definitely cry again, won't she? He muttered to himself. Liu Ji took a deep breath, stood up, and combined the 3 sunflowers into one. As the light shone, the 3 sunflowers slowly blurred, transforming into 3 streams of light that surged towards pit number 4. After the light faded, a new sunflower stood there. Liu Ji glanced at it only once before turning and walking towards the money tree. This is the first mythical plant he has obtained since coming into this world. The tree trunk was as thick as his waist, over 2 meters tall, with lush branches and leaves, and most importantly 2 lucky bags were hanging on the tree at that moment. Liu Ji reached out his hand, the first one. Lucky bags are now open. Received, 666 silver coins. Liu Ji was taken aback. 666, he muttered to himself, is this a compliment? He carefully put the silver coin away and reached for the second one. Lucky bags are now open. Then a thin booklet landed in his hand. The cover is dark blue with several gold words on it, Introduction to Catapults. Liu Ji opened it and took a look. Introduction to Catapult Launch, Epic. Type, Consumable. Effect, ranged attack plants can learn this skill, after learning, they gain the ability, Launch. Liu Ji stared at these lines of text. The image of a watermelon pitcher throwing a watermelon that bounces around in a horde of zombies immediately flashed into my mind. This thing. A slight smile finally appeared on his lips. It's interesting. He took the book and walked to pit number 3. When the watermelon pitcher saw him coming, it didn't cover its head with its vine. It simply looked up at him, its 2 black eyes blinking, as if asking, "Are you all right?" Liu Ji was taken aback. He squatted down and placed the book in front of it. Here you go. The watermelon pitcher stared at the book for a moment, then looked up at Liu Ji, looking puzzled. This is a skill book, Liu Ji explained, it will make you more powerful. The watermelon pitcher still didn't understand. It stretched out its vine and carefully touched the book. The moment they touched, the book floated up. The deep blue cover opened automatically, the pages turned slowly, emitting a soft light. The watermelon pitcher was stunned. It raised its head and stared intently at the turning pages. Liu Ji squatted down beside him, watching this scene unfold. The watermelon pitcher was so engrossed in watching that 2 leaves trembled slightly, and the watermelon vines behind him swayed gently. His expression was like that of a primary school student seeing a comic book for the first time, completely absorbed. Liu Ji couldn't help but laugh. Can you even understand it? The watermelon pitcher ignored him and continued watching. The book turned page after page, the light flickering on and off. After quite a while, the pages of the book were finally turned. The moment the last page was closed, the entire book transformed into a beam of light and entered the watermelon pitcher's body. The watermelon pitcher was startled. Then it lowered its head, looking at its own melon vine, and then raised its head to look at Liu Ji. That expression seemed to say, I think I just learned something, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Liu Ji used an identification tool to examine it. Watermelon pitcher. Type: Attack plant. Effect: Throws watermelons to attack enemies, dealing significant damage. Attack interval: 10 seconds. In peacetime, 1 refreshing and delicious small watermelon is produced every 6 hours. Skill: Ricochet. After hitting an enemy, the watermelon can ricochet to 2 nearby targets, dealing 100% damage. After reading it, Liu Ji reached out and patted the watermelon pitcher's head. Great job, Brother Gua. From now on, you'll be a renowned sharpshooter. The watermelon pitcher was a little dazed by his rubbing, but he quickly recovered, nodded vigorously, and the watermelon vine stood up high. Liu Ji stood up with a smile and took a flower pot out of his backpack. He looked down at the flower pot, and the smile on his face faded slightly. Xiao Baihu gave this to himself as well. He put the flower pot aside and took out 3 sunflower seeds from his backpack. Plant 1 seed in the flower pot, and 2 seeds in holes number 5 and 6. Then he took out 3 bags of fertilizer from his backpack. Grayish-brown powder fell softly, the soil began to stir, tender shoots broke through the soil, grew wildly, and blossomed. 3 sunflowers bloomed almost simultaneously. Yellow petals, round face, curved mouth, smiling exactly the same. After combining the 3 sunflowers into a second-tier plant, the system displayed an unexpected notification to Liu Ji. 3 plants of the same type and tier, Tier 2 sunflower, detected. Consume 300 silver coins to synthesize. Whether upgrade to Tier 3? Liu Ji stared at the 300 without the slightest hesitation. Anyway, I have plenty of silver coins. He clicked yes. A light shone. Pit number 4 and the 2 second-tier sunflowers in the flower pot next to it slowly blurred, turning into 2 golden streams of light that surged into the cabin. Liu Ji casually put the empty flower pot into his backpack, then followed the 2 beams of light into the house. The light focused on the sunflower in the corner. The light grew brighter and stronger. Then dissipate. He walked over to the sunflower and squatted down. The sunflower looked at him too, its 2 black dots blinking, smiling so happily. He reached out and took off the cloak behind him. Gently drape it over the sunflower. The moment the cloak touched the sunflower, that sunflower has changed. The petals, originally golden yellow, have now turned into a dazzling gold. Its eyes were brighter and more expressive than before. Tier 3 Sunflower Queen. Type: Special Plant Category. Effect 1, continuously generates its own light source, which is converted into sunlight. It can be harvested once every 24 hours, yielding 1600 sunlight points each time. Effect 2, Queen's Majesty. The Sunflower Queen is immune to all negative effects, cold, burning, poison, charm, fear, curse. Effect 3, Queen's Blessing, dispels 1 negative effect from sunflowers within a 50 km radius. Range increases with level. Effect 4, Holy Light Judgment, unleashes the power of sunlight, dealing massive light-type damage to enemies. Note, this Tier 3 sunflower, equipped with the Queen's Cloak, has inherited more of the Sunflower Queen's will. It is striving to become a true queen. Liu Ji stared at the Queen Sunflower for a long time in silence. 1,600 a day. The yield was 4 times that of his previous second-tier queen plant, and the range of its dispersal had expanded to 50 kilometers. But he wasn't particularly excited. He just looked at it, at those eyes. Those eyes were also looking at him. The golden petals swayed gently, then it stretched out a leaf and lightly touched Liu Ji's face. Cool and soft. Liu Ji was stunned. He watched as the sunflower pressed its leaves against his face. The movement was very gentle. It's as if it's saying, "I'm here." Liu Ji's nose suddenly felt a little sore. He recalled what had happened that day. Xiao Baihu stood in the mist, her eyes red-rimmed, and said, "I'm sorry. I remember walking away without looking back, without saying a word. I remember the moment Li Jingjing collapsed, and that glimmer of something in her eyes. Is it regret? Resentment? Or something else entirely?" He didn't know. Nothing was certain. Only this leaf, cool and soft, rested on his face. Liu Ji closed his eyes. "I'm fine," he said, his voice a little hoarse. The Sunflower Queen withdrew her leaves, looked at him, and then opened her mouth. The next second, a soft sound came from the golden flower pot. It's like the wind, like water, and like a song coming from a very far place. It's very light and soft. As Liu Ji listened, his eyelids began to grow heavy. He lay on the haystack, turned to his side, and looked at the Queen Sunflower. Golden light enveloped the entire wooden house, making it warm and cozy. The singing continued, and Liu Ji's eyes slowly closed. Before his consciousness faded, the last thought that flashed through his mind was, "Tomorrow. Should we go find her?" Even just saying it. "I don't blame you." The singing continued, and Liu Ji's breathing gradually calmed down. The Sunflower Queen looked at him, her petals swaying gently. The singing grew fainter and fainter, fading into the distance. Chapter 44. Liu Ji slept more soundly than ever before. Her eyelids twitched, and her consciousness slowly returned. The soft singing from last night seemed to still linger in her ears. Liu Ji slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that caught his eye was the third-tier Sunflower Queen. The queen was also facing him, her eyes curved into 2 crescent moons, smiling so gently. Liu Ji was stunned. That song last night, was it really sung by it? Looking at that radiant face, he suddenly felt something fill a corner of his heart. "Good morning," he said, his voice still a little hoarse. The Queen Sunflower's petals swayed gently, as if in response. Liu Ji sat up and stretched. His bones cracked and popped, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. This sleep was more comfortable than the previous few days combined. He looked down at the pile of hay. "I used to think this thing was just something to sleep on, but now I don't know how I got through it." "All right," he patted his face, trying to fully wake himself up. "Time to get to work. First, let the sunlight in." He walked up to the Sunflower Queen and reached out to touch it. Achieving success. Gain sunlight, 1,600 points. Current sunlight level, 2,317. Liu Ji's lips twitched. 1,600. 1,600 a day. If this had happened right after he transmigrated, he would have jumped 3 meters high with excitement. Now, well, it's just so-so. Liu Ji looked at the number, then suddenly remembered something and opened his personal panel. Player, Liu Ji. ID, CN 10,000,00002. Location, Misty Forest District 9527. Building, Tier 3 Log Cabin, upgrade requires 2317/1000 sunlight, upgrade. Assets, 2,216 silver coins. The next second, the entire wooden house began to glow. Standing in the courtyard, watching this scene, Liu Ji suddenly felt a little expectant. What will a 4-story wooden house look like? The light lasted for about 10 seconds, then slowly dissipated. Liu Ji blinked and looked at the wooden house. It seems, nothing has changed. The house was still the same as before, a half wall separated two sides, one large and one small. On the left was a haystack, the queen sunflower, and a workbench, on the right was the kitchen. The area was the same as before, about 40 or 50 square meters. Liu Ji was stunned. That's it. He looked around, and then a system notification appeared. The durability of the cabin, fence, and gate has been increased. 2 new unlockable pits have been added to the garden. The cabin now unlocks a new feature, a storage room. Liu Ji scratched his head. Storage room? He looked around, the room was so small, where would there be a storage room? He ran into the yard again, looked around, but still saw nothing. Where's the storage room? Where is it hidden? As he was wondering, he suddenly caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. He turned his head and looked at the side of the cabin. There, a U-shaped staircase extends from the ground floor to the second floor. Second floor? Liu Ji rubbed his eyes. I watched it again. The wooden house has become a 2-story building? He opened his mouth, then opened it again, and finally squeezed out a sentence from his throat. Am I living in a little villa now? He walked quickly to the stairs and reached out to touch the handrail. It's made of wood, quite sturdy, and feels smooth to the touch. He walked up the stairs, taking each step carefully, as if afraid that the system was playing a joke on him and that it would collapse with every step. The stairs are very stable. Upon reaching the second floor, a wooden door came into view. Liu Ji took a deep breath and reached out to push him away. Behind the door was a room. It wasn't big, maybe 20 square meters, smaller than the one on the first floor. But though small, it had everything you needed. The most eye-catching thing was something on the left side of the room. A giant mushroom. The cap is light brown with a hint of pale yellow at the edges, and its diameter is estimated to be about 2 meters. But strangely, this mushroom has no stem, it just lies flat on the ground, less than half a meter tall. On top of the mushrooms was a blanket that looked very soft. Liu Ji stared at the mushroom, then slowly walked over. As he got closer, he could see clearly that what was on the mushroom was indeed a blanket, neatly folded, placed in the very center, like a bed. Liu Ji had a sudden thought and used an identification skill on the mushroom. Mushroom-shaped soft bed. Type: furniture. Effect: sleeping on it can improve sleep quality. Description: a soft bed made from a giant mushroom, far more comfortable than a haystack. Liu Ji's lips curled up slightly, and then he used an appraisal skill on the quilt. Cotton quilt. Type: furniture. Effect: provides warmth and improves sleep comfort. Description: soft and warm, you won't want to get up once you lie down. Liu Ji stood there, looking at the mushroom-shaped bed and the cotton quilt, and his eyes suddenly felt a little hot. Finally, I don't have to sleep on haystacks anymore. He squatted down and reached out to touch the quilt. Soft. He touched the mushroom bed's cap again. It's soft, but a bit firmer than a blanket, with a slight elasticity, like a memory foam mattress. Liu Ji plopped down on it, sinking in a little before bouncing back up. Comfortable. He lay down, face up, looking at the wooden ceiling above him. This is so comfortable, a million times more comfortable than a haystack. He rolled around on the bed twice, from one side to the other, like a child who had just received a new toy. He only got up after rolling around for a while, and then folded the blankets he had messed up. Then his gaze turned to the other 2 doors in the room. One on the right, one in front. Liu Jixian walked to the door on the right and pushed it open. It's a balcony. It's only about 5 square meters, with a wooden floor and a waist-high railing around it. Liu Ji walked to the railing and looked down. The entire courtyard was laid out before us. The planting pits and unlocked wooden signs are neatly arranged, and the watermelon pitcher is squatting in pit number 3, lost in thought. Liu Ji looked at it and suddenly smiled. This idiot has no idea he's being spied on. He looked away and then glanced at the balcony railing. A thought suddenly popped into my head. If you put the flower pots on the balcony and plant some plants, wouldn't you be able to fight off the zombies outside from the second floor? The plants are kept in the wooden house, ensuring their safety. Liu Ji thought about it more and it seemed more and more reliable, so he silently made a mental note of the idea. He stepped off the balcony and walked towards the front door. This must be the storage room, right? He pushed open the door and froze. The room was a little smaller than the bedroom, probably only 10 square meters. But each of the 4 walls had 9 small squares embedded in it. They are arranged neatly, one compartment at a time, like a honeycomb or a medicine cabinet in a traditional usse medicine shop. Each square is numbered from 1 to 36. In the center of the room stood a platform. The platform was made of iron and was about the same size as a workbench. It had 36 small buttons, each with a corresponding number, drawn on it in a 9x4 grid. Liu Ji walked over and stared at the platform for a moment. A system notification popped up. Storage room control platform. Note: after clicking the corresponding storage compartment number, place the item to be stored on the storage platform to complete the storage. Time flows more slowly inside the storage compartment than outside, which can delay food spoilage. Living animals cannot be stored. Liu Ji's eyes slowly lit up as he looked at the instructions. Is time flowing more slowly? Doesn't that mean that food put in there will stay fresh for a long time without spoiling? He immediately opened his backpack and took out the 20-odd bags of fertilizer all collected yesterday, and not of any immediate use. He piled the fertilizer on the platform. Then I pressed the corresponding button number 1 on the control panel. The next second, the fertilizer on the platform disappeared. Liu Ji raised his head and looked at the wall. Storage compartment number 1 is now lit. He walked over quickly and took a closer look. The storage compartments were transparent, and through that transparent barrier, you could see more than 20 miniature fertilizer bags neatly stacked inside. Liu Ji reached out and touched the barrier. It felt smooth, and he didn't know what material it was made of. He returned to the control platform and clicked on square number 1. The next second, the 20-odd bags of fertilizer reappeared on the platform. Liu Ji stared at the pile of fertilizer for several seconds, stunned. Then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's amazing! He put the fertilizer back into the storage compartment, took it out, and put it back in, repeating this process 3 or 4 times, like a mischievous child who had just discovered a new toy. After he had played enough, he finally stopped and began to seriously tidy up his things. Store all the fertilizer in your backpack into slot number 1. Store the seeds that are not needed for the time being in cell number 2. Store the small watermelon and some other food in slot number 3. The remaining 20-odd bamboo sections were stored in compartment number 4. Silver coins. You don't need to deposit silver coins, the system will count them automatically. Liu Ji saved and reviewed the document, becoming more and more satisfied with each review. This storage room is incredibly useful. When I get more good stuff later, I'll store it all here, all neatly organized, it'll be so pleasing to the eye. Chapter 45. Liu Ji walked out of the storage room and closed the small wooden door behind him. He stretched, walked to the window, and glanced outside. The fog was still so thick that it was impossible to tell if it was morning or noon. The system panel displays the time in the upper right corner, 9:27. It was another morning when the sky was obscured. Liu Ji habitually opened the regional channel to see if there were any new messages. He was scrolling through messages one after another, initially just glancing at them casually, but when his gaze fell on the line of small grey text after the channel name, he froze. Misty Forest District 9527, number of players, 6327/10,000. 6327. Liu Ji stared at that number, a wave of sorrow washing over him. He remembered that on the first day he arrived, there were 9,999 people. The following day, it became 9,721. Now, on the morning of the sixth day, only 6,327 people remain. More than 3,000 people are gone. Liu Ji thought of Li Jingjing again. The girl he killed. Liu Ji took a deep breath, he couldn't think about it anymore. Overthinking is useless. He walked to the head of the mushroom bed and sat down, then noticed the red dot still flashing on his friend icon. It was a message from Li Jun yesterday, but he hasn't replied yet. DAY 52121. Li Jun, brother Liu Ji, we've started a mutual aid association. Would you be interested in joining? Liu Ji stared at the message for a few seconds, his finger hovering over the input box. Mutual Aid Society? Yesterday's incident with Xiao Baiyu left him somewhat exhausted, but now that he's recovered, he can start to consider it. He opened the reply box, thought for a moment, and typed a few words. Liu Ji, brother Li Jun, I was busy yesterday and didn't check the messages. What's the specific situation with your mutual aid association? After sending the message, he leaned back on the bed and waited for a reply. A message popped up shortly after. Li Jun, brother Liu Ji. You're finally back. I thought you weren't interested. Liu Ji, no, I was just a bit busy yesterday. Tell me, what does the Mutual Aid Society do? Li Jun was silent for a few seconds, then messages popped up one after another. Li Jun, we have over 60 people here now. Li Jun, although there aren't many people, they are all trustworthy. We help each other, provide moral support, and prioritize internal use of any good resources. Li Jun, for example, if you find a seed but don't want to plant it yourself, and you're afraid of being undervalued by competitors on the trading platform, you can ask in the mutual aid group if anyone needs it. The price is negotiable, and it's at least more reliable than listing it on the trading platform. Liu Ji looked at these messages, lost in thought. Internal digestion? He recalled his experience selling bamboo tubes a few days ago. 8 tubes were listed and instantly sold out. But that was because he was selling a scarce resource. Ordinary items listed on the trading market are indeed more likely to be discounted. Furthermore, the trading bank charges transaction fees. Although it's free for beginners, what about after that? Liu Ji, that sounds good. Who's there? Li Jun, Zhang Tianxi is here. You should know that, right? Liu Ji was taken aback. Zhang Tianxi? That lucky guy who got an epic flame stone on the first day? Of course he knew. At the time, he even remarked that the name he was given hadn't been chosen in vain. Liu Ji, he's here too? Your mutual aid group is pretty strong then. Li Jun, haha, brother Tianxi is really amazing. He's been taking his level 3 pea shooter out exploring every day, and with that flame stone, he takes down zombies one shot at a time, like it's nothing. Liu Ji imagined the scene: a pea flying out with flames, hitting a zombie and exploding with a bang, scattering everything in its path. That's really impressive. Li Jun, furthermore, we have a rule here: rare plants or items like fiery chili peppers or flower pots are first checked internally before being listed on the trading market. Liu Ji raised an eyebrow. Spicy peppers? He remembered the 2 mini spicy peppers Li Jingjing had given Xiao Baiyu, rare quality, each one capable of burning a whole field. If you can get this kind of item within the Mutual Aid Society, it's definitely better than trying your luck at a trading platform. Liu Ji, it's good to keep the good stuff internally, that's indeed a good idea. But with over 60 of you, are you all seated close together? Li Jun was silent for a few seconds, then sent a message. Brother Liu Ji, speaking of this, there's something I can tell you first. Liu Ji, what is it? Li Jun, based on the distance between the cabins of the Mutual Aid Association members, we roughly estimated the area of our 9,527 district. Liu Ji was taken aback. How to estimate the area? He really hadn't thought of that. Liu Ji, and the result? Li Jun, at least 500 square kilometers. Liu Ji stared at the number, his eyes widening slightly. 500 square kilometers? He quickly calculated in his mind it was equivalent to the area of a county. Are those 10,000 players from District 9527 scattered across this 500 square kilometer fog? Li Jun, and we also discovered something else. Liu Ji, what is it? Li Jun, in the northeastern part of our region, there is an invisible barrier. Liu Ji frowned. Barrier? Chapter 46. Liu Ji, barrier? What does that mean? Li Jun, we just can't get past it. Some brothers went to explore that way, but they kept running into an invisible wall and couldn't get past it. The system didn't give any warnings, it just stood there blocking our way. Li Jun, we speculate that there should be another area outside the barrier. Liu Ji stared at the messages, his mind racing. Barrier. Area. Beyond the Misty Forest. He recalled the announcement from the first day, the next area will only be unlocked after clearing the Misty Forest. What are the conditions for passing the level? How many zombies do you kill? Or do you find some special item? He thought of that snow-capped mountain again. Xiao Baihu's wooden cabin was at the foot of a snow-capped mountain, a mountain not shrouded in mist. Did it belong to the Misty Forest? Or was it the boundary of another region? What lies outside the Misty Forest? What will the next region mentioned by that world will look like? He thought for a long time, but had no answer. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about it now. The first wave of zombies is coming the day after tomorrow, that's the most critical issue right now. Liu Ji, brother Li Jun, thank you for telling me all this. I knew nothing about the barrier before. Li Jun, don't be so polite. It's not really a secret, most players living on the outskirts of the area know this. It's just that those of you who live further away probably haven't encountered it yet. Looking at this message, Liu Ji suddenly felt a pang of emotion. In this game, everyone truly lives in their own way. Some were busy exploring, some were busy farming, and some were busy studying maps. And he, having experienced so much these past few days, hasn't even reached the edge of the region. Li Jun, by the way, brother Liu Ji, what are your thoughts on the Mutual Aid Association? Liu Ji stared at the question and remained silent. To be honest, mutual aid societies sound really good. There are over 60 people there, and they internally manage rare items. With an expert like Zhang Tianxi overseeing things, joining them would at least provide another avenue for advancement. But he hesitated. Firstly, he's not good at socializing. He can get along well with simple people like Xiao Baihu, but the thought of dealing with over 60 strangers is daunting. Secondly, there are over 60 people, and too many eyes and ears. He has too many secrets: a mythical money tree, the Queen's cloak, the dragon bone ring. Exposing any one of these things could bring trouble. Thirdly, while internal sales are preferable, the price will definitely be lower than listing on the auction house. When rare items are listed, there are plenty of people eager to offer high prices. If sold internally, people will know it's from you, and they might even try to negotiate the price. He thought for a moment and then replied to Li Jun. Liu Ji, brother Li Jun, I remember about the Mutual Aid Society, it's indeed a good thing. However, I'm not very good at socializing, and I'm afraid I won't be able to handle adding so many people all at once. I'll think about it and get back to you later. Li Jun replied quickly. Li Jun, Haha, I understand. Everyone goes through this. Anyway, the Mutual Aid Society welcomes you anytime, feel free to contact me whenever you want. Liu Ji felt a warmth in his heart as he read the message. Liu Ji, okay, thank you very much, brother Li Jun. You've helped quite a few people by setting up this mutual aid association, haven't you? That's truly a great act of generosity. Li Jun, oh, don't say that. We're all players, helping each other is only natural. By the way, brother Liu Ji, I just checked the achievement system, you've upgraded to a level 4 wooden house? That's awesome. Liu Ji was taken aback. Fourth order? He then remembered that he had upgraded his cabin to level 4 today, but hadn't claimed the achievement reward yet. Liu Ji, good luck, good luck. Li Jun, don't be modest. You're the only one in our district who's reached Tier 4. By the way, what new features does the Tier 4 wooden house have? Liu Ji had just opened the achievement system. He hadn't looked at it for the past 2 days, but now that Li Jun brought it up, he should probably go take a look. He glanced at it. Current area achievements completed, 27/27. He scrolled down, looking at each one by one. Vast Wealth, Part 1 accumulated 10,000 silver coins. Achiever, Park Su Piao. Time of completion, Day 4 1533. Reward, Unknown Treasure Chest X1. First Buckthead kill, be the first to kill the Buckthead zombie. Achieved by, Li Jun. Time of completion, DAY 4 1407. Reward, 200 silver coins. First kill while reading the newspaper, be the first to kill the zombie reading the newspaper. Completed by, Zhongtian C. Time of completion, DAY 5 1142. Reward, 500 silver coins. He continued sliding down. Then he saw another achievement. Vast Wealth, Part 2 accumulated 30,000 silver coins. Achiever, Park Su Piao. Time of completion, DAY 6 731. Reward, Unknown Treasure Chest, Rare, ×1. Liu Ji's pupils dilated instantly. He scrolled up a few times, staring at the 2 timestamps, and his mind went blank. On the afternoon of the 4th day, 10,000 silver coins. On the morning of the 6th day, 30,000 silver coins. From the 4th to the 6th day, a day and a half, I accumulated 20,000 silver coins? Liu Ji swallowed hard. He recalled how readily Park Xiao Piao spent 2,500 yuan to buy that big mouth flower seed the day before yesterday. At the time, he thought the girl was just a lucky rich woman. Looking back now, where was the good luck? This is cheating. How did you manage to earn 20,000 silver coins in a day and a half? Liu Ji's mind raced. Selling props? What kind of item can generate 20,000 in revenue? Do you get silver coins from killing zombies? A single zombie can drop anywhere from a few to dozens of coins, so you'd need to kill thousands to collect that many. Thousands of zombies, in a day and a half? Unless she destroys the zombie lairs. Liu Ji recalled the newspaper reading zombie that Li Jingjing had mentioned, and the horde of 40 or 50 zombies that had been chasing them. If Park Su Piao had a way to lure and kill monsters in bulk. He shivered. This woman is no ordinary person. He swiped down a little further, and the last achievement popped up. First to reach, Part 3. This is the glory of the first person to reach the 4th tier cabin. Achieved by, Liu Ji. Time of completion, DAY 6 849. Reward, 500 silver coins. Liu Ji looked at the time, 8:49 am. He clicked claim. Received, 500 silver coins. Current silver coins, 3,120. Liu Ji looked at the number, his feelings were somewhat complicated. 3,000 silver coins is considered wealthy in the eyes of ordinary people. But compared to Park So Piao's 30,000, it's not even a fraction of that. He took a deep breath and exited the achievement system. Li Jun is still waiting for his reply. Liu Ji, brother Li Jun, I just checked the achievement system. The 4th tier wooden house has changed quite a bit, it's now a 2-story building with an extra storage room. Li Jun replied instantly. Li Jun, a storage room? How much can it hold? Liu Ji thought for a moment. Then I opened the cabin system and found the description of the storage room. Liu Ji copied the information and sent it to Li Jun. Liu Ji, storage room, level 1, information. Li Jun, holy crap! 36 slots? And it can even slow down food spoilage? Isn't this way better than a backpack? Liu Ji, yes, backpacks can stack different items, but this compartment can store seeds of different plants, and the storage capacity is large enough. I feel like putting hundreds of bags of fertilizer in one compartment wouldn't be a problem. Li Jun, awesome! Looks like I need to figure out a way to level up to tier 4 as soon as possible. Thanks for letting me know, brother Liu Ji. Liu Ji smiled. Li Jun had given him so much information, so he had no reason to hide anything. Besides, everyone will have a storage room sooner or later. Liu Ji, you're too kind. It's just mutual help. Li Jun, haha, right. Let's help each other out. I won't bother you anymore, feel free to contact me anytime. Liu Ji, okay, see you later. After closing private messages, Liu Ji stared at the ceiling, his mind still preoccupied with Pu Xiao Piao. 30,000 silver coins. 1.5 days. How did she manage to do that? If there really is a way to farm silver coins in bulk, why don't others know about it? Chapter 47. It's already past 10 o'clock. Liu Ji stood at the entrance of the courtyard, looking at the mist outside. Where to go today? He subconsciously turned his head and glanced southwest, the direction where Xiao Baiu's house was located. Then he looked away and turned to walk northeast. I'm not going. I won't go today, at least not today. What if they bump into each other again? He hasn't decided what to say when they meet, or even whether he should meet at all. Forget it, I'll explore it on my own for a day first. Liu Ji, carrying a street lamp flower and wearing a queen's cloak, headed northeast. He hadn't walked far when he stopped and frowned. There were more tombstones than I had seen the previous 2 days. Within the small area illuminated by the streetlights, he roughly counted at least 4 or 5 tombstones standing there, making the entire Misty Forest look like an abandoned graveyard. Liu Ji swallowed hard and gripped the P-shaped pistol in his hand. This number, the growth rate is a bit too fast. He continued walking forward, his steps light, his eyes fixed on the movements around him. Just then, SHH. Liu Ji paused in his steps. That voice again. He turned his head sharply and looked to his left. Bang! A tombstone suddenly popped out of the ground. Just 4 or 5 meters to his left, the grey stone tablet seemed to be suddenly pushed up from the ground by some force, kicking up a cloud of dirt and gravel, and stood straight in front of him. Liu Ji jumped back a big step, almost landing hard on his backside. Holy crap! He clutched his chest, his heart pounding, staring at the newly appeared tombstone, gasping for breath. No! He glanced at the tombstones that were slowly emerging around him, then at the one that had suddenly appeared in front of him, and frowned. Why? He muttered to himself, most tombstones appear slowly, but yours just suddenly appeared. The day before yesterday was the same. He and Xiao Baiu were walking down the road when a tombstone suddenly burst out of the ground less than a meter in front of them, and the soil it kicked up almost hit his face. It was by chance. Twice? Liu Ji stared at the tombstone, a strange, inexplicable feeling welling up inside him, as if something was watching him. He looked around, but all he saw was a thick fog and nothing at all. Liu Ji shivered. Damn it, why am I thinking about this? He cursed himself. A tombstone is just a tombstone, it can't come to life, can it? He looked at the tombstone again, and a thought suddenly popped into his head. Can these tombstones be smashed? Give it a try? He raised his pea-shaped pistol and aimed it at the grey stone monument. Bang! A pea flew out and landed squarely on the front of the tombstone. Then he saw a health bar. Tombstone, 950/1000. Liu Ji was stunned. Holy crap! He rubbed his eyes. The tombstone has a health bar. He read it again. It is indeed 950/1000. That's a lot of health. As he was pondering this, a sound suddenly came from below the tombstone. Gurgle, gurgle. Something is moving around underground. Liu Ji took a step back, raised his pistol, and stared intently at the tombstone. Then he saw a grayish-green hand reached out from the ground. 5 fingers gripped the edge of the pit, and with a strong push, a head popped out of the ground. A pair of glasses sat on his head, the thick lenses reflecting a yellow light under the streetlights. A zombie wearing glasses? A thought flashed through Liu Ji's mind in an instant. Newspaper reading zombies. The zombie crawled out of the ground, stood up, dusted itself off, and then looked up, seeing Liu Ji through its thick glasses. It opened its mouth. Roar! A furious roar. The voice was filled with anger and dissatisfaction at being disturbed while sleeping. Liu Ji was startled by the shout and instinctively took a step back. Then he saw a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. After the zombie finished shouting, it turned around and faced away from Liu Ji. Then it bent down, lay on the ground, and reached its hand into the hole it had just crawled out of, and began to scoop it out. Scoop and scoop, scoop and scoop. Liu Ji stood 5 meters away, holding a gun, completely dumbfounded. What's this newspaper-reading zombie doing? It rummaged for several seconds, and finally pulled it out. A crumpled newspaper. The zombie reading the newspaper picked it up, adjusted his glasses, glanced at it, and then nodded in satisfaction. I've confirmed it's my copy. Then it turned around, faced Liu Ji, holding the newspaper, and strode over with an air of indifference, step by step. Liu Ji stared at it, only one thought remaining in his mind. Is this zombie a joke? But his hands didn't stop. Raise the pea gun and aim at the bespectacled head. Bang! Bang! 2 peas are launched. Just then, the newspaper-reading zombie did something Liu Ji had never expected. It lifted the newspaper and held it in front of its face. Slap! Slap! The peas were blocked by the newspaper, but the newspaper also had a hole in it. The zombie looked down at its beloved newspaper. The 2 large holes were right in the middle, obscuring all the contents. It was stunned. Then it raised its head and looked at Liu Ji. That look. Anger. Losing one's mind. Roar. Another roar erupted, but this one was fiercer, more ruthless, and more insane than the last. It tossed the newspaper aside, took a stride, and charged towards Liu Ji with red eyes. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Liu Ji fired another shot. Bang! The shot hit it squarely in the forehead. Liu Ji saw its health bar. Newspaper reading zombie, 950/1000. Liu Ji's lips twitched. So the damage from those 2 shots was blocked by the newspaper? This thing is actually quite clever? But the newspaper reading zombie had already given him no time to think. It charged at incredible speed, more than twice as fast as a regular zombie, reducing the distance from 5 meters to 3 meters in the blink of an eye. Liu Ji raised his hand. Consumes 10 sun points. A golden light burst forth from his palm, heading straight for the newspaper-reading zombie's chest. Holy light judgment! The light was too fast and too bright, the newspaper-reading zombie had no time to dodge. Pfft! A golden light pierced through his chest. The newspaper-reading zombie froze in place, maintaining its running posture, and took another half step forward. Then it fell straight down. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. Liu Ji lowered his hand, looked at the corpse on the ground, and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that scared me to death. He waited a few seconds, and the zombie's corpse began to glow before disappearing. A blue light appeared on the ground. Liu Ji's eyes lit up. Rare? He quickly walked over, squatted down, and reached out to touch the ball of blue light. As the light faded, he held something in his hand. A pair of glasses. It's palm-sized, oval-shaped, and has a black metal frame. Liu Ji glanced at it, and a thought struck him. Mirror of the Abyss, rare. Type, equipment/treasure. Equipment effect, increases visibility in low light, foggy, and other similar environments when worn. Item effect, increases attack range by 20% when equipped by a plant. Note, the newspaper reading zombies' glasses have a 10% chance of dropping after defeating the zombie. The abyss reflected in the mirror also gazes upon you. Liu Ji stared at the 10%, and the corners of his mouth began to turn upwards. A 10% chance, he muttered to himself. How could I possibly run into that? He looked at the glasses in his hand and suddenly felt that he was having a lucky day. He put his glasses on. Something amazing happened. The fog that had been so thick it seemed impenetrable now appeared somewhat thinner in his eyes. Although it's still not very clear to see very far, it's at least a bit larger than the area illuminated by a street lamp. Not bad, he said, patting the frame with a pleased expression. This thing is practical. He put the mirror on and continued walking northeast. After walking about 50 meters more, he stopped and used today's resource sensor. Resource sensing. Does this consume one sensor attempt? Weather. Liu Ji nodded yes. With a flash of light, resource points within 100 meters began to appear. 60 meters due north, traces of unknown organisms, low risk. 70 meters due east, farmer's orchard, rare. 100 meters due east, traces of unknown organisms, medium danger. Liu Ji stared at these points on the map and began to make calculations. Low-risk zombie lairs probably only drop some silver coins and fertilizer, nothing special. Medium danger, I just experienced it yesterday, 40 or 50 zombies, and a flower pot even exploded. It's quite dangerous for an average player, but for him, it just consumes more sunlight. But what attracted his attention the most was the one in the middle. The farmer's orchard. Rare resource point. First to the orchard, he muttered to himself, then to the zombie den to the east. It's settled then. Chapter 48. He changed direction and headed due east. After walking about 50 meters, Liu Ji slowed down. Through the mirror of the abyss, he could vaguely see a blurry outline ahead. As you get closer, the outline becomes clearer and clearer. It was an orchard. Standing a dozen meters away, Liu Ji used the mirror to get a general view of the orchard. Unlike the crooked, ugly, grey-green trees in the Misty Forest, every tree in this orchard is upright and straight, with straight branches. Although they appear somewhat dark in the pale mist, you can at least tell that they are a vibrant green. Liu Ji took a few steps forward, wanting to see more clearly. Then he noticed something else. To the east of the orchard, right next to it, there is a small wooden cabin. The cabin wasn't large, about the same size as their original cabin. But the strangest thing is, a sliver of light shone from the wooden house. Liu Ji's heart began to race. Bright? Is anyone there? He remembered the name of the orchard, the farmer's orchard. Are there really farmers? Are there indigenous people living in the Misty Forest? Liu Ji swallowed hard, gripped his pistol, and walked towards the wooden house. As he approached, he discovered that the door was unlocked. It was half closed, revealing a small gap about the width of a palm, from which the dim yellow light shone. Liu Ji stood at the door, listening intently. There was a chewing sound. There's also a certain smell. It smells like blood? A sense of foreboding welled up in Liu Ji's heart. He slowly reached out and gently pushed open the door. The door creaked open. Then he saw a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Inside the house, 2 zombies were crouching on the floor. They're gnawing on something. The thing was glowing. It was a street lamp, half-eaten, its light flickering as if it were about to go out. And next to them, a person was lying on the ground. No, it's a corpse. The corpse's head. The head is still there, but it's completely mangled. The scalp was ripped open, revealing the stark white skull inside, but there was a large hole in the skull, and the hole was completely empty. Blood flowed from the hole, pooling on the ground in a small, dark red puddle. Liu Ji stood there, his stomach suddenly convulsing, and he froze completely. He had seen dead people. I've seen it countless times in movies and TV series. But those are all fake, this is real. A living, breathing person, now with their head emptied, brain gone, blood everywhere. A wave of acid rose in Liu Ji's throat, and he felt like vomiting. Just then, the 2 zombies sensed something, and simultaneously raised their heads, turned their faces, and looked towards the doorway. 4 pale eyes stared straight at Liu Ji, while something was being chewed, making smacking sounds. Then they tossed the gnawed to the bone street lamp aside and stood up. He walked towards Liu Ji. Liu Ji's mind went blank. But the body moves faster than the brain. With a thought, a pea-shaped pistol appeared in his hand. Raise the gun and aim. Bang! 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 4 peas shot out. The 2 zombies swayed and then fell straight to the ground. Then the room fell silent. Only the gnawed street lamp remained, still emitting a faint light, flickering as if it might go out at any moment. Liu Ji stood at the doorway, looking down at the 2 zombie corpses, then looking up at the one lying on the ground. He dared not look. But my eyes kept glancing in that direction uncontrollably. The corpse's face had been gnawed so badly that it was unrecognizable. But judging from his build and clothes, he is a man. Liu Ji's stomach began to churn again. He leaned against the door frame, bent over, and gagged a few times. Nothing came out. He didn't eat anything this morning. After vomiting for a while, he straightened up, wiped his mouth, and looked at the horrific scene in the room. The street light was still flickering, growing dimmer and weaker. Then, it's dead. But the room wasn't completely dark. In that dim light, some faint points of light flickered. They were very faint, like fireflies, scattered on the ground around the corpse. Liu Ji was stunned. He walked over slowly, and only when he got closer could he see clearly. Those were items dropped after the player died. Scattered all over the ground, no one picked them up. Liu Ji squatted down, looked at those things, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. Mangosteen, rare, times 20. Type, fruit/medicine. Effects, relieves fatigue and has a significant effect on cold symptoms after consumption. Note, this fruit is known as the queen of fruits, and is sweet and delicious. However, it should not be eaten with watermelon, as this may damage the spleen and stomach. Liu Ji was taken aback. Can't you eat it with watermelon? He thought of his brother, the gourd-like dog at home, who wagged his tail whenever he was happy, and silently made a mental note of it. I need to remind myself when I get back, don't eat watermelon after eating mangosteen, and don't eat mangosteen after eating watermelon. He then looked at the pile of red berries. Raspberry, rare, times 20. Type, fruit/medicine. Effects, benefits the kidneys, strengthens yang energy, improves eyesight, relieves hangovers, and quenches thirst. Note, it has multiple benefits and is suitable for both men and women. Liu Ji stared at the word yang boosting for 2 seconds, and his lips twitched. This thing. He muttered to himself, it's pretty versatile. He picked up the mangosteens and raspberries one by one and put them into his backpack. Just as he was about to stand up, his gaze suddenly swept across the hoodie pocket of the corpse. A small patch of green was peeking out from the edge of the pocket. Liu Ji paused for a moment, then reached out, gently pinched the green piece, and pulled it out. A pea-shaped pistol. It was exactly the same as the one in his own backpack. The gun was still brand new. Liu Ji stared at it and examined it. Pea gun. Remaining bullets, 9/10. Note, 1 pea is automatically stored every minute, up to a maximum of 10 peas. Liu Ji stared at the 9/10 and his mind went blank. 1 pill per minute. It takes 10 minutes to fill a tank of 10 bullets. In other words, the man had been dead for only 9 minutes. Liu Ji looked down at the gun and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he reached out, took the gun out of his pocket, and put it into his backpack. Then he stood up and took one last look at the body wearing a grey hoodie. "Brother," he said softly, his voice a little hoarse, "I've already killed those 2 zombies for you. You can, sigh." He sighed, turned, and walked out of the wooden house. Chapter 49. East of the orchard. Liu Ji stood behind a tree, looking ahead from about 10 meters away. Through the mirror of the abyss, the outlines of the large group of zombies were clearly visible, and several white specks of light were scattered on the ground. But the problem is, what are they doing? Liu Ji squinted. The zombies didn't scatter or wander around. Instead, they stood neatly arranged around the tree. It spins round and round, slowly, like it's wound up. Liu Ji scratched his head. What's wrong with this? As he was pondering whether or not to take action, something suddenly fell from the sky. Bang! It hit the zombie squarely on the head. The zombie swayed, didn't fall, and continued spinning. Liu Ji paused for a moment, then looked up. There are people in the tree. A person was crouching on a tree branch, holding a pea gun and aiming down. Liu Ji opened his mouth. Climbing trees to fight zombies? Okay, is this how you play it? He looked at it for a while longer and then realized something was wrong. The man fired one shot, waited a long time, and then fired another. The inefficiency is outrageous. Liu Ji did the math: 1 bullet per minute, not even enough to kill 1 zombie per shot. At this rate, they wouldn't finish off the zombies before nightfall. He looked again at the man's posture while squatting in the tree. His back was straight, and he was completely still. That's something. But this style of play is too slow and inefficient. Liu Ji took out the 2 guns. Then he got up, took a few steps forward, and stopped. Fire both guns simultaneously. Bang! Bang! The 2 peas flew out almost simultaneously, and the heads of 2 half-health mini-zombies burst open, causing them to fall to the ground instantly. The remaining zombies reacted, turning their heads in unison to stare at Liu Ji. Then they rushed over. Liu Ji didn't stop, bullets flew out one after another, emptying the magazines of both guns. 7 or 8 more white trophies, gleaming faintly, lay on the ground. Liu Ji looked at the gloomy grey shadows in front of him and took a deep breath. Okay. He put the 2 pistols into his backpack and raised his hands. Holy light judgment! Golden light shot out from the palm, piercing through the chest of the foremost zombie. The zombie collapsed instantly. Then came the second one, and the third one. Liu Ji retreated while fighting. The zombies weren't chasing very fast, but there were many of them, densely packed together. Liu Ji took a step back and killed one. Golden rays of light streaked across the mist, one after another. The person in the tree was completely dumbfounded. Crouching on the branch, they could only see a blurry figure below, with golden light emanating from in front of them. Halfway through the fight, several roadblock zombies rushed to the front. Liu Ji gave them several golden rays. 3 fell down. As the battle progressed, Liu Ji himself lost count of how many he had killed. His hands never stopped, he kept retreating while continuously unleashing his skills. When the last zombie fell at his feet, he took a step back and almost tripped. After standing firm, I took a look. The ground in front was littered with spoils of war. Liu Ji took a breath, then looked up at the tree. The man was about to climb down from the tree. The movements were very nimble. Holding onto the tree trunk with both hands, I slid to the ground in a few quick movements, landing with my knees bent, very steady. Liu Ji narrowed his eyes and quickly stuffed the cloak behind him into his backpack. This guy's got good skills, he's a trained fighter, isn't he? The man stood up straight, took a street lamp from his backpack, and placed it on the ground. The halo dispersed, and Liu Ji could see his face clearly. She was around 30 years old, with a straight gaze. She wore a dark grey outfit, the kind with a cinched waist and fitted sleeves, and looked very capable. He stood there, his back ramrod straight. Then he glanced at Liu Ji and spoke. "Hold." Liu Ji was taken aback. The man continued, "Are you human?" Liu Ji. Realizing what he'd said, the man quickly waved his hand. "No, brother, I didn't mean to insult you. I meant, what was that thing you were using just now? That golden light? Were you a humanoid laser cannon?" Liu Ji almost laughed at what he said. "Just a special skill." He pointed to himself. The man nodded, then glanced at Liu Ji again. Then he made a gesture clasping his hands together and bowing to Liu Ji. "Thanks, brother. If it weren't for you, I would have been squatting in the tree for half the day." Liu Ji waved his hand. "You're welcome, it was nothing." The man lowered his hand and grinned. That laugh was quite open and honest, without any pretense. "My name is Usse," he said. "You can just call me Kaizi." Liu Ji blinked. "A ball?" A thought flashed through his mind, and he glanced at the other party's information. "Player, Izumi. That really is the name." Liu Ji withdrew his gaze, while the person opposite him had clearly also seen Liu Ji's information. "Wait," Usse stared at him, "are you Liu Ji?" Liu Ji looked up. "Do you know me?" Izumi smiled again. "The achievements list is up there, the first person to reach level 3. No, I checked this morning and they're already at level 4. He cupped his hands in a respectful greeting. "It's an honor to meet you." Liu Ji was a little embarrassed by his posture. "Just lucky," he said. "You're pretty good at climbing trees too." Usse looked down at the tree, then looked up at Liu Ji, and shook her head with a smile. "It's different. I was forced into it. We didn't have enough bullets, I couldn't kill many, so I had to climb up and hide." He pointed to the loot left by the zombies on the ground. "These bastards are acting strangely today, they've all climbed up the trees and are just circling around below. I can't get down. If you hadn't intervened, I would have been waiting until dark." Liu Ji nodded. "I'm wondering the same thing. Zombies should have very weak senses during the day. You climbed so high, if you had just stopped attacking them, they should have left." Usse shrugged. "Who knows?" The two exchanged a glance, neither of them understanding. "Never mind." Inokua withdrew her gaze and looked at the spoils on the ground that had begun to glow. "Oh, right," he turned to the side and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Liu Ji. "I really have to thank brother Liu Ji for today's matter. Otherwise, I would have had to spend the night in the tree." Liu Ji waved his hand. "Don't mention it, it's nothing." I know. Toki shook her head. "It was a small favor for you, but a huge help to me." He paused, his tone earnest. "Meeting you is fate, brother Liu Ji, how about we add each other as friends? If you ever need anything, just let me know, and I'll definitely help." Liu Ji looked at him. His face was quite upright, and every word he spoke was substantial, not just empty politeness. However, one should still be cautious. Liu Ji thought it was worth adding and seeing how it went. He opened the system and searched for the name Yi Zhiqiu. Friend request sent. The ball passed by in a flash. all right. He put away the system, glanced at the loot on the ground, and said, you killed all these zombies, so the loot is yours. I won't get involved. Liu Ji was taken aback. There are a few birds under the tree that you shot down, don't you want them? I know. Toki shook her head. I'll just sit in the tree and watch the show. I'd be too embarrassed to take all this loot. He clasped his hands in a fist salute. Thanks for today, brother. Call me if you ever need anything. After saying that, he picked up the street light and turned to leave, disappearing from sight in no time. Liu Ji stood still, looking in that direction, then at the spoils on the ground. This person is quite interesting. He squatted down and began picking things up. Silver coins x 230. Fertilizer x12. Sun mushroom seed x1. Street lamp flower seed ×1. There's also a blue one. Liu Ji picked it up and looked at it. Frost archer seed, rare. Type, seed. Effect, after planting, you will obtain an ice archer who can launch peas to attack enemies, inflicting a 30% movement speed reduction and a 30% attack speed reduction. Liu Ji stared at the instruction manual, his eyes lighting up. Slowing down? That's great. He put the seeds into his backpack, stood up, and took one last look at the tree. There didn't seem to be any good places to grab onto the tree trunk. Suddenly a thought popped into his head. Should I give it a try? Since we're already here. Liu Ji rolled up his short-sleeved shirt, walked to the tree, and looked up at it. It's only 4 or 5 meters high, not too tall. He rubbed his hands together, jumped up, and hugged the tree trunk with both hands. Then, bracing his legs against the tree trunk, he scooted upwards with all his might. It slid up to about 2 meters high, just a little short of where the ball was crouching. He glanced down at the ground. It's a bit high. My hands are a little sore, and my legs are shaking a little. Then his hand slipped. Holy crap! Liu Ji leaned back, his hands flailing wildly in the air, but he grabbed nothing. He plopped down on the ground. With a loud thud, it made him grimace. Liu Ji sat on the ground, clutching his buttocks, his expression contorted. Then he looked up, stared at the tree, and cursed, "Climb your sister's tree." He stood up, dusted himself off, and limped back. After taking only 2 steps, he turned back and gave it the middle finger. Chapter 50. Liu Ji walked back to the wooden house, his pace a little slower than usual. Firstly, my butt still hurts, I fell pretty hard just now. Secondly, my mind is a bit muddled thinking about what happened today. He thought of the man whose head had been hollowed out, and then he thought of that sphere of Izumi. Liu Ji sighed. Today has been a roller coaster of emotions for me. As he walked, he suddenly realized that this wouldn't do. This is so depressing. He patted his face and began to mentally prepare himself. Liu Ji, oh Liu Ji, he muttered to himself, can't we try to think of something more positive? A good day, right? Got a frost archer seed, hey? Got a bunch of silver coins, right? Got a bunch of fertilizer too, right? So. He paused for a moment, then continued, so, today was all right. Thinking about this made him feel a little better. Then he remembered his precious child at home. We've been out all day, the money tree should have produced new lucky bags by now, right? I forgot to bring my watermelon brother with me when I went out today, I left it at home to produce mini watermelons. I wonder if it will get bored. As he thought about it, he laughed first. All right, let's go back and play with him for a while, he muttered. I wonder if Brother Melon will eat anything, probably not. Plants eating fruit, that sounds a bit far-fetched. Just then. SHH. Liu Ji paused, his smile freezing on his face. That voice again. He looked around at the ground, there was no sign of tombstones emerging. Liu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that startled me, he cursed, and continued walking. I took 2 steps. Shhhhhh. Right under your feet. Liu Ji lowered his head and looked at the ground. Then he saw the most terrifying thing he had ever seen. The soil beneath his feet was rising upwards. Bang! A tombstone suddenly appeared from directly beneath Liu Ji. The grey stone tablet, covered in dirt and gravel, rose straight up. Then it struck Liu Ji's right leg. Holy crap! Liu Ji's pupils dilated instantly. He was lifted up by the tombstone, his feet off the ground. Then he heard a voice. Snap! It was very light and brittle, like a broken leg. His expression shifted from shock to bewilderment, from bewilderment to pain, from pain to ah! A scream echoed through the misty forest. The sound was so shrill it could scare away all the zombies around. Liu Ji looked down at the tombstone. The top of the tombstone hit the back of his thigh. Liu Ji clutched his legs with both hands, fell off the tombstone, and curled up on the ground. His face flushed red, veins bulged, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Tian Wenjing, I went to 8 morning. He cursed intermittently, his voice trembling more and more. It FG hurts. It shot up from his thighs, straight to the top of his head. He felt as if his soul was about to fly away. Liu Ji lay on the ground for 2.5 minutes before his consciousness began to fade. It's getting darker and darker. In the end, only one thought remained in his mind. I, Liu Ji, am going to die here today. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. I don't know how much time passed. Liu Ji felt someone patting his face. Wake up, wake up. The sound was a bit far away, and Liu Ji tried very hard, but he just couldn't open his eyelids. When Liu Ji woke up again, all he saw was a grey fog. He didn't know what he was leaning against, and his mind was still a bit foggy. It took me a long time to slowly come to my senses. I looked down at myself, then looked around. Is this my front door? Liu Ji scratched the back of his head, then began to recall. He remembered, walking down the road, a tombstone. Then I suddenly realized a problem. Wrong. He clearly collapsed in the wilderness. How could he be at home? How did he get back? Liu Ji quickly opened the system. First, check the time. 16:37. Liu Ji was stunned. 4:30? It's dark? He started walking back around 2 p.m., and it's 4:30 p.m. now. Did you sleep for so long? He looked at his friend's icon again. A red dot was flashing. Liu Ji clicked on it. 15:31. Xiaobai, Boss Liu Ji, are you alright? Xiaobai, I just went to look for you, but you weren't home. I waited at the door for a while, and then I heard a scream. Xiaobai, when we followed the sound, we found you lying on the ground. Xiaobai, I'll just drag you home. Xiaobai, are you alright? Xiaobai, I saw a watermelon pitcher in your yard. It should be safe to leave you at the gate. I'll be going now, it's getting dark. Xiaobai, message me when you wake up. Liu Ji stared at these messages and remained silent for a long time. So, was it Xiaobai who dragged him back? Liu Ji looked down at his legs. There was something stuck to those Hello Kitty pink underwear. Aloe vera gel. Liu Ji stared at the aloe vera, his mind blank. Then he reached out and peeled off the aloe vera leaf. Below the aloe vera, a crack. Then he stretched out his finger and poked his leg. Pain. Liu Ji withdrew his hand, looked at the battle-damaged floral shorts, and remained silent for a long time. Then he spoke. Hello Kitty, I'm so sorry. He recalled the messages Xiaobai had sent. Although Xiaobai hadn't mentioned it, who else could have put the aloe vera there besides her? Liu Ji blushed. The more he thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. This That's incredibly embarrassing. Not only was he knocked unconscious by the tombstone, but Xiao Baihu also discovered him. She must have seen him lying on the ground, his floral shorts ripped open. He leaned against the door and let out a desperate groan. I don't want to live anymore. Chapter 51. Endless yellow sand stretched to the horizon, the wind whipping up fine grains of sand that rustled against the crumbling stone walls. Deep in the desert, an ancient city stands. Most of the city wall has collapsed, the towers are leaning precariously, and black smoke is still rising from some places. But one can still vaguely tell that this was once a magnificent capital city. But right now, there isn't a single living person in the city. The streets, the ruins, and the dilapidated rooftops were teeming with zombies. They stood motionless, like guards, as if declaring sovereignty over this area. In the very center of the ancient city stands the best preserved palace. The palace was dimly lit, but flickering flames embedded in the walls illuminated everything in an alternating light and shadow. A figure sat on the throne, draped in a dark grey cloak, revealing a sharply defined face, but without any expression, only a pair of deep-set eyes. Dr. Zombie King. Beneath the throne stood a zombie. This zombie was different from the others. It wore a dark red suit, had a deathly pale face, and a faint smile on its lips. If you ignored its pupil-less eyes, it looked like a vampire from some ancient legend. Doctor, the vampire zombie spoke, the remaining forces of the ancient desert region have been eliminated. Dr. Zombie King did not move. The vampire zombie continued, Dragonbone Lands, Voodoo Swamp, Ancient Desert, and Misty Forest. We've already annexed 4 of the 9 native powers. He paused, seemingly waiting for the reaction of the person on the throne. But Dr. Zombie King remained motionless and silent. The vampire zombie stood there, maintaining his smile, but a chill was creeping down his spine. He was not afraid of any other zombies. But he was afraid of the silent figure before him. Just when he thought Dr. Zombie King wouldn't speak, the person moved. He simply tilted his head slightly. Misty Forest. Dr. Zombie's voice was low and deep, as if it came from underground. The vampire zombie paused for a moment. Yes, yes, the Misty Forest. He didn't quite understand why the doctor singled out this particular name. Dragonbone Lands, Voodoo Swamp, Ancient Desert, which of them didn't have more resources than that wretched forest? But he didn't dare ask, he just kept his head down and waited. On the throne, Dr. Zombie's expression changed. A very subtle change. The corners of his mouth turned down slightly, his brows furrowed a little, and something flickered in his deep eyes. But if someone were nearby, they would definitely be able to tell. His face visibly darkened. Like the sky before a storm. Dr. Zombie King didn't look at the vampire zombies. He slightly raised his head, gazing at the darkness at the top of the palace. There was nothing there. But he seemed to see a scene from a very, very long time ago. A beam of golden light, a sunflower. And there's that wound on his chest that hasn't healed yet. He instinctively raised his hand and placed it on his chest. There, through the hard skin, through the dried flesh, something was throbbing faintly. It's been hundreds of years. That wound, hundreds of years old, still hurts. Dr. Zombie King withdrew his hand and put it down. The Misty Forest, he began, his voice even lower than before, how are those Blue Star people? The vampire zombie breathed a sigh of relief finally, a question he could answer. Everything's normal, he quickly reported. Players in most areas are following the doctor's plan, collecting sunlight for us. They're planting sunflowers, growing sunshrooms, harvesting daily, and then... I asked, how is it? Dr. Zombie interrupted him. The vampire zombie was stunned. He opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know how to answer. They... He carefully chose his words, they are still, struggling to survive, searching for resources, fighting amongst themselves. Even he himself was a little unsure when he uttered the last 2 words. But when Dr. Zombie heard the words internal strife, his eyes twitched slightly. Internal strife? Yes, yes, the vampire zombie quickly replied, in some areas, the earthlings are fighting amongst themselves. For low-level resources, for equipment, for, I don't know what for. Anyway, they're killing each other, and a lot of people have died. He secretly glanced at Dr. Zombie King's expression. Expressionless. But he wasn't interrupted. The vampire zombie, mustering its courage, continued, because of the infighting, the sunlight collection efficiency in those areas is quite low. Too many people have died, sunflowers are left unharvested, sunshrooms are neglected, and some places have even been burned down. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head, waiting for the reaction of the person on the throne. The palace was silent for a few seconds. Then Dr. Zombie King laughed. The smile was faint and brief, but the vampire zombie saw it. He felt a chill run through his body. Internal strife, Dr. Zombie King slowly repeated the word, fine. He stood up. His cloak slipped off the throne and trailed behind him. He took a few steps forward, stood in the center of the palace, and looked up at the darkness above. 100 years ago, the humans of Dragonbone Land were the same. The vampire zombies lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. He couldn't understand what the doctor was saying. But he knew it was best to keep quiet at this point. Dr. Zombie King withdrew his gaze, turned around, and looked at the subordinate in the dark red suit. Keep an eye on it. Yes. Find ways to increase efficiency. Yes. Meanwhile, Liu Ji was standing in the courtyard, looking down at his new outfit made of jute leaves. Linen shirt, linen pants, linen shoes. It's drab and rough, wearing it makes you look like you just ran out of a primitive tribe. He picked up the pink Hello Kitty underwear again, which was now riddled with holes. These underpants were with him from the very first day he transmigrated here. They've been with him through thick and thin, witnessing countless glorious moments. Liu Ji sighed, folded the underwear neatly, and put it into his backpack, intending to store it in the storage room later. Although he was reluctant, he had no choice. The linen set provided increased defense and protection against the cold. He had just checked, and the linen shoes also offered a 5% movement speed bonus. And he looked down at himself. His linen shirt, fitted at the waist, looked quite smart. His linen trousers, with the legs tucked in, were practical for work. His linen shoes were also quite comfortable. Liu Ji straightened up, dusted himself off, and prepared to go back inside to see if there was anything else he could mess with. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something. He opened his personal profile. Player, Liu Ji. ID, CN 10,000-00002. Location, Misty Forest District 9527. Building, Tier 4 log cabin, upgrade requires 1260/5000 sunlight. Kitchen, Tier 1. Processing table, Tier 1, upgrade. Storage room, Tier 1. Assets, 3,266 silver coins. Liu Ji stared at the upgrade button behind the processing table, momentarily stunned. Can the machining station be upgraded? He reached out and pointed. Should I spend 1,000 silver coins to upgrade the processing table to level 2? Whether. Liu Ji's lips twitched as he looked at the 1,000 silver coins. I only collected less than 1,000 today. But then I thought, silver coins are something you earn, you spend them anyway, right? He clicked yes. The next second, light shone into the room. Liu Ji entered the wooden hut and stared at the location of the workbench. After about 10 seconds, the light faded, and the processing table remained the same, looking unchanged. However, a new function had appeared on the processing table's panel. Machining table, level 2. Function, provides materials for crafting weapons and equipment, and can also upgrade some equipment to improve its attributes. The materials and silver coins required for upgrading depend on the quality of the equipment. Liu Ji's eyes lit up. Equipment upgrade? He quickly clicked on the new feature. A pop-up interface appears, with a blank space on the left that reads "Please insert equipment." The right side shows a preview of the upgraded equipment, but it's currently empty. Liu Ji thought for a moment, then took a P-shaped pistol from his backpack and put it into the empty space on the left. The interface flashed briefly, and a preview appeared on the right. P-pistol, Tier 2. Upgrade required, 100 silver coins. Attribute changes after advancement. Damage, 5100. Maximum ammunition capacity, 1015. Should I advance to the next rank? Whether. Liu Ji stared in disbelief at the attributes after the upgrade. Damage doubled? 5 extra bullets? He swallowed hard. 100 silver coins for this upgrade? It's worth it. He clicked yes. 100 silver coins are missing. Then he took out another gun and put it into the empty slot, upgrading it as well. Looking at them, Liu Ji suddenly felt that all the bad luck he had experienced that day was nothing. What's wrong with getting bumped by a tombstone? Value. Chapter 52. The next day, Liu Ji woke up on the mushroom-shaped bed, so comfortable that he almost didn't want to get up. This bed was truly comfortable, a million times better than a haystack. He stretched lazily, his bones cracking a few times, then checked the system. 8:32, not bad, not too late. He had moved the Sunflower Queen to the second floor, where it swayed gracefully before him, shimmering with golden light, a sight that instantly lifted his spirits. Liu Ji reached out and touched it. Achieving success. Gain sunlight, 1,600 points. He went to the yard and harvested more sun mushrooms, bringing the total to 1,650. Although he had a good amount of sun mushrooms now, upgrading the wooden house to level 5 would require 5,000 sun mushrooms, and upgrading to level 6 would definitely be an astronomical figure. He had to use them sparingly. After collecting the sunlight, Liu Ji's gaze fell on pit number 4. A new plant is growing there. A round body, 2 leaves, and a small watermelon hanging behind it, the standard look of a watermelon pitcher. It looks exactly like the watermelon in pit number 3 next to it. Liu Ji suddenly remembered last night before bed, he opened the money tree lucky bag and got a watermelon pitcher seed. He was quite happy at the time, thinking that his watermelon brother would finally have a companion. Now, it seems like having a companion is almost pointless. At this moment, the 2 watermelon pitchers are staring at each other. The image remained frozen for about 5 seconds. Then Brother Melon moved. It slowly raised its leaf, pointed to itself, then to the new melon, and tilted its head, its expression clearly saying, "Who are you?" The new melon was confused by its actions. It looked down at itself, then looked up at its brother melon, and then tilted its head, copying it exactly. Liu Ji, watching from the side, almost burst out laughing. Are these 2 just playing with their reflection in the mirror? All right, Liu Ji walked over and patted Brother Guo's head. This is your good brother. When the melon was slapped, it immediately dropped its smug look, looked up at him, its 2 black eyes blinking, and the melon vine behind it swayed gently, just like a dog wagging its tail. Liu Ji couldn't help but rub its head again. Then he remembered his important business. The bamboo tube was almost empty, and he needed to plant another bamboo before leaving. Also, he had to take Brother Melon with him today. He raised his hand and activated the dragon bone ring. The purple light fell on Brother Melon, and it shuddered, then jumped straight out of the pit. After landing, it bounced twice, its vines swinging like a windmill, clearly overjoyed. Then it suddenly remembered something, turned its head, and looked at pit 4. The fresh melon was now completely petrified. It stood there in the pit, its 2 black eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with confusion, shock, and a hint of grievance. On what grounds? Why should you be allowed to leave? The new melon slowly lowered its head, looking at the soil beneath it, then raised its head to watch its brother melon hopping around in the yard. Then the entire plant visibly wilted, as if it had been hit by frost. Brother Gua noticed its gaze. It stopped hopping around, turned around, and looked at the droopy new melon. Then it did something that Liu Ji never expected. It raised its round head, its vines behind it stretched high, slung 2 leaves behind its back, and swaggered past the new melon with an air of nonchalance. That posture, that expression, that aura. As the new melon watched it walk past, its leaves drooped even lower. Liu Ji stood to the side, his stomach aching from trying so hard to suppress his laughter. This guy is really showing off. He's gone, he waved to his friend, he's heading out. Brother Gua then dropped his smug look and skipped along behind him. As they walked to the courtyard gate with a melon, Liu Ji turned around and glanced back. In pit 4, Xin Gua was watching their retreating figures, his whole being exuding a desolate feeling of being abandoned by the world. Liu Ji felt a pang of guilt. I'll get you a ring later too. He waved to Xinghua, just wait. Stepping out of the courtyard, Liu Ji took out the abyss mirror from his backpack, put it on his eyes, and the fog instantly thinned, making the surrounding environment much clearer. I head north, leaving behind the season that held you. He hummed a couple of times, then froze in surprise. What is this? Why are they suddenly singing this? He shook his head and continued walking north. A moment later, a familiar figure appeared ahead. Liu Ji stopped and waved at it. Hey? Scarecrow bro, you're still there. Liu Ji was about to walk over and say hello even though he knew it wouldn't respond, he still felt that this guy was quite friendly. Just then, his gaze swept over the scarecrow's back. Then he froze. Behind the scarecrow was a huge shadow. The shadow was so large that it was barely visible in the mist. Liu Ji's breath hitched. He slowly raised his hand and made a shh gesture to the guy behind him. The melon immediately stopped hopping and landed steadily on the ground. Then it used the leaves beneath it to slowly move forward step by step. The scene was somewhat comical, but Liu Ji wasn't in the mood to laugh. Using the trees along the roadside as cover, he slowly circled around to the side, until he reached the scarecrow's side, and finally saw the true face of the shadow. Tombstone. They were arranged neatly, from small to large, stretching into the distance in rows. Liu Ji roughly counted them, there were 40 or 50 within his line of sight alone. But what's most bizarre is their color. Liu Ji had seen many of those dark grey tombstones in the wild. But these tombstones are different, they are pure black, so black they gleam. At the very center of these tombstones is an oversized one. It stands a full 2 meters tall, much larger than the surrounding tombstones, resembling an emperor sitting on his throne, looking down upon his subjects. Liu Ji stared at the giant tombstone, his heart beginning to race. What could be inside? He swallowed hard, a thought popping into his head. How about we try a smaller bet? He looked around and chose the smallest tombstone on the outermost edge. The tombstone was only about half a person's height, and it looked particularly inconspicuous among the group of large, dark structures. Liu Ji took out 2 pea pistols from his backpack. Both were upgraded, and their bodies gleamed with a faint blue light. He aimed at the small tombstone. Bang! A pea flew out and landed squarely on the front of the tombstone. There was no movement. He waited a while, and then the soil below began to loosen, and a gurgling sound came from underground. Then a grayish-green hand reached out, grabbed the edge of the pit, and pushed hard, and a head wearing glasses popped out. Newspaper reading zombie. Liu Ji chuckled. An old acquaintance. Brother Melon, fire. As soon as he finished speaking, the melon vine behind Brother Melon suddenly swung out. A round watermelon cannonball shot out, arcing through the air, and accurately hit the face of the newspaper reading zombie that had just crawled out halfway. Bang! The newspaper reading zombie didn't have time to use the newspaper to block, its upper body was hit and it leaned backward, its health bar showing 900/1000. Liu Ji was about to praise Brother Gua for his good work when he was stunned the next second. The watermelon didn't explode, instead, it bounced off the zombie's face like a ball and whoosh, landed on a small tombstone next to it. Bang! Then the watermelon bounced towards the third tombstone. Bang! Triple hit! Liu Ji stared, mouth agape, at the 3 tombstones struck by watermelons, his mind blank. Brother Gua's catapult skill is that amazing. Then his laughter stopped. At the same time, a gurgling sound began to emanate from beneath the other 2 tombstones. 2 more zombies, reading newspapers, crawled out of the ground in unison. Liu Ji's smile froze on his face. He slowly turned his head and looked at the melon at his feet. The melon was looking up at him, its 2 black dot eyes blinking, and its vines were sticking up high behind it, as if it had an expression that said, "Praise me, praise me." Liu Ji took a deep breath. UFG. Chapter 53. Before he could finish speaking, the 3 newspaper-reading zombies had already crawled out. 6 pale eyes simultaneously turned to Liu Ji. Roar! Liu Ji didn't have time to curse Brother Gua anymore. He took 2 pea pistols out of his backpack, 1 in each hand. 3 zombies reading newspapers walked towards him at the same time. As Liu Ji retreated, his mind raced. If all 3 went berserk at the same time, it would be too troublesome, he had to deal with them one by one. He aimed at the leftmost one, it was the closest. Liu Ji raised his hand, and with a snap, the bullet pierced through the newspaper, striking the zombie squarely in the face. 800/1000. The zombie reading the newspaper was careless and didn't dodge. Liu Ji continued to stare at it, neither of his guns stopping. Bang! Bang! The zombie's body began to sway, the newspaper fell away, its glasses were askew, and its face was riddled with bullet holes. Just as Liu Ji was about to fire a second shot, he caught a glimpse of the melon vine behind Brother Gua moving again. Don't! It's too late! A watermelon flew out from behind Brother Melon, heading straight for the half-dead zombie reading the newspaper. Liu Ji felt a chill in his heart. Sure enough, after the watermelon hit its target, it bounced up with a whoosh and headed straight for the newspaper-reading zombie in the middle. The one in the middle reacted quickly, raising the newspaper to shield its face. Bang! A large hole appeared in the newspaper, but the zombie didn't lose health, it was blocked. Then the watermelon bounced up again and headed straight for the one on the right. The one on the right also raised its newspaper. Bang! Another loud bang, and the newspaper was blown to shreds. Looking at the tattered newspapers in the hands of the 2 zombies reading newspapers, Liu Ji felt a sense of foreboding. Both zombies lowered their heads at the same time, looking at the newspaper that was only half left in their hands. Then they raised their heads and looked at Liu Ji. Roar! After 2 angry roars, they threw the tattered newspapers aside and charged forward. All 3 of them went berserk. Liu Ji turned and ran. Dog's melon bro, you tricked me. Brother Gua followed behind him, hopping and skipping faster than usual, clearly aware that he had caused trouble. Liu Ji fired his gun as he ran. Bang! Both shots hit the rightmost person in the face. 800. It paused for a moment, then continued its pursuit. Liu Ji ran and fired, taking turns firing his 2 guns, bullets flying out like they were free. 3 zombies reading newspapers chased after him, getting closer and closer, but his health bar was also dropping rapidly. Liu Ji fired 2 more shots, and the zombie on the far left fell to the ground. Then he pulled the trigger again. Click! It's empty. 15 bullets, all used up. The other 2 newspaper-reading zombies rushed towards him at the same time, the closest one being less than 3 meters away. Liu Ji leaped forward a large step, turned around, and raised his hand. Holy light! Just then, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that Brother Guo had also stopped. The round melon stood in front of him, its vine behind him taut and straight, then suddenly swung away. A watermelon whistled through the air, arcing in an arc, and landed precisely on the face of the zombie reading the newspaper at the very front. Bang! 0/1000. The zombie's head exploded, its body swayed, and it fell straight down. Then the watermelon bounced up. It bounced towards the other one. Bang! The watermelon exploded on its face, splashing juice everywhere. 0/1000. Its body froze in place, still in a forward-leaning posture, before it plummeted straight down, falling in front of Liu Ji. Double kill. Liu Ji's hand was raised in mid-air, but the golden light had not yet been emitted. He slowly turned his head and looked at the melon-loving guy hopping and skipping towards him from behind. The melon was looking up at him, its two black eyes blinking rapidly. The melon vine behind it stretched high, and the whole melon exuded a smug air of "I'm awesome, right? Praise me." Liu Ji remained silent for 2 seconds. He glanced at the dissipating zombie corpse in front of him, then looked down and noticed Brother Guo's smug face. Then he spoke. "UFG, don't you even know what taking them one by one means?" Brother Guo tilted his head, not understanding. Liu Ji took a deep breath. "All right," he squatted down and reached out to rub the round head. "Good job, at least you saved some sunlight." As Liu Ji watched the 3 dissipating zombie corpses, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. 3 zombies reading newspapers, that's all. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a little shameless. He had been running like a dog, ran out of bullets, and was almost about to use holy light judgment, only to be finished off by Brother Guo with a double kill. And now, he was standing there putting on airs. Liu Ji stood up and walked to the spot where the 3 corpses had disappeared. "The first item I acquired was a fiery red seed. Cherry bomb seed, rare, ×1. Type, seed, aggressive plant. Cooking time, 6 hours. Effect, obtains cherry bombs after planting." Liu Ji stared at the seed. He thought of the 2 bright red cherry trees in Xiao Baihu's yard, and now he had one too. Liu Jiming happily put the seeds into his backpack and continued to search for the second item. Sun mushroom seed ×1. He held the seed in his hand and weighed it in his hand. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. If he remembered correctly, he already had a sunshroom seed at home. He'd plant it when he got home tonight and combine it into a second-tier mushroom. Liu Ji continued to touch the last item. Silver coins ×177. 177. Liu Ji was taken aback. So many more than many zombies. He put the silver coins into his backpack, stood up, and walked back towards the dark cluster of tombstones. He pondered for a moment. The smallest tombstone had a newspaper-reading zombie crawling out, but what about the larger ones? And what was inside the 2-meter-tall giant tombstone in the very center? He recalled the image of the 3 newspaper-reading zombies chasing him earlier and couldn't help but shudder. "No, I can't just act recklessly alone." The moment the thought crossed Liu Ji's mind, Xiao Baihu's face immediately flashed into his head. That girl had cherry bombs, cat's tail grass, and he collapsed in the wilderness yesterday, and it was Xiao Baihu who brought him back. But about Li Jingjing? Liu Ji stood there, silent for a long time. They've only known each other for a few days? The next day she brought him fertilizer, and later they explored together. The day before yesterday, Li Jingjing stole her ring. From beginning to end, it seemed that she hadn't done anything wrong, it was he who took his anger out on her. He opened his friends list and found Xiao Baihu's profile picture. My finger hovered over the input box for 2 seconds. What should I say? Liu Ji took a deep breath and began typing. Liu Ji, are you there? The other side replied very quickly. Xiao Baihu, yes, yes, yes. But I'm outside right now. Liu Ji, are you alright? A couple of days ago. The message was sent but then stopped. Liu Ji stared at those words and knew what she wanted to say. Liu Ji, it's alright, it's all in the past. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Xiao Baiyu, Looking at that Liu Ji suddenly felt a pang of tenderness. Liu Ji, are you free now? Xiao Baiyu, yes. What's wrong? Liu Ji, want to come over to my place? It's about 50 meters north. I have something good there, but I can't handle it by myself. Xiao Baiyu, good stuff? What good stuff? Liu Ji raised his head and looked at the dark mass of tombstones. 40 or 50 tombstones were densely packed together, with the 2-meter-high giant tombstone in the very center overlooking everything below like an emperor. He took a deep breath. Liu Ji, you'll see when you get here. You'd better bring your cherry bombs and stuff. Xiao Baiyu. This is so exciting. Xiao Baiyu, okay. Coming right away. Liu Ji closed the private messages and closed the system panel. Brother Guo was tilting his head, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Liu Ji squatted down and rubbed its head again. Once they arrive, let's pull off something big. Chapter 54. Brother Guo nodded as if he understood, and the vine twitched slightly. It was hard to tell whether he really understood or was simply enjoying having his head rubbed. Liu Ji stood up and glanced again at the dark cluster of tombstones. Of all these tombstones, the 2-meter-tall giant one in the very center was clearly a big boss. He had only fought the smallest one on the outermost edge, and a zombie reading a newspaper had crawled out. What kind of monsters and demons were the larger ones behind it? He swallowed hard. Never mind, he'd wait until the others arrived. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, a figure carrying a street lamp flower emerged from the fog. It was Xiao Baiyu. She was wearing a light grey linen outfit atop, trousers and shoes exactly the same as the one Liu Ji was wearing. Liu Ji was stunned. He looked down at himself, then looked up and found that Xiao Baiyu was also looking at him. The two stared at each other for 2.5 seconds. Xiao Baiyu's mouth slowly opened. Boss Liu Ji. We are wearing the same outfit. Liu Ji looked at Xiao Baiyu's outfit. Goodness, you can't say they're completely unrelated, you can only say they're exactly the same. Liu Ji's lips twitched. Your clothes, are they also made of jute leaves? Xiao Baiyu nodded, his expression somewhat complicated. Yes, the processing station only provides this one style, that's it. The two were dressed in matching linen outfits and stood facing each other, creating a bizarre scene reminiscent of a knockoff couple wearing matching clothes. Xiao Baiyu had obviously thought of this as well. Her face slowly turned red. How about I change into something else? Liu Ji waved his hand. Why change it? Nobody else is seeing. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Guo poked his head out from the side, looked up at Liu Ji, and blinked his 2 black eyes. That expression clearly said, aren't I human? Liu Ji ignored it. Xiao Baiyu was amused by Brother Guo, his laughter was crisp and clear, standing out particularly well in the mist. As Liu Ji looked at her smiling, a strange feeling welled up inside him. Yesterday she dragged him home from the wilderness and then silently left. Today he sent her a message, and she came, asking nothing and arguing nothing. It seems like what happened a few days ago is just over and done with. All right, Liu Ji withdrew his gaze, pointed to the mist behind him, and said, stop laughing. I'll show you something good. Xiao Baiyu stopped laughing and leaned closer to follow his gaze. The street lights weren't bright enough, and the fog was too thick, she couldn't see anything. What is that? Xiao Baiyu held up the street lamp and looked ahead. She froze, completely stunned. She opened her mouth, but after a long pause, she managed to squeeze out a single sentence. So many tombstones. Liu Ji lowered his voice, I just hit the 3 smallest ones on the outermost edge, and 3 newspaper-reading zombies crawled out. Xiao Baihu's face turned pale. A newspaper-reading zombie? Or the smallest tombstone? Liu Ji nodded. Xiao Baihu then looked at the group of tombstones. Then, how many are there in there? Liu Ji shook his head. I don't know. But there are definitely 40 or 50 seats. Xiao Baihu swallowed hard. Can the two of us manage? Liu Ji glanced at her. Although Xiao Baihu said those words, there was no fear in her eyes, instead, there was a hint of excitement. This girl is really saying one thing and meaning another. Give it a try, he said. If it doesn't work out, we can just run away. It's not far from my house anyway. Xiao Baihu thought for a moment and nodded. Then how do we fight? Liu Ji pointed to the tombstones. Just break these tombstones and lure the zombies out. Xiao Baihu nodded thoughtfully. She took something out of her backpack. Liu Ji's eyes lit up upon seeing this, mini cherry bombs. Hee hee. Xiao Baihu said with a hint of pride, I saved more than 10 of them, and I brought them all. As soon as she finished speaking, she aimed at the outermost small tombstone and threw it forcefully. The cherry bomb traced an arc and landed precisely in the densest area of the tombstones. Liu Ji's pupils contracted. That's not the location of a tombstone. It was in the center of the group of tombstones. Holy shit! You! Before he could finish speaking. Boom! Flames shot into the sky. The shockwave from the explosion spread outwards, and Liu Ji felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly. Debris flew everywhere, and thick smoke billowed. Then, a series of dense gurgling sounds came from the smoke and dust. Liu Ji's face turned pale. He knew that sound all too well. It was the sound of zombies crawling out of the ground. 1, 2, 3. 6 newspaper-reading zombies crawled out of 6 different pits at the same time. They straightened up and turned their heads in unison, looking in the direction of Liu Ji and Xiao Baihu. Liu Ji's throat was dry. Xiao Baihu. He forced out through clenched teeth, "UMR. May all your wishes come true." Xiao Baihu was also dumbfounded. She stood there, her mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. The expression on her face shifted from smugness to bewilderment, and from bewilderment to terror. I threw it wrong. Roar! The 6 newspaper-reading zombies roared simultaneously and charged towards them. Liu Ji didn't have time to curse. He pulled 2 pistols from his backpack and aimed at the one in front. Bang! Bang! 2 peas flew out and pierced the newspaper, hitting the zombie squarely in the face. The zombie paused for a moment, then threw away the newspaper and charged forward with red eyes. Liu Ji fought and retreated, firing his 2 guns in turn. Bang! 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 The zombie's health bar was almost empty, but it had already charged within 5 meters. Just as Liu Ji was about to fire again, he caught a glimpse of the 5 other animals rushing up beside him. 5, plus this one with low health, 6 in total. Once it goes into full berserk mode, there's no escape. Xiao Baihu. Drop the bomb. Xiao Baihu realized what was happening and quickly took out 2 more cherry bombs from his backpack, throwing them out together with all his might. The 2 bombs flew in an arc and landed in the center of the 6 zombies. Boom! Boom! Another loud bang. The flames engulfed the figures of the 6 zombies. Once the smoke and dust cleared, Liu Ji could see the results of the battle. One lay on the ground, dissipating. The other 5 were charred black, but still standing. They lowered their heads and looked at the newspapers on the ground, which had been blown to ashes. Roar! These newspaper-reading zombies went completely berserk and charged forward. Liu Ji turned and ran. Run! Xiao Baihu followed behind him, running breathlessly. Liu Ji fired his gun as he ran. Bang! Bang! 2 shots hit the first one in the face. It paused for a moment, its health bar dropped to 300, but it continued to chase. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out, and the newspaper-reading zombie's forehead was split open. He collapsed to the ground. 4 remain. Just as Liu Ji was about to fire again, the gun in his hand clicked. We've run out of bullets again. With a thought, he put both guns into his backpack and raised his hands. Just then, a delicate shout came from behind. Watch me! Xiao Baihu stopped and turned around to face the 2 charging zombies. Behind her, a huge cat-tail furry and a full 2 meters long was sticking up. The tip of its tail began to glow. Gush gush gush! 4 sharp spikes shot out simultaneously. 2 arrows hit 1 zombie in the chest, and 2 arrows hit 2 other zombies in the face. 0/1000. 0/1000. The 2 zombies at the front froze simultaneously, then fell straight down. But the newspaper-reading zombies continued their relentless pursuit. Upon seeing this, Liu Ji felt a chill run down his spine. Fight while retreating. The 2 retreated simultaneously. Chapter 55. Liu Ji commands Brother Melon to fire a watermelon flies behind him, accurately hitting a zombie's head, bouncing off to 2 other zombies before exploding, splashing juice everywhere. The cat-tails behind Xiao Baihu were also busy, shooting out one tail after another. 2 zombies chased after them, and soon 2 more were taken down by concentrated fire. The last zombie was chasing after them, getting closer and closer. Liu Ji glanced at the bullets in the pistol. It had just automatically stored 1, enough to kill it. No need to run anymore. He stopped abruptly, turned around, and raised his pistol with both hands. Xiao Baihu was startled by his actions. Liu Ji! Liu Ji ignored her. Both guns were simultaneously aimed at the last zombie reading the newspaper. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets, both hitting him in the head. The zombie swayed, then fell straight down. Liu Ji was panting heavily, staring at the corpse on the ground, his heart pounding. Xiao Baihu ran over, her face deathly pale. Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly stop? Liu Ji took a breath and looked at her. We can't keep fighting while running like this, we'll exhaust ourselves eventually. Xiao Baihu paused for a moment, then nodded. It seems to make some sense. Liu Ji squatted down, looking at the scattered specks of light on the ground, white, green, and a purple one. He reached out and picked up the purple one, examining it in his palm. It's a blueprint. Well, blueprint, epic. Type, architectural drawings. Effect, when used in a planting pit, it converts the pit into a well. After conversion, no plants can be planted in the pit, but it gains water production capacity. Daily automatic water production, 1 L, maximum water storage, 20 L. Liu Ji stared at these lines of text, his eyes slowly brightening. Well, 1 liter of water a day, and I won't have to search for water anymore. At this moment, Xiao Baihu also came over, her head almost touching his hand. What is this? She read aloud. Well, blueprints. 1 liter of water produced automatically per day. After she finished reading, she looked up at Liu Ji, her eyes sparkling. Brother Liu Ji, with this thing, will we never have to worry about water again? Liu Ji nodded and handed her the blueprints. Yes, 1 liter a day, and you can store up to 20 liters. Xiao Baihu took the blueprints and looked at them over and over again, liking them more and more with each look. But she quickly realized what was happening and handed the drawings back to Liu Ji. This just exploded, you can keep it. Liu Ji took it. We played together, so we'll split the spoils. Leave it with me for now, we'll talk about it after we're done. Xiao Baihu thought for a moment and nodded. Yakao. Liu Ji put the blueprints into his backpack and glanced at the cluster of tombstones one last time. The outermost small tombstones had collapsed with the death of the newspaper-reading zombie. Further in, the tombstones grew larger and larger. Liu Ji swallowed hard. continue. Xiao Baihu opened the system and checked his inventory. 11 cherry bombs left. She pulled out a cherry bomb and was about to throw it when Liu Ji suddenly raised his hand to stop her. Etc. Xiao Baihu's hand hovered in mid-air, looking completely bewildered. What's wrong? Liu Ji looked at her, then at himself, panting heavily. I just said, we can't fight like that. Xiao Baihu was taken aback. What's the meaning? Liu Ji did not answer. Just now, an image flashed through his mind. That ball from yesterday. He crouched in the tree, leisurely firing his gun downwards, while a group of zombies circled around the tree below, unable to do anything to him. Liu Ji raised his head, glanced around, and finally chose the most suitable tree branch next to the group of tombstones. The trunk is very thick, with 2 sturdy branches intertwined more than 3 meters from the ground, looking quite robust. Liu Ji's eyes lit up. This one is the one. He pulled Xiao Baihu toward the tree. Xiao Baihu was being pulled along by him, completely bewildered. Where are you going? Liu Ji pointed to the tree. See that? Let's go up. Without wasting any words, Liu Ji walked straight to the tree and patted the trunk. You step on my shoulder first. Xiao Baihu was stunned. Step on your shoulder. Liu Ji squatted down, placed his hands on the tree trunk, and offered her his shoulder. Xiao Baihu bit her lip, then stopped being coy and stepped on Liu Ji's shoulder. Liu Ji exerted his strength and stood up. Using this momentum, Xiao Baihu grabbed the thick tree branch with both hands, and with a powerful twist of his waist and abdomen, he landed steadily on the tree branch. It's up, she exclaimed excitedly, looking down at Liu Ji. Boss Liu Ji, come on up. Liu Ji stood under the tree, looking up at the branch. It's over 3 meters high, he can't reach it even if he jumps. Liu Ji scratched his head, then his gaze fell on the watermelon pitcher who was half a meter tall behind him. Brother Guo was looking up at him, his 2 black eyes blinking rapidly, his face clearly saying, What are you looking at? A brilliant idea flashed in Liu Ji's mind. He bent down and scooped up the watermelon pitcher. The watermelon froze, its leaves standing on end. Liu Ji ignored it, put it under the tree, and let it stand firmly. Then he took a step back. Brother Guo looked at him, his eyes shifting from confusion to terror. That expression clearly said, What do you want? Liu Ji didn't give it time to react. He took 2 running steps and stomped 1 foot on the top of Melon Brother's head. Thump! The melon was stomped on and sank, completely stunned. Using this kick, Liu Ji grabbed the tree branch with both hands, used his waist and abdomen to flip himself up. He sat steadily next to Xiao Baihu. He looked down and saw that the melon was still standing under the tree, in the same position as when it was trampled, the whole plant motionless. The 2 leaves slowly raised themselves and covered their heads. Liu Ji's lips twitched. Brother Guo, you should go home first. I'll apologize to you later. Xiao Baihu watched the watermelon pitcher leave, laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight. Its expression, ha 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 ha. Liu Ji rolled her eyes at her. Stop laughing, get ready to work. He pulled 2 pistols from his backpack, checked the bullets, then aimed at the outermost tombstone and pulled the trigger. All 4 bullets that had just been replenished were fired, hitting the 4 tombstones precisely. Bang! Bang! The tombstone swayed. 4 zombies reading newspapers crawled out of the pit, stood there for 2 seconds in a daze, then looked up and saw 2 people in the tree. It started walking towards the tree. I walked to the tree, looked up, but couldn't reach it at all, it was way too far away. Liu Ji laughed. It's our turn. Chapter 56. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Baihu had already aimed at the 4 zombies huddled together under the tree and forcefully swung them away. 2 small, bright red objects landed precisely in the center of the 4 zombies. Boom! A burst of fire. Shrapnel flew everywhere. The 4 newspaper-reading zombies were blown to bits, 2 collapsed instantly, their bodies beginning to dissipate. The other 2, though partially shielded by newspapers, stood shakily, their bodies charred black. They raised their heads, their eyes red as they looked up at the tree. Roar! Liu Ji didn't give them a chance. Both pistols fired simultaneously. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets hit the left one squarely in the face. Both zombies fell to the ground at the same time. Perfect coordination. Xiao Baihu blushed with excitement. Again! Again! Liu Ji set his sights on the larger tombstone behind him. Bang! A zombie reading a newspaper crawled out and walked to the tree. Newspaper reading zombie, Tier 2, HP 2000/2000. Xiao Baihu's heart raced with excitement when he saw the zombie, which was clearly a size larger than the others. She immediately equipped herself with cattail grass, and a fluffy tail rose up from behind her, shooting out sharp thorns one after another. The second-tier zombie reading the newspaper saw its health bar drop rapidly, and soon it collapsed. The 2 were getting along better and better. But Xiao Baihu's cherry bombs ran out quickly, and her cattail grass was also on cooldown. Now she was relying entirely on Liu Ji's pistol to slowly whittle down Xiao Baihu's health. Liu Ji saw Xiao Baihu sitting on the tree, swinging her legs listlessly, so he lent her a pistol. They fought for another 3.5 hours, clearing away more than 40 tombstones. Liu Ji glanced at the time. 14:23. There are fewer than 10 tombstones remaining, including the 2-meter-high giant tombstone in the very center. Liu Ji's gaze fell on the giant tombstone. He recalled the health of those second-tier newspaper-reading zombies from earlier. If the zombie in this tombstone were to crawl out, what level would it be? Liu Ji shuddered. Garlic bird, don't scare yourself. Boss Liu Ji. Xiao Baihu's voice pulled him back to reality. Liu Ji turned his head and looked at her. Xiao Baihu's face was no longer rosy, instead, it was covered with a thin layer of fatigue, and her eyelids drooped slightly. Shall we continue? Liu Ji glanced at the sky. The fog was beginning to thicken. I'm not playing anymore. Xiao Baihu was stunned for a moment, her eyes widening slightly. And the rest? It's getting dark, it's not safe, Liu Ji interrupted her. Besides, tomorrow is the first wave of zombies, we need to go back and plant some plants to prepare. Xiao Baihu nodded vigorously. Yay, let's go down and collect the loot. Liu Ji looked down at the 30-odd glowing objects under the tree. There were white ones, blue ones, and a few purple ones. Pick them all up first. Put the larger items in your backpack, and stuff the seeds in your pockets. The 2 slid down from the tree and began collecting their loot. Silver coins, fertilizer, seeds. Silver coins x 322. Fertilizer x 17. Sunflower seeds x 5. Street lamp flower seeds x 3. Aloe Doctor seed, rare, ×1. Flower pot, rare, ×1. Cattail seed, epic, ×1. Xiao Baihu also picked up a bunch. I found a transforming eggplant seed, she exclaimed excitedly, and a pair of glasses. Liu Ji nodded. We'll divide it up when we get back. The 2 packed their things and started walking back. With less than half an hour left until dark, the fog was getting thicker and thicker. Halfway there, Xiao Baihu suddenly spoke. Boss Liu Ji. I went that way, she said, pointing to the right. Liu Ji nodded. Be careful on the road. Xiao Baihu smiled, but the smile appeared somewhat blurry in the dim mist. The same to you. Then she turned and disappeared into the fog. Liu Ji stood there, looking in that direction, and remained silent for a long time. Then he turned around and walked back. It's in the direction of that group of tombstones. Xiao Baihu left, but he turned back. It was indeed a bit risky. It was getting dark, and tomorrow was the zombie horde. He should go home, prepare properly, and then go to bed early. But he just wanted to know what exactly is inside that largest tombstone. After walking for about 10 minutes, those dark tombstones reappeared in our view. Liu Ji took a deep breath, took out a pistol from his backpack, and aimed it at the giant tombstone. Bang! A pea flew out and landed squarely on the front of the tombstone. Then he saw the most terrifying thing he had ever seen. The soil beneath the tombstone began to churn violently. It wasn't a gurgling sound, but rather like something was struggling violently underground, causing the entire ground to tremble. Liu Ji took a step back. They took another step back. Then, a hand reached out from the ground. The hand was larger than any zombie's hand he had ever seen, its grayish-green skin was covered in cracks, and its 5 fingers resembled 5 withered tree branches, each as thick as a forearm. That hand was gripping the edge of the pit. Then the other hand. Apply force with both hands simultaneously. A head popped out of the ground. Its head was as big as a wash basin, and it wore a pair of enormous glasses with lenses as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle. It raised its head and, through those thick lenses, saw Liu Ji. Liu Ji looked at the enormous head, then turned and ran without saying a word. After running about 10 meters, he looked back. The newspaper-reading zombie had stood up. It was 3 meters tall, wearing a tattered suit, with a long dried-up pen tucked into its breast pocket. The huge newspaper was tucked under its arm, the edges were yellowed and brittle, but its former thickness was still evident. Liu Ji hid behind a tree, a thought suddenly forming in his mind. The zombie king who reads the newspaper. HP 100000/100000. Note: the newspaper in its hand contains news from the entire Misty Forest, including how many of its minions you just killed. 100,000 blood. Liu Ji's mind went completely blank. Then the zombie king moved. It took the huge newspaper from under its arm and unfolded it. The newspaper was almost half a person tall, densely covered with text he couldn't understand. It lowered its head and began to read the newspaper. They watched it with great interest. Liu Ji quickly realized what was happening. Just like the regular newspaper-reading zombie, it only goes berserk when the newspaper is knocked down. The zombie king was still standing there, head down, reading the newspaper, motionless, with only the occasional rustling sound of the pages turning. Liu Ji stared at the enormous figure, his mind racing. Beat. He glanced at his sunshine level. 2860. 100,000 blood. Liu Ji quickly calculated in his mind. There's plenty of sunlight, the key question is how much his newspaper can block? He didn't know. But if he didn't fight it today, wouldn't he still have to fight it when the zombie horde came out tomorrow? What if it charged in with other zombies? Liu Ji dared not think about it anymore. He took a deep breath, peeked half his head out from behind the tree, and looked at the 3-meter-tall figure. The zombie king was still reading the newspaper and didn't notice him at all. Liu Ji gritted his teeth and began to move. Instead of going around it directly, he retreated first, hiding behind a tree further away. His steps were very light as if he were walking on cotton. The first tree is safe. He stopped, waited a few seconds, and listened intently. Only the sound of the zombie king turning the pages of the newspaper could be heard. Liu Ji continued moving. The second tree is about 20 meters away from the zombie king. Looking from here, the view begins to blur, but the outline of that huge newspaper can still be vaguely seen. Liu Ji's palms were sweaty. He continued circling. The third tree, the fourth tree. Each time he moved, he stopped to observe, but the zombie king never looked up. By the time they reached the fifth tree, Liu Ji had already circled around to the side of the zombie king. Liu Ji held his breath and continued moving. Chapter 57. The trees were not far apart, at most 5 meters apart. But those 5 meters would take Liu Ji a long time to walk. After circling around for a while, Liu Ji could now see the back of the zombie king. That location was closer to the group of tombstones. Liu Ji stopped, leaned against the tree trunk, and gasped for breath. From this angle, the enormous figure had its back to him. Liu Ji's hands were trembling. He slowly raised his hand, aiming it at the back. A thought arises. Consumes 1000 sun points. A massive golden beam of light burst forth from his palm. It illuminated the entire group of tombstones, every inch of land within a dozen meters, and even the hazy mist overhead. The light, like a giant golden sword, tore through the fog. The zombie king finally turned his head. It saw the golden light shooting towards it and tried to raise the newspaper to block it, but it was too late. Then, golden light pierced through its body. The enormous, 3-meter-tall creature stood frozen in place. Bang! Dust flew everywhere, shaking the surrounding ground. Liu Ji stood there, his hands still in the firing position, his whole body trembling like a leaf in the wind. He stared at the enormous corpse, his mind blank. 100,000 blood. Is he really dead? He waited a long time. The corpse began to glow, growing brighter and brighter, and then... bang! The body disappeared. Several more items lay on the ground, quietly emitting a light. Liu Ji walked over and squatted down. The first item was a piece of paper. Pumpkin House Blueprint, Legend. Type, Architectural Drawings. Effect, after use, transforms the current wooden house into a pumpkin house shape, increasing building durability by 100%, compared to other wooden houses of the same tier. Special Effect 1, Pumpkin Lantern's Blessing. At night, the pumpkin house will automatically generate 6 floating pumpkin lanterns around its territory, providing illumination and having a certain probability of scaring away low-level zombies. Special Effect 2, Cozy Shelter. When plants within the pumpkin house's shelter area are attacked, a semi-transparent pumpkin shield automatically forms around the plant for 10 seconds, blocking up to 3 instances of damage. Cooldown, 24 hours. Liu Ji stared at the blueprint, his eyes practically glued to it. Legendary. He carefully put the blueprints into his backpack, as if collecting a rare treasure. The second item was a bow and arrow. Brown Feather Longbow, Epic. Type, Equipment/Treasure. Equipment Effect, after drawing the bowstring, an arrow composed of light will automatically condense on the bow. The basic shot deals 100 damage. After drawing the bowstring for 1 second, it enters a charging state. For each additional second of charging, the arrow's damage increases by 100 points, up to a maximum charging time of 10 seconds. Item Effect, exclusive to Oak Archers. When equipped, arrow damage is increased by an additional 50%. Each attack fires 3 arrows simultaneously, targeting different enemies. The 3 arrows cannot hit the same enemy twice. Liu Ji was taken aback. Oak Archers? He'd never heard of them. Can you charge up an arrow? He put the longbow into his backpack. The third item is a seed. Transformation Eggplant Seed, Epic. Type, Seed. Effect, after planting, you will obtain a transformed eggplant, which can be harvested. Liu Ji stared at it, remembering that Xiao Baiyu had just picked one up. Is the drop rate for this thing really that high? The fourth point of light was a pile of silver coins. Silver coins x 5,000. 5,000. Adding what he earned before, he now has over 10,000 silver coins. He took a deep breath and put the silver coins into his backpack. Then he stood up and looked at the remaining gravestones. The tombstones are still there, but the color seems to have faded a bit. They're no longer the pure black they used to be, but a common grayish black, like faded photographs. What's the meaning? He raised his hand and pointed it at the tombstone. Bang! Then, no zombies crawled out, there was nothing there. Liu Ji stood there, looking at the fewer than 10 grey-black tombstones, and a thought popped into his mind. The zombie king is dead, and these little tombstones have stopped working too? He wasn't quite sure, but he didn't have time to verify them one by one. It was getting dark soon. Liu Ji turned around and walked towards home. Their pace was much faster than when they arrived. Chapter 58. By the time Liu Ji got home, it was completely dark. He didn't go upstairs. Instead, he stood in the yard and took out the pumpkin house blueprint from his backpack. Use the pumpkin house blueprint. He thought about it for a moment, then clicked yes. The blueprint vanished from his hand, transforming into countless specks of light that drifted into the air. Then, he heard a strange sound. Crunch crunch crunch. It's like trees are growing, or like something is being reshaped. The whole process lasted about a minute. Then, everything came to a standstill. Liu Ji stood still, looking at what lay before him. Pumpkin. His two-story wooden house turned into two giant pumpkins stacked together, but the pumpkin on the second floor was noticeably smaller. Its orange-yellow skin has stripes on the surface, like marks left by a rope, and a large leaf sits atop it. The door is located at the bottom of the pumpkin. It's a small, semicircular wooden door decorated with a tiny pumpkin lantern. Even the stairs have turned into thick pumpkin vines. Liu Ji pushed open the door and went inside. It's even more outrageous inside. The walls were orange-yellow and felt very hard to the touch, but not as cold as wood. A pumpkin lantern hung overhead, emitting a soft light. Liu Ji went up to the second floor. The mushroom bed on the second floor is still there, but now there's a ring of pumpkin vines around it, with a few small yellow flowers blooming on the vines. He lay down on the bed, staring at the ceiling above him, but now it was the inside of a pumpkin. Then he remembered the instructions on the blueprints. At night, the pumpkin house will automatically generate 6 small floating pumpkin lanterns around its territory to provide lighting. Liu Ji forced himself to get out of bed despite his weariness and went to the balcony to look outside. He noticed that the fence and gate of the yard had also turned pumpkin color, and several small pumpkin lanterns were shining outside the fence. Although small, they illuminated every inch of the courtyard. They floated gently in the air, like 6 fireflies. Looking at the little pumpkin lanterns, Liu Ji suddenly felt. This broken world doesn't seem so scary anymore. He lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes. I'm so tired. How many zombies did we kill today? 30? 40? The last zombie king with 100,000 HP almost scared him to death. Liu Ji lay in bed, but his mind was full of things he needed to do later. The money tree should be sprouting lucky bags soon. The loot from my fight with Xiao Baiyu hasn't been distributed yet. Then I'll go downstairs and use the transformed eggplant to synthesize a tier 2 melon brother. The sun mushroom can also reach tier 2 now, and I can plant another tier 2 sunflower. I also need to unlock new slots to plant the ice archer and cherry bomb. What a tragedy! He opened the system panel and glanced at the time. 15:00. It was already dark. Just then, a golden announcement was pinned to the top of the regional channel, its light dazzling. World will announcement. Congratulations to all players for successfully completing the 7th day in the PvZ world. The first wave of zombies will arrive tomorrow at 10 AM. Accessibility features have been fully upgraded. 1. The map display area has been expanded to include the entire Misty Forest area 9527. Coordinate display has also been added. 2. Resource sensing can search for resource points within a 1000 meter radius. 3. The trading house will no longer waive transaction fees, players will be charged 5% of the transaction amount for each trade. Wishing you all the best in your final preparations. Liu Ji stared at the announcement and raised an eyebrow. Full map revealed? He quickly opened the beginner's guide. Sure enough, what was originally just a small patch of light has now become a large, continuous area, with the entire Misty Forest 9527 area displayed on the map. Clicking on any location will show its specific coordinates. Moreover, the map can be zoomed in and out using only thoughts, making it easy to operate. Liu Ji found his wooden house on the map. District 9527, West District, coordinates, 63°1248s, 57°1805w. Then he estimated Xiaobaihu's approximate location. District 9527, West District, coordinates, 63°1251s, 57°1801w. They're not far apart, about 300 meters as the crow flies. Just as Liu Ji was about to close the map, another announcement popped up. An unusual situation has been detected in Area 9527. Information on the regional bosses originally scheduled to appear during tomorrow's zombie horde has been released ahead of schedule. Boss of District 9527. Roadblock Zombie King, coordinates, 63°954s, 57°931w, East. Iron Bucket Zombie King, coordinates, 63°125s, 57°1420w, Central Region. The Zombie King who reads newspapers, coordinates, 63°1247s, 57°1805w, West, Dead. System detection, the newspaper reading Zombie King has been preemptively killed. Killer, Liu Ji. All newspaper reading zombies in Area 9527 have lost the 100% health boost provided by the newspaper reading Zombie King. The zombies reading the news in the area have had their health restored to normal. Liu Ji stared at his name on the announcement, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I can't pretend to be just a passerby anymore. He slowly looked down. Congratulations to the players in server 9527. You will face less pressure during tomorrow's zombie horde. Boss rewards will be distributed tomorrow. Those who defeated the boss, please wait patiently. Seeing the pressure lessen, Liu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. But by this time, the regional channels had completely crashed. Wang Shun, the zombie king who reads the newspaper, has been killed. A regular player in Minecraft, wow, Liu Ji is so strong. He took down their leader in one go. Zhang Tianxi, no wonder. I was wondering why the newspaper reading zombies had so much health. It's because of the boss buff. Does that mean the newspaper reading zombies we encountered before all had double health? Li Jun, brother Liu Ji, you're a real big shot. I've never seen ordinary newspaper reading zombies here in the Central District. Are they this terrifying in your West District? At this moment, Xiaobaihu also sent a message. Xiaobaihu, Liu Ji, you went back to fight again. Didn't you say you were going home? Liu Ji's lips twitched as he looked at Xiaobaihu's message. This girl is quick-witted, she guessed so soon that the large tombstone belonged to the newspaper reading zombie king. Liu Ji, yeah, I went back and took a look. Xiaobaihu, killed the boss with just one glance. Liu Ji, just a quick thing. Xiaobaihu. Xiaobaihu, are you even human? Liu Ji stared at the message and couldn't help but smile. Liu Ji, by the way, the spoils haven't been divided yet. Do you have time? Let's divide them now. Xiaobaihu, yes, yes, yes. I was just about to ask you that. Liu Ji, what do you have there? Xiaobaihu, I found a transformation eggplant seed, a pair of glasses, several seeds, over 1,000 silver coins, and several bags of fertilizer. Liu Ji, I have a cattail seed here. After the message was sent, there was a moment of silence on the other end. Then messages from Xiaobaihu started popping up like crazy. Xiaobaihu. Xiaobaihu, cattail seeds. Xiaobaihu, it's the cattail in my yard. Xiaobaihu, with the eggplant transformation, it can now be combined to level 2. Xiaobaihu, boss Liu Ji, I want it. I want it. I want it. Liu Ji's lips twitched as he looked at the screen full of exclamation marks. This girl types incredibly fast. Liu Ji, calm down, it's all yours. Xiao Baihu, Boss Liu Ji. Liu Ji, Xiao Baihu, the well blueprints, what do you plan to do with them? Liu Ji looked at the message and his mind raced. Liu Ji, do you need it? Xiao Baihu, Planting water lilies requires a lot of water, but we've only gotten 3 purple ones so far. I already have the cattail seeds and the eggplant seeds, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to take the well blueprint too. Liu Ji thought about it and realized she was right. But today, more than 20 of those newspaper-reading zombies died at the hands of cherry bombs. Without her bombs, they simply couldn't have been cleared out so quickly. Liu Ji, how about this, the cattails and the transforming eggplant are yours, and the well blueprints are mine. Xiao Baihu was taken aback for a moment. He paused, then continued typing. Liu Ji, I'll pack the water you need for planting water lilies in bamboo tubes and send it to you. There was silence again on the other end. Liu Ji stared at the screen, wondering if this girl was a little slow on the uptake. Then a message popped up. Xiao Baihu, you, provide me with water. Xiao Baihu, 2.5 liters of water can sell for a lot of silver coins. I'd be so embarrassed. Liu Ji smiled. Liu Ji, don't be so polite, it's not like I'm giving it away for nothing. Just give me some other resources. Xiao Baihu, okay. As soon as Liu Ji received the message, the system notification sound kept ringing. A gift from Xiao Baihu. Frost Archer Seed, Rare, ×1. Cabbage Pitcher Seed x1. Fertilizer x20. Silver Coins x1000. Liu Ji stared at these messages, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Ice Archer? Cabbage Pitcher? 1000 silver coins? Has Xiao Baihu really emptied his pockets? Liu Ji, are you crazy? Xiao Baihu, hee, that makes me feel a little more at ease. The cattail seeds are so important to me, thank you, Boss Liu Ji. Liu Ji looked at the message and suddenly didn't know what to say. That silly girl. He took a handful of seeds out of his pocket, found the pink one, and then gave it to Xiao Baihu. The other side received it instantly. Xiao Baihu, received it. Thank you so much, Liu Ji. Xiao Baihu, the first zombie wave is tomorrow, let's cheer each other on. Liu Ji, yeah, keep it up. Liu Ji closed the private messages and closed the system panel. Time to go downstairs and get down to business, he said, getting out of bed. This life, fighting zombies during the day, and farming at night, it's more tiring than a regular job. Chapter 59. Roar. Roar. The next day, Liu Ji was awakened by a series of heart-wrenching roars. He groggily opened his eyes, stared at the ceiling of the pumpkin house for 2 seconds, and then sat up with a start. Something's wrong. What's that sound? He rolled out of bed and rushed barefoot to the balcony. Then he became fully awake. Through the thick fog, he could vaguely see swarms of zombies, densely packed together. Liu Ji quickly opened the system panel and glanced at the time. 9:55. It's almost 10 o'clock, his expression changed, the newbie protection period in the cabin ends in 5 minutes. Without a second thought, he immediately looked down at his yard. Pumpkin Gate, 9825/10,000. Pumpkin Fence, 19290/20,000. Thankfully, the pumpkin gate and fence are still intact. The second-tier ice archer is raising its head warily, and the pumpkin brother is crouching in the pit, its vines already pointing upwards, ready for battle. Without hesitation, Liu Ji immediately turned around, picked up the shimmering golden sunflower queen by the bed, ran to the balcony, and put her on the floor. Once the zombies enter your attack range, attack immediately, don't stop. Liu Ji pointed to the group of zombies below. Use those 1600 sun points as you like. As the Sunflower Queen's flower head turned, 2 leaves lifted slightly. Liu Ji breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, but before he could fully relax, he discovered. In the yard, the second stage sunshine mushroom in planting pit number 1 was huddled up in a ball, the whole mushroom trembling. Last night, he upgraded the Melon Brother in slot 3 to tier 2, significantly increasing its damage and attack speed. Right now, the Melon Brother is crouching in the slot, the next moment, its vines whip around like whirlwinds, and before the previous melon has even bounced off, the next watermelon flies out from behind it. Time's up. The zombie has entered the watermelon thrower's attack range. Bang! Bang! The watermelon smashed onto the heads of the zombies outside the door, splattering juice everywhere. The second tier ice shooter in planting pit number 5 was also firing wildly, shooting out icy blue peas one after another. The zombies that were hit visibly slowed down, and a thin layer of frost formed on their bodies. But planting pit number 4. Liu Ji's gaze fell on pit number 4. The cherry blossom bomb was sitting motionless in the pit, its eyes closed. 2 large, red cherries hung on either side, glistening with an enticing sheen. The cherry exudes an otherworldly aura, as if the mountains and seas of corpses outside have nothing to do with it. Liu Ji's lips twitched. These cherries, well, never mind, I can't count on them. The next second, 2 golden beams shot out from in front of him, accurately hitting the 2 ordinary zombies below. The 2 zombies didn't even make a sound before turning to ashes. Liu Ji's eyes lit up so powerful. He didn't waste any more time and took out the brown feathered longbow from his backpack. The bow was warm to the touch, its wood grain subtly revealing a dark red luster. Liu Ji gripped the bowstring with his right hand and pulled back forcefully. The bowstring was pulled tighter and tighter, and a brown arrow of light began to condense on the bow, its light growing brighter and brighter. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Liu Ji gritted his teeth and didn't let go. 7 seconds, 8 seconds. That's about it. He released the bowstring. The light arrow, which had been charged for 8 seconds, shot out with a whoosh, leaving a brown afterimage in the air, heading straight for the ordinary zombie below that was tearing apart the pumpkin fence. Pfft! The beam of light pierced through the zombie's head, exiting from the back of its skull, then shot into the chest of another zombie behind it, before exiting again and striking a third one. The 3 zombies, strung together like candied hawthorns, fell straight down. Liu Ji's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Wow! This bow is so powerful! Before he could react, the Sunflower Queen beside him unleashed 2 more beams of golden light, each larger than the last. Ah! Nearly 10 zombies were instantly reduced to ashes. It was as if they were free. Liu Ji got excited, drew his bow again, and aimed at a roadblock zombie below. But after this shot, he discovered a problem. Shooting down from the second floor, the light arrows go down at an angle, at most piercing through 3 zombies. The rest of the damage hits the ground, blasting a small crater, which is a huge waste. No, that's too unfair. Liu Ji put away his longbow, picked up the Sunflower Queen, and rushed downstairs. Running into the yard, Brother Melon was so exhausted that his leaves were drooping, but he was still stubbornly throwing watermelons out. The ice archer wasn't doing much better, a few beads of sweat rolled down its blue pea head. Only that Cherry Fairy in Pit 4 is still pretending to be an expert with his eyes closed. Liu Ji ignored it, put the Sunflower Queen on the ground, stood behind the Melon Brother, and drew his bow and arrow. This time it's a horizontal shot. He aimed at a large creature outside the door with an orange roadblock on its head, took a deep breath, and began to gather his strength. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The longer he charged up, the more sore his arms became, but he gritted his teeth and held on for 10 seconds. The arrow of light was so bright it was blinding, and flowing patterns of light could be faintly seen on its shaft. Liu Ji opened his hand. Whoosh! The arrow of light left the bowstring, hurtling straight towards an ordinary zombie with a sharp whooshing sound. Bang! The arrow struck it squarely in the forehead, piercing through its head and exiting through its back. The zombie didn't even struggle, its body was propelled backward by the enormous impact, crashing into 7 or 8 zombies behind it with a series of thuds, clearing a clear space in the horde of corpses. When they stopped, the ground was littered with them lying haphazardly. Wow, he couldn't help but exclaim. Brother Melon was stunned, his 2 black eyes wide open, and he even forgot to throw away the watermelon. The Sunflower Queen was also taken aback for a moment, then spun its flower head, seemingly spurred on by a surge of fighting spirit. The next second, her holy light judgment swept outwards like a machine gun. Swish 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 swish. One golden beam after another, 3 beams per second, specifically targeting ordinary, low-health targets. Liu Ji was initially quite pleased, thinking the teamwork was excellent. But he soon realized something was amiss. Those newspaper-reading zombies, after being struck by the holy light. A newspaper can block it, it's fine. Then they went berserk. Liu Ji watched helplessly as 5 or 6 zombies reading newspapers outside the door were struck by the Sunflower Queen's holy light, their newspapers riddled with holes. Then, they all raised their heads at the same time, their eyes red as they looked into the yard. Roar! They threw down the tattered newspaper and dashed towards the pumpkin door. Click click click. The gnawing sounds instantly tripled in intensity. Liu Ji's face turned pale, and he quickly looked towards the gate. Pumpkin Gate, 9010/10,000. It dropped by nearly 1,000. Don't attack the newspaper-reading zombies. Liu Jikong shouted at the Sunflower Queen, attack the ones without newspapers. The Sunflower Queen's flower head spun around, as if it understood, and the golden light began to shine on the ordinary zombies. But those few frenzied newspaper-reading zombies had completely gone mad, clinging to the door and tearing at it frantically, causing the door's durability to drop at a visible rate. Liu Ji gritted his teeth, drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed at one of them. Just then, he caught a glimpse of the person in pit number 4 next to him out of the corner of his eye. The cherry bomb was still lying there with its eyes closed, completely still. But its eyelids seemed to twitch slightly. Liu Ji paused for a moment, then looked over carefully. The big, red cherry was squinting, peeking out through its eyelids. Take a quick glance, then close your eyes immediately. Take one more glance, then close your eyes again. Liu Ji! Are you trying to be an actor on a battlefield? He looked down at the exhausted melon brother, then at the cherry bomb plant that was resting with its eyes closed. Without comparison, there is no hurt. Liu Ji's anger flared up instantly. You think you're so tough? Hey! He gritted his teeth and walked towards pit number 4. I'll show you. He raised his hand and activated the dragon bone ring. Purple light fell on the cherry bomb. The cherry shuddered. It looked down at its own body, then looked up at Liu Ji, its 2 dark eyes filled with confusion. That expression clearly said, what the hell do you want? Liu Ji didn't give it time to react. He grabbed the green stem from the top of the cherry bomb and pulled it out of the pit. Cherry bomb was completely stunned. Its leaves swayed wildly in the air, its 2 cherries swayed from side to side, and its black eyes stared as wide as copper bells. Liu Ji picked it up and spun around twice. Then he threw it forcefully out the door. Screw you! The cherry bomb traced an arc through the air. It looked down at the ground it was rapidly moving away from, then looked up at Liu Ji, who was standing in the yard waving at it. Her cherry-like lips slowly opened, her eyes widening as she looked at Liu Ji, as if she were questioning his parents. It's a pity it can't talk. But that expression, translated, roughly means, Liu Ji, I curse your ancestors. The next second, it landed in a pile of zombies. It glanced at the densely packed zombies around it, its cherry-like mouth slowly opening and closing. Then it closed its eyes and resigned itself to its fate. The underlying code triggers automatically the next second. Boom! A deafening explosion followed, and flames shot skyward. The shockwave from the explosion spread outwards, and Liu Ji, standing in the courtyard, felt the ground tremble violently. The zombies surrounding the entrance were sent flying several meters away like leaves scattered by a strong wind. Once the smoke and dust cleared, Liu Ji could see the results of the battle. The area in front of the entrance was completely cleared out. At least 30 zombies, not even ashes were left. Chapter 60. Liu Ji stood there with his mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long time, while Brother Gu stood beside him, completely petrified. It took Liu Ji several seconds to find his voice. Holy crap! He swallowed hard. This is clearly a nuclear bomb. He looked down at his hands, then at the charred ground outside the gate, and suddenly felt a little guilty. When he threw it, the cherry bomb did seem to glare at him, and he would never forget that look. But now is not the time to think about these things. Keep fighting. Liu Ji drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Brother Melon also came to his senses, and the watermelon started flying out again. Liu Ji fired arrow after arrow, but there were just too many zombies. One batch is killed, and another batch surges in, the durability keeps dropping. Pumpkin Gate, 8510/10,000. Pumpkin Fence, 18005/20,000. Liu Ji's hands were aching, but he dared not stop. Because there are no walnuts planted in the yard to attract hatred, once the gate is breached by these zombies, not only will the plants be eaten, but the zombies themselves will also perish. Just then, a golden light shot out from beside him, several times thicker than before. Liu Ji turned his head and saw that the entire flower head of the Sunflower Queen was glowing, and the golden light almost swallowed her up. What are you doing? The Sunflower Queen ignored him and shot out another thick beam of golden light. The golden light pierced through the entire row of zombies, instantly turning the first 7 or 8 to ashes, while those behind were also smashed, losing limbs and other injuries. Liu Ji paused for a moment, then quickly checked the sunlight level. Sunflower Queen's remaining sun, 1392. This spendthrift is starting to use huge amounts of holy light? But he didn't have time to say more, and fired another arrow. Time ticked by, second by second. After fighting for an unknown amount of time, Liu Ji felt as if his arm no longer belonged to him. The number of zombies finally began to decrease. From a huge, swarming flock, it dwindled to a mere dozen or so. When the last iron tube zombie collapsed at the doorway, Liu Ji plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. The melon was also slumped over by the pit, too lazy to even move its leaves. It took Liu Ji a while to slowly get up and walk to the door to look outside. Outside the door, the ground was covered with countless specks of light left behind by the vanished zombies, white, green, blue, and purple densely scattered across the ground. In the distance, everything seemed quiet within the fog. Liu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, finished. The words had barely left his mouth. A strange laugh came from the fog. He 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 he. The laughter was sharp and piercing, like a rusty spring turning, or like a clown rehearsing before toying with his prey. Liu Ji's hair stood on end instantly. He suddenly looked up into the fog. A figure was walking briskly out of the fog. It wore a comical grey-white outfit, its mouth was split to its ears, revealing 2 rows of uneven yellow teeth. Moreover, its gait was extremely bizarre. It limped, but it wasn't slow. The most terrifying thing was what it was holding in its hands. A red and white box, square in shape, with a few white stars drawn on it. Clown Zombie, Tier 2, HP, 2000/2000. Note: once the explosive box in its hand detonates, nothing will grow within a 5-meter radius. Don't ask why it doesn't run away, it doesn't want to live either. Liu Ji's pupils dilated instantly. Holy crap! He turned and ran into the yard. Focus fire on it. But the clown zombie had already reached the doorway. It stood in front of the pumpkin gate, looked up at the gate, and grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Liu Ji's mind went blank. It's too late to concentrate fire. He could only run inside with all his might, desperately shielding the plants in the yard in front of him, and lay on the ground with his hands covering his head. 3, 2, 1. Boom! A deafening roar. The shockwave, like an invisible giant hand, slammed hard onto Liu Ji's back. Liu Ji's vision went black, and his ears began to ring. But he couldn't care less about himself. Those plants, melon brother, ice archer, sunflower queen, sunflower mushroom, money tree. They were all exposed to the blast radius. Completion. Liu Ji's heart sank to the bottom. He struggled to lift his head and look into the courtyard. The next second, he discovered that a semi-transparent pumpkin dome was appearing on each plant. The cover was as thin as a film of light, yet it managed to block the oncoming flames and shockwaves, leaving the plants inside unharmed. Brother Gua squatted inside the enclosure, his two black eyes wide open, looking utterly bewildered as if he had just survived a disaster. As Liu Ji watched this scene, the image of a pumpkin house flashed through his mind. Warm shelter, plants within the pumpkin house's shelter area automatically form a semi-transparent pumpkin shield around them for 10 seconds when attacked, blocking up to 3 instances of damage. Cooldown, 24 hours. As expected of a legendary pumpkin house, it really works. Before Liu Ji could even feel relieved, he heard a crisp crack sound. He turned his head and looked at the gate. The semicircular pumpkin wood door was now charred black from the explosion. Pumpkin Gate, 4210/10000. 4002. One clown zombie destroyed 2000 durability points in one go. Liu Ji stared at the number, a chill running down his spine. If he hadn't run fast, he would probably be turned to ashes along with those zombies by now. He got up, walked to the door, and looked outside. Outside the door, the clown zombie had been blown to smithereens by its own box, leaving only a large, still smoking crater on the ground. In the distance, through the fog, a few scattered zombies were still walking this way, but their numbers had dwindled to nothing. Liu Ji glanced at it, too lazy to move. He raised his hand, activated the dragon bone ring, and purple light fell on Brother Gua. Brother Gua, my good brother, Liu Ji pointed to the few swaying dark figures in the distance, go and take care of those. Brother Gua looked up upon hearing this, and followed his finger to look at the zombies. That expression clearly said, I just finished my work, and now you want me to go again? Liu Ji squatted down and patted its head. The capable should do more, and you're the strongest here. The melon's leaves trembled, its 2 black dots blinked, and then it hopped and skipped away into the distance. That silly goose, Liu Ji watched its retreating figure, a smirk playing on his lips, gets all excited when praised. Chapter 61. After saying that, Liu Ji plopped down on the ground and checked the system time. 11:47. We've been playing for almost 2 hours, from 10 o'clock until now. Every part of my body aches, my arms are so sore I can't lift them, the areas on my back where the shockwave hit are burning, and my ears are still ringing. He took a while to catch his breath before forcing himself to walk out the door and start picking up his spoils. As he was picking things up, Liu Ji suddenly remembered something. He opened the system and glanced at the number of people in the area. Misty Forest District 9527, number of players, 4117/10,000. More than 4,000? Liu Ji stared at that number, stunned for a full 5 seconds. With such a massive zombie horde, how did so many people survive? He swallowed hard and then opened the regional channel. Messages kept pouring in, but nobody was talking about the zombie outbreak. Liu Ji scrolled up to see the message. 10:32 someone said, is that all? It's over. 10:41 a barrage of comments like hahaha, so easy. That's it. Is that all there is to the zombie horde, flooded the screen. Liu Ji was completely dumbfounded when he saw these messages. In other words, most people finished their tests an hour ago? Why? Is my wooden house too high level? But I'm not the only one at level 4. Liu Ji's gaze fell on the glittering golden sunflower queen and the money tree in the yard. Are these two mythical plants attracting hatred? Or did they kill the newspaper-reading zombie king, thus provoking the zombies' revenge? He thought about the scene where he killed the newspaper-reading zombie king with a single shot, and suddenly felt that this guess made a lot of sense. So, they're here for revenge, he muttered to himself. Then should I thank them for liking me? He opened his private messages again and took a look. 11:02 Xiao Baihu, Liu Ji, are you done? I'm done. The second tier cattail is super powerful. Xiao Baihu, boss Liu Ji? Are you there? Xiao Baihu, Liu Ji, how's it going on your end? Are you still fighting? Xiao Baihu? Where is everyone? Liu Ji looked at the messages, then looked down at his dusty clothes and then at the chaotic battlefield outside the door. He remained silent for a long time. Then he opened his private messages and replied to Xiao Baihu. Liu Ji, just finished playing. The reply came instantly. Xiao Baihu, just finished playing. Xiao Baihu, it's almost midnight now. Liu Ji, maybe there are more zombies in my house. Xiao Baihu. Xiao Baihu, how many came to your house? Liu Ji glanced at the densely packed spoils around him and made a rough estimate. How many? He muttered to himself, the cherry bombs alone killed 30 or 40, the sunflower queen killed at least 300 or 400, and I shot at least 200 or 300, plus the melon brother and the ice archer combined. He swallowed hard. Is it more than 1,000? He replied to Xiao Baihu. Liu Ji, maybe 1,000. Xiao Baihu. Xiao Baihu, 1,000. Xiao Baihu, more than 200 of them came to my house. Xiao Baihu, did you lure all the zombies in the West District there? Looking at the message, Liu Ji felt a sense of helplessness. Xiao Baihu, are you all right? Liu Ji looked down at himself protected by the burlap. He was mostly unharmed, though his arms were still a little sore. Liu Ji, it's nothing, just tired. Xiao Baihu, that's good, that's good. Liu Ji closed his private messages and looked at the spoils scattered on the ground. It was densely packed, covering at least 30 or 40 square meters. He almost laughed. He'd been fighting for almost an hour, was exhausted, and nearly blown to bits. But the spoils of war were truly plentiful. He took a deep breath and stood up, using the railing for support. I'm going to be busy today, he muttered to himself. I'll lie down after I'm done picking everything up. Chapter 62 Liu Ji spent the afternoon collecting spoils, gathering nearly 100 seeds, almost 10,000 silver coins, and hundreds of bags of fertilizer. He carried the items to the storage room in trip after trip, while Brother Gua patrolled outside the courtyard gate, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. Finally, we finished moving everything before dark. Liu Ji plopped down on the floor of the storage room and began to take stock of today's haul. There are 21 attack plant seeds, the highest quality being the fiery jalapeno and cherry bomb, but unfortunately no epic ones. He had 8 seeds of defensive plants, one of which he had never seen before. Tall nut wall seed, epic. Type, defensive plant seeds. Effect, creates a tall nut wall after planting. The tall nut wall protects the plant behind it, increases in size when a zombie is in front of it, and taunts zombies within a 5-meter radius, forcing them to attack. Mocking. Liu Ji stared at the seed, his eyes instantly lighting up. With this, what's there to fear from those clown zombies? 32 seeds of productive plants, 8 sun mushrooms and 24 sunflowers. Functional seeds, 3 rare bamboo shoots, 2 rare aloe vera doctors, 19 street lamp flowers. Next up are the props. Flower pots x3, insecticide x2, and a skill book. Introduction to rapid fire, epic. Type, consumable. Effect, ranged attack plants can learn this skill, gaining the ability rapid fire, a 50% chance to attack twice consecutively and a 10% chance to attack 3 times consecutively with each attack. Liu Ji's eyelids twitched. Rapid fire? If this were paired with a fast attacking plant, it would be unstoppable. Brother Gua's learning is not bad, but I don't know if a plant can learn 2 skills at the same time. As he was thinking, a sudden roar came from outside the door. Rumble rumble rumble. It sounded like an engine. Liu Ji suddenly stood up and rushed to the second-floor balcony to look out. Then he saw an outrageous scene. It was a small car with a huge basketball hoop filled with small basketballs. A zombie wearing a navy blue shirt was sitting in the driver's seat, accelerating this way. Basketball cart zombie, Tier 2. Type, Special Zombie. HP, 2000/2000. Note, it won't eat plants, but it will throw basketballs into your yard. A basketball-loving zombie would probably be pretty good at singing, dancing, and rapping too. Before Liu Ji could react, the car had already stopped at the gate. The next second, a basketball flew out of the hoop and hit Melon Brother's head squarely. Bang! Brother Gua stood still, and his 2 black dots turned into 2 spiral circles. Brother Melon. He took out his brown feathered longbow, drew back the bowstring, and began to gather strength. But just then, he noticed something. The basketball-driving zombie slowed down, and a thin layer of frost formed on its body. Liu Ji looked down. Well done, Frost Archer. Brother Gua finally came to its senses. It shook its head, and its 2 spiral eyes returned to normal black dots. Then it looked at the basketball cart outside the door. On that round face, the expression changed from bewilderment to anger. You dare to smash something on me? Brother Melon suddenly swung the vine behind him, and a watermelon shot out, heading straight for the basketball car zombie. Bang! The watermelon exploded on the car, splashing juice everywhere. Basketball cart zombie, 1220/2000. Liu Ji also continued to gather his strength. 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds. Liu Ji charged up for 10 seconds and then released the bowstring. The brown arrow of light shot out with a sharp whistling sound, striking the basketball car zombie squarely in the chest. Boom! The basketball cart exploded on the spot, sending flames soaring into the sky. The zombie was blasted out of the driver's seat, spun 3 times in the air, and shouted. What are you doing? Haha! Ouch! Then, with a thud, it fell to the ground, and the body began to dissipate. Liu Ji was stunned by the sound and didn't react for a long time. Little Blackie! Before he could think about it, a golden announcement popped up automatically in the regional channel, appearing at the top. World Will Announcement. Congratulations to all players for successfully repelling the first wave of zombies. Rewards for defeating regional bosses are now being distributed. East District Roadblock Zombie King Killer, Park Su Piao. Reward, Wisdom Tree Seed ×1. Central District Iron Bucket Zombie King Killer, Li Jun. Reward, Wisdom Tree Seed ×1. West District Newspaper Reading Zombie King Killer, Liu Ji. Reward, Wisdom Tree Seed ×1. Congratulations to the 3 players who successfully defeated the boss and passed the Wisdom Trees test. We look forward to you leading the players of server 9527 to the final chapter. Liu Ji stared at the announcement, his brows furrowing. A test? Let's lead the other players? He glanced at the still present wreckage of the basketball hoop outside the door. Was that a test? But here's the question: how does the Tree of Wisdom set up its challenges? What gives it the ability to command the zombies? Which side is it actually on? Liu Ji felt a chill run down his spine as he thought about it. Forget it, if he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it anymore. He clicked the claim button on the announcement. The next second, a seed appeared out of thin air in his hand. Wisdom Tree Seed, Myth. Type: Special Seed. Effect: after planting, a territory is formed centered on the Wisdom Tree. The Lord can invite other players to join the territory. Once an invitee agrees, their cabin will be directly transferred to the territory's boundaries. Note: a symbol of wisdom, the core of territory. Plant it, and you will no longer be alone. Building a power base? Am I going to become the boss? Liu Ji held the seed, walked quickly to the yard, and planted it in planting pit number 4. It's the spot where we planted the cherry bombs this morning. Wisdom Tree successfully planted. Remaining ripening time, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Liu Ji glanced at the familiar time and a smile crept onto his face. The last thing I need right now is fertilizer. He turned and rushed into the storage room, stuffing 100 bags of fertilizer into his backpack. Back in the yard, he tore open the bag and poured the contents into the pit. The grayish-brown powder fell in a flurry, being frantically absorbed by the seeds. 1 bag, 2 bags, 3 bags. 5 minutes later, Liu Ji wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the sapling in front of him, which had already grown to half a meter tall. 2 notifications popped up simultaneously. The Wisdom Tree is now mature. Territory established successfully. Fertilizing the Wisdom Tree will allow you to upgrade your territory. Immediately afterwards, a panel appeared in front of him. Tier 1 Territory, Tier Upgrade Progress, 0%. Territory ID, 0002. Lord, Liu Ji. Members, 0/7 Invite. Territory Facilities, none. Please select the location of your cabin, Lord. A map of the territory appeared before Liu Ji's eyes. It was a 3x3 grid. In the very center is a large tree-shaped symbol, which should be the location of the Tree of Wisdom. Around it are 8 neatly arranged squares, each containing a wooden house symbol, facing away from the Tree of Wisdom. North, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, northwest. Liu Ji looked around and chose the middle one in the third row, the one facing due south. Location confirmed. The log cabin is being moved. The next second, the Wisdom Tree burst forth with a burst of colorful light, and Liu Ji felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly. The whole process lasted about 10 seconds, and then everything stopped. Liu Ji looked down and saw a piece of paper that had appeared at his feet. He bent down and picked it up. Well, blueprints. He paused for a moment, then realized what was happening. He had originally kept the blueprints in a storage box in Pit 6. It seems the infrastructure can't be moved along with the cabin. He then looked at the Wisdom Tree, around which were 4 planting pits arranged neatly. Then, recalling the territory facilities on the territory panel, Liu Ji suddenly realized. So that's how the blueprints are used. They need to be placed in your territory, otherwise the well will take up a planting hole, which means you'll have to plant one less plant than others. He put away the blueprints and turned to look behind him. At this moment, his pumpkin house sits steadily in the south-facing grid, about 10 meters away from the Tree of Wisdom. Liu Ji stared at the familiar house for a long while before he came back to his senses. He walked over quickly. The pumpkin house faced away from the Tree of Wisdom, and one could only walk around it from the side by following the stone path on the ground. He pushed open the gate and went inside. Everything was the same. Liu Ji breathed a sigh of relief, then turned and walked out of the courtyard to begin surveying this brand new territory. The territory was surrounded by a tall wooden fence, completely enclosing the entire 9-square grid. The fence was covered with sheet metal, making it look sturdy. Territory fence durability, 10,000/10,000. Liu Ji walked around the fence and found that there were 4 large gates in total, one each in the east, west, south, and north. Each gate was a double-leaf thick wooden door covered with sheet metal. Territory gate durability, 5,000/5,000. What surprised him the most was, inside the 4 gates, on both sides of the stone-paved path, there is a planting pit on each side, making a total of 8. Adding the 4 around the wisdom tree, there are a total of 12 planting pits. Liu Ji's eyes grew brighter and brighter. These pits were all part of the territory. No matter who lived there in the future, these pits belonged to the territory and could be used to place public facilities or plant a few defensive plants to guard the gate and the yard. He stood in the center of his territory, looking at this brand new world, and suddenly felt a sense of unreality. 7 spots available, who should I invite? He muttered to himself. Maybe I should ask Xiao Baiyu. He opened the system panel and found that Xiao Baiyu had sent him a message a few minutes ago. Xiao Baiyu, Liu Ji, I saw the announcement. Xiao Baiyu, what does that wisdom tree territory look like? I saw Pu Xiao Pia recruiting in the regional channel. Xiao Baiyu, you better take me in now. I want to come to your place. Chapter 63. After seeing Xiao Baiyu's message, Liu Ji opened the newly added territory information section at the bottom of personal information on the homepage, and then clicked invite. The next moment, a system notification popped up. Please enter your player ID or select from your friends list. He found Xiao Baiyu's name, checked the box, and clicked send invitation. Done. Liu Ji raised his head and looked around the territory. According to the system instructions, once the invitee agrees, the cabin will be directly moved to the territory. It should just appear directly in those squares, right? I wonder which square Xiao Baiyu will choose. He sat cross-legged on the stone path, waiting to see a wooden house appear out of thin air. Several minutes passed, and the territory remained empty. Hey! Liu Ji frowned. Could Xiao Baiyu have withheld his consent? He was about to send a message to ask when a clear voice suddenly came from behind him. Liu Ji! I'm here. Liu Ji suddenly turned around. Beside the wisdom tree, Xiao Baiyu was waving vigorously at him, her face beaming with joy. Liu Ji paused for a moment, then got up and quickly walked over. How did you get in? And where's your cabin? Xiao Baiyu raised her head and blinked. Newcomers to the territory are teleported to the Tree of Wisdom first, right? She pointed to her feet. Look, I just suddenly appeared here, you scared me. Liu Ji suddenly realized. I see. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound behind him. They both turned around at the same time. In the empty square in the southwest corner, a small wooden house is slowly emerging from the void. At first, it was a blurry outline, then it became clearer and clearer: a dilapidated wooden wall, a crooked gate, and a few plants in the yard. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds. Once everything had settled down, the wooden house was firmly situated in the southwest corner, separated from his own pumpkin house by a stone path, almost touching. Xiao Baiyu cheered and grabbed Liu Ji's sleeve, running towards them. Quick! Quick! Go see what's happened to my house! Liu Ji was dragged a few steps by her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Why are you running? Your house isn't going to grow legs and run away. Xiao Baiyu ignored him and ran to her courtyard gate in one breath, pushing open the broken wooden door and peering inside. Then she let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, everyone's here. Liu Ji followed and stood at the gate of the courtyard, looking inside. The yard wasn't big, but it was kept very tidy. 8 planting holes were arranged in 2 rows, the most eye-catching one was a cattail that looked like a cat, perched on a water lily, its eyes half closed. Xiao Baiyu squatted down and reached out to pat Xiangpu's head. Cattail, we've moved. Xiangpu opened her eyes and looked at her master Oh. Then he glanced at Liu Ji standing at the door, and his expression instantly turned into that look. But the tip of its tail swayed slightly, as if it were greeting someone. Liu Ji couldn't help but laugh. This plant was truly sentient. After checking her own home, Xiao Baihu skipped out again and pulled Liu Ji toward the wisdom tree. Come on, let's go see that tree. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. The two returned to the tree of wisdom. Xiao Baihu circled the half-meter-tall sapling several times, his eyes shining so brightly they could be used as streetlights. Wow! She grabbed Liu Ji's sleeve. Boss Liu Ji! The bonuses from this territory are amazing. Liu Ji felt a little dizzy from her shaking. A bonus? He paused, taken aback. What bonus? Xiao Baihu blinked, looking at him with a "what are you talking about" expression. The tree of wisdom. She released his sleeve, pointing to the sapling. Didn't you check it? I saw it the moment I teleported here. Liu Ji walked up to the wisdom tree. The tree of wisdom, myth. Type, special plant category. Effect 1, territory core. Upon maturity, a territory will form around the wisdom tree. The territory size increases with the wisdom tree's rank. Effect 2, ceasefire. Territory members cannot attack each other while within the territory's area. A rule-based effect that cannot be broken by any ability. Effect 3, unyielding spirit. All offensive plants within the territory gain 10% increased attack power and 10% increased attack speed. All defensive plants gain 10% increased size. Effect increases with the level of the wisdom tree. Effect 4, abundant harvest. Increases the production efficiency of all plant and agricultural products within the territory by 10%. Effect increases with the level of the wisdom tree. Note, the wisdom tree cannot be upgraded through synthesis, its growth can only be accelerated by fertilizing. Upgrading can only be successful after the upgrade progress reaches 100% and the upgrade challenge is completed. Liu Ji stared at those lines of text, his eyes widening. Good heavens! Attack power, attack speed, defense, size, and production efficiency. 4 stat boosts. He read the effects description again carefully, and the more he read, the more he felt that this thing was incredible. It's not just about increasing combat effectiveness, he murmured, but also about increasing crop yields, and most importantly, it's about stopping the fighting. Xiao Baihu nodded vigorously beside him. Yet. We can't attack each other in our territory. We'll never have to worry about someone stabbing us in the back again. Liu Ji was silent for a second. Xiao Baihu seemed to have thought of the same thing, and the smile on his face faded a little. But soon, she laughed again. Anyway, with you here from now on, I don't need to be afraid anymore. Looking at her carefree face, Liu Ji suddenly felt a pang of tenderness in his heart. He opened the territory panel. Tier 1 territory, tier upgrade progress, 0%. Territory ID, 0002. Lord, Liu Ji. Members, 1/7 invite. Xiao Baihu. Territory facilities, none. Liu Ji stared at the 1/7 and then glanced at Xiao Baihu, who was looking at him expectantly. You're the first, he said. Xiao Baihu was stunned for a moment, then smiled even more broadly. Of course. Liu Ji was amused by her. He casually tapped Xiao Baihu's profile picture to see what the member information looked like. The next second, a detailed panel popped up. Member, Xiao Baihu. Wooden house rank, Tier 3. Garden information, 6/8. Giant sunshroom, Tier 3, Sunflower, Tier 3. Cherry bomb, Tier 2, Cattail, Tier 2. Spicy pepper, Tier 1, Sunflower, Tier 2. Empty. Liu Ji's gaze swept across the list, finally settling on the cattails in pit number 4. Second order cattail. Suddenly, something flashed through his mind. The book Introduction to Rapid Fire in my backpack was originally intended for my brother Gua to study, but now it seems to have found a better place. Liu Ji took the dark blue skill book out of his backpack and handed it to Xiao Baihu. Give. Xiao Baihu glanced down at the cover, Introduction to Rapid Fire. Each attack has a 50% chance of being attacked twice in a row, and a 10% chance of being attacked 3 times in a row. Xiao Baihu took the book, opened it for appraisal, and muttered to himself. A skill book, Liu Ji said, arranged botany skill. Cattails rely on attack speed anyway, so this should be a good match. She finished reading, then looked up at Liu Ji in disbelief, her eyes shining brightly. Boss Liu Ji. This is practically tailor-made for cattails. Liu Ji nodded. Well, consider it a gift for the newcomer to the territory. Xiao Baihu held the book, his expression changing several times. He was definitely happy, but he also seemed a little hesitant. She bit her lip, looked down at the book, then looked up at Liu Ji. But, this is far too expensive. Liu Ji was taken aback. Xiao Baihu was actually being polite? He waved his hand, it's all right, take it. Xiao Baihu still didn't move. She held the book, as if struggling with an internal conflict. After a few seconds, she seemed to remember something and suddenly looked up. Wait for me a moment. After saying that, she picked up the book, turned around, and ran away, dashing into her own yard. Liu Ji stood there, completely bewildered. What's wrong with this girl? A moment later, Xiao Baihu ran out of the yard, holding a piece of paper in her hand. She ran up to Liu Ji, shoved the paper into his hand, and said breathlessly. Here. This is for you. Liu Ji looked down. Corn Cannon Blueprint, Legendary. Type, Architectural Drawings. Effect, when used in a planting hole, it transforms that hole into a corn cannon. Note, this is a highly deterrent strategic weapon. You may not need it, but you cannot be without it. Liu Ji's pupils dilated instantly. A corn cannon. He rubbed his eyes, looked at it again, and confirmed it was a corn cannon. Although it was not quite the same as he remembered. He remembered that in the game it was a cannon lying flat on a small wooden cart, while the drawing on this paper showed a large, upright green corn cob. But the quality is truly legendary. Liu Ji looked up at Xiao Baihu, unsure of what to say. Where did this come from? Chapter 64. Xiao Baihu scratched his head. It just broke out today, and I was initially quite happy about it. But after studying its usage carefully, I realized I can't afford it at all. Liu Ji looked down at the blueprint, his gaze fixed. You gave it to me, he asked. Xiao Baihu nodded vigorously. Your territory has communal planting holes, if you put it in my yard, it'll take up one of my planting spots. Liu Ji stared at her for 2 seconds. Those eyes were clear and innocent, devoid of any scheming. He suddenly felt like laughing. Did this silly girl even know how much a legendary blueprint was worth? Never mind. Liu Ji put the blueprints into his backpack. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Xiao Baihu grinned, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. Don't mention it. We're practically family. Liu Ji was amused by her words, and he turned and walked to the wisdom tree. There were 4 planting pits neatly arranged around the wisdom tree, all of them still empty. He squatted down and took out the blueprint for the corn cannon from his backpack. Use corn cannon blueprint at the current location. Whether. Liu Ji nodded yes. The blueprint floated up from his hand, hovered above the pit, and began to glow. The light was golden, growing brighter and stronger. Then, with a soft boom, the light faded. In the once empty pit, there was now a huge ear of corn wrapped in bright green husks. It stands over a meter tall, its entire body wrapped in layers of emerald green corn husks, like it's wearing a green raincoat. The tuft of corn silk at the top is golden brown, slightly upturned, like a tuft of hair sticking up when it just woke up. The entire corn plant stands upright, with its lower leaves firmly planted in the soil, and the cannon muzzle pointed upwards. Corn cannon, legend. Type, architecture. Status, pending loading. Ammunition, 0/1. Effect, can attack any location within a 10 km radius. After firing, the shell hits the target area and explodes, dealing massive damage to enemies within a 100-meter radius of the blast point. Damage decreases with distance, the further away from the blast center, the lower the damage. Note, once reloaded, it can be remotely controlled via the territory control panel. After marking the coordinates on the map, you can then select to launch an attack. After reading the instructions, Liu Ji paused for 2 seconds, stunned. 10 kilometers in radius, he muttered. This thing, a nuclear weapon. He took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing his excitement, and then took out the well map from his backpack and placed it on another pit. Use well blueprint at the current location. Weather. Liu Ji nodded again. This time, the light was pale blue, gentle and soft, rippling like water. A few seconds later, a well appeared in another pit. After finishing all this, Liu Ji patted the dirt off his hands with satisfaction and turned to look at Xiao Bai beside him. Xiao Bai was squatting beside the well, craning his neck to look inside. How can such a shallow well hold 20 liters of water? She asked. Liu Ji walked over and glanced into the well. The well water was clear, reflecting the two people's images. You can't use old common sense to understand things in this world, he continued. It's like a system inventory, it looks like there's only one slot on the outside, but it can hold a ton of stuff inside. Xiao Baiyu blinked, then nodded. Liu Ji looked at Xiao Baiyu and suddenly remembered what she had just said. By the way, what did you mean when you said you couldn't afford to raise corn cannons? Xiao Baiyu paused for a moment, then stood up and pointed at the corn cannon. It's that cannonball. Liu Ji frowned. Shells? Isn't this thing supposed to automatically store ammunition? Xiao Baiyu shook his head. 1 corn pitcher seed, plus 2,000 silver coins, to make 1 cannonball. Liu Ji looked down at the imposing corn cannon, then looked up at Xiao Baiyu. No, how much? Xiao Baiyu actually started counting on his fingers and seriously calculating for him. Corn pitcher seeds, the cheapest ones on the trading post are over 200 silver coins each. Add to that a processing fee of 2,000 silver coins, and it's roughly 2,300 silver coins per pitch. The key point is you need a Tier 3 processing station to make them. She paused, looking at Liu Ji. You have a 3-stage machining center, right? Liu Ji certainly did. After collecting the silver coins that afternoon, he casually upgraded the processing table to the same level as the wooden house. But at the time, he didn't even notice that there was a section for artillery shells on the processing table. He subconsciously opened his own interface. There are still more than 8,000 silver coins left. But the problem is, in a couple of days, he'll reach level 5 and unlock 2 planting pits, which will cost 4,000 silver coins. Plus, upgrading the pea shooter will also cost silver coins. If he gets new features after reaching level 5, he won't have enough silver coins at all. Liu Ji took a deep breath. Even if we had them, we couldn't afford to build them. His voice was a little dry. So it seems the cannons are just for show now, we won't be using them anytime soon. It's not just for show, is it? If you encounter a zombie you can't beat, 1 cannonball will definitely solve the problem. It's just that you can't use it normally, you can only keep it as a trump card. She thought for a moment, then added. And look, it's stored in our territory. Later, when we have more people, we can pool our money, and each person can contribute 300 silver coins for 1 attack. Liu Ji was taken aback, he hadn't expected this angle. He glanced at the 6 empty seats around him. If they were all occupied, it seemed, he could really afford to feed them? As he was thinking, Xiao Baihu said quietly from the side. However, the prerequisite is that we first need 6 people willing to chip in the money. Liu Ji was speechless at her words. Right now, it was just the 2 of them in the territory. Chapter 65. Thinking of this, Liu Ji opened his friend list. Both Li Jun and Yi's Haiqiu had sent him messages and friend requests. It exploded as expected. Friend requests, 99 plus. He flipped through them, they were all requests for territory. The journey to fire never ends, looking for a territory location, veteran. Suyueli, hey pro, can you help me out? I have a walnut, it's tanky and powerful. Liu Ji's lips twitched. It was like a talent show. Too many applications, they'd have to take a long-term approach. He closed the application interface and opened the chat window with Li Jun first. Li Jun, brother Liu Ji, upgrading your territory requires at least 1,000 bags of fertilizer. Do you have enough? Fertilizer prices have gone up in the trading post. I still have quite a bit in stock. If you want it, I can hold it for you for 8 silver coins. Liu Ji paused for a moment, then opened the trading platform and took a look. Under the fertilizer category, there are less than 10,000 bags for sale, with the cheapest costing 10 silver coins per bag. Just a few days ago, fertilizer could be bought for 5 or 6 silver coins, but sure enough, once the territory system was introduced, fertilizer prices went up. He thought for a moment and replied to Li Jun. Liu Ji, thank you, brother Li Jun. I do need the fertilizer, but I'll have to settle things in my territory first, and then I'll explain in detail. After sending the message, he opened Yi's Haiqiu's chat window. Yi Zhiqiu, brother Liu Ji, have you finished building your territory? I have 2 epic plants here, I can definitely help out. Are there any spots left? Liu Ji stared at the message for a moment, thinking. Inwoyuki's skills were indeed impressive, but the 2 had only met once. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Bai beside him. White fish. Xiao Baihu, who was squatting to the side, looked up when she heard this. Liu Ji showed her the message. He wants to enter the territory, but I've only encountered him once in the wild. What do you think? Xiao Baihu leaned closer to take a look, tilted his head, and thought for a moment. The other 2 territories are likely full by now. Park Xiao Piao has been recruiting in the regional channel, and Li Jun seems to have a mutual aid group, she analyzed. Both of them dare to directly recruit people they've never met. You've met this person at least once, so, there doesn't seem to be any problem, right? She paused, then added, but we still need to be careful. Liu Ji glanced at her, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed that Bai Yu had indeed grown a lot. He nodded, it was similar to his own thought. So he opened his private messages and replied to Yi's Haiqiu. Liu Ji, ball bro, there's still space on the territory, I've sent you an invitation. The other party replied instantly. Izumi. Yi's Haiqiu, brother Liu Ji is so righteous. I agree right now. A moment later, the figure of Izumi appeared out of thin air next to the tree of wisdom. He stood there stunned for a moment, looked around, and soon spotted Liu Ji and Xiao Baihu standing not far away. Yi's Haiqiu strode over and clasped her hands in a fist salute to Liu Ji. Brother Liu Ji, it's been a long time. Liu Ji smiled. Ball bro, I just saw him the day before yesterday. Inwoyuki paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yes, I just saw you the day before yesterday, but it feels like several days have passed. He turned to look at Xiao Bai beside him, and this is... Xiao Baihu smiled at him. Hello, my name is Xiao Baihu. Yi's Haiqiu looked at her, then at Liu Ji, and seeing that the 2 were standing very close together, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Oh, he drawled, you're my sister-in-law, right? Xiao Baihu's face flushed red instantly. She wanted to say something in rebuttal, but after opening her mouth, she closed it again. Liu Ji paused for a moment, then, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly changed the subject. Ball, why did you choose the northeast position? Inwoiwu turned her head to look in the direction of her wooden house, then turned back. I saw there were already 2 wooden houses in the southwest corner of the map, so I chose the one in the northeast corner. He paused. This will also make it easier to defend against the zombies at the east and north gates. Upon hearing this, Xiao Baihu turned to look at his wooden hut. When he chose this location, he hadn't thought much about it, he'd just instinctively wanted to be next to Liu Ji. Was there really a trick to choosing a location? She lowered her head silently, a little embarrassed. Liu Ji didn't notice her expression, he nodded. That makes sense. Ball Bro's thinking is very thorough. He paused, remembering the message Li Jun had just sent. Right, let's get down to business now. He opened the system panel. Li Jun just told me that upgrading the territory requires over 1,000 units of fertilizer. I want to test how much progress our fertilizer can accelerate. He walked up to the Tree of Wisdom and opened the territory information. Tier 1 territory, tier upgrade progress, 0%. Territory ID, 0002. Lord, Liu Ji. Members, 2/7 invite. Xiao Baihu Yi's Haiqiu. Territory facilities, corn cannon, well. He looked up at the 2 of them. I'll go back and get the fertilizer first, you guys go back and get some too. Xiao Baihu and Yi's Haiqiu nodded simultaneously. The 3 of them walked towards their respective cabins. Liu Ji pushed open the small door of the pumpkin house and went inside. He didn't go to the storage room right away, but instead went to the money tree first. The mythical plant stood quietly in the corner, a golden lucky bag hanging from its lush branches. Liu Ji reached out and picked it. Lucky bags are now open. The first lucky bag transformed into a beam of light and landed in his palm. It is a seed. The shape is a bit odd, like a miniature asparagus. Asparagus fighter seed, epic. Type, seed, aggressive plant. Cooking time, 6 hours. Effect, planting this will grant you an asparagus fighter, which can fly and launch asparagus tips to attack zombies. Note, planting in ordinary planting pits will only allow for low-altitude flight, planting in a rooftop garden is recommended. This time, Liu Ji didn't slack off and carefully examined the instructions. Is there a hanging garden in this game? Is it a feature unlocked when the wooden house is upgraded to a certain level? Or does it require special building blueprints? He scratched his head. Okay, we don't need it right now anyway, let's save it for now. He collected the seeds, turned and walked to the second floor storage room, then took out the fertilizer from the storage room and put it into his backpack. The backpack has 10 compartments, each capable of holding 99 bags, and is now completely full. Before leaving the storage room, he also took out 3 flower pots, sunflower seeds, and sun mushroom seeds. He carried 3 flower pots downstairs and into the yard. Put the 3 flower pots on the ground. Thump. Liu Ji stretched his arms. These flower pots were really heavy, the 3 of them together weighed 60 or 70 pounds. He arranged the flower pots, then walked to planting pits 6, 7, and 8, squatted down, and began burying the mushroom seeds. Then I went to pits 9 and 10 and buried 2 sunflower seeds there. When I get back tonight, I can synthesize another wave of tier 3. He dusted off his hands, turned and walked out of the yard toward the center of the territory. Next to the wisdom tree, Yi's Haiqiu and Xiao Baihu were already there. The 2 men were squatting on either side of the tree pit, pouring fertilizer into it bag by bag. The grayish-brown powder fell softly, absorbed by the tree roots, leaving no trace. Chapter 66. Liu Ji walked over and started pouring into the pit as well. Time passed slowly, and the 3 of them squatted down next to the wisdom tree, silently pouring fertilizer. The scene looked like 3 farmers fertilizing their crops. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Baihu suddenly stopped what he was doing. She looked down at her empty backpack, then at the tree pit. I'm gone. Liu Ji looked up at her. Xiao Baihu stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed. I had accumulated over 100 bags, and I threw them all away. She looked at Liu Ji and Yi's Haiqiu. How many do you have left? Izumi's hands didn't stop moving. I kept 20 bags at home as spares, and brought the rest out, he said as he unloaded them. About 200 bags, I guess. After he finished speaking, he looked up at Liu Ji. Brother Liu Ji, what about you? After Liu Ji finished emptying the bag in his hand, he also stopped. He looked up at the two of them. I took out more than 900 bags. Their eyes widened instantly. Inwoyuki's lips twitched. Over 900 bags. His voice was a little dry. You robbed a fertilizer factory. Liu Ji didn't answer. He simply stood up, opened his backpack, and with a thought. The next second. Splash splash splash. Bags of fertilizer poured out of his backpack and landed beside Liu Ji, piling up into a small mountain in the blink of an eye. That small hill was taller than the wisdom tree saplings, and the grey-brown fertilizer bags were densely stacked together, which looked frightening. Izumi was completely dumbfounded. He slowly turned his head and looked at Liu Ji. You saved all of this. Liu Ji nodded. The zombie horde exploded, and combined with what we had stored up before, that's about it. Xiao Baihu finally came to his senses. She jumped to her feet, her eyes shining brightly. Quickly! Pour it all down together. She ran to the hillside, picked up a bag, and ran towards the tree pit. Izumi also came to her senses and burst into laughter. Okay, let's do it together. The three of them got busy again. As bag after bag of grayish-brown powder fell, the smart tree seedling swayed slightly, as if enjoying this fertilizer feast. 2 hours later. Liu Ji opened the territory information. Tier 1 territory, upgrade progress, 95.6%. He wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at the number. We should still be short about 40 bags. Xiao Baihu plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Worn out. Izumi was also quite tired, but he was still smiling. Almost there, almost there. Just a little more effort. Liu Ji nodded and then opened his backpack. He took out fertilizer from another slot and piled it next to the tree of wisdom. The three of them began another round of moving. Less than 10 minutes later, when the last bag of fertilizer was poured into the tree pit, the wisdom tree finally began to change. The sapling, which was only half a meter tall, began to grow rapidly. The trunk thickened at a visible rate, shooting upwards, branches sprouted one after another, and leaves stretched out, making a rustling sound. The whole process lasted about 10 seconds. Liu Ji raised his head and looked at the tree of wisdom in front of him. It's over 2 meters tall, the trunk is thicker than before, it has several more sturdy branches, and the foliage is much denser. But overall, it still looks like a small tree. He opened the territory information. Tier 1 territory, upgrade progress 100%. Lord, Liu Ji. Members, 2/7 invite. Territory facilities, corn cannon, well. Hint, territory upgrade progress is full. Do you wish to begin the upgrade challenge now? Liu Ji nodded. He looked up at the two of them. It's too late today. How about the three of us get up early tomorrow morning and prepare for the level up challenge? Xiao Baihu thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, the zombies at night have increased health and movement speed. Who knows how many will come to challenge us? Izumi also agreed. That makes sense. It'll be safer to do the night watch during the day tomorrow. Liu Ji nodded, and was about to say something when suddenly. Gurgle. A strange sound came from inside my stomach. The three of them were stunned at the same time. Then Xiao Baihu burst out laughing. Izumi also burst into laughter. Liu Ji touched his stomach somewhat awkwardly. I've been busy all afternoon, so I'm a little hungry. Yi's Haikiu stood up with a smile. Perfect timing, I'm hungry too. He looked at the two of them. Today is the first time the three of us have gathered in the territory. Why don't we have a meal together under the tree of wisdom? Xiao Baihu's eyes lit up. Okay, okay. Liu Ji nodded as well. Okay, I'll go back and get some food. The three of them walked towards their respective cabins. Liu Ji pushed open the courtyard gate. In pit number 3, Brother Melon was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. His round body rose and fell slightly, and the melon vine behind him hung limply with 2 leaves drooping down. He was sleeping so peacefully. Liu Ji tiptoed over, crouched down, and fixed his gaze on what was behind Brother Gua. 2 small, green watermelons were quietly hidden under the leaves. He reached out, slowly extending his hand, and a large hand firmly grasped the small watermelon. With a gentle tug, "It's yours." Then came the second one. Having pocketed the 2 small watermelons, Liu Ji was about to get up when he looked up and met a pair of dark spotted eyes. Brother Gua is awake. It just stared blankly at Liu Ji, its oval face first showing confusion, then shock, and finally. Liu Ji stood there, stunned, still holding the 2 small watermelons in his hand. Brother Gua, let me explain. Brother Melon raised the leaf and looked at him with his teary, black spotted eyes. Liu Ji felt uneasy under its gaze, so he quickly stood up and slipped into the kitchen. He placed the small watermelon on the kitchen counter and then picked up the fruit knife next to it. The moment the knife tip touched the watermelon rind, something magical happened. A white light shone from the cutting board. A few seconds later, a large wooden plate appeared on the cutting board, with a row of triangular watermelon slices neatly arranged on it. Each slice was uniform in size, with red flesh and green rind, making one's mouth water just looking at them. Liu Ji was already used to this. He picked up the plate, turned around, and went out. As he reached the door, he glanced back at the courtyard. Brother Gua was still squatting in the pit, his back to him, looking like he was saying, "I don't want to talk to you." Xiao Baihu was already there, next to the tree of wisdom. 2 plates set before her, filled with neatly arranged chopped peas, emitting a faint, pleasant aroma. Liu Ji walked over and put his plate of watermelon on the ground. Xiao Baihu leaned closer for a look, and her eyes lit up. "Wow! Watermelon!" Liu Ji nodded. The melons from Brother Melon are sweet and delicious. Just as Xiao Baihu was about to say something, Yi's Haikiu arrived. He was holding a plate in his hand, the contents of which were golden and emitted a rich fruity aroma. Liu Ji and Xiao Baihu looked over at the same time. It was a plate of sliced pineapple. Xiao Baihu was stunned. Pineapple? I've never seen this sold in the trading house. Liu Ji had never seen it either. The most common food items in the trading post were just a few: peas, cabbage, corn, cactus meat, and occasionally bananas and dragon fruit would be available, but the prices were prohibitive. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Inokuha found it rather amusing. He walked over with a smile and placed the plate on the ground. "This is the first time I've seen watermelons here." He looked at Liu Ji. Everyone's plant varieties are bound to be different, it's not strange at all. Liu Ji thought about it and realized that it made sense. If Yi's Haikiu could produce a pineapple, it meant he also had a similar plant. Yi's Haikiu sat down cross-legged and pointed to her plate of pineapples. "This is from my plant, it's called a spiral pineapple." He paused, a hint of pride in his voice. Today's zombie horde also owes a debt to it. Liu Ji became interested. "How so?" Yi's Haikiu picked up a piece of pineapple, put it in her mouth, chewed it, swallowed it, and then began to speak. "This thing isn't just edible, it's also incredibly effective against zombies. This morning, my front door was breached, a horde of zombies rushed in, and this spinning pineapple. He gestured. It single-handedly held off over 100 zombies. It spun around like a top, and when the zombies bit it, they lost health and were bounced back. It was the one dealing most of the damage. Xiao Baihu's eyes widened in astonishment. Reflect damage? And it can bounce off. I nod. Yes, so with it around, there won't be any problem guarding the goal. Liu Ji nodded, understanding the situation. He reached out and picked up a piece of pineapple, taking a bite. The sweet and sour juice bursts in your mouth, the flesh is soft and chewy, and it has a rich fruity aroma. Then he picked up a pea. It's cooked through, soft and chewy, with a fragrant aroma and a hint of sweetness, making it perfect as a main dish. Xiao Baihu also picked up a slice of watermelon, took a bite, and her eyes instantly curved into 2 crescent moons. So sweet! The 3 people sat together, eating and chatting. We started talking about fighting zombies today, then moved on to plant species, and from plant species, we talked about our experiences before we came to this world. Yi's Haikiu said he just got married this year and was on his honeymoon when he woke up to find himself in this dump. I don't even know where my wife is, or if she survived. He chewed on a pea, his tone calm, but there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Liu Ji paused for a moment, unsure of what to say. At this moment, Xiao Baihu raised her head, her voice soft. We'll find her. This Misty Forest is so vast, with so many areas. Once we establish contact with people in other areas, we might be able to find out about your wife. Inwoyuki paused for a moment, then smiled. The smile was a little more relaxed than before. Yes, we'll definitely find it. Chapter 67. The next morning, Liu Ji stood on the balcony and took a deep breath of the morning air. The surrounding mist shimmered under the light of the pumpkin lanterns, and the 4th-tier sunflower queen beside him, its 2 black eyes curving into crescent moons, was smiling brightly at him. Liu Ji smiled too. He worked for almost an hour after getting home last night. First, I upgraded the large sunshroom in Pit 1 to Tier 3. Then, I used 18 sunflower seeds to grow 2 Tier 3 sunflowers. Finally, I used these 2 Tier 3 sunflowers, along with the original Tier 3 Queen Sunflower on the 2nd floor, to forcefully push the Sunflower Queen to Tier 4. This Sunflower Queen now produces 6,400 grams of sunlight a day, and Liu Ji finds it more and more pleasing to the eye. Let me calculate, he said, counting on his fingers. 3 seeds make a 2nd-tier seed, 9 seeds make a 3rd-tier seed, to make a 4th-tier seed, you need a total of 27 seeds, and for a 5th-tier seed. As he calculated, the smile on his face froze. He only has 6 seeds left, which is 48 seeds short of reaching level 5. The Sunflower Queen's flower head swayed gently, as if nodding. All right, I'll save up slowly. Liu Ji took a deep breath, comforting himself. Anyway, the zombie horde is over, no rush. He reached out and took the sunlight produced by the Sunflower Queen, then turned and went downstairs. Head towards the large sun mushroom on the left side of the yard. He turned and went downstairs, walking to pit number 1 in the courtyard. The large sun mushroom was squatting in the pit, its cap glowing faintly. It seemed to know it had leveled up and looked to be in a good mood. Achieving success. Gained 800 sun points. Current sunlight level, 11,060. Liu Ji happily opened his personal panel. Player, Liu Ji. ID, CN 10,000,00002. Location, Misty Forest District 9527. Building, Tier 4 Pumpkin House, upgrade requires 11060/5000 sun, upgrade. Assets, 4,467 silver coins. He stared at the upgrade icon and muttered to himself. I wonder what new features the 5th-tier wooden house will unlock, maybe a rooftop garden. Who cares what it is, just get promoted. Liu Ji clicked on the upgrade button. Then I moved 2 steps to the right, finding the best viewing spot next to the sun mushroom, facing the wooden house, and looked up, ready to experience the changes after the upgrade. The next second, his feet slipped, his pupils dilated instantly, and he plummeted straight down. Thump! A large splash erupted on the water's surface, drenching the sunshine mushroom. Before Liu Ji could even yell "Holy crap!" icy liquid surged in from all directions, instantly engulfing him. Help! Glug glug glug! Liu Ji flailed his arms and legs wildly in the water, but couldn't find a foothold. He opened his mouth and gulped down a mouthful of water, which had a faint taste of seaweed, but Liu Ji had no time to savor it. After a while, he finally remembered he could swim. Liu Ji steadied himself, and using both hands and feet, he quickly swam to the surface of the water, his head emerging as he gasped for air. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Pumpkin House successfully upgraded. 2 new planting slots have been added to the garden, and a brand new planting area, water area. Unlocking the water area, could you let me know in advance? He wiped the water from his face, then braced himself with his hands on the ground and strained. He climbed out of the water in no time. He lay on the ground catching his breath for a while, then got up and looked around. The garden had completely changed. The wooden house is still the same pumpkin house, but the 3 rows of 12 neat planting pits in front of the house are now separated by a stone path that leads directly from the house entrance to the courtyard gate. There is a small body of water on each side of the planting pit, just enough to plant a patch of water lilies. Liu Ji looked down at himself. His linen trousers were soaked through and clung tightly to his legs, his upper body was also saturated with water and hung heavily on his body, his linen shoes made a squelching sound with every step. At this moment, Brother Gua turned his head to look at Liu Ji. That expression! He was clearly smiling. Liu Ji felt a tickle in his teeth looking at its gloating expression. Why are you laughing? Upon hearing this, Brother Gua immediately suppressed the corners of his mouth, but the smile in his dark eyes was impossible to hide. Liu Ji didn't bother arguing with it, and instead walked straight to the 2 new planting pits. Unlock planting slot number 11, requires 2,000 silver coins. Unlock planting slot number 12, requires 2,000 silver coins. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the 2,000 silver coin. Thankfully, it seems the cost of unlocking slots will be fixed at 2,000 from now on and won't increase. Liu Ji gritted his teeth and spent 4,000 silver coins to unlock both new pits. Then he looked at his soaking wet clothes. No, I need to change. He turned and went into the wooden hut, then went to the workbench. Machining table, level 4. Welcome to the crafting table. Please select the item you wish to craft. Is it a machining station or a 4-stage one? Okay, I forgot about that. He opened his personal panel and took a look. Processing table, Tier 4, upgrade. Should I spend 4,000 silver coins to upgrade the processing table to level 5? Liu Ji stared at the 4,000, his eyelid twitching. He'd already spent 4,000 on the pit, and now the processing table would cost another 4,000. He checked his silver coin balance. Silver coins, 467. Seeing this, Liu Ji silently closed the panel and stood there thinking for 2.5 seconds. Oh, and the achievement system. He quickly opened the achievement system and scrolled down frantically. First kill of the newspaper reading zombie king, be the first to kill the newspaper reading zombie king. Achieved by Liu Ji. Time of completion, DAY 7:15:49. Reward, 2,000 silver coins. First to reach, Part 4. This is the glory of the first person to reach the 5th tier wooden house. Achieved by Liu Ji. Time of completion, DAY 9:6:53. Reward, 1,000 silver coins. Looking at these 2 achievements, Liu Ji's lips slowly curled into a smile. 3,000 silver coins, here they come. He quickly clicked claim. But a 4,000-ton processing table is still not enough. Liu Ji scratched his head. Suddenly, he remembered that ungrateful woman who had spent 2,500 silver coins to buy his peacock flower seeds. Oh no, that rich woman. He opened his friends list and found Park Xiao Piao's profile picture. I wonder if she's awake yet? Never mind, I'll send a message to test the waters first. Liu Ji, little Piao, are you there? I have a few things here, I don't know if you'd be interested. After sending the message, he stared at the screen, waiting for a reply. Chapter 68. Just when Liu Ji thought the other person was still asleep, a message popped up. Park Xiao Piao, yes. What good stuff does boss Liu Ji have this time? Liu Ji looked at the message, then headed towards the storage room, his mind racing. What should I give them? If it's something too ordinary, they definitely won't like it. Liu Ji took out all the seeds from the storage room, and his gaze finally fell on one seed. Tall nut wall seed, epic. This was just yesterday when the zombie horde broke out, but he has already upgraded to a level 5 wooden house, so defensive plants are completely useless against him. Besides, those ordinary nut wall seeds alone are enough to build a tier 3 structure, plus the usse ball also has a rotating pineapple, which is both durable and powerful. Well, I guess I'll just keep it anyway, might as well exchange it for cash. After understanding the situation, Liu Ji tidied up the pile of seeds a bit more, taking out a few of each of the following: cabbage pitcher, corn pitcher, pea shooter, street lamp flower seeds, and aloe vera doctor seeds, rare. Except for the corn pitcher who was to be kept as cannonballs, all the others were sent to Park Xiao Piao. Liu Ji, sharing tall nut wall seed, epic. Liu Ji, sharing cabbage pitcher seed x6. Liu Ji, sharing pea shooter seeds times 6. Liu Ji, sharing street lamp flower seeds times 19. Liu Ji, sharing aloe vera doctor seeds, rare, times 1. After sending the message, he stared at the screen, waiting for a reply. Park Xiao Piao. Park So Piao, so many seeds. Park Xiao Piao, I want the tall nut wall seeds. And these 6 cabbage pitcher seeds too. Park Xiao Piao, how about 4,500 in total? Liu Ji looked at the 4,500 and quickly did some mental calculations. Last time, I sold 2,500 champaya seeds because they are invasive plants, and their price is inherently high. In the trading post, a regular walnut seed costs less than 200 silver coins, and even an epic one, which costs 10 times that, only costs around 2,000. Cabbage pitcher seeds, around 300 each, no more than 400. 6 seeds would be 2,000. That's 4,000 in total. Is this considered a premium due to the difficulty in acquiring epic plants? Liu Ji stroked his chin, then sent the message. Liu Ji, deal. The other party replied instantly. Park Xiao Piao initiates a transaction with you. Liu Ji placed the seeds on the screen and clicked confirm. Transaction successful. Received, 5,000 silver coins. Current silver coins, 7,967. Liu Ji stared at his bank balance, his little bit of smugness written all over his face. I thought I'd have to tighten my belt, but after this round of transactions, I still have 8,000 left in my pocket. What a fat sheep! No, what a big shot like Park Su Piao. In high spirits, he turned and went downstairs to the workbench, his steps even lighter. Liu Ji stood in front of the processing table and opened his personal panel. Should I spend 4,000 silver coins to upgrade the processing table to level 5? Whether? Liu Ji nodded yes. The next second, the processing table started to light up. When the light faded, the workbench panel had changed. He clicked on the weapons category and began looking at them one by one. P submachine gun. Requires dual shooter seeds, 500 silver coins. Ammo capacity 35, 3 shots per second. Corn sticky gun. Requires corn pitcher seed, 500 silver coins. Ammo capacity, 5 immobilizes zombies upon hitting them. Pepper flamethrower. Requires chili pepper seeds, 1000 silver coins. Can breathe fire, causing area of effect burns. Abbreviation. Judging from the crafting materials, these are all equipment unlocked from Tier 3 or Tier 4 crafting tables. He continued sliding down, and then noticed something bright yellow. It looks fluffy, curved and upturned, with a forked tail, just like a lightning bolt-shaped tail. Electric velvet tail. Type: equipment. Effect: when equipped, a lightning tail grows behind the user, capable of actively firing chains of lightning to attack targets, dealing 50% reduced damage to 3 enemies around the target. 1 lightning bolt is stored every 10 minutes, up to a maximum of 5. Materials required for crafting: lightning reed seed, epic, ×1, silver coins ×2000. Liu Ji stared at the tail, stunned for several seconds. Then he spoke. Wow, Pikachu! He imagined himself with a yellow tail curled up behind him, the tip of which flashed and sparkled with electricity. The scene was too beautiful, I dared not think any further. Liu Ji quickly scrolled down, there were a few more items, but he had never even heard of the seeds he needed. He scrolled back to the top of the page and clicked on the armor category. The first thing I noticed was something hanging in the middle of the screen. A necklace with a small pumpkin pendant, the same color as his pumpkin house, looks pleasing to the eye. Pumpkin amulet. Type: equipment. Effect: when worn, a semi-transparent pumpkin shield will appear around the wearer when attacked, blocking 2000 damage. The pumpkin amulet will slowly regenerate its durability during peaceful periods. Materials required for crafting: pumpkin seed, epic, ×1, silver coins ×2000. Liu Ji stared at the instruction manual, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. This thing, isn't it just his pumpkin house skill? It's a pity he's never even seen a pumpkin seed cover before. Liu Ji slid down a bit more to make sure there were no other fish that had slipped through the net before slid back to the top. Cotton robe. Type: equipment. Effect: provides protection against cold, increases defense. Note: don't let its unassuming appearance fool you, it can withstand attacks from most level 1 plants and zombies. Materials required for crafting: cotton, rare, ×1, jute leaves ×2, silver coins ×200. Liu Ji stared at the clothes, his eyes practically glued to them. Can withstand attacks? Does that mean that if we encounter ordinary zombies in the future, we can just stand there and let them bite us without them even getting a scratch? Wait! He suddenly remembered something and touched his head. His clothes didn't cover his head. And this plant attacks the player, will a health bar appear above the player's head? Probably not. Otherwise, that silly kid Xiao Bai would have been smashed to death by my melon brother long ago. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. This cotton robe looks much more luxurious than the linen suit. Liu Ji opened the trading platform and searched for cotton. Search results: 41. Cotton X1 price: 120 silver coins. Seller: Wang Shun. Cotton X1 price: 145 silver coins. Seller: Su Yueli. Without hesitation, Liu Ji bought the cheapest cotton. After getting the cotton, he also bought 2 pieces of jute leaves. With all the materials prepared, he clicked the crafting button for the cotton robe. Then a pale yellow light flashed, and a neatly folded robe appeared on the workbench. Liu Ji picked it up and unfolded it. It was a long robe, grayish-brown, made of a fabric much finer than linen, soft to the touch, with a slightly cotton-like texture. The style was somewhat like that worn by peasants during the Tang and Song dynasties, with a matching cloth belt tied around the waist. He quickly took off his still-drip linen suit and draped the cotton robe over himself. Surprisingly, it fits quite well. The robe hem reached his calves, and the belt around his waist made him look much more energetic. Chapter 69. Liu Ji walked to the door and pushed open the pumpkin door. Brother Gua was still tilting his head, staring intently at the newly appeared body of water. His two black dots stared unblinkingly, seemingly very interested in the place. Hearing the door open, it turned its head, and when it saw Liu Ji, its eyes seemed to glaze over for a moment, as if it had just woken up and hadn't reacted yet. Then it looked Liu Ji up and down, finally settling on his grey-brown cotton robe. That expression clearly said, "What are you wearing?" Liu Ji squatted down and placed his hand on its round head. "Brother Gua," he said, "Brother Ji will make it up to you today and show you around the territory." He raised his hand, activated the dragon bone ring, and purple light fell on Brother Gua. Brother Gua, naturally familiar with the route, jumped straight out of the pit, then hopped to the side of the water, tilting his head to look down. Its round figure was reflected on the water's surface. It seemed to recognize itself and stretched out a leaf to touch the melon brother in the water. But when it touched it, the reflection shattered, and it stood there, looking confused. Liu Ji was both amused and exasperated. All right, he waved to Brother Melon, "Let's go, time to get down to business." Stepping out of the courtyard gate, Liu Ji subconsciously glanced in the direction of Xiao Baihu's wooden house. Then a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Xiao Baihu's wooden house has been transformed into a two-story building. "This girl," he murmured, "she's risen pretty quickly." He recalled the plants in Xiao Baihu's yard that produced sunlight, only the third-tier sunflower and the third-tier sunflower. It seems she must have hidden a sunflower in her house, otherwise the two in the yard alone wouldn't be enough. Thinking this, Liu Ji turned in that direction. As he approached, he saw Xiao Baihu squatting in the yard, holding a bamboo tube and pouring water into a planting pit. He was very serious in his movements, very focused in his expression, and even muttering to himself. "Drink your fill, grow tall." Liu Ji stood at the courtyard gate, completely dumbfounded. Then he spoke. "Xiao Baihu, what are you doing?" Xiao Baihu was so startled that his hand trembled, and half of the water in the bamboo tube spilled out. She turned her head sharply, and only after recognizing Liu Ji did she pat her chest and breathe a sigh of relief. "Boss Liu Ji! You scared me to death." Liu Ji pointed to the bamboo tube in her hand, and then to the planting pit. "What are you doing?" Xiao Baihu looked down at the bamboo tube in her hand, then looked up at him, her expression completely matter-of-fact. "Water it." Liu Ji was stunned. "Watering?" Xiao Baihu nodded. "Yes, don't all plants need watering? I used to grow pennywort, and it wilted if I didn't water it for 3 days." Liu Ji was silent for 2 seconds, looking at Xiao Baihu with an indescribable expression. It was like he was looking at an idiot. Then he took a deep breath. "Xiao Baihu. The plants in the planting pits in this world don't seem to need watering." Xiao Baihu froze, blinking as if she hadn't understood the meaning of those words. "No. You don't need it." Liu Ji shook his head. "I've never watered the plants." Xiao Baihu paused for a moment, then began to recall. "It seems there really isn't one. So what about his plants?" At their first meeting, Liu Ji's watermelon plant was full of life. Then she subconsciously looked behind Liu Ji. The watermelon pitcher was squatting there, tilting his head to look at her, the watermelon vines behind him still sticking up high. Xiao Baihu's expression gradually froze. "Then all my watering these past few days, hasn't it all been for nothing?" Liu Ji almost couldn't help but laugh when he saw her looking like the sky had fallen. Xiao Baihu has already started counting on his fingers. At least 5 bamboo tubes need to be watered a day, and each tube costs 40 silver coins, that's 200 a day, no, sometimes they water at night too, so at least 300 a day, that would be. She spoke faster and faster, becoming increasingly angry. I can't figure it out. She looked up, her eyes red-rimmed. Liu Ji finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Xiao Baihu glared at him. You're still laughing. Enraged, Xiao Baihu threw the bamboo tube to the ground with considerable force. The tube rolled twice, spilling half of the water inside. She stared at the puddle of water, growing angrier with each glance. Finally, she squatted down and buried her face in her hands. Seeing her like that, Liu Ji really couldn't bear to tease her anymore. All right, he said, the water's already been poured, and we can't take it back. Hurry up and get ready to find Brother Kaihuzi, we need to prepare for the level up challenge. Xiao Baihu responded with a muffled hum to Liu Ji's words, but remained squatting motionless, like a rooted mushroom. Liu Ji waited for a while. Still nothing. Xiao Baihu. I'm taking it slow. Liu Ji was both amused and exasperated. What's the rush? If we wait any longer, it'll be dark already. It's just watering for a few days, it's not a big deal. Xiao Baihu looked up at him, her whole demeanor exuding a sense of utter despair and hopelessness. Finally, she lowered her hand and slowly stood up. Then she turned around and walked step by step into the house. When he came out of the house, he was carrying a pea-shooter submachine gun. The gun was longer than a regular pea-shooter pistol and darker in color, making it look menacing. Let's go, crying face. As she spoke, she raised the gun, and the moment her finger touched the trigger, her eyes changed completely. The next second, she pulled the trigger on a tree in the distance. Da-da-da-da. After firing a burst, she put down her gun and let out a long sigh. She seems less listless now? But it only got a little better. Liu Ji looked at her and remained silent for 2 seconds. Have you vented? Xiao Baihu nodded, then shook his head. He then put the gun back in his backpack and pulled Liu Ji towards the center of the territory. The wisdom tree remains the same, over 2 meters tall, with lush branches and leaves. Inwoyuki was currently lying prone under the tree, supporting herself on her right index finger, her entire body taut in a straight line, doing one finger push ups. Liu Ji and Xiao Baihu also stopped in their tracks. The two watched as the ball went up and down, doing more than 20 of them in one go, then they stopped, stood up, and dusted off their fingers. He turned his head, saw the two of them, and grinned. They're here. Chapter 70. Liu Ji glanced at his index finger, then at his nonchalant demeanor, and remained silent for 2 seconds. Do you do this every morning? I nod. It's just a warm-up, I'm used to it. By the way, brother Liu Ji, I was thinking of asking you yesterday, why is your wooden house 2 stories? Or is it made of pumpkins? Before Liu Ji could answer, Xiao Baihu's ears perked up. She was clearly a little curious too. Liu Ji scratched his head. These are the house blueprints, dropped by zombies. He paused. They have an extra bonus, mine has double durability. Inoki's eyes widened. Double the durability? There's such a great item? Liu Ji nodded. Legendary, it's called the Pumpkin House Blueprint. Izumi stared at the orange-yellow double-layered pumpkin for a while, then fell silent. Seeing his expression, Liu Ji quickly added a sentence. It's okay, I'll definitely get one for both of you when I have the chance. Yi's Haikyo looked up, smiled at him, and then turned to look at Xiao Baihu's 2-story wooden house. You two are both at level 4, right? Xiao Baihu nodded. Yes, I was just promoted this morning. Izumi took a deep breath. I'm only at level 3. He paused, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Luckily, I'll be able to advance to level 4 by tomorrow, otherwise I'd really be holding you two back. Liu Ji opened his mouth as if to say something, but then closed it again. Seeing his expression, Inwoyuki was taken aback. What's wrong? Liu Ji scratched his head. That. He paused. Actually, I advanced 5 levels this morning. Invoyoki's expression froze. He just stared at Liu Ji, his eyes unblinking, as if he had been frozen in place, and it took him a while to come to his senses. Brother Liu Ji. Are you even human? Liu Ji was taken aback by his question, then laughed. Ball bro, this isn't something I can control. Yi Zhiqiu waved her hand. Alright, I accept. He looked at the two of them. From now on, I'll be relying on you two to carry me. Xiao Baihu nodded vigorously beside him. No problem. Leave it to me. Liu Ji glanced at her. This girl, who was furious about watering the plants just now, is quite confident now. He opened the Lord's panel. Territory Upgrade Challenge. Current advancement progress, 100%. Start the rank up challenge. Liu Ji looked at the two of them. Are you ready? Xiao Baihu nodded gently. Inoki stretched her wrists and nodded. Bring it on. Liu Ji took a deep breath and nodded. The Ascension Challenge is now open. Location of this advancement challenge, West Gate of the territory. The words had barely left his mouth. Boom 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 boom. The ground beneath my feet began to shake. The tremors grew more and more intense, as if something was rising from the ground. The three looked at the location indicator that appeared, exchanged a glance, and then ran towards the West Gate at the same time. When they reached the West Gate, all three of them stopped in their tracks. Outside the West Gate, the once empty open space is now densely covered with tombstones. They were arranged in neat rows, stretching into the depths of the fog, with no end in sight. Liu Ji roughly counted them. There were at least 5 or 6 rows within his line of sight. Each row had 6 tombstones, arranged neatly from left to right. Xiao Baihu swallowed hard. How many are there? Before Liu Ji could answer, the tombstones moved. Bang! The leftmost tombstone in the first row exploded, and a grey-green hand reached out from the ground. Bang! Immediately following the second one. Bang! 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 The explosions were deafening, each tombstone bursting open at the same time, and each zombie crawling out of the ground simultaneously. The scene was too orderly, so orderly it was eerily so. Liu Ji felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the rows of zombies that popped their heads out at the same time. He stared intently, making out the arrangement of each row of tombstones. From left to right, they are mini, regular, roadblock, iron bucket, newspaper reading zombie, and then Liu Ji's gaze falls on the rightmost tombstone in each row. The 6th tombstone is empty. No zombies have crawled out. Liu Ji was taken aback. Why is the 6th one empty? Izumi noticed it too. Could it be that it's not time yet? But the three of them didn't have time to think about it, because the group of zombies had already started moving towards the gate, less than 10 meters away. Ball bro, you're in charge of the left 2 columns, mini zombies and regular zombies. Yi Zhiqiu nodded, calmly took out a flower pot and a seed from her backpack, and placed them on the ground. Planting, fertilizing the movements were fluid and effortless. In just a few seconds, a double shooter sprouted from the ground, its 2 leaves twitched, and the peas in its mouth began to spray out, poof 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 as it greeted the group of mini zombies outside the door. Immediately afterwards, they saw Yi Zhiqiu pull out a pea pistol from her backpack, take 2 steps back, stand next to the dual wielder, and raise it to fire. Liu Ji's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Temporarily planting plants? Is that even possible? But he didn't have time to be surprised, he turned to look at Xiao Baihu. Whitefish, you're in charge of the newspaper reading zombie on the far right. Then he noticed that Xiao Baihu was staring at the group of zombies with an odd look in his eyes. She was still muttering to herself. 2005, 2005, 2005. Liu Ji heard it clearly. She was muttering about the 2,500 silver coins she had lost by watering the plants. White fish. Xiao Baihu ignored him and continued to stare at the group of zombies, which were getting closer and closer. The next second, she pulled out a pea shooter from her backpack and held it in her left and right hands. Liu Ji glanced at it, and his eyelid twitched. Good heavens! This silly girl made so many weapons? He withdrew his gaze and pulled out 2 pea pistols from his backpack. They had just been upgraded to level 4 last night, each pea shot dealing 200 damage, much more powerful than before. The three stood side by side, their guns pointed at the horde of zombies outside the door. Just then, the barrel zombie at the front suddenly stopped about 4 or 6 meters from the gate. It pulled a red flag out from behind it. Liu Ji's pupils dilated instantly. The flag was held high, and it had a design on it. Brain. Immediately afterwards, the barrel zombie's body began to swell. Originally around 1.6 meters tall, he has visibly grown taller. When it finally stopped, it had grown to over 2 meters tall, looking down at the three like a small giant. Liu Ji quickly used the system to identify the flag. Abyss banner, rare. Type, equipment. Effect, inflicts disarm and immobilize on the wearer, rendering them unable to attack or move, but increases the wearer's health by 500%, and increases the attack speed and movement speed of zombies within a 10-meter radius by 20%. After reading it, Liu Ji felt a jolt of fear. 500% health, surrounding zombies accelerate. He looked at Ximen. The zombies were about to charge forward, and with the battle flag's enhancement, their movements became noticeably faster, emitting more rapid hoarse sounds. We must focus our fire on that buck-theed zombie first. Liu Ji raised 2 pea pistols and aimed at the giant barrel zombie through the gaps in the railings and gate. Bang! The first shot hit. Bucket zombie, battle banner 2800/3000. Liu Ji was secretly pleased. Thankfully, he only had 3000 health points. He continued firing, but all his subsequent bullets were blocked by the bodies of the zombies that caught up from behind. The roadblock zombies and newspaper-reading zombies lined up one after another, blocking the bucket zombie and taking the bullets for it with their own bodies. Liu Ji gritted his teeth. He raised his gun and aimed at the head that was sticking out from above the barrel zombie. Bang! Bang! 2 peas were fired, and the metal bucket fell to the ground with a loud thud. Liu Ji's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity to fire several shots. Bang! 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 Bucket zombie, battle banner 1800/3000. All 6 shots hit. Liu Ji continued firing, but then he saw the buck-theed zombie do something he would never forget for the rest of his life. It stretched out its hands, grabbed a roadblock zombie to the side, and pulled it up. Then, he lifted the roadblock zombie up and held it in front of his head. Liu Ji stared at the roadblock zombie being used as a shield, his mind blank. Good heavens! Has he become intelligent? Restraint means you can't move your legs, but it didn't say you can't use your hands, right? He gritted his teeth and tried to change the angle of his gun. Bang! 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 More than a dozen bullets were fired, but only the buck-theed zombie was hit twice. No matter which direction you aimed from, the buck-theed zombie could always grab a nearby zombie to block most of the damage. By this time, the other zombies had already rushed to the gate and were tearing at it rapidly. Liu Ji glanced at the gate's durability. Territory West Gate, 4510/5000. Nearly 500 have fallen. This won't do, the gate can't hold up at this rate. Just then. Da-da-da-da. A dense burst of peas shot out from Liu Ji's right side. The gunshots were like a torrential downpour hitting sheet metal, sending chills down one's spine. Liu Ji turned his head and saw Xiao Baihu holding 2 pea-shaped submachine guns, firing them simultaneously. She stood there, muzzle flashes from both guns, bullets pouring out as if they were free. The target is the head of that buck-theed zombie. 7 or 8 Ps hit almost simultaneously. The roadblock zombie, which had just been lifted up, was riddled with holes without even making a sound, and its corpse disappeared from the buck-theed zombie's grasp. Liu Ji was stunned for a moment. Before he could speak, he saw 2 submachine guns with empty magazines lying at Xiao Baihu's feet. But she didn't stop, she pulled another gun directly from her backpack. It was yellow, a size larger than a pea shooter, and the muzzle was as thick as a corn cob. Xiao Baihu raised the gun, aimed at the barrel zombie, his eyes fierce. Go to hell! Pull the trigger! Bang! A pat of creamy yellow butter flew out and hit the buck-theed zombie squarely on the head. Then, something magical happened. The buck-theed zombie seemed to have been paused, its raised hand remained frozen in mid-air, motionless. Liu Ji's eyes widened. A corn-sticky gun. He immediately seized the opportunity, raised his 2 pistols, aimed them at the immobilized buck-theed zombie, and frantically pulled the triggers. Bang! 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 They and Xiao Baihu never stopped firing, and the iron bucket zombie's health bar was reduced to 0. It then fell straight down, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Bucket zombie, battle banner 0/3000. As it fell, the surrounding zombies slowed down a bit. The battle flag's speed boost effect disappeared. He withdrew his gaze and continued dealing with the remaining zombies. The 2 pistols were quickly emptied of bullets. Liu Ji stuffed the guns into his backpack, then took out the brown feather longbow. Draw the bow, gather your strength. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Let go. A brown arrow of light shot out, piercing through 2 zombies huddled together, stringing them together and pinning them to the ground. After shooting 1 arrow, he drew his bow again. Xiao Baihu wasn't idle either. Her submachine gun, which had just fired a few rounds of pea shots, started firing again. While firing, she took a moment to pull out 2 mini cherry bombs from her backpack and casually tossed them into the horde of zombies. With 2 loud booms, flames exploded, and several zombies that had just squeezed to the doorway were sent flying. Yi's Haikyuu, on the other hand, was relaxed. Holding his pea-shooting gun, he calmly took down the zombies one by one. The 2 rows of zombies on the left were as fragile as paper, falling down as soon as they were touched. The 3 worked together more and more seamlessly, and the number of zombies outside the door decreased at a visible rate. Liu Ji glanced at the gate's durability again. Territory West Gate, 3340/5000. Nearly 2,000 casualties have been suffered. But the zombies are almost gone. Just as he was about to shoot another arrow, he suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Where's Brother Gua? Did he go off to slack off? He turned his head sharply and scanned his surroundings. No. He looked into the distance again. Then he saw it. In the direction of Xiao Baihu's wooden house, a round, green figure was squatting there. Brother Gua was currently facing the direction of Xiao Baihu's house, his melon vines swung wildly behind him, sending watermelons flying one after another. That direction, is it near Xiao Baihu's house? Liu Ji's heart skipped a beat. Not good. He shouted and turned to run in that direction. Xiao Baihu was startled by his shout, but seeing the direction he ran, she quickly followed. Yi's Haikyuu stayed at the door to clear out the remaining zombies. The 2 ran all the way to Xiao Baihu's house. Then they discovered that there were 20 or 30 specks of loot scattered on the ground, as well as several corpses that had not yet dissipated. The corpses were peculiarly shaped. They had miners' helmets on their heads and were holding broken shovels in their hands, as if they had just crawled out of the ground. Brother Melon squatted to the side, its 2 leaves on its hips, the vine behind it sticking up high, its melon face full of smugness, as if to say, how about that? I'm awesome, aren't I? Liu Ji stared at the corpses and quickly realized what was happening. Miner zombies. This thing can burrow underground, bypass territory gates, and directly attack the nearest house. If it weren't for Brother Gua guarding the place, Xiao Baihu's garden would probably have been destroyed. Liu Ji slowly turned his head and looked at Brother Gua. Brother Gua also looked up at him, his two black eyes blinking rapidly, his expression clearly saying, "Praise me, praise me." Liu Ji walked over, squatted down, and reached out to rub its head. "I misunderstood you, Brother Melon," he said. "You're a fine young man." Brother Melon squinted as he rubbed his eyes, and the melon vine swayed even more enthusiastically. Xiao Baihu looked at this scene, then at the still present minor zombie corpses on the ground, and only then did he realize what was happening. They want to steal from my house." At that moment, Inwoyuki also arrived. "The minor zombie is lurking underground, flanking us." He glanced at Xiao Baihu's yard. "If it weren't for the cattails and watermelon throwers dealing high damage, your house would probably be gone by now." Xiao Baihu's face paled. She looked at Brother Gua, her eyes filled with gratitude. "It's all thanks to little watermelon." When Brother Gua heard her voice, he lifted his head from Liu Ji's hand and waved a leaf at her. Then it suddenly remembered something, raised the leaf again, and covered its face. Xiao Baihu burst out laughing. It blushed again. Chapter 71. "All right, go collect the loot, but make sure no one steals it." The three men and the melon quickly returned to the west gate, where the open space outside was covered with their spoils. Looking at the specks of light scattered on the ground, Liu Ji was in a great mood. "Let's collect them." Seeing this, Brother Gua also joined in the fun, using his leaves to dab at the light spots on the ground, picking one up and handing it to Liu Ji. The two black dots had bright, sparkling eyes. Liu Ji was left both amused and exasperated. All right, go play by yourself, you don't need to pick it up for me." Brother Gua tilted its head, and the next second it really turned around and hopped back to its territory. After picking things up for about 5 minutes, the ground was finally cleared. The three of them reunited under the Tree of Wisdom, then opened their backpacks and took their items out one by one. "Let's start dividing the spoils. Let's do some statistics first. Dual Launcher Seed, Rare, ×1. Dragon Fruit Seed, Rare, ×1. Sunflower Seeds x7. Sunshroom Seeds x3. Pea Shooter Seeds x2. Corn Pitcher Seed x1. More than 100 zombies dropped more than 30 seeds. Xiao Baihu stood by, examining the spoils of war, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. "So much." Izumi smiled too. "This investment has earned me more than I could have made in 2 days by myself." Liu Ji nodded and began distributing the tasks. "Give me sunflower seeds, is that all right?" He looked at the two of them. "My sunflowers need to be upgraded to level 5, and there's a significant shortage of them." Yi Zhiqiu waved her hand. "Of course, you're our key player, so you'll definitely get priority." Xiao Baihu nodded, recalling Liu Ji's sunflower draped in a cape. Yes, you take it, you take it." Liu Ji put the 7 sunflower seeds into his backpack, then looked at the rest of the items. 3 sunshroom seeds, 1 double shooter seed, 2 pea shooter seeds. He pushed these towards Yuzhaiqiu, "These are for Kyuzaji." Inwoyuki paused for a moment. "Give me." Liu Ji nodded. "You have a lot of peas in your yard, you can save these for later crafting." He paused. "Plant some sun-gathering mushrooms, they'll produce a lot of sunlight every day. You need to hurry up and catch up on your cabin's progress." Inwoyu looked at the seeds in front of her and remained silent for 2 seconds. Then he smiled, as generous as ever. "All right, then I won't stand on ceremony." He put the seeds into his backpack. Seeing this, Xiao Baihu's smile slowly faded. She glanced at the seeds in Yuzhaiqiu's hand, and her lips slowly pouted. Liu Ji noticed her expression. "What's wrong?" Xiao Baihu pouted. "I gave you the sunflower seeds, and the sun mushroom seeds to Brother Chu. She muttered softly, "What about me?" Xiao Baihu continued to mutter, becoming more and more aggrieved. Sunflower and sunshroom seeds are scarce right now, everyone's scrambling to upgrade them, you can't buy them at the trading post. Liu Ji almost couldn't help but laugh when he saw her like that. Xiao Baihu was all murderous when he was fighting zombies, but now he looks all wronged. His mood changes faster than turning the pages of a book. He coughed and pulled several things out of the ground. What's the rush? There's still some left. Liu Ji pushed these things in front of her. Here are some dragon fruit seeds. They can be used to attack plants and produce dragon fruit, they'll definitely taste delicious. Upon hearing the word delicious, Xiao Baihu's eyes lit up instantly. Seeing her greedy look, Liu Ji waved his hand in front of her face and then pointed to the remaining pile of seeds. You still have about a dozen of the remaining street light shrubs, nut walls, corn pitchers, and water lilies. You can sell them for money. Xiao Baihu was happily imagining the taste of dragon fruit when she heard this, and her expression instantly froze. Sold, sold. Liu Ji nodded and started counting on his fingers to calculate the accounts for her. Street light flowers are 50 silver coins each at the trading post, walnuts are cheaper, but corn cob cannons can sell for 300 to 400, water lilies. He stopped abruptly at this point. Xiao Baihu was listening intently when he saw him stop, and blinked. What's wrong with the water lilies? Liu Ji didn't speak, staring at the water lily seed in his hand and thinking for a while. Then he looked up. Water lilies are not for sale. Xiao Baihu was taken aback. Hey? Why? Liu Ji held the seed up and waved it in the sunlight. Do you know what unlocks in the Tier 5 wooden house? Xiao Baihu thought for a moment, then scratched his head. By the way, I haven't had a chance to ask about your advancement to the 5th rank yet. Liu Ji almost choked. Tier 5 unlocked water area. Xiao Baihu blinked, seemingly not quite understanding. Suddenly, Yi's Haiqiu, who was standing nearby, let out an "oh." Liu Ji glanced at him. Chu Zige reacted quickly. He continued to explain to Xiao Baihu. Think about it, out of more than 3,000 people in the entire district, how many live in a 5-story wooden house? Xiao Baihu looked at him. Just you. That's right. Liu Ji smiled, so the other players are still. Xiao Baihu's eyes slowly widened. You mean? Liu Ji pointed to the water lily seeds. Other players don't know that Tier 5 unlocks water features yet. By the time they reach Tier 5 and discover they need water lilies. He paused, then smiled like a fox. There are no more water lilies in the trading house. Xiao Baihu thought for a moment, then her expression changed from blank to shocked, and then to he. She started laughing again. Yi's Haiqiu watched from the side, unable to help but shake her head. Why do you smile like an idiot whenever you hear about making money? Xiao Baihu glared at him, but couldn't suppress the smile on her face. I'd love to. She looked down at the water lily seed in her hand, her eyes practically sparkling. So what I need to do now is sell the street lamp flowers, nut walls, and corn pitchers, and then buy up all the cheap water lily seeds in the trading house. Liu Ji couldn't help but laugh at her greedy look. All right, stop sitting there like an idiot, get to work. While water lilies are cheap now, buy as many as you can. Xiao Baihu stood up abruptly and put his right hand on his forehead. Yes, sir. Then she stuffed the pile of seeds into her backpack, turned around, and ran back. He ran a couple of steps, then stopped, turned back to look at Liu Ji, and gave him an even more crooked salute. Mission accomplished. Liu Ji was amused by her action. All right, let's go. Yi's Haiqiu watched her retreating figure, then glanced at Liu Ji. Was she like this before? Liu Ji thought for a moment. Almost. Inwoyuki remained silent for 2 seconds. It's quite fun. Liu Ji nodded. It's quite fun. Chapter 72. The two sat down again, waiting for Xiao Baiyu to return. Brother Gua squatted down beside him, scratching his head with a leaf, completely bewildered by what had just happened. Not long after, Xiao Baiyu returned. She squatted down in front of the two of them, panting, her face flushed and her eyes surprisingly bright. Reporting, sir. Mission accomplished. Liu Ji raised an eyebrow. So fast. Xiao Baiyu chuckled foolishly twice, then sat down next to Liu Ji. Those seeds sold out in less than 2 minutes. I was amazed. As she spoke, she took things out of her backpack, then I started buying water lilies. One by one, water lily seeds began to appear on the ground. After taking out the last one, Xiao Baiyu looked up, his face showing the smugness of someone who had accomplished something great. 83 seeds in total. It cost over 2,000 silver coins. Besides what I earned from selling seeds, I spent all my own silver coins. Liu Ji squatted down, picked up a seed, and examined it. Sure, that works out to about 20 silver coins per coin. Xiao Baiyu chuckled and carefully put the seeds back into his backpack one by one, as if they were some kind of treasure. After she finished collecting them, she clapped her hands, completely satisfied. The few water lilies left in the market are all priced at 80 or 100 or more, so I didn't buy them. Liu Ji nodded. Well done, there wasn't much profit margin left at that price. At this moment, Liu Ji suddenly remembered something, turned to look at Xiao Baiyu, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. By the way, you little money grubber. Xiao Baiyu looked up at him. Liu Ji smiled innocently. You've spent all your silver coins? What are you going to use to buy bamboo tubes to water the plants tonight? Xiao Baiyu's expression froze. She just stared at Liu Ji, her eyes widening little by little. Bamboo tubes? Watering? Silver coins? You dare mention this to me? Liu Ji. Xiao Baiyu let out a roar and pounced on Liu Ji, raising his fist to punch him. The fist was about to hit Liu Ji. Bang! A muffled thud. Xiao Baiyu's fist seemed to have struck an invisible wall, stopping abruptly just 2 centimeters in front of Liu Ji's shoulder, unable to advance any further. She was stunned. Ah! Xiao Baiyu cried out in pain and quickly pulled her hand back, hugging it to her chest. She looked down and saw that her knuckles were already turning red. Liu Ji laughed even louder when he saw her like that. Xiao Baiyu was both angry and anxious, her eyes almost red. What is this? My hand hurts so much. Liu Ji pointed in the direction of the wisdom tree. Stop the war. Xiao Baiyu paused for a moment, then remembered the territory effect prevents members from attacking each other. Xiao Baiyu was both angry and anxious, her eyes almost red. What are you laughing at? Stop laughing. Liu Ji didn't listen at all and laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight. You attacked an invisible wall, so who can you blame for getting damaged in return? Xiao Baiyu pouted, hugged her hands, and glared at him with a wronged expression. It's all your fault. Seeing her expression, Liu Ji finally stopped laughing, but the corners of his eyes were still curved. Okay, it won't hurt in a bit. Xiao Baiyu didn't believe it, so he blew on it twice more, and then carefully moved his fingers. It's definitely a bit better. She looked up, glared at Liu Ji, and muttered something under her breath. I won't hit you next time. Liu Ji raised an eyebrow. Then who should we hit? Xiao Baiyu thought for a moment, then his gaze fell on Yi's Haikyu, who was watching the show from the side. The smile on Nwoyoki's face froze instantly. Don't look at me like that, I didn't do anything to you. He had just finished speaking when he suddenly touched his chin. Wait, the territory has a pacification effect, does that mean? He looked at Liu Ji, his expression becoming more serious. Is there absolutely no way for members of the territory to communicate with each other? Upon hearing this, Xiao Baiyu lowered her head thoughtfully, staring at her hand, which was still slightly red. Unable to make contact? The next moment, a thought struck her. He reached out and took Liu Ji's hand, which was resting on his knee. Liu Ji's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked down at the hand that was being held, then looked up at Xiao Baiyu, and froze on the spot. Xiao Baiyu was also stunned. She looked down at the hand she was holding Liu Ji's, then gently squeezed it. It was soft and warm. Time seemed to stand still for 2 seconds. Then Xiao Baiyu's face suddenly turned red as a ripe tomato. She abruptly let go of her hand, stood up, took 2 steps back, and almost tripped over her own foot. It's not, it's just. She pointed to Liu Ji's hand that had been held, stammering, unsure of what to do with her own hands, and finally could only cover her burning face. What am I doing? A soft chuckle came from the side. They both looked over at the same time. Inwoyuki sat there, resting her chin on her hand, a meaningful smile on her face. The smile on his lips grew wider and wider, and the laugh lines around his eyes even appeared. My mind is currently flooded with messages. Yes, that's it. Well done. It was worth asking that question. I'm so happy. Xiao Baiyu peeked out from between her fingers and saw Yi's Haikyu's expression, her face turning even redder. What are you laughing at with just a ball? Inoki looked completely innocent. Did I laugh? No, right? Xiao Baiyu was so angry that she stomped her feet, but she couldn't do anything about it. Looking at her like that, Liu Ji couldn't help but laugh again. This time, his laughter was very soft, carrying a tenderness that even he himself didn't realize. Chapter 73. All right, Liu Ji glanced at the time and broke the awkward silence. It's only 12 o'clock, we can still go out for a walk. Xiao Baiyu then remembered the important matter at hand, quickly stood up, and dusted off his clothes. But she still didn't dare to look at Liu Ji, her eyes fixed on the ground. Let's go, let's go. Izumi also stood up. Let's go. I haven't had enough fun yet today. Liu Ji opened the resource sensor. Now, with the upgraded assistive features, the sensing range has been expanded to 1 kilometer. A flash of light, and a map unfolded before him. The top is covered with dots. The red exclamation marks indicate danger points. There are more than 20 of them, scattered in all directions. The circular ones are resource points, and different colors represent different qualities. There are more than a dozen of them. Liu Ji's gaze was quickly drawn to one point. 790 meters northwest, the treasure of the snow-capped mountains, epic. Liu Ji stared at the location of the treasure for a while, then turned the map towards the two of them. Look here. Izumi came closer. Snow-capped mountains. Xiao Baiyu also came over, glanced at the coordinates, and paused for a moment. Wait, the snow mountain. She blinked. I remember the snow mountain is less than 100 meters from our territory, this 800 meters. She paused, her expression gradually becoming subtle. Doesn't that mean we have to climb a mountain? Liu Ji nodded. But judging from this distance, we can't climb very high. Yi's Haikyuu scratched his head. I've never been there, I didn't even know there were snow-capped mountains there. Liu Ji looked at Xiao Baiyu. You've been there quite a few times, haven't you? Xiao Baiyu shook his head. I've only been there once, just last time. She said, then suddenly remembered something, and her face flushed slightly. Liu Ji knew which time she was referring to, the time she shot his butt with her cat tail. He coughed and quickly changed the subject. The snow-capped mountains are free of fog, offering a wide open view, so you don't have to be as cautious as you would be in the fog. Plus, the epic treasures make it well worth the trip. Gurgle gurgle. Just as Liu Ji finished speaking, a strange sound came from inside Xiao Baiyu's stomach. The three of them froze in surprise. Xiao Baihu covered her face, her voice slightly embarrassed. I didn't eat breakfast. Liu Ji smiled. You can eat it on the go. He paused, go home and get one, and remember to bring one for me too. Xiao Bai looked at him. Ah. Liu Ji nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Get me something to eat, anything is fine, but big peas would be even better. Xiao Baihu then looked at Yi's Haiqiu. Inwoyuki nodded, her expression almost too sincere. Then I won't stand on ceremony, just bring me whatever you like. Xiao Baihu's expression gradually twisted. You're ripping me off. Liu Ji looked completely innocent. How can you call it slaughtering? You just happened to be going back to get it anyway, it was just a small favor. Yi's Haiqiu chimed in from the side. Yes, it's just a small thing. Xiao Baihu stomped her feet in anger as she looked at the two people. She instinctively wanted to raise her fist to punch them, but then remembered the pacification effect within her territory, and she forcibly withdrew her fist halfway through. She glanced at Liu Ji and Yi's Haiqiu with a sullen face, finally snorted and turned to run home. Liu Ji and Yi's Haiqiu watched her departing figure, exchanged a glance, and laughed at the same time. Not long after, Xiao Baihu returned. What she was holding in her hands was 3 cabbages. Then she ran up to the two of them and shoved the things into their hands. Here. Eat it on the way. Liu Ji looked down at the cabbage in his hand, then at Xiao Baihu. That's it? Xiao Baihu glared at him. You should be grateful to have anything to eat. Why be picky? Liu Ji was momentarily speechless, then silently put the cabbage into his backpack. Yi's Haiqiu didn't say anything, but simply broke off a piece and put it in her mouth to chew. It's quite sweet. Xiao Baihu nodded in satisfaction. Of course, I chose it. After the 3 finished packing, they headed towards the west gate of the territory. After walking a few steps, Liu Ji suddenly stopped. By the way, where's Brother Gua? He looked back. Brother Melon was squatting under the wisdom tree, scratching his head with a leaf, looking at them with a blank expression. That expression clearly said, "You're leaving? Without me?" Liu Jikong waved to it. What are you standing there for? Keep up. Brother Gua paused for a moment, then whoosh, he jumped up and hopped after him. It ran to Liu Ji's feet, even tilting its head up to look at him, its melon vines sticking out high behind it. Xiao Baihu couldn't help but laugh when he saw its appearance. Why does it look like a dog? Izumi said quietly from the side. Then it should be called Guago. Liu Ji. Brother Melon didn't know what they were laughing at, but seeing them laugh, he swayed his body along with them, and the melon vines swung even more wildly. The 3 of them walked out of the west gate. Liu Ji took out the abyss mirror from his backpack and put it on his eyes. Xiao Baihu did the same. Inoki glanced at them, then scratched his head, not giving it much thought. Liu Ji and Xiao Baihu walked ahead at a fast pace, while Yi's Haiqiu followed cautiously behind them, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. The path beneath our feet turned from mud to gravel, and the surrounding mist grew thinner and thinner. It took less than 2 minutes to walk. Suddenly, everything became clear. Yi's Haiqiu suddenly stopped in her tracks. He looked up and stared at the endless snow-capped mountain range before him, completely stunned. There was no fog, the pristine white snow stretched from the foot of the mountain to the summit, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The air was crisp and cool, a clean, refreshing sensation that was completely different from the sticky feeling of the fog. Yi's Haiqiu opened her mouth, but it took her a long time to utter a single sentence. This view is so comfortable. He took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. I was like a blind man in the fog, but now I can finally see things clearly. Liu Ji nodded in agreement. I felt the same way when I first came here, I almost wanted to lie down in the snow and roll around a few times. After saying that, Liu Ji changed direction and started walking towards the mountains in the northwest. Speed up, we're almost there. The three of them trudged forward through the snow, which wasn't very thick and crunched underfoot. The visibility was excellent, so there was no need to worry about zombies suddenly appearing. However, this section of the snowy path was exceptionally steep, making it very difficult to climb. After climbing for about 5 minutes, Liu Ji suddenly stopped. He glanced down at the map, then looked up at the distance not far ahead. Arrive! That was a hole. It was pitch black, like a crack in the mountainside. He adjusted the abyss mirror on the bridge of his nose. Let's go, he said, and started walking inside. Xiao Baihu followed behind him without hesitation. The two strode into the darkness, one after the other. Yi's Haiqiu stood at the cave entrance, watching the two figures disappear into the darkness, and remained silent for 2 seconds. Are young people these days so reckless? They just walked right in? Without even blinking? Then he took a deep breath and followed him inside. After walking about 10 steps, I couldn't see anything clearly anymore. Yi's Haiqiu stopped in her tracks, blinked, but couldn't see anything. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him, but he couldn't even see his own hand. But he could hear footsteps. Ahead, the footsteps of those two people grew fainter and fainter, their steps remarkably decisive. Yi's Haiqiu swallowed hard, took 2 steps forward in the dark, and finally couldn't hold back any longer. That! The footsteps ahead stopped. Aren't you afraid of zombies walking so fast? Inwoyuki's voice echoed in the darkness, tinged with caution. It's so dark in here, shouldn't we be careful? There was silence for 2 seconds in the darkness, then he heard footsteps walking back. A moment later, 2 blurry outlines appeared in his field of vision. It was Liu Ji and Xiao Baihu returning. Liu Ji stood in front of him, his expression somewhat subtle. Ball bro. Why didn't you take out the street light flowers? Street lamp flowers? Yi's Haiqiu was taken aback. Liu Ji nodded. Yeah, didn't you bring any street lights? I brought them, Yi's Haiqiu paused, but I saw that neither of you took any, just walked in, so I didn't take any either. Liu Ji and Xiao Baihu exchanged a glance. Xiao Baihu pointed to the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Ball bro, we both have this. Only then did Yi's Haiqiu take out the street lamp flower. The warm yellow light instantly illuminated the surroundings, and his gaze fell on the glasses on the two people's faces. The lenses gleamed faintly, appearing and disappearing in the darkness. This thing can see in the night, Xiao Baihu explained, noticing his gaze, and it can even see through fog. Its field of vision is wider than a street lamp. Izumi remained silent. He stood in the darkness, looking at the two people in front of him. The two figures were clearly defined, standing there with calm expressions. He couldn't see anything along the way. Inoki's mouth slowly opened. So? His voice was a little dry. So I've been the only one who's been blind all this time. Liu Ji suppressed a laugh. I thought you had good eyesight and could see without streetlights. Seeing this, Inwoyuki's expression gradually twisted. I thought you two were just young and fearless.